What they're doing right now, it feels like, is just controlling neutral areas so that they can unlock Odi to at least move. He's got freedom. He knows if they're invading him as the Sejuani, and then they can react and counterplay for exactly that. But C9, I mean, they haven't had any crazy aggressive moves. They stole a blue buff, but past that point, nothing yet. You will start to see that vision grow from C9 now, however.
Level 6 online for Contracts. The Explosive Cask, a massive addition to his ganking tool arsenal. So, going to be looking to see him utilize that, especially while Odi is still only level 5. It gives Contracts a huge advantage if these two find each other in the same skirmish yet again. You see Contracts really wanting to move up into enemy territory here. Gets a swig out of the cask, standing right on top of a ward, has Jensen behind him.
They all know.
Starting up the enemy blue. They want to steal this away for the second time. Odi's going to be potentially in some trouble here if he tries to go in too quickly ahead of the rest of the team, but Seiya says, nope, I'm taking this away.
Get back in.
We're going to make it impatient. We're going to throw it off to the side, and you can't have it. Contracts
reset.
To take it. Can't quite get there.
So well done from Seiya to auto-attack it one more time, redirect the aggro of blue buff. Maybe they still get it. I actually don't think they will because they've wasted way too much time. White Lotus and Genthix wanted nothing to do with that. But here comes Sejuani, it's a counter gank.
Smoothie landing the hook, but now he's got to be pulled to safety by Sneaky, and that is the power of Callista Thresh.
All of this time, Gragas has been hovering around the area. It's just so hard to kill a Callista or a Thresh again. Not just the Callista ultimate, it's the Lantern. But what that does mean is they can catch Thresh now simply because there is no Callista ultimate. Much longer cooldown than that of a Lantern if Callista is caught out of position.
This means Smoothie's going to have to play a little bit safer down here. Cloud9 going to have to think a bit more if they want to go aggressive. Contracts again. Going to be looking to steal this blue buff away, but Seiya.
Here we go again.
Once more with the tether, not allowing these sort of shenanigans to go down as Odi jumps in and Smite secures.
That's just tragic for Seiya above all else, however, because he doesn't get that blue buff. Now, his Lost Chapter will give him some mana for the moment, but he's one wave off having to recall. So Cloud9 knowing exactly that, yes, Odi gets it, and yes, it denies it from Contracts, they've got the ability to make the plays immediately.
And this is a very valuable play to make onto the Infernal Drake, typically the highest value Drake if you look at what teams want to prioritize. Cloud9 sees their opportunity to go on this here with Seiya having that very limited mana pool you just mentioned. It means Cloud9 should take this without any contest, especially with Sneaky having the Rin security.
And it's a very cute play from Cloud9, but mostly because their bottom lane still has control of the 2v2. Is that allowed to happen at all? Remember the amount of times that Sneaky and Smoothie have just left their lane casually, walked towards the enemy blue buff, now towards the Drake, and there's no trade or contest available from White Lotus and Genthix, is the biggest reason that C9 are getting all of these things right now.
And remember, Lion Gaming, as a team, they're very, very dominant in their region. We've brought this point up 100 times already, but it means that they are used to beating their opponents, if nothing else, because they are strictly better players. And now,
here we go. Sejuani, that's deep.
Trying to start this playoff onto Impact. Odi comes in from behind, but Impact will just jump over his head to safety. That one was botched a bit.
And it's a full lane swap from Lion. Perhaps Odi could have thrown his ultimate out earlier to make him flash, at least get the Summoner spell out of Impact. But at the same time, they've swapped their lanes. This is the goal that they wanted all along. The kill would have been the consolation prize at the end of the day. But Alistar Tristana is not going to push a Nara away from the structures. And so White Lotus and Genthix just go back to base. They are trying to actively avoid Sneaky and Smoothie in the 2v2.
Which goes back to what I was saying earlier. This is a team that's used to winning their lanes, that's used to just saying, we've got better players than you, so we win. But now you're matched up against more competitive teams. You're on an international stage, and you can't fall back on those win conditions that you're able to utilize throughout the regular split's worth of play. Normally, Lion is a massive fish in a pretty small pond. You've gone to the biggest pond of all, competing in Worlds 2017. It's time to prove how big of a fish you really are.
They certainly have. Now, I feel like the reason they may have gone for something like this as well is just to start causing disarray amongst the entirety of the map. This might be an all-in.
Seiya unleashing the power onto Jensen, but only finds about half his health bar. Seiya very low mana, means he's got to get back. Utilize this opportunity with the push wave to take care of that one, as Lion has 3 bodies bottom pushing onto the tier 1 turret. Seeing how fast they can take this one down. Cloud9 also working on that top lane tier 1, and the first turret goes down in the favor of Lion Gaming just barely.
Yeah, I was expecting the Orianna perhaps to go in, but Oddie was nearby, so good awareness from Jensen. Ultimately, the trades are still happening on the bottom side and top side of the map. Tristana and Camille excel at taking down structures by having the satchel charge, having the bonus damage on the Q and energizing those attacks. And because they are avoiding Cloud9, they lose tempo on the push, but their champions, their composition allows them to still get the structures quicker. And so at the end of the day, it's a nice little thing to have there for Lion. They need that given where the gold was stretching.
Right, gold lead still at about 1,000 gold as Contract steals the enemy red buff, potentially looks towards mid lane here. Not going to find his way onto Seiya in time. Stun not going to connect there from Scatter the Weak. But you can see that gold lead continuing to build for Cloud9, and a big reason, I mean, look at bottom lane. We mentioned a little bit ago how it was 15 lead for Sneaky. That's grown up to a 30 CS lead for him over his opponent. Really showcasing his talents here as an AD carry, now working together with Contract.
I have to feel like they'll fight for this. You just have to get that feeling. Teleports in early from Impact. It looks like they're ready to match it.
Wants to make sure he's there on time. Audi jumps in, finds his way onto Smoothie. Rift Herald going to be taken down, secured by Sneaky's Ren. Does Lion fight this? They whip the Glacial Prison, and now the call to retreat is there.
That's so tragic. He had so many targets in the sea, and he just couldn't pick any of them, and so he missed them all. And Lion will have to disengage. The Herald is free. It's going to be secured by Contracts, and Cloud9 have the capabilities to take down that mid lane turret if they choose. Or if Lion continue to side lane, continue to try and pressure and mismatch the game, well then you can get 2 turrets perhaps on the bottom side of the Rift, which is the other place they would be looking.
That feels so bad if you're Lion. You got everybody there, you put all that effort into it, only to have the Glacial Prison miss, and then you call the whole thing off. Very unfortunate for them. Frozen Mallet now up and running, by the way, on Impact. Means he's going to be so annoying. If he actually lands a single auto attack onto anyone, he can stick to them forever. Blade of the Ruined King, done for Sneaky. Jensen getting that Morello Namicon. Same can be said for Seiya. So we're starting to see these first item power spikes hit for a lot of champions across the map right now, Rusty.
The Frozen Mallet has so much use as well against the team composition out of Lion. And speaking of, Giral may be in trouble in a minute if he overextends. And so when you look at it, Camille goes forwards, really struggles at going backwards when she's forwards. Alistar can only really go one direction himself also.
Contracts really wants this blue buff. He is just obsessed with this thing, constantly trying to steal it away.
Look at Seiya's mana. Every single time he goes for the blue buff, he pushes away if he overextends, and suddenly the smite has been used twice in a row. So whether Contracts gets it or not, as long as Seiya doesn't have it, Cloud9 are winning.
Yeah, it's still a win. You don't have to steal the thing away, just put it on Sejuani. As long as the mid laner doesn't get to abuse that spell spamming and is always at this disadvantage, you're going to continue to see Jensen build those.
And look what happens. He has to go back to base, has no mana for himself, and suddenly the Rift Herald spawns in the middle lane, and that's just going to be an outer turret secured.
Giral and Impact getting into that 1v1. Impact jumping forward almost onto the Mega Gnar. Lands another boomerang, continuing to apply the slows, but Audi is here, and now Impact may have found himself in not an ideal situation. Going to be stunned up underneath the turret and outplayed. Impact goes down.
Oh, but here comes the reinforcements.
Contracts comes in, makes sure he cleans up the kill that Impact started, and now they are going to take Audi out as well. 2 for 1. Going the way of Cloud9.
They're able to dive, get the advantageous trade. They took the mid lane outer turret before all of this happened, so Lion will do their best to trade. Genthix is just going to play goalkeeper, try and prevent them from getting there. It looks like they'll be able to get it. They might not because the Tristana left early, and they can get out.
A bit more damage. They will be able to find it, secure that turret for themselves, tie that count up 2-2. They're still down 1,500 gold, and that's before Smoothie and Sneaky grab this bottom lane tier 1. Lion responding pretty well to what Cloud9 is doing, but Cloud9 still just continuing to build these leads.
And I don't think the Lion are by any means responding poorly ever as a shockwave has been used.
Shockwave from Jensen, unleash power from Seiya. These guys are really flexing on each other.
Just need to calm down a little bit. No one's dying. Everyone relax. We're trying to play macro League of Legends, and mid laners are just butting heads.
Top side, White Lotus and Genthix trying to get this third tier 1 for themselves, while Sneaky just doesn't really care about this at all, going for the second elemental Drake of the game, along with help from Contracts. Ren plus Smite together, I mean, you don't really have to worry about securing that when they do manage to pick that one up. So that's even more hidden power for this team when you're looking at what they have in terms of gold. Replay of how this fight went down bottom.
Yeah, now once again, Frozen Mallet on the Gnar. Giral chooses to go out, and so there's always the chance that Impact can go forwards. He's got that Frozen Mallet, he's diving, he's flashed, and then he's done absolutely nothing after the flash, and at that time, Sejuani's come in. Really makes you wonder what Impact was planning, but Contracts he's got his back. Then all of the reinforcements arrive, and it's not just Contracts that's got him. Good turret aggro juggling, the fact that it goes to Smoothie after Contracts and doesn't go to Sneaky.
And honestly, Impact was one auto away from being able to take Jural down there, but one auto is sometimes just enough to tilt you into killing yourself underneath the tier 1 turret, which unfortunately for Impact happened, but fortunately for him, the rest of the team is there. 3-2, the game in the favor of Cloud9 by a little bit over 2,000 gold as they push forward, thinking about trying to steal away this red buff. Audi wants to secure it for himself. Sneaky might appears here. Contracts tries to swoop in, but it is going to be secured by Audi.
Certainly is as they're going forwards.
Okay, the cast goes off. Doesn't really find anything as the Glacial Prison will lock Contracts down, but he gets away with the Lantern.
Rather large committal to someone who's got the Lantern to keep him alive. Contracts is a very tanky member on the Rift at the moment also with that Spectre's Cal. Even a cloth armor with his Merc Treads. Not a lot's going to kill him. Or it will take a lot to kill him.
Yeah, 2 ults for 1 there as well. You had both the junglers popping the ultis as well as Seiya using the Unleashed Power. So now if C9 can manage to find themselves a fight before those cooldowns come back up, they will have the advantage. Sneaky and Smoothie pushing up the top side here as Cloud9 continues to take the fact that they've got all these outer turrets down, move into the enemy jungle, put down the vision, and set up to continue building these mid-game leads that the analyst desk was talking about. And that's why they're able to close these games so darn quickly.
Yeah, this mid lane, mid-game even, is working super well for them as they look towards the middle lane, threatening them, pushing them away, beating them around the rift as Jural wants a fight.
Jural saying, all right, we're just going to stand here and man-fight this little Yordle, trying to take him down if he can, but Impact is quickly going to be going into Mega Gnar form, stun to stun. Not that fun unless you're the Impact, in which case it is fantastic. Finds himself a solo kill.
That's not the fight you want, Jural. He's picking his wrong battles here. Impact just stands and delivers. I feel like the Ninja Tabi is just enough at the moment, this early on in the game, to mitigate the damage coming out of that Camille. And with the Frozen Mallet there, you know, Jural, he said I'm taking the fight. He knew there was no escape, and there absolutely was not. But he also positioned himself next to 2 walls with a Mega Gnar.
Not generally the best tactic to approach, but it does end up putting Cloud9 up 4,000 gold as we're about to crest the 20-minute mark. Baron will be live here in 20 seconds. Next Drake will be Infernal number 2. So if Cloud9 can continue this domination over the map, they'll likely have that for themselves here as well. Audi and the rest of Lion getting in position to defend the tier 2 in the top side as Cloud9 backs away. But just look at the vision, Rusty. Top side as well as the bottom part of the jungle. You can see a ward placed down there by Impact as well to kind of keep sights on Jural. These guys are really just trying to choke the life out of Lion right now.
And once again, we just hovered over Seiya's lack of mana. He's going back to base, but at the exact same time, he's pressing recall. Impact's pressing buttons on his blue buff, and so he's not going to get it again. Every single blue buff that he wants to secure, he's being denied. And all of the presence that you get through mid lane just by having that blue buff on Orianna and not having that on Syndra suddenly opens up the entire map. All of the vision they can place in enemy jungle, it's easier to secure. All of the ability power bonus that Seiya could be getting to assassinate people is eradicated. He can't pressure his lane. It's really unfortunate that one small thing starts to add up to such a big deal.
And honestly, what really impressed me with Lion when we got to see them in the play-in group stage, especially in their games against WE, the ones that they lost, even in their losing matchups, they kept their carries in a spot where they were able to stay safe. Their positioning was really good. They had these amazing KDAs. I mean, we remember the first game against WE, they didn't die until the very end. In this game, they still haven't died, but the scoreline for both of these big carries, these game changers for Lion Gaming, is 0-0 and 0. They have not contributed anything other than farming to the team effort.
These game changers need to actually start changing the game. It looks like they're about to.
That's one way to put it. Smoothie able to find the hook onto Seiya, but now he's found himself in the middle of multiple members as now the counterattack from Cloud9 is live. The cast going to 5. Sneaky grabbing the kill onto Audi, manages to save Smoothie as well. Gentix not going to be the target as Impact finds his way onto Jural yet again. Jensen grabbing the kill on that one, and it's 3-0 Cloud9.
And not the impact they needed. In fact, both of them stay at 3-0s on the score, but Cloud9 win the team fight. Impact the rest of them straight over to the Baron pit. That was pretty clean coming out of them in the enemy jungle. They had all of the vision they needed in an area that's usually dark, and they control Summoner's Rift.
Very well played by Cloud9, moving into the enemy jungle, controlling it with that vision like we were talking about, and the fight win just immediately flows into their pockets afterwards because of the setup, because of the gold lead. This is what they were looking for, and honestly, This is right in line with what we were expecting. Like they talked about in the introduction to this game, Cloud9 is ending their games on average 26.5 minutes, and this is why.
And it all starts with Smoothie well out of position. They can see Oddie clearing a ward, however, so they know where the Sejuani is. They don't see the Syndra. Their reactionary play to that Syndra is incredible. Seiya zones himself because he thinks that Impact might be Mega-Nar, but he comes in completely uncharged as Mini. The teamfight's done from that point onwards either way because the carries aren't able to have an impact. White Lotus and Seiya invisible in the fight. Jensen sneaky hitting the entire time.
And Lion manages to focus the one target that can be made invulnerable and pulled to safety by Sneaky's Ballista, so they can't get anything back in trade. And now Cloud9 find themselves that second Infernal Drake, even more damage now, multiplying that gold lead that they have 7,000 up over Lion Gaming 23 minutes into the game. Impact thinking about maybe tossing a boomerang out here, but not really worth the risk at this point in time.
But I love that he has the option.
Yeah.
The fact that there's a red
the
buff,
limit.
and Impact's like, oh yeah, I probably could throw a Q out here just because we have Vision, we have Baron, like we're so set up. This is the third red in a row. Not even talking about blue buffs anymore.
All right, he does find himself jumped on by the Sejuani now, but that's a very aggressive jump out by White Lotus. Impact going to be flashing himself away, and here they go, trying to find the pick onto the Cloud9 top laner. The Lantern is down, will pull him to safety, and just barely keep him alive.
He's going to survive. Unfortunately for Cloud9, he is the lack of teleport top laner at the moment. But they're still going to push in. He's close to Mega. I guess they've got a lot of trust in the shields that can keep him up. But they've also got the inside track. They thought that Lion were going to come and react, and they didn't.
They just barrel down the bottom lane. They find the tier 3 turret, but now the fight's going to be breaking out. Impact with the stun down onto Genthix, jumps in, slam into the wall onto White Lotus. The Hextech ultimatum is issued, but immediately canceled as Sneaky finds the Rampage and the double kill. Adi sidesteps his way away from the death sentence, but Cloud9 has issued a similar sentence on to this game. Lion on their back foot, taking their final breaths. Cloud9 approaching the next.
They're going towards the end, it looks like.
Turret number 1 nearly deleted, and it is out of there. Only one turret left standing to protect the Lion Gaming Nexus, and they've only got 3 members to defend it. A nice shockwave coming out from Jensen to allow Sneaky to dominate 6-0-2 on this Ballista. Adi and White Lotus remain, but that is it, and Cloud9, in quick fashion, find their victory in Game 1.
Yeah, and at the very end of the game, they get some interaction on Summoner's Rift for Seiya, but 0-1-0 was going to be his scoreline.
Not the interaction you wanted.
Still 3 zeros for White Lotus. Nobody playing the optimal game from Lion, but it was close. There was these good things that we were seeing from them. We just saw better from Cloud9 at every single avenue.
Cloud9 looks like the same team with the same momentum that we saw in the group stage. And towards those questions we were talking about that you proposed where you said people are wondering, how tough was WE? How tough was Cloud9's group? Were they able to win so quickly because they were up against weaker opponents, or were their opponents strong and they just look that good? And going up against Lion Gaming, who we were saying looks like the best Pool 2 team, Pool 2 seed, whatever you want to call them, Cloud9 finished them off just as cleanly in this first game.
And a lot of this comes down to contracts as play, being able to go to the enemy blue buff, timing enemy jungle camps, the vision that Cloud9 were playing, but most importantly as well, just winning their lanes, having control of their lanes, then relates to getting into that jungle, winning all of Summoner's Rift at that same time. And that's just compliments of perhaps being able to best their players that they're versing against, who are meant to be top-tier challenger players.
Well, to hear more about how Cloud9 took Game 1 of the series, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Flowers. The first thing we want to take a look at is the pick and ban phase, because it feels like both teams actually had very, very solid drafts.
Yeah, this is probably the first time so far in Worlds that I've looked at both team compositions and gone like, okay, I feel like both teams walked away with things they really wanted here. Cloud9 have comfort with the Thresh, the Gnar, and the Orianna, and then they have some power picks with the Kalista and the Gragas. And then on Lion's side, they have a winning top lane later on in the game. They have a mid lane that doesn't lose, and then they have scaling with the Tristana, which is comfort for White Lotus.
And the big thing for me is just that whenever you have two competent teams drafting, you're always going to end up with evenish trades. So C9 get more around their bot lane. You end up with more for Lion around the top and mid side, and that is actually probably good for Lion, all things considered. This is where you want to be putting your pressure up on the top side. We're talking about maybe snowballing around Impact, and it was just a situation where where if Lion's able to execute, this is a great draft for them.
And we talked a lot about Geralt being one of those potential guys to step up and carry. And if we take a look at this first blood coming into the game, we can see that Lion actually do a very good job of executing on an early snowball play.
Yeah, I've been loving Audie's routes to try and set up his team. The one where he played against the Ezreal, this one to also have Geralt flash on the E. And taking E level 1 on the Camille, this is a very thought through level 1, level 2 here to get that kill.
Very smart, but also required a lot of execution. That was not an easy kill to secure. They're able to grab it, and the thing, it didn't actually end up snowballing the game at all because I think C9's blue buff control was immaculate. They didn't give a single blue buff over to Sia this entire time, and so while you want to keep snowballing around the top side, you just never have a chance to do that because there's so much pressure in your bot jungle, also with C9's bot lane playing very well.
The other thing for me feels like because the kill goes over to Audie, it's significantly worse. Because if Camille gets that kill, maybe we start to see the snowball. But the second we left that early game, it felt like Camille never even got the chance to go into that 1v1 with any kind of advantage because the teams were moving around the map so much.
Yeah, and there's just so much pressure bottom at that point. Audie has to give up his entire bottom side jungle. The blue buff ends up affecting mid lane. So now you've kind of given away an advantage on the bottom and the mid side of the map that C9 actually, well, they turn it into an advantage for themselves. And now Lion kind of have to play through top and jungle, but your jungle isn't getting as much experience, right? So it's really just top lane at that point, who didn't even get far enough ahead, like you said, because they didn't get the kill, they got the assist.
Yes, C9 took this kind of really explosive level 1, level 2 gameplay and then just grinded the game out. There was that good single kill in the bot lane out of Sneaky when Contract showed up, and then they take that turret, they take the Infernal Dragon, they flip up to the top side, and I will say Lion had really good macro keeping up with them. Camille read that was coming, went down to the bot side, actually enabled them to get the first turret gold before C9, but it just wasn't enough because they were always at CS deficits and they were giving away blue buffs and things like that.
And these are the small things that I feel like we don't see enough in emerging regions in terms of game plan from what Cloud9 had. Cloud9 are saying the blue buff is literally what's going to control this. The blue buff can go over to anybody but Seiya because he's the wave clear. Even when they just get him low on mana, they force him out. That's when they Rift Herald mid lane, right? They keep doing these things around this one objective timer. It doesn't have to be a turret. It doesn't have to be these rotations. It just has to be this pressure point of the bottom is winning, your jungle is winning, and your mid lane is going even. Just make sure you give Jensen blue because you started it, and then the blue timers are actually staggered so you can always contest the enemy one.
And while it did feel like Lion were keeping up for so much of the early game in terms of macro plays, I felt like C9 always just got a little bit more. That Infernal, that Rift Herald, and we got to the point where Camille, who we thought would be able to win this lane matchup, Impact goes for the early Frozen Mount, and suddenly this isn't even a point on the map where they win anymore, where Gnar is actually comfortable taking the 1v1s.
It did feel potentially like Geralt wasn't playing it as aggressively. A lot of these trades started out with Impact getting his first hyper proc and a good chunk of damage back onto the Camille, but it's understandable that he's playing in that situation because you are down this pressure everywhere else on the map. It can feel a little risky to just brute force a play.
And something that was kind of obvious from the draft here was they were trying to put something, make something happen in the top lane, whether it was Lion or Cloud9, both kind of opted into it. There are 6 top lane bans, and then they pick the Gnar, which is a S tier in terms of line pick for Cloud9. And that means that you're looking at your 8th top laner, and he goes for Camille, which of course isn't completely out of his wheelhouse, but it's not one of those neutral tanks. It means you have to play the top lane in some way, shape, or form. If you're picking a carry, you can't just leave it there. And so they end up having to go there, which allows bottom side to be the opening for Cloud9 to take.
And we'll have to see what Geralt can do moving forward, because we talked a lot about him being a potential point where Lion can play around, and now it looks like that might not be quite as confident as it was before. And as we moved later into the game, we saw in our second replay that once C9 did get control, most of the game wasn't bloody, but they finally found a way to find those kills.
Yeah, this game ends up being 24 minutes and 42 seconds, because once they get that lead, it just goes insane.
Yeah, I mean, this is what C9 does so well. They pick a fight in the enemy team's jungle. Doesn't start out super well, but Thresh can afford to be a little risky, just given that he has the cliffs to back up. They end up saving Smoothie. The rest of Lion is already committed to this fight. Impact's wreaking havoc out on the backside, and the one target that they were trying to kill was the enemy team support, so no surprise when he lives, that fight goes south very quickly.
Yeah, Smoothie actually had a fantastic game. It's not going to show so much in the stats, but the way he was deflecting ganks and starting things off was...
There was one play, I swear, go back and rewatch this. He hooks White Lotus, and then the Alistar goes for the counter engage, and he flays him out of his headbutt. It's those little plays that, you know, like Irene's saying, don't show up in the stat line, but were the world of difference in why their bot lane was able to keep pressure up the entire time.
And we saw that transition as well into the CS numbers coming in from Sneaky. He had a wild lead at a couple of different points in the game. Felt like he was just a little bit ahead pretty consistently throughout the course of it. But now we look at Lion Gaming. C9, they seem to be in control. They seem to be driving this series forward. What does Lion do to step back into this? What has to change?
Well, I like the fact that they took blue side away here. They tried to carry top approach, and we were saying in the pregame to this that they have two different ways they can look at it, the carry top or carry bottom. Carry top didn't work. Maybe you don't go completely away from that game plan, but you invest more resources down to your bot side, get the favorable lane matchup, because even though Alistar Trist can all in early on, if you're putting a lot of resources top, your bot lane can't play aggressive, and you saw that they had to see level 3 to the Kalista Thresh.
Yeah, and Kalista Thresh is that combination that kind of emerged during Rift Rivals, right? It was even throwing Rakan in there too, but that's getting banned away. So the Kalista Thresh, they can save each other. So post level 6, it's very hard to make something happen there. And we saw Audi go for some ganks to try and turn that one around. They even like lane swapped out of it, but it's still proving a little bit futile there in terms of like what you can actually do against that lane. So I feel like Kalista making it through is a bit of a mistake here, but since they're swapping sides, maybe they're saying Cloud9 have to ban it this time.
And I just want to know what the priority is going to be now coming in and changing sides, if they actually want to take that Kalista, if that's the style they want to play, or if they're going to continue to invest early into the top side of the map to try to shut down Impact.
I assume C9 will stay for most of the game plan, throw a lot of those bans up around the top side, and they are totally comfortable taking the Tristana themselves. I'm sure C9 would play either side of this matchup to a degree. Maybe they don't want to completely give up the Kalista because we saw White Lotus get a pentakill on it, so that's still a little risky, but I don't mind the idea of C9 going for a very similar game plan.
All right, we'll see what the adaptation is. Cloud9 struck the first blow. We're going to see if Lion Gaming can fight back in Game 2. The series continues right after this break.
Doesn't have his jump away, remember. Impact flash into the hook shot. They may just be able to find this kill. Audi with the flash. Impact goes down. Contract still staying on the front line. Smoothie going to be looking for more now as well. Ignite down onto Gentex. There comes your body slam. Impact may have found itself in not an ideal situation. Going to be stunned up underneath the turret and outplayed. Impact goes down.
Oh, but here comes the reinforcements.
Sneaky grabbing the kill onto Audi. Manages to save Smoothie as well. Gentex not going to be the target as Impact finds his way onto Giral yet again. Jensen grabbing the kill on that one. The Hextech ultimatum is issued, but immediately canceled as Sneaky finds the Rampage and the double kill. Welcome back for Game 2 of Lion Gaming versus Cloud9. This best-of-5 series started off in an explosive fashion for Cloud9, finishing the game even faster than their incredibly fast average game time so far in Worlds 2017, and really looking to make a statement here in the elimination stage.
And it started so slow, but they were able to ramp it up incredibly quickly. You give Cloud9 anything and it feels like they won't slow down their tempo at the very least. They choose how fast the game plays out and how quickly they win on Summoner's Rift. When you look at Lion, their opponents, I mean, they've got a lot to change between games 1 and 2 because it evidently was not enough.
I mean, you look at Lion and you look at their performance in the play-in group stage, and you saw a team that was good at team fighting, that was good at micro, and the macro felt a little not so there.
That's where they lost.
Yeah, and then the elimination stage, they go into it, and it's like they recognize their mistake. They were like, you know, macro's the problem. Let's focus on macro. Here we go. And then they do the macro, but where's the team fighting? Where's the micro? And it seems like Lion's struggling to have their cake and eat it too.
They boot camped, they tried so hard, you know, all they did was macro. They fixed the problem, but ultimately, yeah, they've lost the other parts while they were getting all that macro down. And that, to me, is ultimately the difference. You know, when we watched Lion play against Team WE, maybe they did lose in the macro, but they had like a 7-kill mid lane, they had a 5-kill Cogmore running around on Summoner's Rift. That could maybe win a team fight just because of the champions they chose. This time around, no kills on either of them, not even an assist. They just did absolutely nothing because they weren't allowed to by Cloud9. I feel like what you do if you're Lion is have that early presence on more than just Odi. He played out of his mind well, but it was just him.
I mean, you look at these carries in Seiya and White Lotus that I was talking about, that I was so impressed with during the group stage because of their incredible KDAs they were putting up, because of the fact that they minimized deaths and had really solid positioning. And their score lines at the end of game number 1 were 0-1 and 0 for Seiya. He died in his own fountain at the end of the game. And 0-0 and 0 for White Lotus, which is not where you want to be in terms of your score line at the end of a game.
Nope, and not if you want to have early presence as a team, get the early advantages over Cloud9. They also did choose to attack the top lane. I feel like this game they might default back to the team fighters in the top side and bring the pressure back down towards the bottom side of the Rift. It's proven to be a bit more successful against a team like Cloud9 when you can get that lane rolling.
We'll have to see what kind of changes they make, because something obviously has to be switched up. You can't just go into game number 2 with the same plan that you had in game number 1, because game number 1's plan did not work.
Nope.
It was not in line. It seemed like they were keeping up, but keeping up was all that they were doing for a while. Cloud9 appeared in the driver's seat for the entirety of that one. And now we'll see what happens as Lion Gaming has elected to take blue side here in game number 2. So with the side switch, maybe that'll bring up some different strategies as they ban out Rakan, Gnar, and Galio. Cloud9 responds by banning out Braum, taking Kalista off the table. They picked it last time. They're saying, nope, Lion, you don't get to do that this time. They got one more.
I guess the question is, Sejuani is always an option. Jarvan is always going to be another one that they could look towards. And do they want to get rid of those champions when they're on the red side and they could pick more of them than just Lion, who get the choice of one? Not going to be the case.
Nope, they take the Jace out of there. A potential pick for both Jural and Seiya, but they won't let them have it, and they will give that Jarvan over to Lion Gaming, first pick.
And what I like about this from Cloud9 with the target band is that, yes, you will give over the J4, but you'll have champions for yourself to pick. Xayah is always going to be great. There's no Rakan for it, however, and they don't necessarily have to pick their jungler here if they don't want. It could be something like the Alistar just to have a strong 2v2, and it could be something that controls the 2v2 in laning. They have a pretty good eye in on what their opponents are going to be picking, but if they really want to, they can still take away the champion that Oddie was destroying Summoner's Rift on. Still is that 100% pick ban champion in the Sedge.
Contract's thinking about keeping that number where it is, hovering the Sejuani for now to go along with that Xayah. Xayah, obviously, like any other AD carry, benefiting from having a nice strong front line in front of her to soak all that damage and allow her as much firing time as possible. And Contracts will just drain the clock out here as he waits for this pick and does end up locking it in.
Yeah, so he'll be locking in the Sejuani. We still don't know which role Lion's Jarvan is going to be going into. I'm sure we'll find that one out soon enough as we wait for them to stop hovering the monkey and make their decisions. Now, you still expect the bottom lane, I would feel like, to be picked this time around from Lion. And the Alistar Tristana is still the lane you'd be looking at unless they want to change things up.
Maybe one day we'll actually get to see one of these troll picks locked in. I'm just waiting. I always brace myself on that 1% chance that you actually do see the monkey locked in, but no monkey business today. Instead, it's just Varus picked up by Lion Gaming, and the Tristana that they had last time was open, but they opted not to go with it. Want to try the Varus this time, switch things up a bit.
And you'd say a bit more lane control from the Varus from a distance, where you don't necessarily have to trade with your opponents, and Xayah does love having a good trade-off when you stand there and try and proc the satchel. She will just get all the feathers out in the world as they've locked in their top laner as well. So they've revealed their hand early, and we have left supports completely bare.
And it looks like Cloud9 will respond to that big old tanky top laner with a big old tanky top laner of their own. Perhaps the biggest and tankiest top laner of all, considering he does get huge depending on how many enemies you are able to eat by the end of the game. Cho'Gath locked in.
That's the case, so they'll get the Cho'Gath. Now, he does have kill threat still for one of the tanks that you lock in. Cloud9 will be very happy about exactly that fact, where you've got the Maokai for Jural. And look, he is a great Maokai player. He's someone that will be able to do a lot of work with it. His team fighting awareness, his teleports will all be great, but he doesn't have the same kill threat that the Cho'Gath will have. So that's ultimately the dynamic we're going to have to explore here. The mid laner of Lion may want to do a fair amount of damage.
I always enjoy, and by enjoy I mean kind of scratch my head and wonder a little bit, when you watch a Cho'Gath team fight and you see all the players on the enemy team really skirting around the edge of that fight at 75% HP or so until you see the Cho'Gath ulti go off, because they know how much damage that thing does, and they know they're within kill threat of it with that and a little bit more damage. So I enjoy watching a Cho'Gath player find the right targets and be able to just hit them in that instant if they're not paying attention.
Watching the tanks also hang off his big void spikes, trying to stop him from moving
trying
forward, but they can't.
Especially if the Cho'Gath gets full-size 12 stack. Why is he so massive, Cho'Gath? But back into the draft as we're seeing it now. The bans in the second phase here. Alistar and LeBlanc banned out by Cloud9. Lion Gaming responding by getting rid of the Rise, just like last time, as well as the Thresh.
Now, the Syndra Orianna is still there. Of course, one being hovered at the moment, actually just going to be locked in. So they do a very similar draft style to that of Lion in the last game through their second ban and pick phase. And now the question to me is, what does Lion want to play into that Syndra? They could be the Echo type of team. They could play something like the Corki that can build the Hex Drinker, but Orianna is the matchup we saw last game.
I mean, the Orianna worked out really well when Jensen played it. Can Seiya play the same matchup? And we get to see it. It's Christmas on Summoner's Rift, Rusty. I love these situations. You get to see the matchup from both sides. You get to see the players switch, and you get to see who truly knows the matchup better.
It's ultimate skill matchup time, Captain Flowers. That's the name of the game in mid lane. And still the rest of the team compositions to be devised. The very makeshift bottom lane, I think it's fair to say, from Lion.
Just piecing it together a little bit here, and Varus and Lulu together. I mean, you've got some range, you've got some poke. Lulu can protect the Varus if he gets jumped on.
I think the Lulu's a denial from Sneaky and Smoothie, trying to prevent the strongest, lane dominant and lane pressure based 2v2, something that can diffuse the pressure that a Varus has. So Smoothie's going to go for the second best version of a Lulu.
Smoothie saying, you want an Ardent Sensor champ? I'm going to show you an Ardent Sensor champ. Picking up that Janna, one of the best users of that item that has been so strong and so prolific in the meta for the past few patches. And we'll see him on it here. Provides a lot of peel power, along with the fact that, Sneaky on the Xayah, that's a champion that you don't normally like running into anyway because of the stuns and the disengage from the ulti, and Janna just makes it worse.
Yeah, we've seen Sneaky play it in this tournament once already and was incredible. He was making some big plays, diving people, utilizing a lot of skills that Mystic has been showing everybody on Summoner's Rift. The fact that you can use your Blade Call, you can flash, and you can redirect all of the feathers as well. There's a lot of cool mechanics on Xayah. Sneaky seems to know them all. And he's also got that Janna supporting him that you mentioned into a Varus, so fairly equal when you look at the range of the auto attacks against one another, but the spell weaving could be the difference.
And I'm happy to say that you were right coming into this Champion Select, Rusty, about how the top laners are picking more of those team fighters this time around. You just have very similar squads from both teams. You got a hard-hitting mid laner, you got a solid auto-attacking AD carry, you've got a supporty support, and you've got two giant meatballs rolling ahead of all of them, colliding into each other, and it's just going to be these front-to-back 5 versus 5 battles.
In a roundabout way, there were similar compositions in Game 1, but Cloud9 dismantled them. Coming into Game number 2, you have to feel like the odds are still stacked against Lion. But as you mentioned, the compositions share a lot of similarities. And so the first place you'll always be directing your attention is Oddie's early jungling.
And we come into these best of 5s, and we talked at the start about the adaptation, right? We said that was one of the big names in best of 5. One of the other big names in best of 5. That's actually, I'm going to interrupt my own self.
Let's go, girls.
Pretty cool. That's a pretty cool star guardian animation right there. But one of the other things that we always try to keep in mind, along with the adaptation between the games, is the mental fortitude of the players, right? You come off of a loss like that, if you're Lion, you got to make sure you're keeping your head in the game, keeping yourself from tilting, and just being ready to go into this game saying, okay, forget about the last one, new game now, let's have our solid strategy ready to go.
Don't be the direwolves. Don't lose to Cloud9 until it's a best of 5s this time around. Lion, I actually don't expect them to be in any way mentally affected by game number 1. You'd have to imagine if you were Lion coming into this best of 5, it's an upset if you win. That's just the way that everybody in the world will be looking at this best of 5 series. And I'm sure Lion, they'll come in with high hopes and high expectations of themselves, but they won't ultimately be disappointed. So they'll be able to bounce back, reassess what went wrong in game number 1, come into game number 2 with guns blazing and try and, fix those problems.
Jensen stepping out of the way of Seiya's command attack, finding some damage of his own with the Thunderlord's proc, and these guys aren't even willing to wait for the minion.
No, they're not.
We watched them last game just blow their entire combos on each other as everybody else was playing for turrets and objectives, and it looks like this game's going to be the same damn thing.
They've got a point to prove against one another, it feels like. Jensen's really trying to beat him around as White Lotus and Genthix, they're just 2v3. They just want to stop this blue buff. They want to damage the 2v2 of Sneaky and Smoothie. Pests, get out!
They're trying to remind Cloud9 how bad it feels to have your blue buff invaded on constantly. Contracts goes ahead, drops the smite there to make sure that
look at Oddie.
Nothing happens.
He knows exactly where the jungler of C9 is.
Is Oddie actually going to find Contracts here? Is he going to steal away the frog? Goes for Contracts. Contracts trying to grab himself the frog, but he's not even able to get it. Tries to flash away and does get there, but losing out on that camp means Oddie's ahead.
And that is so dangerous for Contracts. It puts Oddie ahead by a decent amount of experience. He's going to be able to go back to the Raptor camps, and he should be perfectly fine for this now. Also, the flash being gone is the biggest win of all, and I really respect that Oddie didn't use the flash of his own. It shows good communication between Lion Gaming's bottom lane and their jungler to say that Smoothie was on the way. Smoothie has heal, has shield. It's not worth flashing after that one and potentially dying. And so he just walks away and takes the advantage.
And honestly, that's a good thing to point out. Smoothie is on the heal this game while Sneaky has the barrier for himself. So a very defensive summoner spell combination between these two compared to the more traditional heal, plus the ignite on Genthix for, honestly, pretty much the most aggressive combo you can go for in the bot lane, unless you wanted to do some really cheesy stuff, putting an exhaust and an ignite together. But Cloud9 making sure that they're keeping Sneaky protected as much as possible. Impact moves up, fires off the Scryer's Bloom, takes the Blast Cone right back to lane.
Really good from Impact. He'll be able to spot out Oddie as he arrives towards the Gromp and perhaps the blue buff, depending on, yep, you'll be able to see him just barely there. And just knowing where he's going to be, when he's going to be there. Most importantly, Impact pushing top lane to be able to do all of that, unimpeded by any means. Gives time for Contracts to try and just get to level 3, catch up, maybe just stop Oddie from ganking until the level 6 mark where ultimates are there. It's still a big win for Cloud9 overall because they just want to keep farming. However, that problem that you mentioned, the Ignite that exists in the bottom lane, it starts to add up to CS differences. It starts to add up to lane control, just pressure in general that a Lulu will have with that Varus. Sneaky and Smoothie may need some help.
White Lotus and Lion are really happy to see things looking this way, especially after the last game where the lane quickly found itself going in the favor of Sneaky and Smoothie. We talked about how quickly they built up those CS leads and how it was part of the reason why it seemed like although Lion was matching Cloud9, Cloud9 was just running away with the game anyway. Nice damage there from Jensen onto Seiya, but now he's going to have to deal with Audi wanting to show up here in the mid lane. Runs down through the bottom part of the river towards his own jungler instead. Audi and Seiya obviously realize something is up, so they don't want to go in on that one.
They don't realize this, though.
Audi does have the level advantage over Contracts.
I don't think Contracts wants to outright 1v1 him. He's looking for the counter gank through the tri-bush. Smoothie and Sneaky, I don't actually know what Contracts was achieving there. He just blast coned on the spot. Here we go.
Okay, Audi face checks the brush. Contracts getting some damage down there. Finds himself a stun. Audi with the flag and drag over the wall to keep himself safe as now the counterattack begins. Lion Gaming looking to find something here potentially on to Sneaky. He's got the barrier to keep himself healthy.
Very awkward trade coming out of both of these lanes. Sneaky uses the barrier, White Lotus uses the heal, and so ultimately it's just a trade of summoner spells. And the reason Contract's even able to be aggressive onto Oddie with a level disadvantage is because he has the jump and he has the Janna nearby. So he's able to chunk him, force Oddie to disengage, and by Oddie having to disengage, he couldn't go in and go forwards when the rest of Lion regrouped and wanted to. The Cloud9, they just get to regain some control down the bottom lane, push it in, maybe get a base in.
Which is exactly what you were talking about earlier, right? You were saying maybe Cloud9 needs some help in this bottom lane. Contracts delivers it. It gives some breathing room to these guys, if nothing else, and allows them to keep this lane in an acceptable state. But Lion's going to do everything in their power to stop this back from being efficient.
They stopped the recall. It's definitely a good decision. It was on a cannon wave as well, so Cloud9 would have played that one out perfectly if they were allowed to go back to base, but they weren't. And so the lane continues, the pressure continues. Sneaky has limited mana to the point where they will lose this lane, they will get pushed in, and Contracts, even with the smallest amount of help he was able to provide to them, unfortunately doesn't change the state of that bottom lane, but Sneaky's still farming fine.
Speaking of farming fine, the top lane also even between these guys. Mid lane pretty much even. Honestly, the biggest CS discrepancy we see is in the jungle, but that one's kind of not really as much of a discrepancy as you would think usually, considering the value of the camps. Yeah, you can have 10 for Krugs or 1 for a Gromp, but there is a gold lead there for the Jarvan of almost, actually over 300 compared to his counterpart in the Sedge.
Yeah, taking the Gromp away super early, having tempo to get the second camp of the Raptors is pretty much the entirety of all of that. So he's doing very well for himself, compliments of what they did at level 1. Oddie does seem to like these level 2 plays with early cheeses.
Contracts down nearly a full level compared to Audi as well, so not just gold but experience going the way of the Lion Gaming jungler. Sneaky and Smoothie trying to trade while the Janna shield holds, but still finding themselves at a disadvantage here against this combo of the Varus and Lulu.
And you can't take away my blue buff this time is basically the name of the game. We'll take it away from you. They've got tempo, they've got control of mid lane, enough to get Seiya free, enough to give him the blue buff. And perhaps it really is as simple as saying the Orianna in the matchup is the one who gets the blues now.
Could be the way to see it. Contract still only level 5. Trying to continue farming up, get himself caught up with what he lost earlier. Audi halfway to level 6. Both these junglers have those big impact level 6 abilities that truly make the ganks that much more effective, that much scarier. Almost going to be guaranteed to force a summoner spell out with either one of them or just get the kill outright. Lion Gaming, this time, Rusty, the game's still 0-0. Nobody's dead yet, but they're the ones with the slight gold lead.
They certainly are, and a lot of that still revolves through the bottom lane. Being able to recall and get that 20 CS advantage again. The fact that C9 couldn't go to base results in all of this happening, and suddenly Summoner's Rift looks like a much happier place to be if you're Oddie. end Saya, almost reminiscent of what happened in game number 1 on the blue side when Cloud9 were playing this. They push and they have the free ability to leave the lane. Well, the shoe's on the other foot, and the question's now going to be, could Lion continue and try and find some kills, try and find some mid-game macro control over Summoner's Rift that was decent from them in game number 1?
Right, do we get to see the Lion Gaming macro from game number 1, as well as the Lion Gaming team fighting potential that we saw during the group stage against WE? If both of those Lion Gamings can show up together, this team could be a force to be reckoned with.
And the shoe is very much on the other foot. Say is going back-to-back blue buffs. It's not just about taking it away from C9, because they start with taking it away from Cloud9. Jensen doesn't get it, and so he doesn't have control of mid lane. They are able to clear, able to get 2 back-to-back blue buffs. Big wins for Lion. Unfortunately, these big wins aren't worth monetary value. It's just control of Summoner's Rift.
Contracts moving up into the top side here, wanting to creep through those lane brushes, potentially set up a bit of a trap against Giral, who throws a sapling into the river brush. Now Contracts makes his way onto Giral, seeing if they're able to find the burst here. The stun, where's the feast? Giral wanting to get himself away, pops off the Nature's Grasp. The Sejuani ulti comes through. Impact wants to get a big old bite out of him, but can't quite do it. First blood goes to Giral. Cloud9 with the mistake.
Really big mistake coming out of Impact to follow that one through. He had no chance of getting the kill once the flash was out from Giral. That's so tragic as well.
That was just poorly executed from Cloud9's top laner. You could tell he was hesitating as soon as the Nature's Grasp was fired off. He was thinking, okay, we got as much as we were going to get, but then he goes further.
And they both hesitate. Contracts gets in, it was great. Impact, they do a lot of damage, but Giral gets just enough time to use the W to dodge out on the feast, disengage, and from this point, they hesitate, they turn around and say, no, I can kill, but Q cooldown, it's always going to be there. Minions are what provides the kill in the end. Contracts isn't able to help secure that by any means because Impact just oversteps his boundaries. Looks like just a poor decision.
White Lotus eating a lot of damage in this bottom side from Sneaky and Smoothie. Both AD carries dropping down to about half, popping those potions to get themselves back up, as we do see the rotations coming bot side. Lion Gaming bringing both
Teleport in
jungler
as well.
and mid laner, as well as the top laner now with the TP. Sneaky's in some trouble, likely going to be dropping here. No way to escape the 1 versus 5. Saya grabs the kill, and Lion Gaming is off to the races.
And they've got everybody down here in the bottom lane. The turret's theirs. It's the first turret in the game. And Lion get themselves a 2,000 gold lead. Just capitalizing on, once again, control of the middle lane, control wards through all of the river. They will go straight towards this Drake, so the opportunity to trade structures is always going to be an opportunity for C9. Because Contracts was on the bottom side of the rift, that's not even going to happen.
Lion grab themselves 2 kills. They get the turret. Now they've got the Drake. It's Cloud, so they're not going to get much extra power out of it, but it will give them extra rotational advantage to make more plays like this.
And teleporting to the flags, very classily done. Once again, Oddie forces the flash out of Smoothie early. So Smoothie now has nothing to keep Sneaky alive. So Oddie forces him to disengage. Lulu uses the ult on herself, very close to killing Oddie, still compliments of the turret, but they all survive and it's all good in the end.
And what was the conversation about at the top of the day, Rusty? Can Lion set the Cloud9 bottom lane behind and find victory through that? And it looks like this game they're doing it.
And Cloud9's top lane are helping themselves to being a little bit behind if we're going to draw the comparison as well.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I don't think anybody could argue that one against you. Impact, I'm sure, fully aware of exactly how that happened. Not too happy with it himself, but it's only one death.
You are correct in saying that getting the bottom lane behind is the name of the game. We've seen it work to a degree of success, and we said that Lion, perhaps a better team than those who have played against C9 already in the group stage, to put them in deficits. Well, can they carry that part through? Because the gold lead, it doesn't stand out as anything substantial. It's about if they can now upset the tempo of the map through the small advantages they have. Well, they've lane swapped, they've started to try it.
I like what you saw in the bottom lane there a couple moments ago. Giral went down there, used the ultimate to clear the wave away, to slow the push from Sneaky and Smoothie, to buy his own guys time, to equalize everything up here in the top side, and it looks like they will do just that. It's going to be 2 turrets now for Lion Gaming.
It will be traded, you'd have to imagine, on the bottom side. Sneaky and Smoothie have had an abundance of time down there just to continue to push, just to continue to pressure. So ultimately, that is a trade, but it opens the map up so much more.
Saya Taking a lot of damage here from Jensen. Barely walks away from the ult.
Just another day in the mid lane offense, except for this.
Oh, Jensen now going to be dumped. The power of the jungle coming in once again for Lion Gaming.
And this time, Lion are the team that have the reinforcements arriving. Contracts is forced out of the jungle even though he gets the red buff. And mid lane pressure is there to be secured.
Can Lion grab themselves turret number 3? This is the most important of those outer turrets. Gives them the most access to the enemy jungle, but it looks like it will be stopped by Cloud9 for now, but that thing's barely clinging to life.
Yeah, still not a lot of health on that mid lane outer turret. Seiya had no resources left after this trade to be able to continue to push off pressure following team fight. Just another day in the mid lane office between Jensen and Seiya have just got some personal beef apparently, going at one another constantly, but they took the top lane outer turret and instead of recalling and resetting, they roamed mid. Really good awareness out of Lion, knowing exactly where they wanted to be and how kind of Jensen to, unfortunately for him, set them up for it.
And I mean, they even gave the kill over to White Lotus. That couldn't have gone better for Lion. Exactly what they wanted to be doing. Blade of the Ruined King will be online for that Varus here very, very soon. And considering Sneaky Xayah is a bit behind and also going for an expensive item in the Essence Reaver, Varus is going to be stronger faster.
He certainly is. Rushing the Berserker Greaves to match the move speed of Sneaky as well. But once he gets that Blade of the Ruined King, once he spikes to that one item, not needing the Zeal item afterwards as well like Sneaky does, well then they can immediately look towards objectives. They've got the Rift Herald as a big point of contention that I would say should be free to take if C9 don't start rotating up. They are right now though.
Cloud9 finding themselves on the back foot now. We'll have to see how well this team plays. Remember, you mentioned it earlier, there was one game that we got to see Cloud9 actually in some trouble in the early game during the play-in group stage. That was up against the Dire Wolves.
Yeah.
And things looked very sketchy for a while, but like you said, it was 15 minutes of Cloud9 losing and then 12 minutes and they destroy the enemy Nexus. So you've got to make sure that you're keeping your game tight if you're Lion Gaming here. You cannot give those opportunities over to Cloud9 to come back into the game. That's one thing Lion's actually really good at in their own region, is preventing opponents from snowballing with a lead. Now they've got to make sure that they don't allow Cloud9 to do the same.
That's definitely the case, of course, while stretching your own lead at the same time as they're going on Jensen.
Jensen again going to be found out. White Lotus cashing in for the second time onto the Cloud9 mid laner.
Just gets completely blasted. When you have no flash against the Jarvan, there is really no way to escape, no one to keep you alive in that situation when all of the damage from Lion is starting to come online. And suddenly this turret is in jeopardy. It will go down. Look at C9 on the map. They're just going to try and trade. Lion should just keep pushing. Sneaky needed to recall.
I mean, Lion's 4 strong here in the mid lane. There's no reason to stop. They've already taken the tier 1, going on to the tier 2. Sneaky dedicated to grabbing this tier 1 on the top side, but that is not a worthwhile trade.
No, and he's going to get it very late. There should be enough time for Lion even to look at a Rift Herald or just recall, reset, spend all of their money, and then go back to that Herald. Cloud9 have all of the vision control in the world that they need, but vision control doesn't save a mid lane turret when they don't want to defend it, it seems.
Lion is 4-0 with a 2-turret lead, including a tier 2 that they just traded for a tier 1, and they're up 2,500 gold. This team is looking so much better than they did in game number 1.
They certainly do. It feels like they've warmed up. They got the jitters completely removed. They shook them off. It was something that we actually said they might want to do.
Yeah.
Done it.
Well, I'm glad they followed our suggestion.
Thank God.
Lion wanting to make sure this is a series. They really want to find that spot in the main event, the main group stage there at Worlds. But first, they do actually have to win 3 of these games against Cloud9, which is a pretty tall order, but they're on their way to it right now. Contracts, though, will secure the Rift Herald for the side of Cloud9, so that's one objective that they will manage to keep under their own control, not concede over to the side of Lion Gaming.
Yeah.
So speaking of those neutral objectives, though, next one going to be spawning here in 5 seconds with another Cloud Drake. We'll have to see how the teams prioritize this.
Contracts just stopped his recall to do Wolves because he's got the bottom lane nearby. Seemingly aware of this, Contract just doesn't actually care. That's a very awkward interaction.
Want these Wolves.
Lion are actually on the other side of the rift without their AD carry placing vision as well. So right now, a lot of the vision game seems to be how we're playing this one out. But neither team with an effort towards killing the person that's placing the vision.
Impact just eats that big old grump. Not really too concerned about Audi stealing that one away. Lion starts up the Cloud Drake. Cloud9, do you want to contest this one? They've got Impact on the front line there.
He has
really
no
3,000
ultimate,
HP.
Makes you wonder if that's something that Cloud9 do want to fight for when Impact doesn't have the ultimate there. The threat to kill the carry starts to dwindle as a result. Shockwaves can win an entire team fight themselves now that he's got the Haunting guys as well. Compliments of not going towards the Sork shoes, needed the Mercs.
And Cloud9 knows that all too well. Cloud9 has won a lot of games of their own off of Jensen hitting big shockwaves when the team was behind. So they won't have that tool in their own arsenal this game. Audi running away here from Contract, gets himself stunned up. Contract just walks back out before he gets collapsed on by the bottom lane from Lion.
They weren't far away. At a moment's notice, Lion could have been there, but Audi also now, once again, we're doing the vision game. That is the most important part here. Summoner spells are all up and available, and so very difficult to make the place unless Contracts just walks
Contracts with some interesting jungle pathing there, not able to charge himself over the wall. Good body block by Audi. Tries to flash, but Giral is right there with the Nature's Grasp to make sure they find the kill. Audi just says the hell with it and jumps back over the wall with the flash, and Lion goes towards the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, and it's going to be a free Cloud Drake. Contracts not too sure what he was planning by walking into all of them where they don't have vision. You can see the wards right there. Pretty clear that he doesn't know where they are.
Just seems disrespectful from Cloud9, honestly.
I'm honestly not sure if it was just a misclick.
One of the two. It was either disrespectful or it was a misclick. Because in most situations, this is not the path you take.
I wonder where they are there. Oh god. It's probably the team comms there.
The inner monologue?
That's it. Inner monologue. Auto attack was going to kill him, but Audi ults for safety and then realizes that he has to flash because it wasn't safe after all. But it's still a nice pick. 2 Cloud Drakes going over to the side of Lion. They are well and truly set up in this game, but the gold hasn't grown. They got a pick. Nope. They got the Drake. Drake's not worth money. There's still a Rift Herald on Contract, so there's a chance they can break the mid lane outer turret if they look towards it as a big objective.
And this is starting to resemble a bit of what we saw from Lion during the play-in group stage, where they would win the fights, they would find the picks, they would put themselves in a good spot, but they weren't building the same kind of leads that you would see from teams like WE, like Cloud9, like Fnatic when they got ahead, where it's like, okay, now this lead's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger until the game ends. Lion takes more time to make those leads into something truly game-ending. Right now, Cloud9's trying to equalize a bit of that gold, but Shelly doesn't do much of anything.
You'll take it, though, if you're Cloud9. A big chunk of damage done onto the mid lane structure means that they can take it down with any stray minion wave that Lion forget to go towards. That was the blue buff spawn, where Saya disappeared, that they were able to spawn the Herald in the first place, and now they hang around. I don't know if they can make this play, but it feels like they really want it.
All right, they're going to start things off. Sejuani ulti down onto Audi, and Jensen finds himself the kill. Cloud9 finally on the board, and they take the tier 1 turret down along with it.
Big choice to just kill Audi, and I quite like that. Very reserved from C9. They don't want a team fight. They just want to try and get the goal back going for them. Any macro plays they can make, picking number mismatches effectively on Summoner's Rift, and utilizing, most importantly, their very good vision control that they have been placing absolutely everywhere throughout this game. From the moment they started losing, they just placed wards everywhere they could.
Very defensive strategy, working out to staunch that bleeding a bit, right? You can fall behind, but as long as you don't fall drastically behind, there's always that opportunity to come back. You can always bank on a big team fight later. We've talked about how Lion Gaming showed some impressive team fighting during the play-in group stage, but Cloud9 is also a team that has had a history of team fighting their way out of tough situations in the past.
And it's very easy to play that game plan if you look at Lion and their past track record just in the play-ins tournament as it stands right now. They get ahead early, the mid-game was shaky, and so if you just play strong mid-game like Team WE did, well, there's a very low chance that Lion know how to react accordingly to grow those gold leads, to get themselves into the winning position. They're at the cusp of it, and suddenly the gold's now 1,000 from what was 2,000. Could have been 3 if they were the ones making the play, but it's not the case. All of the mid lane outers are gone, the mid lane inner is gone. They should be able to push up, get vision in C9's side of the map. But they can't. They're not. In fact, Cloud9 have majority of the vision control.
You know, honestly, that gold lead you're talking about, if you look at where the gold is actually allocated, the top and the jungle, the front lines for these teams, very, very close. The bottom lane actually evens out as White Lotus is 1,000 gold, well, 1,500 now, ahead of Sneaky, while Genthix is a similar amount behind Smoothie. But then if you look at the mid lane, it's Saya with a significant lead over Jensen. That's been shrunk a little bit now, but he's still got the lead over the guy who is normally the star player for Cloud9.
That's a coin feeling. If ever I've seen one as well. Rushing the Ardent Sensor usually the name of the game, but in this case, they can upgrade their sight stones. They've got all the money and income coming in for Smoothie, and as laning phase dissipates for Genthix, he's not going to be auto-attacking everybody nearly as much, so he won't be earning the same amount of gold. However, you do have that big AD carry in White Lotus. He's going to have a QSS, so very difficult to kill, honestly, at this stage. And when he's got the frontliners, yes, they're equal. Still a Maokai and a J4 who's building relatively tanky. Knight's Vow to keep him alive. How do you get to the Varus?
Worth pointing out that Maokai tanky with the Righteous Glory and the Spirit Visage. Righteous Glory also up on the Cho'Gath, who has completed his Gargoyle Stoneplate. Means not only is he that much tankier, but his Feast also has that extra damage multiplier that makes it that much more deadly if he finds his way onto one of those squishy targets, or even to execute one of the tanks, like what we saw into Audi.
And he just straight rushed that as well. The game plan from Impact. We have seen some Cho'Gaths go towards Adaptive Helms, maybe 3rd or 4th item. We've seen some not go Gargoyle Stoneplate at all, but he wants to kill those carries. He wants to get in. And here we go.
Here we go. Fight going to be breaking out. Onto the front line goes Contracts, throws down the ulti, not finding anybody with the stun. Immediately Smoothie getting himself rooted up by the ulti from the Varus, as now Gerald makes his way into the thick of things. Going to be Wild Growth, but immediately flashes his way out of it. Sneaky now finding the opportunity to fire onto some isolated targets. Shockwave not going to be coming up big this time. Sneaky grabbing the kill onto Gerald as Smoothie looks to refresh the fight with the Janna ultimate. Lion trying to get themselves out of this one. They've lost the fight for now. We mentioned Cloud9's team fighting, and it shows up here.
Dural goes very deep by himself. Impact still had the ultimate at the end of this fight as well. The carry threats. How do you get in when Cho'Gath threatens killing you? And when the Shockwave misses, which was smartly played by Cloud9 to dodge it, well then a lot of the team fighting capabilities starts to go away for Lion. Well played team fight from Cloud9, but it was capitalizing on the over-aggression from Dural, who wanted to go forwards, use the Righteous Glory at a time where his team probably couldn't follow him up, and that was the case. They were zoned away. The second they tried to get it as well, Smoothie is just a machine.
Take a look at exactly how it all went down here. Got our camera angle zooming into the river as the two teams collide.
And Lion evidently want to go for this fight. White Lotus has used the ultimate. He traps a lot of people in place. But Dural goes in here, flashes away as Lulu ults him, and then Sneaky's just got free reign on both of them with Jensen. They're in trouble. Flash from the Shockwave as well, and then watch Smoothie as White Lotus wants to come in and do damage. Just chucks them all out and says, not today. Team fight's already ours.
And that victory also affords Cloud9 enough presence on the map to grab the 3rd Drake of the game, keep Lion from getting that 3 Cloud Drakes to nothing advantage, giving them a ridiculous 75 move speed. Now it's 50 compared to 25, out of combat of course. Much easier to digest comparison.
Everyone's moving quickly though. That's the name of the game.
Everybody's sped up.
We've got a Janna, we've got a Lulu. Orianna even speeds everybody up. We're going super quickly on Summoner's Rift. Cloud Drakes are just going to augment that, especially when we get closer to that Elder Drake time in the game.
And I want to point out, the gold lead has shifted ever so slightly. It's the smallest of leads, but it is in the favor of Cloud9 now, even though they're down in turrets and kills. Now they're looking to start things off here onto Audi, who's going to be saved by the Wild Growth for now. Shockwave finding its way onto Contract, who's the first casualty of this fight. Impact going to be forced to flash out now as well. It's Cloud9 who commits the sins that Lion committed last time, and they go too deep.
They certainly do. So Lion with that one pick. Yes, it's only on the Contract, but that's the jungler at 26 minutes. Baron is always a threat, but look at Cloud9's wards. It doesn't mean that they can just walk into Baron willingly, Lion, without Cloud9 knowing. So they walk through the jungle back to their middle lane. They'll defend the one place Lion we're looking at. They get a pick. But what does the pick mean for Lion, where Cloud9 got a Drake, where they've got the gold lead, they got everything? It looks like they'll try for this.
Going for the tier 2. A little bit more damage to burn through here. Impact will do as much as he can to clear the minion wave away. White Lotus going to draw the tower aggro there, but it doesn't really matter that much when you've got the Lulu shield and another wave coming up right after you. Lion does find their reward for grabbing that pick early.
Playing around the rift, pushing mid lane, rotating the bottom lane. This is what happens when you have side lane control. Lion were able to just walk back to those minion waves that were prepared earlier. So they get a turret, they bring back that gold lead. We find ourselves in a very close game number 2 here, Captain Flowers.
This is the kind of game I was hoping for this whole series. Contracts firing off the ulti in the replay.
He goes forward, he is the one engaging. That's the difference between the two fights. Shockwave, Jarvan ultimate, it was an awful lot used for just the one member of Cloud9, but they get that pick, and it means that they have to disengage Cloud9, they have to back it up. They did.
Now Cloud9. I jinxed him last time. I said, Cloud9's ahead in the gold. Look at that, Rusty. And sure enough, as soon as I say it, Lion says nope. But now, Lion is back in the driver's seat. Let's see how well they do with it. The game is teetering on a knife's edge, though. One small misplay, one minor outplay could tilt this game in either team's favor significantly. We could see that into an avalanche of momentum. Or it could just tilt right back on the other side of the knife. We don't know.
Now, as you get to 28 odd minutes into this game, I absolutely believe that if it is on a knife's edge, that one moment means more. It's much more significant. The knife sharper, if we're going to follow with the analogy as well. And you got those big team fights. The Baron's always going to be a place of contention. The next Drake's only the Ocean. It's not going to be an Elder.
Yeah, he's not very important, is he?
No, unfortunately for him.
Poor little Ocean Drake. He's pretty cool if you get him the first time. If he's the first Drake to spawn, you grab him early and he's there for the laning phase.
He does a lot for you.
Man, if first Ocean Drake shows up 28 minutes into the game, you're just not very concerned with him at all. He doesn't do anything except add you some extra damage onto your Elder Drake buff, maybe.
What he does do is die so that the Elder can come up afterwards. The most
That's
exciting
true.
part about a 28-minute Ocean Drake is what's next.
You kill him, you get him out of the way, and you get the next one in there. Speaking of killing stuff to get it out of the way, removing some of the vision now that Cloud9 plays down around the mid lane. Lion clears that out as they continue to try to vie back and forth for this positioning here around mid lane. You talked about Baron, how that's always going to be a factor, and
This
right now
bush is literally where the game's being decided, it feels like.
Impact going to be the target here by Lion. Contract's throwing out the ulti onto White Lotus, trying to disengage things here. Nature's Grasp fired off, finds its way only onto Contract. Impact is isolated
White
by
Lotus is
himself. Impact trying to get himself away from this one. Audi now going to be feasted upon Impact, though. Taken low and taken down. White Lotus grabbed himself the killing spree as now Sneaky has to disengage. Giral so tanky with his own Gargoyle Stone Plate. That's another 1-for-0 for Lion.
So many things were used in this fight except for the shockwave from Sayer. It is up, it is available.
Oh, they're going right back into it. Jensen forced to flash out. Sneaky looking for the auto attack damage. Giral on the front line looking to isolate Contracts, pulling him back in. Shockwave going to drag him further back into the clutches of White Lotus. Contracts walks away. For now, Sneaky still very healthy. White Lotus still full HP. So much on these AD carries. 3-0 and 3 on the Varus, 1-1 and 0 on the Xayah. 3 items completed on both.
Very tense fighting coming out of both of these teams. Sneaky is doing so much work. They caught Jensen out of position, it looked like, but his stun on the back end of that was incredible. Cloud9, they are teleporting in for this. Lion are going to match it.
What a Baron call by Cloud9. This is the kind of really interesting play that can make or break the game. Now Baron's going to be below half HP. Giral in the front line. Contract's going to be tanking. Jensen needs to back away. Contract needs to back away. He cannot get out in time.
They're going to go back to the
Lion
Baron.
has found the Baron leashed for them by their opponents. Cloud9, now they're the ones who have to stop this. Varus ulti misses. Chains of Corruption not finding the mark means a lot of CC not available on the side of Lion.
Giral's still doing the Baron buff as well. This is just the biggest bait of all time. They have to back away. Nobody has anything up and available.
Both sides have to quit. Everyone's out of resources. Everyone's out of momentum. Sneaky backs off to grab himself some creeps, and we all go home. Some of them with a limp.
Thank God. Some dead as well, actually. Contracts is in the death chamber
more
for
than a
10
limp.
more seconds there. A couple of legs removed, not just the lip. Cloud9, they move over to the Baron buff, and it was an okay idea. They may perhaps thought that Lion were recalling, but that was a very early teleport out of Giral. Super good awareness. White Lotus will pick up the kill as he gets ulted, and then back onto the Baron. The problem here is White Lotus actually misses his ult, and that was the engage onto Impact. Now that engage is gone, Sneaky does his relevant damage, and is able to back it up, back away. And this is when they look at each other, they stare each other down, they both just say, nah, we can't do that.
All right, here we go again, Rusty. The fact that we got people hanging around this
same bush
means that we're gonna have a fight. We'll just have to see who ends up going in first. Contracts takes some poke there, and now it's Giral who gets caught out. Nature's Grasp comes flying through, finds its way onto a couple of different targets. Jensen with no flash. Remember, he used it in the last fight. Giral going to be the first one down. Shockwave onto Jensen. If they can take him down, that is going to be huge. But White Lotus now going to be silenced. Knocked up into the air. The damage coming through. The stun lands. But Adi is running interference. Saya grabbing the kill onto Impact. It's a double kill for Contract.
They sacrifice themselves, though, Lion, to keep the two carries alive. Saya and White Lotus are still there. Jensen dead. Cho'Gath dead means the carries, there's not a lot of threat to kill them. It's just sneaky.
Contracts has Warmogs as well. Look at his health just surging back up. He's going to be ready for a fight should one break out here.
Oh, they want it too. They're not doing Baron, they're baiting.
Oh, Cloud9
but it was a blue
hanging
trinket,
out.
they know.
Nice use of blue trinket there, and you could hear the noise from the piercing arrow also finding its way into someone, but Cloud9 now saying, hey, they got both these blue trinkets in here, they're both disabled. Let's start this up. Make them come in here and fight. Contract showing up, slowing down White Lotus, but good moves coming out from both carries of Lion to avoid the danger, and they force Cloud9 back.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Lion. Using the Orianna ball as well for vision to see where the Sejuani will be. There's only one place he could have been, so they back it up and they get out perfectly fine. We get to see how this fight happens. Once again, Jirol caught out of position at the beginning, where they just put him into the bounce house. They crowd control him everywhere. Oddie throws himself at Jensen. That's what they're looking at doing. The Maokai was already dead, so from this point, you're like, oh, it's a bit rough. However, Oddie goes back forwards, keeps Impact in place so that he will die, and makes sure they can't cover the distance to get to White Lotus. They all understand who the carries are in these games, and they all understand what it takes to protect them.
Look at the damage in the last fight. 5,000 from White Lotus, nearly 6,000 from Sneaky. These two guys are going to determine the outcome of this game on their own, if nothing else. It just comes down to who can get the angles and who can find the DPS.
And this is one of those games again, Captain Flowers, where you look at the carries from Lion and it's 2-0-5 for Seiya and it's 5-0-4 for White Lotus. Big carries, neither of them really understand how to die in League of Legends when they're playing this well, because it's just so hard to kill them. The rest of Lion will stand in front of them as bodyguards every single time.
It's a combination of good positioning and great teamwork. Like you just said, the rest of the team is not afraid to be that bullet sponge for these guys and protect the VIPs. Impact pops the Righteous Glory. Looking to stomp Lumber up there, but he's just a little bit too slow. Can't quite get in time. 0-3-5 on this Cho'Gath. Not the most impressive of score lines, but he just needs to be that front line for his own carries. Jensen losing the Banshee's Veil there.
No, don't push up too far, Cloud9. Stay at the bush.
Oh yeah, this is where we have to fight. Everything has to happen at this bush.
Like, everyone's worked that out, but we're all still perfectly okay with it because they fight every single time either way. C9 on a ward. Also, that one ward just placed on the other side of the bush is spotting Contract constantly. And so the inside track also may belong to C9. The knowledge game lies with Lion.
Cloud9 getting those side lanes pushed out now. Impact to the bottom lane is now Smoothie going to be jumped on. Oddie looking to start this fight up. They know Cloud9 is only 3 strong. And they're able to find the kill onto 1. Now can they make it 2? Contract's forced to flash over the wall, keeping himself alive, but it's still a 1-for-0 fight going the way of Lion. Good trigger pull there, recognizing the fact that they had a huge numbers advantage.
5 ultimates used, however, for just the 1 kill onto Smoothie means that as they push in, as they look towards controlling Summoner's Rift for the Baron specifically, I feel like C9 can still walk in. I feel like they can still fight for this, but they've committed. They're doing it.
Baron is at half HP, Rusty. Here we go. Cloud9's got to make their move, but it's already done. Lions have got the objective. Now they might be able to find the attack here onto the rest of Cloud9, grabbing onto Impact. He pops the stone plate, has to try to get himself away, pops the feast before he dies, should drop. And Oddie puts the flag on the corpse and walks away.
Yeah, everybody's still going to be able to back it up from Lion as well with the Baron buff on 5 members. So many shields to keep Jirol alive. And now they've got the Baron. Now they actually have the capabilities of controlling all of the map through all 3 lanes pushing. And now we find ourselves in this position where C9 actually a bit on the back foot, but they're not. They're just going to push in, apparently.
Flexing their muscles in the enemy jungle, trying to get something out of this, but they may just end up losing their own jungler. Contract's trying to run away, but the Nature's Grasp locks him down and takes him out. Sneaky, not quite having enough damage to return the favor as Cloud9 loses yet another for nothing.
And Lion still with 5 alive will say thank you and then just go back to base again. Thanks, Contract.
Do their thing, yeah.
What a nice guy. He's able to give them an extra 300 gold. They're teleporting top lane. There's 35 seconds on him. Impact is only just alive, so an extra turret will be theirs.
Lion grabbing this turret should take them up to over a 4,000 gold lead compared to Cloud9. 37 minutes into the game. It's not the greatest lead, but it is something that they can use to leverage this advantage along with this huge minion wave. Jirol and Seiya not stopping. White Lotus and Genthix now brought in as well. Tier 3 demolished.
They've got this. Jensen's not even rotating. He has no mana. He's just going to recall. Free inhibitor for Lion.
Great moves from Lion Gaming, out-rotating Cloud9, recognizing the fact that Jensen was vulnerable like that, and free is free.
It certainly is, and of course, we said the mechanics are there from Lion, but they focused so hard on macro in that first game. Well, now we're seeing both, and it feels like they are a very good side when we have both showing up for them. Still incredible scorelines on both of their carries, an incredible performance so far. And with one inhibitor down, and it's on the top side of the Rift, that's the best Elder Dragon inhibitor that you could possibly have.
And full build now up and running for White Lotus. I'm beginning to think with this guy being 6-0-6, having full build, 413 CS at 38 minutes, maybe Jensen should know what his name is. Maybe at this point, you recognize who you're going up against, because White Lotus in this game has proved himself to truly be a monster on this Varus pick. He's landed some great chains. He's had some awesome damage throughout multiple team fights. And like we already mentioned, the fact that he hasn't died at all on an 80 carry with no escapes shows he's got his positioning down.
Yeah, and it's a Varus, not like a Xayah, who doesn't really have escapes, but has the ability to outplay with the ultimate.
Right.
Varus, very hard to execute, but he's got the team supporting him. Lion, they're not going straight towards the Elder Dragon just yet. They're setting up the vision, but most importantly, they're pushing bottom lane.
They're just going straight for this tier 3. White Lotus only needs one more auto attack. Already found it. Taking this one down now so they can fight on the inhibitor if they want to. Nothing really there to protect Cloud9, but C9 forces them back. Adi a little bit hurt, needs to regen with that warm auto.
But it is a clever team play once again from the side of Lion. Blue buff was spawning, they'll be able to pick that up on the way through, and now they control the vision, knowing that C9 can't be in a bush. That there's no way for Cloud9 to be somewhere surprising. They know exactly where they are at every single moment. Now they just need to defend middle lane as C9 push it. It looks like Cloud9 vying for that control back themselves. I like this move.
Cloud9 is not willing to go silently on this one. They won't sit in their base. They're not just going to wait around for Lion to take the objectives and look to end, but now they're on the retreat. They recognize the fact that they are behind. They've got to respect what Lion can do as a team. Representatives from Latin America North proving their team fighting capabilities multiple times throughout this game alone, let alone the play-in group stage. Now looking potentially at this Elder Drake. Remember, super minions are
already looking
the top part of the base. Saya the target of Contracts. Ulti not really finding a lot there. Now Contracts, the one who's taking a lot of damage. Ulti also coming out from
It's all zoning. They want to get the Elder.
They're still trying to get it. Redemption comes down. Cloud9 still maybe looking to take the fight, but it's Adi who's able to lock 3 into the pit, as now he's soaking the damage. Impact here on the front line, taking a big fight out of the Jarvan. Finds the kill now as White Lotus gets himself stunned up. More damage coming through. Jensen not quite able to find the kill on that one. His Contracts goes for Saya. Not quite able to do it. The heal from the Janna will not be there. White Lotus still trying to take that Elder Drake as Jarrell's going to be taken down closely next. Nearly falls. He's alive. To find his way with a twisted advance as Sneaky gets the Elder. Gentek's looking to take the Blast Cone to get himself away to safety. Cloud9's base is just being absolutely bonked this whole time. They've got to go back and send it.
So lucky that Sneaky just got the Elder Drake of all things to keep them in this game. But you're right, their base, it is being dismantled by super creeps. One of the Nexus turrets is gone. The inhibitors mid lane's being pushed, bottom lane's being pushed. I feel like Lion, they just got too caught up in the moment, too caught up in the pressure of what C9 was throwing at them. They just needed to not fight for an extra 30 seconds, and the minions might have ended the game for them.
Two team fighting teams playing team fighting comps is a good spectator experience in League of Legends, Rusty. This is so much more entertaining than the first game was, largely just because of these two teams colliding head-to-head, front-to-back comps. It's just coming down to who plays it better, and that time, Cloud9 had the edge.
And it was only a slight edge, to say the least. White Lotus still plays the team fights well. You know, good awareness from Jensen to still get the ultimate onto White Lotus at the end of that, but it wasn't going to kill him because the QSS, the ability to keep himself alive and healthy, auto-attacking the Elder Dragon just to keep that life still going. It's these little details that mean so much at 40-odd minutes into the game when a team fight breaks out. I feel like they've both got it down. The Sneaky, in this case, I'm going to say got a little bit luckier.
Sneaky with full build now as well. 70% crit. He's got the armor pen. He's got the scimitar. Let's take another look at the fight.
Now, White Lotus, you can see his health. Disregard Jarrell's flash. Pretend it never happened. Teleport comes in.
He'd like to.
It definitely happened. He almost died for it. But as this happens, just it looks like a rapid fire cannon distance proc bonus as well from Sneaky on that auto. Not many people will be able to beat that.
6,461 damage in the last team fight. Sneaky no slouch on the DPS charts, but White Lotus, Seiya, and Jensen all not far behind either. Getting to the point of the game where the tanks are not doing a whole lot.
That was a Contract's ultimate onto White Lotus. He used his Mercurial Scimitar. I mean, that's important.
It is a lower cooldown on the Contract's ultimate. It's only 58 seconds on that Sejuani ulti.
Yeah.
Remember, the Mercurial Scimitar is 90, so that gives you a 30-second window approximately.
Well, who needs 30 seconds, Captain Flowers, when you've got an Elder Dragon and a Baron buff up and available?
All right, here we go. Cloud9 forcing the issue. Looks like they would just want to end this game potentially on this Baron team fight. Nature's Grasp fired off, only finds its way onto Contracts. Ball thrown down to zone the rest of Cloud9 away. Baron rapidly regenerating. Contracts will soon be doing the same thanks to Warmogs. Seiya hanging around in the brush. Contracts still below half HP, not getting the chance to regen the way he wants to.
And with the inhibitors all up and available for Cloud9, they're able to make plays like this. Minions still not going to pressure in just yet, but you can see it on top and bottom. The side waves still in control of Lion. It feels like they've got everything going for them. And then mid lane, you've got White Lotus.
White
no
Lotus just doesn't care.
though.
He's just pushing up into the mid lane, killing the turret because Cloud9 can't stop him.
And if they do try to stop him, they'll take the Baron. So they're just playing every single area of Summoner's Rift at the same time. And they are besting Cloud9, it looks like.
This is being wonderfully played by Lion. They got the tier 3 turret for free. Cloud9 is now just being led around. Like, I'm seriously impressed with Lion's ability to do this. There's a lot of times, even in some of the larger regions, where you see teams not be able to lead their opponents around from a macro perspective that way.
And they're back to the Baron buff. It looks like Lions still want to go for this.
Cloud9 trying to go for Audi here, forces him to flash away. Baron still at 1/3 HP.
If they
C9
can't
now
do it,
disengaging from it.
Lions still win the map. Look at top, look at bottom on the mini-map. The minions that are pushing in. Lion just want to not fight and control the mid lane. C9 have to.
Contracts tries to go for the ulti instead, finds it between the goalposts of Seiya and White Lotus. Not what they wanted to see on that, with a shockwave coming down onto the Cho'Gath. Impact flashing away. Stun out onto Geralt by
they got Jensen.
Audi goes in, catches him out. Jensen forced to flash. Big Summoner Spell cooldown.
And Cloud9 have to go defend their base. They have no choice. Lion should get a free Baron for this. You're looking at Contracts perhaps for the steal. If all of Cloud9 hang around, then they run the risk of losing inhibitors. They're all here except for Impact. He has the teleport.
Oh, this fight's gonna turn real sketchy real quick. Baron down to one corner. Cloud9 now finding themselves here in the pit. Impact and Contracts both hanging around. Jensen over the wall as well. Impact grabbing the Secure onto the Baron with the Cho'Gath Feast. But now where does the fight go from here? Sneaky's got to be careful. He can't afford to walk into a shockwave. Contracts on the front line. Gargoyle Stoneplate to keep himself alive a little bit longer. Jensen down below half HP. Impact is still stuck in the pit. He secured the Baron for his team, but he's going to be the sacrificial lamb as the minions pour into the Cloud9 base. They take down the bottom lane inhibitor. The teleport into the top lane. It's 2 inhibs down for Cloud9.
And a big flank from Geralt.
Geralt shows up. He's got very little mana here on the front line. He might be able to lock down Sneaky. The shockwave not going to be finding anyone just yet. Sneaky's going to have to find an immaculate amount of damage in this fight. Lion looking to push up into the Cloud9 base. Gensix gets himself taken out by Jensen. As Geralt barely walks away, Contracts now surviving the damage from White Lotus. 1 dead on the side of Lion, but they do get the 2 inhibitors thanks to the minions.
Oh lord. The Baron being taken by Impact, the Elder being taken by Sneaky, all of these little details. The game could have just ended to minions if Lion got Baron and just walked the Baron buff in. But step 1 still belongs to Lion. They control the minion waves. The vision is equal between both of them. And ultimately, Lion still with complete control of Summoner's Rift. The only saving grace is the coordinated Feast and Smite from Contracts and Impact. Look at Seiya controlling the carries of C9. The ball's always just next to them. They want to walk in. They want to do damage. But I mean, they literally cannot. The shockwave will kill them if they do. So they have to back away. They acknowledge that Impact's dead. And that's the trade that Lions saw, and they said, we can win the game from this exact moment. Close, but not quite.
Cloud9 continues the eternal defense. We're at the point in this game, Rusty, where the gold's not starting to mean a whole lot anymore. And even if it did mean a whole lot, there's only a 2K difference between these two teams after 47 minutes of fighting. Damage dealt total this game. 57,000 from White Lotus, 48,000 from Sneaky, and 31,000 from both mid laners. Honestly, a grand total of only 700 damage difference between the two mid laners. These guys just been going, we were joking earlier about how they just go blow for blow back and forth with each other, but man, they are just neck and neck.
I mean, tell me they don't just feel matched when you watch them play as well. Even in game number 1, the difference was the blue buff more than the skill of the player. 7-0-7, the scoreline of the AD carry from Lion in White Lotus. What a performance from him so far, but it still takes that one more team fight. That's what we're waiting for. Cloud9 will be stuck in their base for this team fight, you would have to imagine. And the mid lane inhibitor is the one thing that Lion want and need.
Cloud9 will do everything they can to protect it. Obviously, once you lose all 3, that's when the double super minions start pouring in, and that's when the defense just becomes a full-time job. C9 will do anything in their power to prevent that from happening. Elder Drake not up for spawn just yet, so this is pretty much the name of the game right now.
And you're seeing the patience from Lion as well, waiting for the super minions to push into the base. Once bottom pushes in and they see Impact go to deal with it, remember, one Nexus turret, he has to deal with it, then they'll most likely look towards the mid lane inhibitor. Same thing with top lane, and if they can get both going at once, the mid inhib should be free. So far, C9 defending extremely well to try and keep them out of the base.
Audi takes a single auto attack from Sneaky, and it doesn't really do that much damage to him, for being quite honest. For a 6-item AD carry, Audi's pretty tanky. Contracts and Impact also hanging around 5,000 HP.
Here they go. Top wave is pushed in. They saw Jensen deal with the minions. They start to... Oh, that was a lot.
Big root onto White Lotus. Contract ulti just barely going to be missing out on that one. Gerald trying to get himself away. Fires off the Nature's Grasp. Wants to use it as a disengage mechanism, but now Lion might see their opportunity to put the last couple of hits in one of the mid lane in hit, but they're not quite able to find it. Cloud9 may want to defend this, but they've got to be careful about the fact that Contracts is hurt going into it.
That's one
no
auto
minions
attack.
pressuring into the base right now, and Lion gets what they came for.
Yeah, so that's all 3 inhibitors gone. However, how long it took to get that inhib means that the rest will probably spawn pretty soon.
It never ends.
Elder in 1 minute. That's what we're looking at now. It's so neck and neck. It's just the Cloud9 are just stuck in their base.
Stuck in their base, at least for the foreseeable future, because of the fact those 3 inhibs are down for now. Creates a very difficult situation with that Elder spawning soon. You probably just have to give it over at this point. I mean, you can't afford to just let the super minions destroy everything.
There is maybe one chance I would give Cloud9 to go and defend that Elder Dragon. And it's Impact clearing that top wave right now and trying to get in before the next wave crashes. But because it's double waves, I really don't see that as a viable option given how much pressure mid and bottom will also be placing. So it's going to be too disjointed if they attempt to get in and defend this. But Impact is looking. Impact is going to walk his way down. Sneaky's also rotated. Cloud9, they don't want the Elder to go.
Contracts is way too close. He's going to be singled out and bursted down before he can do much of anything. The shield going to be keeping him alive.
Still alive.
Audi now here in the pit trying to defend, be the front line of Team Lion. But Sneaky's able to find free firing time. Gerald now going to be the tank. Nobody dead so far. Cloud9 still looking to make this fight happen. The root out on a Gerald. White Lotus got him. Goes down to Jensen's burst.
And Jensen comes up with a hero play. Cloud9 still with no health to their names. No Warmogs on the choker. He has teleport. He might want to recall. The waves of hell, the inhibs are up.
Hanging around. Side lane inhibitors back up for Cloud9. Audi over the wall. May look to go in. Steal this with the blast cone. Comes over the wall.
Reset.
The Drake may reset here. It does slightly. Audi has to go back with the flag and drag. Cloud9 pulling the Drake out yet again to make sure they secure it, and they do.
That is so tragic. The dragon resets as Audi goes in and looks for the steal. Not going to happen. So 2 Elder Dragons have belonged to Cloud9. The inhibitors have back up. They've respawned. And Contracts is the one who gets caught to start this all off.
All planned.
As if a bit of deja vu seeing Contracts caught out of position in this game. But he lives, and he continues to live. Janna's healing, redemption, everything there to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Gerald, yes, he's tanky, but White Lotus steps up. Jensen sees his chance, takes that one opportunity. And I wouldn't say outplayed. The stun was an outplay. The rest of it was just Syndra's kit.
The rest of it was the Syndra play style. Press R with your mouse hovering over the enemy champion. Now Contract here on the front line yet again. The ball is back in Cloud9's court. The last time it was here, they found it immediately given back over to their opponents. Baron is spawning, and as is Cloud9 tradition, they have to go force the fight right now. Baron should go down rather rapidly. Lion recognizing this, wanting to get themselves in here. Cloud9 not going to back away this time. Sneaky secures the Baron, but can Cloud9 get themselves away? Both tanks going to be locked down. Stone plates pop to try to make this exit as gracefully as possible. Audi on the front line trying to keep Impact locked down. Sneaky getting himself away along with the rest of Cloud9. And nobody drops this time.
And Odi brings the walls down super early on that Jarvan ultimate. Doesn't want to die to Impact's damage, but at the same time doesn't want Lion to secure the kill. So doesn't risk anything. They will just stick it out as the 5v5.
Want to go ahead and let everyone know we are now officially watching the longest game so far of Worlds 2017. Previous record was 52-18, and we are just about to go a full minute beyond that. These teams putting everything on the line here, leaving it all on Summoner's Rift. Nearly 1 hour of game time in one of the closest games possibly imaginable in this elimination stage. Cloud9 now with the Elder Drake, with the Baron, seeing what they can do. Throwing out the Sejuani ulti, not honestly getting a lot done with that one right now.
Was close, however, to locking down White Lotus. Remember, he has the Mercurial Scimitar. It's all about popping that cooldown as early as you can. If you do it before a fight happens, well, then that's exactly where you want to find yourself. Disregard the gold difference as well between these teams. If it's over 90k, they're all at full build.
Right.
What we're looking at, though, is Cloud9 with the Baron buff, with the team fight threat. Sneaky also just so fed, pushing him with a Janna, supporting him. And the minions now working with them, compliments of the Baron. But still, the one lane they're not in. Looks like Lion are doing pretty well at equalizing it.
And I've got to give so much props to Lion Gaming because we came into this series talking about issues with their macro, and this game, whether it's their out rotations that we've seen against Cloud9 at multiple times, or just the fact that they've been in control of this game for, I've got to say, at least 75% of it. This is a team that assessed their mistakes during that one-day break between the group stage and the elimination stage. They found the errors, and they seem to have found a solution to those errors, and they are seriously impressing me in this second game.
Yeah, honestly, this is nothing short of amazing watching Lion play. And, you know, a lot of people from just watching the group stages would have said they are the team that could cause the upsets just as much as anyone else from the full 1 seeds. Now, giving it to Cloud9, but C9 still have all of the control on Summoner's Rift right now. They've been pushed to the wire, but you give Cloud9 that one opportunity to push in, that one mistake that you make that gives them the map. Well, look how much map they take from it.
And it's interesting that you said that one mistake, because the one fight that Lion lost, the one death for White Lotus, that's his only death in 55 minutes. Sneaky can say the same. Of course, his death was a little bit earlier, but he's still sitting on only one after nearly an hour of play. Incredible defenses coming out from both AD carries this game.
And it really just goes to show how perfect you have to play if you're against C9 in situations like this. Lion, they're a slow, methodical team. They don't just throw everything at their opponents. In this instance, well, now they're against the wall. They are going to be the ones that have to try and make some kind of play.
Cloud9 with Baron buff remaining for another 15 seconds. Trying to put more damage into the base. Remember, this Lion base still has not been cracked open. There are no vulnerable inhibs.
Every single time, Cloud9, they push top lane. They're like, no worries, we'll go push top lane, we'll threaten that side. And then they look mid lane, they look bottom lane, and minions are pushing out. They're not threatening more than one lane at once. They are solely grouping up as a 5v5 to team fight. Every single time they group up to 5v5, they lose the tempo in every other wave, and so they spend a minute dealing with it. We're at 56 minutes in this game. C9 cannot control all 3 lanes at once still.
One thing I want to point out that I'm noticing in the inventories right now, like you already mentioned, Rusty, everybody's at 6 items. Well, everybody except for the supports, but the difference between these two, Spectre's Cal and Genthix wanting to go for one final true item, while over on the side of Smoothie, he's not bothering with that. He's just keeping a stack of control wards, even though he has enough gold to purchase something like a Spectre's Cal if he wanted. Cloud9 prioritizing some extra vision on the map to keep eyes on Lion.
And it may not be a big deal, but ultimately if I was playing support this position, and I'm not Genthix, I may have held off on the Spectre's Cal until I could buy a full item. That's the way that I would have seen it. In fact, he's just sold it and gotten 3 control wards. So clearly what he has done is he's purchased the Spectre's Cal because they're stuck in their base against the Baron buff team. He wants to have the magic resistance for the Syndra. Well, now he doesn't need to because the map's closer to equal, so he sells the item. Still believe that 3 control wards is the last slot is the name of the game for any support.
This game has been raging back and forth for so long, and after 57 minutes of fighting, we're still at this break-even point. This could still go either way. When people ask me what kind of games I like to cast the most, what kind of games I enjoy watching the most, I always say the ones where you don't know who's going to win until the final team fight's over. And this is one of those kinds of games, because it could seriously go either way just as easily, depending on who plays it right. And I love that.
And when you look at the game length of just being at 57 minutes into this one, if we pass 58 minutes, this is longer than two of Cloud9's games against Lion put together.
Against anyone
in their
put
group,
together.
rather, put together.
Against anybody.
Yeah.
You can take any of the two previous games. We're actually all, well, no wait, I guess if you took the average, we're over double the average already,
Yes.
but there are the upper end of those that could still pass the current time up, but not for long. Cloud9 up 7,000 gold, but like we said, it means a whole lot of nothing.
This is where you want that Meteos kick, you know?
Yeah.
It just doesn't exist. It's
You gotta
contracts on the set
get
body.
that in there, but we got 1 minute till Baron's up. Elder Drake will also be making a reappearance here shortly in a couple of minutes. And like you mentioned when we were discussing it earlier, when the gold doesn't matter anymore, that just means that whoever owns those uber buffs, they're the ones that truly have the edge. It just means more and more and more as you approach this in-game state.
And through this game, actually, nope.
Wow, that was instant from White Lotus.
So it happens when the Syndra hits the stun first as well, but that is the QSS. That's such a big cooldown. We've mentioned this a couple of times already. This could be a really bad state for White Lotus to find himself in, knowing that he doesn't have the QSS there to keep him alive if Syndra finds him. If Sejuani has the ultimate back off cooldown.
But it is such a tricky window, because you've got to wait the 45 seconds for the Sejuani ult to come back, and then you've got to execute in the next 32 seconds after that.
And would you believe it, Captain Flowers, we're back at the bush. And there's a fight
Where it all
potentially happening.
started is where it may all end. Cloud9 looking to potentially go onto Lion here, but not finding the rupture means that plan will cancel out. Still looking to contest Vision over this brush.
C9 still have control of mid lane, though. They've pushed the wave out. They don't need to respond to the Baron unless Lion are doing it, which they are right now. The push is on. The question is, do Cloud9 react to this fight? They don't push mid lane. It looks like they want it.
There's a large minion wave bottom side for Lion as well. Lion likely recognizing this. That's why they're making this fight happen now. Jensen losing 3/4 of his HP to the combo from Seiya. However, that means the shockwave cannot be used in the upcoming fight. Positioning now, much less of a concern for Cloud9. They don't have to worry about walking into those. Audi flag and drag over the wall to keep himself safe. Cloud9, they realize there's that many minions in their bottom lane. They're picking it right now. They're saying, look, it's time to do or die.
has to deal with
We
it.
say do. Cloud9 starting up the Baron. Got it down to about half HP. Nature's Grasp comes out from the Maokai, trying to lock these guys down. Contracts coming in.
The QSS
Finds
was
the
back.
ulti, but the QSS was back up. White Lotus going to be kept alive for now. Tanks on the front line doing exactly what their namesake says. Jarol and Audi trying to stay alive, but the first kill goes to Sneaky.
Sneaky's damage is incredible, though. It looks like Cloud9, with the reset of Smoothie's ultimate, they're not respecting the base. It is starting to die. One inhibitor's gone, but they're back on the Baron. Look at Audi.
Cloud9 trying to take this Baron. Their base is being taken apart, though. They've got to make sure they finish this off cleanly. Baron down to about 3k HP. Audi comes into the pit, but it's secured by contracts. Audi likely going to drop here as a result of jumping there into the pit. Now Sneaky on the killing spree. They're finding the kills onto Lotus and Genthix as well. It's one man versus the world. Seiya stands alone.
Still the triple kill for Sneaky. Teleport there from Impact. They are not looking at defending their base at all. They want to end this one right now. 4 people dead for a very long time. You would have to imagine the Cloud9 can do this. As long as they walk in 1 minion, Seiya's got Rogue.
Seiya knows that he cannot defend 1 versus 5. He is
got
going
so
for the outplay.
rogue.
Cloud9 has 1 minion there. Seiya trying to flash, clear these minions out of the way, but it will not be enough. 61 minutes into the game, and Cloud9 finds the win.
That was a very long, intense game for both of these teams, but ultimately Cloud9, they're able to put themselves up on that pedestal 2-0 in the best of 5 series. And we said after game 1, maybe it doesn't affect them mentally if you're Lion. Well, after game number 2, I'm going to say that one affected them just a little bit.
Holy moly, if a game like that doesn't affect you mentally in terms of being fatigued, in terms of being exhausted, you are not human. I don't care whether you're Cloud9 or Lion, to go through that and finally reach that ending 61 minutes in. That is grueling.
And I was almost convinced for most of that game that White Lotus was not in fact human, that he was some kind of specially crafted robot for League of Legends, but he does show that he has the ability to make mistakes, even though they're rare, and Cloud9 still show they have the abilities to capitalize on those mistakes. And one death, and look at what happened for Cloud9, the goal graph completely shifts. They give themselves the entire game just off the one moment that Lion just have a lapse in judgment.
That one little moment being the shifting point is just one of the stories that we see repeated time and again at the top level of League of Legends. It's the smallest things that can make the biggest differences. Cloud9 were able to bring that game back, and to find out how that happened, let's send things over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Captain Fox. I just want to start off by saying, as good as Cloud9 looked, White Lotus was a machine that game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of breakout performance for him. He was given a lot of resources early. This is what we were saying at the start of the day. This is the guy that is most likely going to have to carry Lion Gaming over the finish line here.
It reminded me a lot of his series versus WE, the very first one where he was playing Kog'Maw, was like 7, or ended the game like 10-1 and 7 or something like that. Or actually, there was one from Patton as well that was very similar. But it's almost like these guys make it to that late game, and then everybody else around them kind of falters. The engage isn't correct, because both him and Seiya were getting into that late part of the game with 0 deaths. There's only like 1 or 2, I believe, 2 of them actually for White Lotus, and both of them were really him trying to be too far forward, trying to actually get those auto attacks down on the Varus.
And we wanted to see a bit of a shift coming in from Lion, and we definitely did. It felt like they were playing so much more around their bottom lane. As we look at our first replay of this early tower dive, we can see Lion, I think, have found a potential way to win out here against Cloud9.
Absolutely, and Audi also having the Jarvan pick had a great path to start this game out. A little bit more aggressive jungle option allows them to get these advantages. Also, they put more focus on counterpicking their bot lane, and they emphasize those 2 points right there in that dive, and it starts blowing sneaky up, and that's where the game slowly starts getting out of control for C9.
Yeah, Audi just seems like a really innovative jungler in terms of his routes. Like, he's going to try things throughout this series, so it's hard to read him. And I like that he went for the bottom side this time and went for the invade to try and put contracts behind, because he was a big part of how they got ahead and controlled blue buffs. And now he did that this time with the winning bottom lane, which allowed them to kind of dictate the pace of the game early. It just got to the later part of the game where they weren't able to close, and it started, like, we're looking at score lines where they're very far behind on Cloud9's side. If you're just looking at kills, we had 5-0 in kills. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. But Cloud9 are still in it because they're just macroing a little bit better.
Right.
Yeah.
The gold lead never became huge until they finally got that first Baron buff. But at that point, it was 35 minutes in the game, I believe, and the game just kept grinding on and on and on. They found time to get the gold lead back in their favor, and C9 made it. So this was basically a coin flip game.
And I just want to say, both teams keeping their composure in such high-risk scenarios, but ultimately I felt like one of the big turning points was, as good as White Lotus played, as many skill shots as he could dodge, he could not dodge everything. So as we take a look at this next replay, brought to you by Acer Predator, we can see that Cloud9 still finding openings despite being behind.
Yeah, mostly tracking White Lotus and just how much damage actually flies his way here and who ends up doing that damage. Because right now he's being shielded constantly, the Lulu ultimate just gets blown there, and now White Lotus, even with a Knight's Vow on him, gets stunned, has the W land on him, the flash forward, Q, and ultimate simultaneously is what ends up killing him there. So even with the Knight's Vow on, and then the Lulu ultimate was on cooldown, he gets blown up because Jensen sees the opportunity.
It's just really hard to understand that stun was coming at him, because the Xayah feathers are actually very similarly colored.
A lot of noise, yeah.
So, it's really hard to track that stun. I saw one ball coming. I didn't even see the other one because it didn't look like an actual stun. It looked like a Xayah feather, and then he gets hit by it. And at that point in the game, yeah, Jensen can blow up anybody in the entire game.
Yeah, and we're looking at it in that replay, right? We kind of aren't in the game. We aren't really just having our blood pump or anything like that. And it's still hard to decipher all the information, the Xayah feathers, the balls on the ground. There's so much visual clutter and noise with these big tanks like Cho'Gath using stone plate, etc., that it's very hard to track everything in the fight. And as soon as you miss one thing and you don't see it coming, then you end up dying like that. And really, White Lotus played his heart out. But Jensen, this is a guy that we've been saying isn't really clutch in those high-pressure games. This is a best of 5 to get them into group stage. They drop this, there's nothing to save them. He stepped up there in that moment.
Yeah, definitely looking good already, the 2-0 start. As we take a look at the final fight, we can see how when you get this late in the game, you need those clutch players to step up. When you have those windows or opportunity, you need to take them.
And White Lotus, excuse me. White Lotus was definitely the main focus. I've been saying it so much behind the screen. He was the main focus the entire game, but Sneaky actually had a monster performance as well. You see him here putting out a ton of damage down on the front line of Lion Gaming, who are basically perma-CC'd. They're unable to get out. Jensen Lion finally drops his ultimate to finish them off. And once that first frontline member is down, it's almost impossible to play team fights out. Janna also able to top up the rest of her team.
Well, remember, this is when Seiya had used his ultimate to try and pick Jensen, and it got reset by Redemption. So he doesn't have his ulti until right now, and he uses it, it chunks them out, but then they flash away from the piercing arrow, which may have been enough to actually take out Jensen there, and that saves them there, and this Baron goes over once again. 24 HP.
So close. This whole entire game was crazy, but once they committed to that Baron, there's no way out. C9 kill a couple more people and finally able to run down mid lane.
Hey, so it was like coming down to coin flips. That was a lot of coins being flipped in this game. There was a hell of a lot of coins.
Too many coins. Yeah, it's a coin flip flipped many, many times.
I think the big thing for me is ultimately, what do you feel like brought it home for Cloud9? Because this was incredibly close. There were so many fights that could have gone either way, but like, what was actually the deciding factor here in this game?
For me, I would have to say that it was that they didn't blow the game open quite fast enough. They got a lot of picks around the mid lane, but they weren't transitioning that into big advantages, where the Goldie never really broke 2K until they finally got that first Baron. And that was, like we said, 35 minutes of the game. It's great. They get all the inhibitors, and then they needed one more play after that to end the game, and it felt like they never quite got all of them in a row, quite like C9 does when they get a lead.
Yeah, I think my biggest issue with what closed it out for C9 was Lion were in advantageous positions, but they never used the map and used things like split push, used the minion waves that were crashing into C9's base to sit at Baron and say, like, we're not actually starting this. We're going to wait for the minion waves to push in, etc. So I don't feel like they ever really abused that advantage of the minions, and I felt like that was really what helped C9.
All right, well, ultimately, Cloud9 were able to bring the series to match point. We'll see if Lion can strike back and start the reverse sweep in Game 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Pops off the Nature's Grasp. The Sejuani ulti comes through. Impact wants to get a big old bite out of him, but can't quite do it. First blood!
This is another day in the mid lane offense, except for this.
Uh-oh, Jensen now going to be dumped. The power of the jungle coming in.
辅助已经被打到了半血，看到这样鬼玩家还在谈正面的话是有新的拉配合想打鬼飞我游戏，这边发球大招是没有打到人。
Shockwave onto Jensen. If they can take him down, that is going to be huge. But White Lotus now going to be silenced, knocked up into the air. The damage coming through. The stun lands. Lion looking to push up into the Cloud9 base. Gentix gets himself taken out by Jensen. Audi likely going to drop here as a result of jumping there into the pit. Now Sneaky on the killing spree. They're finding the kills onto Lotus and Gentix as well. 61 minutes into the game, and Cloud9 finds the win. Welcome back to Match Point in Cloud9 versus Lion Gaming. If you're just now joining us, the first game was a quick victory for Cloud9. The second game was anything but. It went for over an hour long, and it was one of those kinds of games you just didn't know who was going to win until the very end, where Cloud9 was able to find their victory.
Certainly wasn't quick, but it was a victory for Cloud9. Just barely, you would have to say, as they scraped into the finish line. Lion honestly did look fantastic, but what I admire from Cloud9, as we were talking about during the break, is that they lose so gracefully to the point where they didn't actually lose the entire game. They're able to lose so well that Lion couldn't beat them and get to the Nexus, and ultimately Cloud9 held on for long enough that they get to the 6-item stage, to the point in the game where nothing mattered except for team fighting and for executing better than your opponents, and it feels like that's what Cloud9 just beat them in the end.
And talking about execution, talking about where we go from here, Lion Gaming has no more room for error. Cloud9 only needs one more win to move themselves out of this, eliminate Lion's Worlds 2017 dreams, and move on to the main event group stage themselves. For Lion, it's all about mentally resetting after what had to be a completely emotionally and mentally draining game.
Yeah.
And being ready to go into 3 more back-to-back-to-back and win all of them if you want to proceed.
And it's a lot easier to do if you win this next game. Obviously, they have to. But your mentality, your momentum, everything gets better when you get a victory on the board. But unfortunately for them, and the biggest problem they're now going to face is after 60 minutes losing a game, that's a lot that actually drains you out simply because you're playing for 60 minutes. It's very intense. That game was super back and forth. There was a lot of team fights. It could be everywhere, all over the shop. People could be just losing their minds. But at the same time, I saw smiles at the end of that game. Lion lost, and I still saw smiles. And I feel like that's such a big positive for the team. They are friends just as much as they are a team, and they should be able to come back into this next game okay, but we'll need to see that actually play out on the Rift.
I think that attitude is so important too, because a game like that, feels like such a roller coaster. And if you can't end that roller coaster on one of those really cool, emotionally high types of feelings, as opposed to one of the emotionally low feelings of, oh my God, I can't believe we just lost that after an hour, that'll absolutely carry over into whatever you're going to be doing from there. So if the team's in high spirits, there couldn't be anything better for them at this point in time, because it is do or die now. I mean, they fought through the group stage. They managed to get one of the second seeds. They managed to qualify for the elimination stage. They drew one of the tougher opponents possible for themselves, and they nearly found the win after, like we said in the last game, being ahead for what had to be 75, 80% of the game.
Most of the game. And yeah, they did the work to get to this, and now it's just that hard last hurdle of going up against Cloud9, who've been playing out of their minds through the group stage themselves respectively. And that really is the problem for them. Backs against the wall. The coach probably backstage was saying, you know, guys, it's all right. We're still going to be in this perfectly fine. And that's one other thing that I have to look towards is, will the coach just say, go all in, play your comfortable champions if anyone's, you know, mentally affected in any way? Or will the coach say we have to play this stock standard, be focusing on their mentality above all else? Because when you're 0-2 down, it is that all or nothing moment with your back against the wall. You could pull out something crazy because you feel like it might still be a 3-0, or you pull out something different to surprise Cloud9. And from what we've seen, different works against Cloud9 decently well.
And we've talked a lot about Lion, and I want to switch gears up a second here and talk about Cloud9, because this is a team that, remember when we were looking at the players' reactions and their attitudes and their general outlook on being in play-ins, Jensen especially seemed just completely over the idea that he was even playing in this stage, with tweets like, I just saw the play-in draw, I still don't know who I'm playing against, and specifically towards this match, why am I playing against a guy named White Lettuce? It seems like Cloud9 is ready to move past this stage and get to the point where they're competing in the main event group. And if you can manage to win your elimination game 3-0, well, that just backs up that attitude that says, okay, maybe they are talking a little bit of smack, but maybe they deserve to.
I mean, Cloud9 were ready to be past this stage before they were in this stage.
Right.
You know, ultimately the answer to that is, well, don't finish third and you won't be in this stage. But they're still smashing everybody in this stage. So at the same time, you have to commend them for performing well. And it wasn't necessarily arrogance. It was just playing very well and being confident. That's what we're seeing from Cloud9. That confidence does bleed into the games, into the post-games after they win. You can see the stone-cold faces from them when they're getting these victories. They go over, they shake their hands, they're all right, and it's just another day in the office for Cloud9.
And a lot of it's coming down to this guy you're seeing on your screen right now, Jensen. During that last game, we talked so much about the one time that White Lotus died, that one pick that Cloud9 got that really turned the momentum of the game towards the end. And it was Jensen who found the damage. It was Jensen recognizing, I can kill this guy. And as much as people might like to make jokes about the Syndra R, and oh yeah, he really outplayed him by pressing R there, he still had the knowledge. He still had the gut instinct to say, this kills him. He goes forward, he makes the play, and he finds that clutch pick that ultimately broke open what was just this wall stopping Cloud9 from doing anything the entire time.
I mean, he also has the awareness. It means that Cloud9 as a team have the communication. They all were very much aware that White Lotus was a machine that needed to be taken down, and they said that if I have to sacrifice myself, you know, flash forwards and kill him to actually get him off the board, I will do so. He survives when he does it because it's just so incredibly played by Jensen in that situation. Honestly, I agree with what we said on the analyst desk. I didn't even realize there was a second Syndra ball there that was going to be able to stun him, but that's all it takes against Syndra because she is designed to one-hit carries, caught out of position one time, and that's what a Syndra can do to you. That's what Jensen on Syndra can do to you.
Quick update for people watching. It appears that we have a slight mouse issue happening right now. Should only take a minute or so to resolve that, and then hopefully we'll be into Champion Select for this third game, because going into this third game, Cloud9 has selected to go back onto blue side, which they were in game number 1. And remember, that was their convincing victory. That was the victory that looked like all their group stage wins in play-ins for 2017 Worlds, where they won in 24 minutes, just stomped their opponents into the ground, and there was no chance. When Lion was on blue side, that's when you get the 61-minute slugfest.
Yeah, that's what it looks like Lion might be able to beat Cloud9. Of course, C9 getting the victory just at the end. You still saw dominance in game 1, as you mentioned. Coming into the third game, still being on the blue side of the rift, it feels like that might just be the strong side between both of these teams, and just for Cloud9 in general, being able to control through the bottom lane, it feels like, getting into the enemy blue buff, having that open access through the ramp up there. And that's before we're even talking about the draft itself for C9. I mean, they get the first pick, they got Kalista, in game number 1 of this series, and that's kind of just a champion you shouldn't be giving to people in the first place. They also got Sejuani in game number 2, which has 100% presence and is banned more than is picked, and it was a decent performance from Contract. Mechanically, the decision-making was ultimately his downfall.
Yeah, there was a little...
in game 2.
There were a couple question mark pings in there, but the one thing I'm going to be looking at, the pick above any others, is the Orianna, because it has been very instrumental in both of these games so far. We talked a lot in game number 2 about how the Shockwaves were zoning Cloud9 away from approaching near the Barons and just preventing them from making plays. But in game number 1, the Orianna pick was also very useful for Jensen. He was able to do a lot in those team fights. He found some good Shockwaves, good picks. And I want to see if teams are still prioritizing the Syndra more, or if maybe in this clutch moment, we shift the Ori.
Yeah, there's a very real chance that if Ori is the priority for someone like Sayer as well, I feel like Jensen won't be too flustered by either choice, that he might go for an earlier rotation of the champion, might want to pick that one up for himself. It's all about comfort, I would say, in this third game.
We have seen Cloud9 sometimes opt for that. Usually if they're down in a series, usually in more of a desperate situation, sometimes Jensen will say, just give me my champion, and they'll give it over to him early. But maybe they'll go for that this time. Into picks and bans for the 3rd time today. Braum and Maokai banned out by Cloud9. Same thing they did in game number 1. Jarvan and Kalista banned by Lion.
Yeah, and following that up, of course, when you've got the flexes removed, the Sejuani is the other champion that we're seeing an awful lot of. But I'm not too sure we'll see that as a ban because, yeah, exactly that. Sneaky has been playing incredibly well, and I feel like if I was him, Tristan is a pretty easy lock at the moment.
Honestly, these bans are looking a lot like they did in game number 1 for Cloud9, Rusty. I'm pretty sure that's the exact same 3 champions in the exact same order that we saw the first time around. They said, hey, this was a working strategy. This was exactly what we needed it to be. Plus, that Maokai from Jural was so tanky and so obnoxious in game number 2, locking people down with the Nature's Grasp and just making this terrain that was impossible to fight in. I can see why you would ban that out again, and Cloud9 locks in Sejuani.
Yeah, but the Xayah, the Kalista, the champion that they played last time in J4 being removed, still leaves open Sejuani as an option. However, we mentioned that if you want to leave open 180 carry that is a priority, I guess this is an interesting draft from Lion. They almost wanted to force the Sejuani or force the Tristana so they get 2 options themselves. And it's either that Contracts really highly prioritizes Odi not getting Sejuani, or Lion just threw the bait out and they said, you can take Tristana, we have a counter. Not how it plays out at all, because once again, Cho'Gath is the other champion that's there with the Trist for red side. I like this from Lion so far.
Yeah, Lion grabbing themselves 2 really strong picks in exchange for the 1 strong pick they gave up. And when you're on the red side, yeah, you have to give up first pick. Your opponents get first choice of what they want to do. But if you can put yourself in a spot like that where you say, you get 1, we get 2, it's really not that bad at the end of the day as long as you're comfortable playing whatever it is they leave behind. Cloud9 locks in the Shen as their 2nd champion this time around. Some team fighting across the map, protectability, as well as pretty decent laner.
Yeah, definitely, and a lot of protection for any kind of AD carry or hyper carry that goes into the middle lane as well, which is one of the roles that we're yet to see through this draft. And so my question with 10 seconds left is, do they prioritize an AD carry with 2 of them gone, 1 picked? Something like the Jinx if it's a Shen hyper carry composition, or that.
Oh, the Submarine. You can get the Twitch stealth up, have the Shen ulti on top of him, completely ambush the entire enemy team. Twitch is one of those champions too, just one of the highest outputs for damage in the whole game.
It definitely is. Twitch can hyper carry when you get toward the later stages of this game. Now, if you are Lion, you've seen a Twitch and a Shen locked in, you know that they want a Janna or a Lulu in the support role, something that can build out and sensor, perhaps even Karma's going to be there. So what Lion can do now is they can pick Lulu, they can ban 2 of them, and then they can look towards, if they have to, flexing a Karma in the middle lane or something like that. It means that they can take things away from Cloud9.
Let's see how the teams do decide to play this second part of the bans. AD carry, top laner, and jungler already picked for Cloud9, so mids and supports going to be banned out by Lion. They do ban the Thresh away first, and with Lion having their bottom lane and their top laner locked in, that means it's mid laners and junglers that Cloud9 will be looking to ban away.
Certainly will be. So you're expecting another support from Lion as their secondary ban. Try and just disempower that Twitch, prevent him from being a hyper carry. It's the first one that we're going to be seeing at Worlds for 2017. And so rightly so, they want to try and prevent him from scaling up where Tristana is relevant for most of the game. It's that team fighting scare that Lion seem to want to have, and that's why I'm okay with this from Sneaky, if they can get to the team fighting.
Cloud9 banning one of those playmaking junglers that Audi had sort of built a name for himself on. The Lee Sin taken out this time. They don't want to have the potential of having that ever so important Twitch getting kicked to the forefront of the fight, so they'll remove him. As Rakan is banned out by Lion, we know how much of a playmaker that champ is, and they don't want Smoothie on it.
Yeah, they get rid of Rakan and Thresh, which are both playmaking, utility-based supports. They don't really seem to be worried about a Janna locked in. And of course, with the Twitch, you maybe want someone that has more lane dominance, lane control to make him stronger through the laners. We get a first change in the mid lane, let's say.
Syndra banned away means we will not get to see the same matchup for a third time. At least not this time, Rusty. But it also means Orianna's still up, and Orianna's one of those champs people like to put in compositions where you have things like a Twitch. So maybe that's what Lion wants. We'll have to see what they decide to pick up. Remember, still looking for a jungler and a mid laner, and ooh, all right.
They pick the blob in the jungle, so they want the tank. They want the ganking tank in that, which is what Zac will be able to provide when the Cho'Gath is on your team once again. That's expected. The Zac is not expected, but there's a lot of gank opportunities for it.
But what I don't like about the Zac is that Janna's traditionally one of the champions that when people think, what ruins Zac's day, Janna ruins Zac's day. He tries to jump in, you just tornado him, everything goes really bad really quickly. And Janna also, like you got done saying just moments ago, synergizes so well with the Twitch composition. So this is just a no-brainer for Cloud9.
Yeah, and once again, when you want to talk about no-brainers, it's not going to be the Azir, it's the mid laner that we were talking about a minute ago. And when you look at the team composition, I'm not expecting Azir to be locked in. I'm expecting this because quite simply, that is a lot of shields. That's a whole lot of shields for a hyper carry and a second damage threat.
This composition from Cloud9 is exactly what they want it to be, both in terms of their own goals and disrupting their opponent's goals, like we talked about with the Janna versus the Zac. Lion has one more pick to put this together and make it all work. It's do or die. Worlds is on the line.
And it is a mid laner in response to the Orianna. They gave the counter to Seiya. They've empowered him to try his absolute hardest to help them carry this game.
And it looks like he'll be doing it on the Jace this time around. Now, my one concern about that one is most of the big, heavy-hitting damage numbers for Lion are going to be both AD this time. You are going to have AP damage in the form of your Zac and your Cho'Gath, but if we're talking about late-game hyper-carry damage dealers, if for some weird reason we end up in a 61-minute game twice in a row, Armor's going to do a lot against the Lion game.
Obviously it will, yes, but when you look at the armor builders as well, they've got a fair chunk of them. So C9 actually very well equipped to deal with Lion's comp if we get to that stage in the game. But when I look at Lion's composition, I mean, late game could work for them. I'm not feeling it as their primary objective. Cho'Gath can control his lane. Zac can gank very well early. Jace with early lane control and his ability to blast people when he builds lethality with the Ghost Blades and the Dusk Blades. And then a Tristana who can hit the 1-item spike, 2-item spike, and can still do a lot of work all game with Lulu to empower that. I just feel like they want to control their lanes a bit more, and they want their jungler to win as a result of controlling those lanes, get the advantage, and just hard go for objectives or dives.
And I want to see what Adi does in this game, because the past 2 games, he's had awesome level 2 plays. Game number 1, you get first blood. Game number 2, you head into the enemy jungle, waste your opponent's flash, steal his Gromp, and have a level advantage for the next 10 minutes. Audi needs to keep that up if his team wants to be competitive here in the 3rd and potentially final game of this best of 5. Cloud9 up 2-0, 1 game away from going to that main group stage for Worlds 2017. Lion holding on for dear life. We load into Summoner's Rift now for the 3rd time. The teams are out onto the Rift. Smoothie flashes his lone emote. That's a lack of team synergy that everybody else didn't flash it with him. Maybe this is a good omen for Lion Gaming.
He's making a statement. Smoothie really wants to win. The other guys weren't even paying.
The other guys are halfway in there, just sort of hanging out.
There's still definitely some faith to be had if you're a Lion fan, but Cloud9 with all the momentum, the fact that they won that 60-minute game can only bode well for them. Their opponents are the ones that have something to prove. We're not chanting TSM.
I was gonna say,
How dare you?
about to wonder, are we chanting TSM in the crowd right now?
You can't escape it.
No, it's worldwide. Contracts hanging out in the Pixel Brush. Not really going to see any action early on here. Impact now going to take his spot.
It's also a fairly simple, I guess, standard game to play out if you're Cloud9. That's a front-to-back type of composition. You've got a Shen who can split push, but the biggest thing that you have to highlight for these guys is ultimately it's a Twitch Janna 2v2. That has no impact on Summoner's Rift. They barely exist until they get one completed item. You're looking at the Ardent Sensor for Janna. Might be a Hurricane Rush from the Twitch as well. I know the LPL loves that. I know that not everyone else always does it to that extent, but seems to be the way to go for the most part. It just means that Lion have so much early, perhaps tempo advantage if lanes play out as expected. And so for C9, any kind of advantage is a good advantage. Any kind of neutralization of something is great as impact.
Speaking of early game moves, this time Adi's the one who's having the moves made onto him. Impact just moving up, disrupting this jungle as much as he can, but he's got to get back to his own lane. Sneaky, honestly eating a lot of damage from that explosive charge. Pops the barrier super early.
Welcome to the lane. Genthix has Ignite. White Lotus still has his Summoners.
Smoothie going pretty aggro onto Genthix himself. Sneaky trying to get in there for a little bit of extra damage, but Genthix continues to walk away.
Yeah, Genthix actually overstays his welcome there with a couple of auto attacks, but ultimately you're still looking at advantage going to Lion, who's mid lane.
Saya gets a good trade for himself. Remember, we have seen this Jace banned out in previous games, so Saya may be able to make some crazy plays on this one. We'll have to see. He is up against that Orianna from Jensen that we've already talked about, being one of Jensen's comfort picks, one of the ones that Cloud9 will often default to when it's time to really hunker down and win the game. Contract working on his own blue buff. Geralt wanted to come up and try to stop that, but not really any success there. Impact with a not quite accurate taunt. Thought Geralt was going to go a little bit further forward than he did.
I'm calling that a dodge more than a miss, though. I'll give credit to Geralt for the fancy footwork, actually stuttering and walking backwards to dodge the taunt, but Contracts is here. I assume he's now invisible. There he is.
Wants to make sure the Arctic Assault is back off the cooldown, charges in, immediately gets the flash.
Yeah, very much a respectful flash from Geralt, but it's now gone. And so throughout that top lane, there's 5 minutes of opportunity to take him down.
Look at the stats comparison between these two guys on your screen right now. These 80 carries that we've been saying these games are all about. Kill participation very close, but a slight edge for White Lotus. Damage per minute very close, but a slight edge for Sneaky. But the KDA, Sneaky with a 17.
And the thing is, like, a 17 KDA is incredible, but you don't look at White Lotus and say, oh no, man's got a 7 KDA, that's pretty bad. Like, 7's insane.
Ridiculous. I mean, you look at normal stats, people don't have 7s.
He's 0-2 in a best of 5, and his KDA is 7.
It's a little bit silly. This guy is honestly showing himself as an incredible 80 carry talent, especially from an emerging region. Right now, he finds himself on the losing end of a trade against Sneaky and Smoothie. Sneaky running out of mana pretty quickly, though.
And yeah, so at first you look at the trades that Genthix was having with Smoothie and saying that it doesn't matter too much. And the reason that I said it doesn't matter too much is quite simply because Genthix starts with 3 potions when you're playing a support, just in any lane. But now he has no potions left and is still at half health, which means that C9 have just outright won this.
Yep.
In the 2v2. That's a Tristan to Lulu just losing to the Twitch Janna.
That lane that we said had no impact and would not do anything has apparently found a way to have some impact and do some things up against their opponents here. Sneaky going after White Lotus. Smoothie going to be following up. We got Contracts moving in down here as well. White Lotus jumping himself away. Does not have the heal any longer. Genthix Flash also going to be popped there by Contracts, as Audi is just a couple of seconds too late and can't come in to try to get anything in return.
Yeah, Audi just flexes, grabs the ground, and realizes that is just a really unfortunate idea that he should not follow through with. Both flashes, one flash used by Genthix, the heal by White Lotus as he jumped away. Not a great position to find yourself in if you're the bottom lane of Lion, where you should maybe be controlling that lane just a bit more. You've got the Ignite in the matchup. The barrier was used at level 1.
Lions players, very mechanically talented for their own region, and honestly, they've proved themselves on the world stage here so far. That was one of the questions that we asked back at the start of the series was, you know, they're a big fish from a small pond, but are they just a guppy when they get thrown into a big pond? And the answer hasn't been yes. These guys have shown themselves to be a formidable fish, which is exactly where they want to be. This is how you prove yourselves. You come to these international events as an emerging region, as one of these underdog teams, and you step up and you take Cloud9 to a 61-minute game. You take WE to 2 closer matches than people expected, and you really showcase that you're putting in a lot of work to get where you are right now.
Yeah, it's just fair to say they are good. That's all we've been seeing from Lion. We knew that Cloud9 were good, so naturally our expectations for them are higher, and the fact that they get pushed to 61 minutes is something that you'll look at and say, how did they get pushed that hard? But they still show that they're capable of losing slowly, team fighting very well, and beating Lion in one of their strengths that gets them to this elimination round in the first place, which is that team fighting.
All right, taking a look at the map right now, you can see some wards being placed by both sides into the enemy side jungle. Keeping an eye on the bottom part of the jungle. Lion's trying to make sure Contracts doesn't sneak his way down there again. Really wants to protect that bottom lane that's now without a couple of summoner spells. While top side, Contracts focusing more on controlling the river. Keeping eyes on that enemy Raptor camp as well. Seeing where Audie's hanging around. Maybe if he wants to go towards that top end, try to tilt things in the favor of
Oh no, whoa, Smoothie.
Tries to go for the flash into the knockup. Doesn't quite find what he's looking for. Sneaky.
There's no heal.
Wants another attack, but not quite able to get that one.
Super nice polymorph out of Genthix at the end of that. Smoothie had a different idea to that of Sneaky, it feels like. And flashing forwards as Janna very rarely will get you the kill, but I mean, he hit the Q, hit the tornado. Didn't mean too much in the end, but they will try once again to push Genthix away. They want to perhaps get this minion wave under the turret before they recall. They should be able to go back to base, though, based off the trade they just won. And that's the fundamental thing about all of what we're seeing right now, is that Sneaky's pushing it in before he recalls. He's got a 12 CS lead that may still exist. Top lane had the flash blown, but it's now back up and available, and Contracts didn't gank them all. So you look at this and you're like, it's 0-0. Gold's only 600. It's pretty good for Lion, but they're not winning, which is what you expected from it.
Right. This is very closely resembling the first game between these two teams tonight, where Cloud9 built themselves up passive leads in the lanes just thanks to the fact that they were farming better and accumulating that gold through those methods. Contracts and Jensen, once again, blue buff doesn't go to the red side mid lane player is the name of this series. And
Blue
it
side,
is not
blue
stopping here. Yep, blue side, blue buff. End of the story. Audie top side, level 6 on the Zac means you've got, we still call it Let's Bounce. I honestly don't remember the name. Yep, Let's Bounce.
Is it really still called
Ready to go. Yeah, it's really still called Let's Bounce. I thought we might have changed the name on it when the ability got changed around, but it is still the same one because he does bounce away with whoever is unfortunate enough to get stuck in the goop.
I feel like it should be Let's Jump.
That would probably make a little bit more sense.
Let's slingshot back or something. I don't know.
But in the meantime, he has managed to give a blue buff away to his mid laner. He just had to go to the other side of the map to find it.
I mean, they still get it. And that is good from them to have that blue buff at all based off what we've been seeing in all of these games. Everything will equalize. As far as mid lane is concerned, Say is doing his part. He hasn't shopped and got anything meaningful for items. And he's not really going to be able to just destroy an Orianna this early on into the game. Jensen's doing quite well for himself. White Lotus is swapping lanes at the moment as well. This is the Lion special, it feels like. And the second Sneaky notices, he just ults in there and clears the wave.
Pushes that whole wave out. He has his jungler down here as well. They're saying, all right, you guys wanted to swap top. Well, you're going to give up turret first blood for it. But the question is, are they actually going to do that run?
Oh, yeah.
Astana is up in the top side. And as soon as I pose that question, the camera switches back and makes me a liar before I can complete my sentence. Cloud9 gets themselves turret first blood.
They got it in there very quickly. They had the cannon wave built up as well, and damage to the turret had already been done from all of the lane control that Cloud9 had for themselves, and they're not done when it comes to pushing. Janna's shields, Twitch having the attack speed bonus from being invisible and coming back out, means they're going to at least chunk this turret down.
And we saw this last game. It was Cloud9 who actually had this done to them when Sneaky was pushing the top side and the tier 2 got attacked. Now Lion looking to turn things around down here. Contract is going to be the one who's held in place. Audie trying to make the moves happen. Let's Bounce, not going to be finding anyone. Stand United comes in. They find the taunt now on to Giral. Nearly taken down there by the auto attacks from Sneaky. Barely gets himself away.
Really deep from impact, but everyone's going to survive in the end. Nice cancel from Sejuani onto the Zac, as that is one of the longest arms you've
that's
ever
a
seen.
really long arm. I was surprised they connected.
I'm not too sure how it did, but it did. Then his arm just stretched for days. A champion that we didn't mention actually in the matchup is that Sejuani is quite good into Zac and was one of the later picks into the champion, is cancelled.
Okay, Audie tries to go after Smoothie, but Smoothie says nope. Pops the ulti, denies him that one. Saya underneath his turret for now, facing the wrath of the Jensen Orianna, who's currently up just an ever so slightly to 5 CS, but Lion is knocking on the bottom lane turret. Seeing if they can take this one down, get themselves an overall objective advantage, and I think they will.
And they just actually upset Cloud9's tempo by staying down here in the bottom lane. They had a lot of pressure done from the level 1 through 3 phase when they were pushing in consistently, doing damage to the enemy structure. But ultimately, Cloud9 overstayed to do damage to the bottom lane inner. And that's where they're made to punish for this, because they have to go back to base. Lion do not need to go back to base, as they were the ones reacting and responding. And so they'll get the turret trade, which ultimately gives them the advantage, because Cloud9 only traded damage onto one, not the kill.
But here's the funny thing, Rusty. 11 minutes into the game, still 0-0 in kills. Cloud9 is down in turrets, but they're up almost 1,000 in gold. And again, we have to go back to the farm. We have to go back to the individual mechanical player and champion matchups. Even like the ones we were talking about that you would expect the Tristana to win in bottom lane, and then they don't.
They're losing by the most as well when you want to contrast those, as White Lotus has just found contracts. But you're right, when we look at the farm values, you can see how that translates to the gold as well. I mean, the gold difference isn't substantial everywhere or anywhere, but there is a difference everywhere. And even though it's a small amount, you know, 400 through support or like 300 through AD carry, at 12 minutes in the game, that starts to add up, and perhaps they finish an item one wave sooner. Perhaps it means that they'll get to the objective 1 minute earlier or have one extra ward, and that can make the difference in a game like this.
League of Legends, the game of inches more often than not. Which team can manage to just eke out that slight advantage for themselves? Sneaky Invisible here in the mid lane. He can bait a trap. Goes for Saya. Accelerated Gate Shock Blast takes off half the Smoothie's health in one hit. That's the problem with playing Janna. One of those big spells finds its way onto you, that sucker is going to sting.
And he wasn't even aiming for Smoothie, but that's just what happens when you're an Ardent Sensor support up against a lethality user in Jace. Saya's going to be able to do a lot of damage to Smoothie, but it was nice from Sneaky to get in there. Of course, the 2 shields on the Submarine Twitch will have an impact, just not yet, because honestly he's just running around with a Zeal and Berserker Greaves. He attacks quickly, but it's not for a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, that's about it. You shoot really fast, but not really hard. Contracts jumping in there to steal away the red buff.
We'll take that one for free. Thank you very much, Oddie, for the leash. Just wins the smite battle, I believe. But
he doesn't even cast the smite.
I'm not even sure, yeah.
Still off cooldown. Oddie smited and just didn't time it right.
Oddie cooked it.
Unlucky. Sneaky building towards what might be that Runaan's Hurricane you were talking about. Who knows, maybe he'll just leave it there, go for a different item first instead, just wants the Zeal, but
and I guess,
not quite sure.
For reference as well, the reason that you can go for Runaan's Hurricane when you've got a Janna on your team is usually the answer to that. Is
the Ardent Sensor?
Ardent Sensor and the shield that she gives being base AD as a bonus. You get to hit multiple people, attack faster, 4 more damage. It just means that Smoothie is attached at the hip to Sneaky, and there is no way that they should ever separate, and if they do separate, they're both useless unless they're both together, and then they're like a super machine.
We talked about how synergistic this Cloud9 draft appeared before this game started, and honestly, Cloud9's drafts are something that sets this team apart both in their domestic play in the North American LCS and here in the play-in stage in 2017. Like, coming into this, we were talking about who's going to adapt to the meta the best, who's going to figure out the world's meta and be able to draft properly. Because you can have a great team, and if they draft like a bunch of goons, they're not going to live up to their potential because they simply are not playing optimized champions. Cloud9 has managed to draft themselves an incredibly coherent team composition, especially against what they're up against. And what you were explaining about the synergy between the bottom laners is a perfect showcase.
Yeah, and it just makes a bunch of sense, right? Pick a team composition that's super easy to execute, or is very difficult to execute, but in the most simple way possible, right? Like, Twitch needs to be a hyper carry. Well, how do we make that easier? 3 shields. Suddenly, Twitch is harder to kill, Twitch can hyper carry. So it's all about minimizing any kind of risks. And right now, with how they've been laning, the fact that we're at 15 minutes in the game and it's 3-0s, it's going pretty well.
Dear Lord, Jensen almost finding the solo kill onto Saya, but now he's the one who's going to be caught out. Stand United onto him from Impact. Accelerated Shock Blast may come through, not finding its way onto Jensen just yet. The turnaround onto the enemy jungler. Smoothie is here as well to keep these guys safe, popping the heal, and first blood over to Cloud9's mid laner.
There's no teleport from Giral to keep them alive, so the kill's going to go down. Almost 2 with the blinking health bars of Saya. Cloud9 the first to make the play. And they're not just making the play for the kill, they dove mid lane, and they're still looking. You can see Contract stalking.
Fires off the ulti, finds his way on that Jetfix, who is just deleted as the rest of Cloud9 all together as one 5-man unit takes down the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, completes that outer ring, and gets themselves a 4,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. This does not look or feel like a 4,000 gold at 16 minutes game, Rusty, but it is.
It certainly is. I mean, we just watched Genthix pop like a balloon. Just walked at him with pins and just pinned a tail on him. Good night, Genthix. We get to watch what happens in the middle lane as well. Very good from Jensen. He just knows he's damaged. He knows he's spiked with the Morellos. One auto was very close to the kill. But it's the Shen ulti. It's the fact that, like, look at Smoothie on the bottom of the screen, walking between two turrets to come and shield Jensen. He knows exactly what the goal of the team is. That's protect the damage dealers. And at this point, no teleport to keep the Zac alive, so he'll have to die. And he is the sacrifice for the Jace.
And Impact did so much damage to Adi there. Like, the Titanic Rush Shen, when we were talking about this pick in the draft, I mentioned, I was like, hey, this is great. He defends the guys in the bottom lane, but he's also a pretty capable fighter in the top side. And when you've got that Titanic Rush, because you're not really worried about needing to be a huge tank right from the start,
yeah,
it's great.
I mean, realistically as well, he's against a Abyssal Mask Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
Instead of rushing the Righteous Glory, having any kind of armor, I mean, Shen's auto attacks will now be hurting. He'll also be clearing waves exceptionally well just by having that item rushed. Cho'Gath is going to find himself super tanky against magic damage dealers. But if Twitch is ever onto him and is auto-attacking freely, you would imagine that Cho'Gath will also be popping like a balloon.
Yeah,
to a degree.
He'll be doing his Genthix's mid and Cloud9 is collapsing impersonation, which is what he wants to avoid at all costs, because this is what we were talking about in game number 1 as well. Lion is a team that domestically did well at preventing their opponents from snowballing on them. Internationally, it's a little bit different of a story, simply because the caliber of the opponent you're up against is going to be higher. They need to stop this Cloud9 advantage from getting any further out of hand, but right now it's looking like that's a pretty tall order. Cloud9 pushing on to tier 1 in the top side. Trying to take that one down. 4,500 gold lead should enable them to do it.
And it's not just that they're pushing top side of the map. You know, there's a static shift from a Tristana to aid in trying to disengage that. It's the fact that they have control of the jungle, as they've got Jensen.
Seiya now going to be having this turn right around on him. Contract swooping in there with the ulti to make sure they seal the deal. White Lotus coming in, trying to find the damage onto Jensen. Manages to get it out, plays the taunt with the flash. Now looking to turn right back around with the auto attacks, but it's Lion in retreat. Smoothie and Impact here trying to chase these guys back down. Sneaky's going to be coming in from the flank any moment. Needs to get the attack speed in there. Throws out the contaminated flask. But everybody from Lion is back in time.
And Cloud9 do not choose to continue pushing. It is far too risky to go for that play. And so they'll have to respect. They want the red buff, it looks like. Contracts has already started that one off with a leash. So they'll take the outcome here, being, you know, a slight advantage for them. Red buff going over to Sneaky. But my God, just take a second to appreciate how good of a player White Lotus is again. I know it's weird to say after C9 just got a good trade. You just watch that Tristana in that last play, and it's just pretty. It's so pretty.
I mean, White Lotus played it well, but I've also got to give props to Jensen and Contracts. Let's take a look at this one more time as Adi goes in.
And it's good, you're right, from Jensen and Contracts to know they can kill the Jace. They've already done the damage test last fight, and because he gets blasted, but this is where White Lotus will come in. It's the straight flash, so clean, and then jumps out to safety with the rest of the reinforcements here. And it's the one play like that, and ultimately why I'm talking about that, is no, I'm not.
Uh-oh, Sneaky delivering impact right on top of Seiya to bring him down for the second time this game. No way out of that one. Flash was still down, Cleanse was not available. As soon as the Shen shows up, you are out of there. Sneaky and Smoothie now moving themselves over towards the Rift Herald, which is recently turned into Baron. A little bit early for that, maybe.
Yeah, I would say 20 minutes on the dot might be too early for the objective, but that's because they don't have a Blade of the Ruin King user this time around. It's just the Runar's Hurricane. May take them far too long. Zac has way too many steel paths, so you wouldn't do a 20-minute Baron. What you would do is exactly what they just did, and that is turn Twitch invisible, kill the closest target, and just keep doing that until they get to the Baron for free, or they take turrets above all else. The gold lead's starting to stretch. C9's lead starts to grow, and it's hard to see them slowing down from this point.
And look at how fast Sneaky clears that top wave with that Ardent Sensor plus Runan's combo you were talking about earlier. It just makes him clear the thing near instantly. Contract showing up mid lane. Might want to go on to White Lotus here. Nice sidestep by White Lotus yet again. Got the juke boots laced up today and disengages any further damage coming in from
But here's Sneaky with a big flank.
There you Go, ulti gonna be used here soon. Silence, knock up, juggled around, slammed back and forth into his own support. White Lotus taken out by Jensen, but Sneaky falls to Lotus as well. 1 for 1 so far. 80 carry is gonna be traded back and forth. Jensen has to flash away. Lion has found an advantage in this fight, but Smoothie with a nice reset on those health bars with the ulti.
Such a good reset. Cancels Jace dashing forwards. And Lion, they've got Oddie still on a flank, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to continue going.
Honestly, Lion going even in these fights, 6,000 gold down, isn't that bad of a situation, but now Gerald finding himself caught out. The damage comes through and Contracts has the kill.
Yeah, overstays his welcome this time, so Cho'Gath maybe didn't want to push that far in. Remember, he's only just got the Righteous Glory. The Glacial Shroud is the one component of it. He still dies very quickly. Cloud9, not just the one pick anymore. It becomes another. It becomes an Infernal Drake. Everything continues to cascade as Lion are very, very far behind.
Nearly 7,000 gold. Take another look at how this fight started off here with White Lotus.
Once again, in a losing game, we get to take a second to appreciate White Lotus, dodging the Sedge ultimate. The second part slows him, but then knowing that that's a bad thing, of course, is going to ult himself out to safety. But Sneaky's here, and as quickly as he gets crowd controlled and knocked around the rift, Jensen exists to do the damage. His positioning was great. The shockwave earlier was fantastic. The awareness from Cloud9 to know they should continue fighting. But then Smoothie, big disengage in a situation where maybe Cloud9 might have lost a member, might have been a really poor trade beyond just Sneaky going down. Not the case.
4, 1, and 2 on Jensen's Orianna, by the way, this game. 100% kill participation, 225 CS. So meeting that 10 CS per minute mark easily. This is the kind of performance that I was talking about when I said the comfort pick. The pick that they go to when they really just need to win the game. And he's showing up on that performance so far. Across the board, though, Seiya, this guy we were talking about being one of these insane players on the side of Lion, these two carries stepping up time and again for these guys during their Worlds performance so far, having a bit rougher time this time around. 0, 2, and 1. Probably the most times we've seen him die early at all.
And honestly, a lot of it has been just Jensen bullying him around. The shockwaves have resulted in the ability to dive more than the dive happening and a shockwave following that one up. Jensen's doing so much work alone. So you're really starting to see Seiya with signs of struggle. And as good as individually these players can look, the team play from Cloud9 still looks that little bit more excellent as they start to pressure.
Oh, speaking of excellent, Lulu is not about to have a very excellent time, taken down by Sneaky, Smoothie, and Contracts together. There's just too much damage. Wild Growth, not enough.
Oddie tries to escape and uses the Blast Plant, knocks 2 of them over the wall as well. Seiya in a bit of trouble.
Damage
He's
Impact
also
does to him.
just
That taunt.
not a teleport user in the bottom lane against the Shen. Cloud9 have free reign of everywhere else on the Rift.
They'll use that to take down the enemy red buff. Contract starts up the Baron, brings the rest of the boys over. Looks like it's time to go for that big objective. 4 minutes ago was a little bit early.
So
right
many
now,
shields.
just fine.
I don't think that's actually going to be stopped at all. Gerald has Flash. He has his ultimate. Zac also exists. Bash
He's trying to go
Brothers.
for the Flash Feast. You never know. Impact, the lone man standing there with the Baron. Tanks it up for a very, very long time. Audi comes in. They're trying to steal this one away, but they can't do it. Contracts gets the secure. They get kills soon onto both members that jumped in. Lion tries a desperation play to get themselves back into the game, but ultimately it's just not enough. Cloud9, 9K up. 25 minutes in.
It took them a second, but they did, of course, realize in the end that Zac was still inside the pit, just in his passive form, so Shen will lock it down. Sneaky straight to the side lane with the Baron buff there. Good shockwave timing from Jensen to make sure the Feast couldn't go off, but they couldn't get the steal. And great work from Contracts, it seems, to secure that Baron at all.
White Lotus getting himself stunned up. The damage and the CC from this Cloud9 team coordinating those nearly takes down the enemy AD carry, but Gentic's there with the shield and the Wild Growth can keep him alive.
Yeah, they may not get him, but of course they will still get the turret as we watch his Contracts go straight over the wall to deal with the Cho'Gath. Really like his target priority there, going for Cho. Smites of an equal value, of course, and then flashes over the wall. Being one level ahead, his smite's even slightly larger. And just like that Cho'Gath, I even saw the animation, I think, for a second of the Feast. Cancelled by Jensen's Shockwave.
Jensen now having a Luden's Echo as well means those shockwaves are going to do that much more damage if they're the first thing to hit you. So you've really got to be aware of that ball positioning, exactly like we saw Cloud9 have to do when it was Seiya on the Orianna in game number 2. Lion is going to have to do the same thing against Cloud9 here. Of course, their job is going to be much more difficult. Being down 11K 26 minutes into a game is no small deficit. These guys are going to have to outplay like crazy to hold the line against Cloud9 here as they push up the mid lane. They find the 6th turret of the game. They have to head into the enemy base now.
I mean, frankly, Lion need to do a near impossible feat right now to try and prevent this onslaught from Cloud9 getting into their base with how clean they've been able to play League of Legends right now. How simple it feels like it is for C9 to just execute on these strategies. How about this one as well?
Here we go, forcing the flash and the cleanse away from Seiya. That's double summoner spells on the enemy mid laner. For owns a single summoner spell of Impact. They've managed to potentially catch Giral out. Impact always looking for those taunts, always looking for the lockdown. Giral going to lose about half his HP. Audi trying to go in Contracts with a very nicely timed interrupt, and Contracts and Sneaky and the rest of Cloud9 have found 2. Looking for number 3. Seiya's got no way out. He's going to fall to Impact. White Lotus, the next man to fall. The double kill for Sneaky. And Cloud9's looking to put this one in the books almost as fast as game number 1. The inhibitor goes down. Lion is aced. Cloud9 may have had to go through a fight in game number 2, but game 3 was just them putting the final nails in the coffin. They will find their 3-0 victory and punch their ticket to the main group event at Worlds 2017.
Game 1 was clean from Cloud9. Game 2, they were pushed to the limit, but you're right, we come into this 3rd game and suddenly they look reinvigorated all over again. Nothing was going to stop this C9 roster from making it to the main event. NA's got 3 teams to be representing them.
Cloud9 seemed frustrated to have to go through the play-ins, but they put on one hell of a show while they were here, not dropping a single game, a 7-0 record, clean throughout the 2017 play-in stage. They will move on to the main group event further in Wuhan, and they will have an even more difficult task there. You have to stop, you have to celebrate, be glad for this team where they've got with their victory today. But the fact remains, this is only the beginning. The real challenge now starts as you go up against the rest of the teams that are already in the main event, that are already in that main group stage, because it's going to get a lot harder from here on out.
Absolutely. It's not going to get any easier than this tournament if you are C9, but how they got there is important to me as well, because this was a full team effort in game number 3 from them. Pretty much everybody had incredibly high kill participation. Jensen, in this case, was the superstar with 100%, and just a really strong team showing to get them to that position.
Cloud9 made one hell of a mark here in their final game in the play-in stage. They'll be moving on to the groups, and to hear how they took that series in game 3, let's send it over to Dracos in the desk.
Before we get into it, Flowers, I think I want to give the NA correspondents here the opportunity to celebrate. Cloud9 has officially made it into groups. It's the 3rd NA LCS seed coming in. Mark, is there anything special?
Yeah, absolutely. I took the time to actually create myself a little celebration dinner. It's a traditional American meal of meat and carbs. I can't wait to get into it, but I don't want to rush eating it. Oh, also, Zyrene, don't worry, I got something for you. I got a little apple crisp.
Oh, hell yeah.
So you can dig into that when we're done.
Thank you, man. Holy.
Okay.
We're done.
I'm not sure where to go from here, but I guess let's talk about the League of Legends game that just happened.
Let's just talk about how historic this is for North America, because North America has not won a best-of series at Worlds since season 1. So the gap is closing, despite what people are telling you.
All the more reason to celebrate. All right, but how did they do it, gentlemen? I'm glad that they did it. I'm glad that you are willing to die from that meal to celebrate. but how did it actually happen?
I think it was another good draft out of them. I think all 3 games, C9 has had pretty good drafts. They focused a little bit on scaling late for the most part. They also have strong plays to look for in the early game. And then as they go later and later, they're just slightly better than Lion Gaming. I really think this was a tough draw for Lion because they rely so much on their individual skill. And it's just a tough matchup versus C9.
Yeah, and talking about draft for a second, the Twitch, this is the first Twitch of the entire tournament that we've seen. Surprised we haven't seen him more, but it makes a lot of sense for Cloud9, and they ended up winning the bottom lane, and they started playing around that, right? We said, oh, you should play around something that's not the mid lane with Jensen. So they decide, okay, maybe we'll play around bottom a little more on the side of Lion, something that ended up getting them an advantage in game 2. But now it's a shield composition with a Shen that kind of prevents you from playing towards that bottom side very heavily.
And then I feel like they did the one thing on the side of Lion in response to this that we told them not to do. The one thing. audience that we told them not to do.
Don't attack Jensen.
Don't go mid. And then we look what happens when they do go mid. And we can take a look at this first replay. Ultimately, this is why you don't want to mess with Jensen in the mid lane.
Yeah, the counter pick was not working out super well. They start pressuring solo, so of course Audi comes in to try and turn this one around, but C9 is always ready to defend Jensen. He gets that Shen ult to help bring him in, and you see the entire rest of C9 is collapsing in through the bot side, so just really heads up play out on them. It did work a little bit in game 2 attacking Jensen, but that was after they built a lead elsewhere. This time around, without any real pressure going down, if you instantly try and attack Jensen, C9 is ready to respond.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job, but I feel like playing around mid is something that you have to do eventually in the game. It just happens, right? It's the central part of the map, gets you everywhere else. So we're saying don't play around mid. You can't section off the most important part of the map and just try to get around it. It's so much harder to do. It takes more moves to get all the way around, takes more time. So going through mid is something that I think you eventually have to do.
Yeah, as a general game plan, think of C9's mid lane as a bunker, try and flank the bunker, don't go right towards it, but eventually you do need to bust that bunker up.
And one thing I really like is that we did see bot lane suffer in the previous matchup. We did see kind of Smoothie and Sneaky start to fall behind, but this time around they clearly came much more prepared for White Lotus and Genthix and maybe gave them the necessary respect. But honestly, Janna, a support we didn't expect to do anything. We heard the casters talking about it, actually really helping win out on that lane.
Yeah, it's definitely a lane where the Lulu counter pick usually works out pretty well. Tristana has pressure. You think this is a lane that you should just basically have shoved in 24/7, and it didn't quite work out this time around. Maybe a little less comfort on abusing someone in lane with Tristana than you're used to seeing with the Varus pick, who has a little bit more bully potential.
Yeah, I feel like Smoothie played incredibly well this entire series, and the fact that they knew when to pick, having the heal and barrier in the bottom lane, the barrier used very early on by Sneaky, so he didn't get this gigantic deficit, was able to just heal back up and not take a large chunk to his HP, was actually pretty heads-up play, even though the trades were something that I don't 100% agree with at the beginning of the game.
Well, with all this praise for Smoothie, I think it's no surprise that he will be our player of the series. Of course, coming in clutch, there were a lot of fantastic performances across the board for Cloud9, but Smoothie just felt like he was so consistently making his mark in this series.
He's a guy who has a lot of ups and downs. He started his career on TDK, had a long period of time where he was trying to figure out where exactly he was going to land in the league, spent some time on Liquid before finally getting his foot in the door at C9, and since then has just taken off to another level, and here finally picking up the first player of the series at Worlds for North America in 6 years.
Damn, that's my boy, though, because, like you said, the guy was auto-relegated on a team. Then he came back, Liquid benched him. Then he started having to fight for his spot against Funny Fufu on Cloud9, earned it. People kind of had that criticism of, I feel like maybe Bunny was a little better, but you're seeing now, Smoothie, it pays off in spades. He's a large part of their shot calling, he's a large part of the playmaking, and he even has a large part of the disengage and how they reassess fights. We think of the redemption to reset after Jensen got caught. He covers a lot of his team's mistakes, and it allows them to keep pushing forward with their plan.
Overall, has to be a performance he can be proud of, but we're going to send it over to Fish, who's standing by for an interview with the newest bot laner to promote to the group stage.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sneaky, the AD carry from Cloud9 after their victory today. Congratulations that you'll be moving into the main stage, or the main group stage of World Championship. But before this match, you kind of had a sneaky comment about Lion, saying you're wishing them a flight home before the match even started. Besides Game 2, it was relatively, one-sided towards you guys. What did you think of Lion after that series?
They were okay. I mean, initially I wasn't really sure what to expect, because coming into Worlds, we had to play against a bunch of wildcards, and they really are wildcards because they can just take a bunch of games off people. Like Albus Nox last year did really well. They went into quarters when it was completely unexpected. So yeah, we weren't underestimating them at all, and yeah, I hope the flight home is safe.
I'm glad that I'm pretty sure they'll be glad to hear that as well. Going into the next stage of Worlds, though, there's two groups you could be seated into. It's either SKT, EDG, and AHQ, or G2, Royal, as well as Samsung. Which group do you want to go into, and which group do you not want to go into, and why?
I think I prefer EDG, SKT, AHQ. Honestly, I think EDG is probably able to be taken down. I'd say more so than, Samsung, G2, and RNG. Because RNG has always come out strong during Worlds, and EDG has usually faltered, so I hope we can take the crown from them.
Well, let's see if you can do that as you move into the next stage of Worlds. And finally, since Cloud9 has been on the LCS, you've been to every single World Championship with them 5 times now, I believe. What's different this time, and what is it going to take for Cloud9 to go all the way?
Well, we do have a lot of different teammates now. Well, obviously we have contracts that's different for this year specifically. The rest of the members are the same. But yeah, it's been a long road. It's been pretty rocky. We had not the greatest split, and we ended up pretty decently at the end, and then we lost in playoffs. So now we're here in Gauntlet, from the Gauntlet, hoping to prove ourselves once again. I mean, it's just a different team atmosphere. Before, I think Mios was a lot of the voice in the team, and I think I've kind of taken over that role, and it's a little bit different dynamic. So yeah, I hope we can prove ourselves.
Well, hopefully you can do just that. Best of luck in the next stage of Worlds. We're going to go into a break. We'll be back with Hong Kong Attitude taking on Fnatic.
Accelerated shock blast may come through, not finding its way onto Jensen just yet. The turnaround onto the enemy junglers. They've got Jensen. Seiya now going to be having this turn right around on him. Contract swooping in there with the ulti. Ulti going to be used here soon. Silence, knock up, juggled around, slams back and forth into his own support. White Lotus taken out by Jensen, but Sneaky falls to Lotus as well.
They start to pressure.
Oh, speaking of excellent, Lulu is not about to have a very excellent time. Tanks it up for a very, very long time. Audi comes in. They're trying to steal this one away, but they can't. Seiya's got no way out. He's going to fall to Impact. White Lotus, the next man to fall. The double kill for Sneaky. And Cloud9's looking to put this one in the books.
Welcome back to the World's 2017 Elimination Stage. We're still Mark and Dracos, but we've swapped out our NA bias to accommodate some EU analysis with Andrew Vedieste.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, man.
Full.
Mark, yes, very quickly ate. All right, well, the stage is set for our next series of the day, Fnatic versus Hong Kong Attitude. Now, these two teams are coming into it after a pretty rough play-in group stage, both very close to the top, but still didn't feel like the cleanest sets.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys probably had the hardest time getting into exactly where they wanted to be. HKA narrowly missed that #1 seed after taking 1907 Fenerbahce to a tiebreaker, unable to actually convert on it after that. So you got to feel like they are hungry for some revenge.
Yeah, and looking back at that game, it was so close too. Both those teams fighting tooth and nail to try and secure that first place spot. But unfortunately for HKA, they just couldn't find the teamwork, couldn't find those mid-game fights that would allow them to win the game. But you can see that in terms of their early game, it's definitely an area that Fnatic might need to be scared of.
Definitely, because when we look at how Fnatic were able to come out on top, a lot of strong team fighting, a lot of strong ability in some of those games, but definitely not consistency across the board.
It's basically like everyone struggled at one point during their games. They did smash very hard in the bot lane 3 games before they finally had their one struggle, and even then they went late a couple times. So there's still a little bit of cleaning up to do, but it's hard to see them not performing here just because they have so many strong players.
Yeah, and I think it's really fascinating to look at how these teams go, because you have one team that built a lot of their advantages in terms of the early laning phase, whereas Fnatic, one of their big strengths was their ability to team fight, their coordination. Some of their comebacks were really impressive in finding those opportune fights and those opportune moments to swing things in their
And you
favor.
talk about the laning phase, mid lane does feel like it could be a mismatch given the success that Godquai and Mission were able to have and how shaky Brox and Capsa look. They did have some good performances, but also were kind of a weakness at certain points.
Oh, yeah, they were doing a good job punishing mid laners when they had their summoners down. They were able to get onto Frozen a couple times, who was supposed to be one of the big playmakers for 1907 Fenerbahce, and he was a little bit later in the game, but it did feel like Mission was giving him a little bit of trouble, and we were seeing Caps struggle against Null and some other people in the play-in stage.
Yeah, but the big thing that I'm going to be looking at in terms of HK's ability moving from the laning phase is what they can do with their gold leads, because we've seen a trend now with this team where they get this early lead either through the mid lane or through their AD carry, but then they never really push this gold lead that much further. It stagnates, and that is a reason why 1907 Fenerbahce were able to find that big win earlier on, and it could be an avenue with which Fnatic can take advantage of.
Definitely true. And now I also want to look at a little bit of the bot lane. Despite Reckless's most recent performance not being the greatest, I think he is still a massive threat on the team, and I think we have to look at how Unified is actually going to stack up in terms of individual playmaking.
Absolutely. We're going to have a good test here of Reckless to see how he's going to match up to the rest of the world, because Unified has looked great. He's probably been even more so than Mission, one of the focal points of the early game for HKA. He has made a lot of leads, but he has very tough competition because Jez and Reckless have been great as well.
They certainly have been. This 2v2 powerhouse bottom lane has been exciting to watch, and as a European fan, those will be one of the players that I'll be keeping my eye on throughout this series.
Lots of things to look out for. Well, let's send it to Pyre and Frost to get us into the first game of the series.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and welcome to our next series of the day. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and joining me in my Song of Ice and Fire is none other than Indiana Frusker in black. How are you?
But it's Frost. It's not Frost.
You know, I've been trying to spell that out for years. I still can't do it. Let's turn our attention towards the players taken to the stage today. On the blue side for game number 1, it's Fnatic, which means up in the top lane we've got Soaz, prowling the jungle will be Broxa, Caps in the mid, AD carry Reckless, support Jezzes, and their coach, Dylan Falco.
And scoring up against them on the red side, it's Hong Kong Attitude from the LMS. In the top lane, it's Rearus. Jungle is going to be God Kwai. Mid is Mission, Bot, Unified, and support Kaiwing with Coach Tabe.
And there's definitely been a lot of rumblings about this team. Very, very hyped up by a lot of the analysts. And of course, they have had their own troubles, but they're still looking exceptionally strong when they can build those leads early on in their games.
Yeah, they are a strong laning phase team, and let's kind of set the record straight. Yes, both Fnatic and HK had some struggles to get into this match, and yes, we now have 2 Pool 1 seeds facing off against each other for one more spot left in group stage, but ultimately, these are both the 3rd place seeds from the region. This is the 3rd place seed from EU, the 3rd place seed from the LMS, and finally, we get to answer that question. Is the LMS just a top 2 team region, or can Hong Kong Attitude actually put up a good fight and actually go the distance? Because I still feel that Fnatic are slightly favored in this.
Oh, they have to be. And even the fact that there have been a lot of question marks about Fnatic, the expectations always been a little bit higher from a region like EU. However, the LMS has produced some powerhouses, even if they're the names most people are always recognizing, the likes of Flash Wolves, of AHQ. I heard a lot of analysts talking about how this team might be better than AHQ this year.
And I frankly do have to agree. Yes, it was AHQ that took the 2nd seed, but if you look at the march through to even get Hong Kong Attitude here, they look very impressive. And it's individually, lane by lane, pound by pound per talent, matching up from AHQ. I weight a lot of the players. Unified is such a great ADC, even though On has that veteranship status behind him. Rearus is performing better in the top lane than Ziv has had this entire split. So HKA are a team to be feared.
They certainly are, but Fnatic definitely no slouches. As we get to picks and bans, we'll find out what they decide to build their compositions out with. Syndra off the board, followed by Rakan for Fnatic and Kalista on Hong Kong Attitude.
Big picks that I'm really looking for are going to be the Rise. I know Caps has really only gotten his hands on it once. Normally, it is banned in the 2nd rotation, but as I said, nope, get it out of here right out the gate.
Yeah, Caps has definitely been able to pull off some pretty nasty things on that. In fact, even when he joined the LCS, he had this insane backdoor play up against G2 Esports that everyone in the EU LCS remembers. Not going to get a chance to play off any of that shenanigans today.
And I expect it to be a permanently banned champion from HKA, whether they're on red or blue side, simply because Mission doesn't play it. It's not a champion that's in his wheelhouse. He does have a wider champion pool. He's more likely to go towards like the Cassidans and the Jaces, but Ryze just isn't there. So if Ryze is coming back into power and if he really feels threatened by Caps, this could be a pinch point where Fnatic can lock them down in draft and get a better favorable matchup because HKA are forced to ban this.
For Mission, we haven't actually seen him pull a whole lot of variety out just yet throughout their 5 games. He's played Syndra in 4 of them, so maybe we'll see things a little differently with that Syndra banned away. Starting off, we get a Gragas first pick for Fnatic.
And that's simply because the Sejuani has been taken away, and she's just been dominating Playins so far. We saw her just in the last series, even though, contracts, a couple hit and misses on those ultimates in the end. Sejuani is still just such a powerful champion, but with her off the board, Gragas rises up in priority.
Of course, this is going to mean for HKA, they get the chance to lock the AD carry first with Rakan banned. Stock and Zaya goes down just a little bit, so the Tristana is the choice.
I don't know if the stock necessarily goes down in Zaya. I'm personally of the favor that I still really love Zaya. I think she pairs up with a lot of good supports. That said, Alistar is still readily available, and Alistar can really throw a wrench in Zaya's day because she is a lower mobility ADC, especially when she doesn't have that ultimate to free her up.
That's a good point. Strong, independent bird woman, don't need no man. Let's see if Hong Kong...
She trades up.
Yeah, she does. Hong Kong Attitude. What are they going to lock in next? You talked about the Cassidon, and that's what they're going to pick.
And they believe that they have the best Cassidon in the LMS. Mission feels very confident on this champion. It's one of their most banned domestically. So I'm assuming that Fnatic have scouted HK and know this, and they just think that they can take it. So a lot of pressure on Caps right now, and he's not going to get a lot of assistance to deal with this.
Well, Fnatic did have a little bit of a rough time against Cassidon not too long ago, so maybe Hong Kong Attitude are hoping for a repeat there.
The big scary thing, though, is then all of the wave clear does fall into Unified's hands, and if Unified is ever out of position, they don't have that secondary carry to just draw out games, to be able to wave clear freely and create hiatuses there.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Unified's able to get done in this game. But for Fnatic, they've locked the Zaya, 15 seconds to keep on going. Do they want to pick a support up here? Seems like it would be the next logical step.
It's typically how Fnatic like to structure their drafts as well. They take jungle support and ADC in the top 3 picks. They could go for the mid laner, though, simply because they know it's a Cassidon and just try to get Caps a favorable matchup before that pool starts getting sculpted down.
So you've been brushing up on your British English, Frosco. But for Hong Kong
Attitude... I've gone medic.
Well, for Hong Kong Attitude, they can fill out their top lane here, and Shen might be the choice to protect either of those big carries. A lot of hyper carrying around, so add a little tank into the mix.
This is actually a comfort pick for Riris. He's known for his ability to split push, and the team really identifies his strength in recognizing when to push the lane versus when to join the team fight. And actually a champion like Shin makes that so much stronger, and this is the big pick that I wanted to see hit the ban board then. If you're going to take the Shin, you need to pinch the Galio. Soaz has been an absolute monster on this champion as well as the Shin, so by prioritizing top lane this high around, I feel like this is HK recognizing, respecting Soaz's power on these two picks, and denying him both.
Have to go for something a little bit different. Of course, Galio has been pretty much the most popular top laner at this tournament so far. Now the bans start coming into the jungle. The Rek'Sai banned away from Hong Kong Attitude, and it's back over to HK for their final ban.
Could just continue to whittle away that jungle pool. I expect it to be for Fnatic simply because HKA haven't locked in their jungler yet.
Okay, last couple seconds tick away, and there's Cho'Gath off the board.
Means that Soaz might be forced onto the Maokai. We all know how much he enjoys that champion.
Best champion. Totally loves it, right? 18 seconds to go for Fnatic now, and they have one more ban. Do they continue to hit the jungle pool here?
I would expect so, unless they just feel confident knowing what God Kwai will reach for in the jungle. Elise was heavily banned or taken away in the beginnings of Playins. She's now kind of faded out. We did just see a Zac last game.
Yeah, and God Kwai will have to do something completely different than what we've seen him on so far, because he's only had a handful of games with Gragas. Of course, the Jarvan and the Rek'Sai all picked away from him are banned. So let's see if they decide to go for something else now, and obviously they need a support. Maybe they pick that up first and try to get something on the last time around.
Yeah, it makes sense. There's no reason to reach for your jungler. Fnatic aren't going to try to take that one away since they already have the Gragas locked in. I said that Alistar has a pretty decent matchup into the Xayah just because it's really hard for her to get away from him as soon as he goes in, so it makes sense to look for Ali here.
All right, so what does Fnatic pair with the Xayah to try and counteract that a little bit?
I mean, you could just go for doubling down on the pushing power for Xayah or doubling down on the protection for Xayah. So something like an Ardent Sensor support would work here, like the Janna. Maybe you go for a traditional pushing support like the Karma. My big thing, though, is that I prefer when Jessis is on hard engage playmaking champions. Not that he can't play the Janna, but the last time that we saw Fnatic run a Janna composition, it was up to Reckless to literally Tristana jump forward to start fights, even when Broxah was on the likes of Sejuani. They are that reliant on Jessis being the primary engage tool for them.
So it's not going to be that this time around. However, they do have some hard engage. You got the Gragas available for Broxah. You have the Maokai. It's a pretty beefy front line to try and wear through.
It's not about the access to a hard engage, because I agree with you. You look at Maokai, you look at Gragas, you do not need a hard engage support. You've got that in spades throughout your composition. But again, it's the responsibility that Jessis has to the team.
All right, now this is going to be something completely out of left field there with that Ezreal jungle locked in. We were wondering when we would start seeing this one, and with all the junglers, the big tanks taken off the board, God Kwai's got himself a damaging pick.
Okay, I'm very excited. I knew that this was probably going to come up. The team has been practicing a lot, so they are going to feel very comfortable taking the Ezreal jungle, and it makes a lot of sense. They want to try to punish Broxah. Broxah has been a very, let's say, low effective jungler in the early game. He's much more about that mid game. He's much more about the late game team fighting, and he's a huge part of that, but he's just kind of non-existent in the early game outside of maybe some jungle tracking. With a hyper-aggressive jungler like Ezreal, you can get into his face, you can start camping different lanes, and you can set the tempo, and that's why I think you really want to exploit Fnatic. Their team fighting has been great, but their early game is suspect, and HKA can hit them hard with this type of pick.
And for HKA, it's right inside their wheelhouse to try and get ahead early on. These guys are all fantastic laners in their own right. Pretty much been training hard on all of their solo queues, just making themselves a little bit stronger bit by bit by bit, and let's see if it all comes together for the early game. For Hong Kong Attitude, of course, big expectations for this team. They've said they want to be in the top 16. They want to be progressing on to the stage and prove that they are the real deal within the world's environment. And if you can knock off a team like Fnatic, I think that is definitely a tick mark in your favor.
I mean, people look at this group, they look at this best of 5, they say, this is the closest one, this is the hardest one. But both these teams, if they want to go the distance, it's never going to be an easy road. You don't want to go the distance simply because it was gifted to you. You want to go the distance because you're the best.
You've got to be able to pull it out in the end. So now, Fnatic starting up on the blue side in game number 1. They've built themselves that solid team fighting composition they like, but it could be a rocky laning phase. We're about to find out as we load up in this first game of our best of 5.
So now it's about where are these teams going to focus into their early game. We've talked at length about how Fnatic, their early game has been a bit suspect. I think it personally makes sense. There's kind of two schools of thought here. Either Fnatic simply just don't know how to play an early game, which I don't believe is true, or they recognize kind of what the strong composition is in the meta. You know, tank top, hyper carry that scales up in the bottom lane, and then like a wave clear or, you know, pressure-oriented mid lane. And those usually tend to spike around kind of the mid and the late game. So it kind of makes sense that their game would be a bit slower pace. You know, they don't have to play the early game to be successful, especially with how important Baron is to ending games. These compositions are all going to come online by the time that Baron becomes a factor, and usually you're just going to team fight it out. So, you know, maybe Fnatic have this mastermind plan where it's fine, you know, we're fine giving away some early game pressure because come push to shove, we're going to be ready anyway.
As long as they can actually pull it off. But yeah, Fnatic as a team, historically, especially in this iteration of Fnatic over the course of the year, they have been a little bit stubborn about their compositions until they get punished about it. The most famous example being Rift Rivals this year. Then they changed things up completely and found great success, and as long as it still works, can't see any reason why Fnatic would shift away from it.
And here's the thing, you know, looking at Fnatic domestically, I was actually very impressed with this team for their ability to carry from every single lane. You know, Caps can go off, Soaz, his Gnar, his Jarvan stats are so impressive. Everyone knows the potential that Reckless can put out, but coming into Playins, it's been a rather one-dimensional Fnatic. And again, I have to trust the team, the history, the organization, and the experience, and just say that, you know, maybe they're not showing anything, maybe that they just believe this is the best way to play the game. And yeah, it's only really cost them one game that didn't matter against young generation. So pressure's on now. Like, how dominant are Fnatic going to come out?
Yep, that's always a question we have to ask. But for HK, they want to be able to do a lot in the early game. Of course, it's not just early game, right? The damage is going to get pretty real as this game goes on. You've got a Kassadin and Tristana, that Ezreal. I mean, it's all going to scale up pretty effectively. But the style of play that HK like to do is, of course, always going to be getting ahead in that early game. It is spotting out the blue buff start. And move, I should say.
Their early game success is really dependent on God Kwai, and normally he's the jungler that they haven't played the majority of their games with. They do have a split jungle pool between Gemini and God Kwai. God Kwai's played about 15 games now for them, whereas Gemini has played about 30. And they just like the communication. He's been with the team longer. He used to be the AD carry, role swapped into the jungle position, so he should feel super confident on a pick like Ezreal jungle.
Yeah, it fits him exactly. Checking in with how the lanes are all going, of course, it's been pretty steady. We wanted to talk about Broxah setting things up early and what God Kwai can do to punish him. So far, it's just about the early jungle clear, and it'll be telling where the junglers decide to put their attention first.
There's a ton of kill pressure up into the top lane as well as the bottom lane. You want to hit Maokai early if you want to go up there and work in tandem with the CC from Shen, but because you are Ezreal, you do just have ridiculous amounts of damage coming out of the jungle position. So I feel like HK have more versatile options about how they want to attack the map, and now it's just a matter of where does God Kwai actually strike.
Looks like he's a little bit preoccupied with his chickens. However, Broxah, he's on the Krugs too, so it's going to be a little bit of a slower start there.
Yeah, and then on the other side, if Broxah does want to have an impact in the lane phase, he can look mid lane before Kassadin has level 6 and gets a lot of safety there. Or perhaps he does look up into the top lane. Yes, both these tanks are going to be fairly susceptible early before they get their big tanky stats, and he does have the Maokai W to work with. So if it's Fnatic, you're probably looking around the mid and the top lane, whereas HK can attack mid, top, and bot.
Looks like HK might be coming in for that dive. God Kwai hanging around the side as Caps has been pushed under tower by Mission. So a lot of lanes pushing pretty much across the board right now, but Caps is going to be able to Twin Fang away most of this wave, and not a lot of kill pressure just yet. We're only 4 minutes in.
Yeah, already threatening the dive. It was just a scouting mission, though, placing the ward on the Wolf camp. That said, a lot of junglers, Condi in particular, really like Ezreal jungle for his ability to dive with the Arcane Shift. And now he's going to pop up top.
Ward in the bush, though, so Soaz knows exactly what's up. He's not too worried about being interrupted from the farm. Riris already down to half his health bar, but of course, Broxah is making his way up slowly. They pinged in the area. Not 100% sure if he was going to be there, but still just seems like the laners are going to be having it all to themselves for the time being.
Yeah, Broxah is just shadowing underneath Soaz. Soaz wants to get this big wave into the tower. He can get a free back if he wants to, or maybe try to punish Shen a little bit underneath the tower. And he just wants to make sure that he's in the area since his top laner has to be so exposed and overextended outside.
Yeah, I see the wave pushing back. Riris 1 level disadvantage over to Soaz, but big wave built up. He shouldn't have too much trouble under the tower. You know, he's threatened with his taunt, but Soaz giving him some healthy respect as Broxah hanging out in the bush, hoping that Riris will respond and try to push back out. Meanwhile, down to the bottom, still just a farm game, pretty even on that CS, but Highway wants to change it. In goes Unified, an instant jump up, and they do get a stun onto Reckless. Instant exhaust is on. Unified rooted, pulled back, Reckless ignited. Let's see if he can get the kill. Shield comes up, and Unified's gonna hop back in, insta flash, respect. There we go, back up to the top side of the action. It just keeps on going. Riris, he's got a flash, he might have to use it, but no, he's able to walk away from the danger.
Okay, so action across the map. In the end, though, it's the bottom action that I think is more important and prevalent to the game right now. That's three summoners burned from Fnatic. The exhaust, the flash, and the heal. And we talked about the Alistar into Xayah, how teams really favor that matchup. It now makes it that much easier for Godfly to say, I'm coming bottom, and we're looking for Reckless.
Yeah, now Mission, he wants to get going in onto Caps, and it's not going to happen too much just right now. And speaking of Caps, despite the fact that he's been under pressure more or less constantly throughout this Worlds, he's actually put up some pretty decent numbers in the CS department and not so bad on his KDA.
Let's be frank, no one's going to come to help Caps. Fnatic are notorious that they kind of leave their mid laner on an island unless, you know, Broxa happens to be on Raptors while Caps is being dove by 3 people. But despite the fact that this guy's constantly in 3v1, 2v1 scenarios, he has the second highest CS difference at 15, which is just so incredibly impressive and speaks to his ability as a laner.
Yeah, well, Caps definitely came in as a pretty hotshot rookie into the European LCS, a long line of them. And he was just one more, but he also added some interesting picks, some interesting playstyles. I mentioned earlier about that backdoor that he pulled off on the Rise. The guy's a playmaker, and he can definitely step up in the clutch. And in the lane, he usually doesn't get shut down too hard.
And the coolest thing is, while that's spoken a lot as kind of a primary weakness for Fnatic, it can also be a huge strength. If you don't need to constantly be babysitting your mid laner, if he can absorb all of that pressure and all of that attention, and you can gank the top lane, you can give the attention to the bot lane, that just makes Fnatic stronger across the board when they execute on that. It's when they leave Caps out to try, and then they start losing so much pressure and power through the middle of the map, that's when things go sideways.
Got to talk about when he starts getting solo killed or when the jungle just keeps making repeat visits. That being said, he is down in the CS versus the Kassadin of Mission. Of course, can't really say the same about this bot lane. Pretty dead on even. Reckless going for the Berserker Greaves starts after he was forced out of lane, but we see a swap coming in.
Yeah, and that's because they need to get away from this Alistar Tristana. They recognize that they just have a giant target painted on them, so Fnatic are trying to trigger a lane swap. Shin also has the ultimate available, so there's no reason to start fights in the bottom lane. This is a good read from Fnatic. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit too slow to the punch, so tempo advantage to HKA.
Yeah, they pick up the first tower, giving themselves a gold lead and extending that out to about 1,500. So I still pushing the wave up in the top, and the dual laners are going to be coming in, but Reavers will be able to clear most of that away. That's not massive right now. He's going to be forced under tower just to back away. They're still pushing in the bottom side. Unified and Kai Wing, there's no one there to respond, and Godfly's coming in for the relief effort.
Yeah, and it was the question about where Godfly was going to strike. Would he go bottom lane to help Alistar and Tristana continue to push on that inner tower, or would he assist top lane? By going top, they're going to delay this.
Oh yeah, Soaz, he's actually going to get the back and push them, and that is going to be first blood over to Soaz. On the dive, it looks like it was instigated by Hong Kong Attitude. Exhaust already burned the flash and the feathers. Sink in for the kill. Meanwhile, down bot, though, Kai Wing and Unified continue their push.
But globally, it's still an advantage for HKA. They're going to take the inner tower. There's a diminishing creep wave that's just now approached Fnatic up into the top lane. And Kai Wing and Unified should have enough time to push this wave and make their back and then rotate towards the top side.
Yeah, they never stop. Fnatic, they're just leaving things open right now as they try to push down on the bottom. And Mission's going to get a back away. And it just seems like Fnatic, a little bit under the gun, decided they just didn't want to push their luck.
That was cute for Mission.
He teleports back in. That's instant. Wow.
Okay, taking another look at this. This is huge, even though Godfly does die to First Blood, and that is pretty significant. Ezreal does need to get ahead to really be effective. He has a very expensive build coming out of the jungle. But his death here isn't in vain. They do trade 1-for-1 First Blood advantage to Fnatic because they will take down Ezreal first, but they delay the tower push, which buys enough time for the bottom lane. You look at the bottom side of your map right now, Tristana and Alistar are pushing down the inner tower, and again, still global advantage and global gold lead to HKA, and this is what we expect from this team. Their pre-15-minute stats are pretty absurd.
Yep, building them up as the time goes, and we talked about how they're going to have a lot of scaling in their favor. It's just that the carries necessarily aren't the ones getting the kills early on, and that's okay right now. They've been able to stabilize quite well. Okay, Broxah getting caught up, and there's Soaz there at his back. A lot of pings flying. Mission wanted to go in, but he realizes he's not going to be solo.
And finally, this is now Fnatic having this slightly upper edge in terms of tempo. They reach the tower first, they've got more members rotating over to them, and another creep wave coming in, whereas on the other side, HKA are just about to hit the first tower.
Yeah, so this time it trades around back the other way, and I think Fnatic may not have been the most optimal of trades for them earlier on, but they'll be pretty happy with the fact that they've managed to get out of the laning phase, not too scathed, even on the gold game, and of course will change in just a few minutes.
Now it's about what they're going to buy with this time. You can see that Reavers is trying to guard the inner tower, but how confident are Fnatic to continue to push?
Shot barrage coming out.
Mission.
There's some waves. He already clipped onto the crab. That's a long-range wave clear. Last couple shots. Ooh, there's a taunt. Brox was able to interrupt it just on the edge. Mission looking to go in. Rear is stuck under tower. The barrel comes out. Not enough to secure that kill. as Jesus throws down the Monsoon to keep Reckless healthy.
And again, it's Ryrus and Friend buying enough time to slow down Fnatic's siege, while on the other side, they continue to push into another inner tower.
Yeah, Soaz, I don't know if he's going to have as much to be able to defend here without a whole lot of backup. He just has to throw down the sapling, and there it goes. Hong Kong Attitude picking up tower number 4 for themselves on the up and up versus Fnatic.
And this now means that they have super access to the Rift Herald. They can just snowball onto that, or maybe rotate over to the mid lane just to dissuade Fnatic from pushing too far deep. John is here, they should be okay.
All right, shots in. Unified, he goes deep, and there is the knock-up headbutt. Both combo, and Unified getting the kill. Caps. Oh, he just tries to slither out too late, and even though he dishes some damage, Godquai takes Caps down. And it's all HKA in the mid lane.
And this is disaster from that Fnatic. They simply took the wrong way out of the lane. You know, you had the Janna from disengage, they could have rotated down, and as I say that, maybe a turnaround? Nope. We're just
Slow to
gonna
respond.
disengage.
Slow to respond for Fnatic, and you talked about Rift Herald being up and available. It's also the Dragon Mountain down there that Mission and the rest of Hong Kong Attitude are going to be able to secure. Not a whole lot that Fnatic can do about it. And they honestly just got caught sleeping.
And this has kind of been the story of Fnatic during the entire stage of Playins. The one game where they had an early lead, where they were making the tempo aggressive, macro decisions, was their first game against KLG. But since then, this has been the story. And Jesus not walking down. Yes, Cassian's coming in with the Shin, but he splits it from his team. He's just left for easy pickings, and then from bad to worse, his Cass is picked off.
Yeah, it's unfortunate right now that Fnatic getting themselves caught out just a little bit. And we've even heard them talk a lot about how they are a team that will sometimes respond a little bit emotionally and not always make the optimal plays when they don't feel things are going well. Well, that's the thing that can sometimes start off that level of thinking. See if Fnatic can make the recovery. We're 12 minutes in, though. It's still a gold lead for Hong Kong Attitude, about 2,000, but now it looks like they're starting to feel a little bit more confident that they can take off individual plays. Soaz does not want any part of Mission.
And the scary thing is now that the towers have broken down and we're starting to play kind of the 1-3-1 or play around with our lane assignments, that's where HKA's composition gets scary, because this accident is a hard person to deal with.
And they're hitting the item spikes faster, right? The Rod of Ages completed versus just a couple of components from the Cassiopeia, the Infinity Edge versus what Reckless is bringing. It's not quite finished up on his Essence Reaver, so we're going to have to fight here around this Rift Herald to see what happens. Mission getting chased on and followed on back, and we'll get bullied out. Godquai look to try and take away the Rift Herald, but not going to happen. Monsoon keeping everybody on the Fnatic side. Healthy as Godquai gets knocked in by the barrel, flashes away, gets the heal, staying alive, and now Fnatic trying to split attention, but they will be able to find Mission as he couldn't Rift Walk fast enough to get out of that one. Rift Herald and a kill.
Big swing for Fnatic right there, and that's what's been putting them over the line in all these plans. They fumbled the early macro decisions, give away a couple free towers, don't necessarily trade even, but their team fighting is clean enough that it doesn't matter, that they're able to dig themselves out of any sort of deficit they put themselves in early.
Yep. Might not always work about every single time, but it's shown so far that Fnatic's strong enough to affect the comebacks and out-skirmish, out-trade opponents. Unfortunately for Hong Kong Attitude, they just couldn't quite find the fight where they needed it. However, setup for them still looking good. A lot of wards deep in this Fnatic jungle. Pings flying that they know Brox is not around as he'd already backed off the base. Jez's and Caps a little low on the health bars. Have to respect the damage that Unified will bring.
That said, the main goal for Fnatic right now is to take down that mid-tier tower. Now, you can see that Unified and Kaiwing have been moved over to just play wave clear duty, but Fnatic do have the Rift Herald. It does mean that HK are kind of extending themselves up into the mid lane, so eventually, as soon as they take care of these side lanes, Fnatic can rotate and try to push their luck mid. Although, here we go.
Oh, he's
the
on.
classic.
Jumping in. Featherstorm out for Reckless. Teleport coming down. Mission wanted the 1v1, but he's not going to be able to take the 2v2, and Reckless might not even need any backup right there. Pulls him back, gets the root off, and wow, the outplays. Doesn't result in a kill, but still forced quite a lot out of Mission.
And normally when Fnatic's fans see Reckless off into a side lane, it's, oh no, he's off into farm mode, this is when he gets caught, but just turning around and showing the power of Xayah and his confidence that, okay, Cassian, you think that you have the lane assignment here, but you need to play this perfectly or I will punish you.
Yeah, you called it in the pick and ban. You definitely don't need the Rakan to be effective on that Xayah. And with Essence Reaver complete, he can start working towards the rest of his build. He's already dishing some seriously massive damage.
I'm just saying, she is the better Tinder swipe here.
But paired up with Jezzy, it's all good. Unified still on wave clear duty in the mid lane. Caps trying to do the same thing, and looks like the game is going to rotate about the mid for a little while since both towers still up and available, and those are the only ones on that part of the map. Still a while before anything like Baron will become a possibility.
It's about funneling farm, making sure that we're hitting our big item breakpoints. For Xayah, it's really about the 2-item spike, especially when she has the Ardent Censer and Janna in tandem. Janna level 8. Once she's level 9, she's going to have the 5 points in the shield. We talk about this all the time, but, then gets that added benefit of the flat AD. Whereas Tristana, needs to reach a little bit farther, needs the 2 attack speed items, so the Shiv, the Infinity Edge, and whatever else that she wants before she really becomes effective.
Feeling comfortable enough to just solo take those fights. We've seen Unified, though, really going hypey to jump on in, knowing that he'll get the reset, or at the very least the support's going to go in and back him up.
I think he had to pump the brakes a little bit just because
Speaking of,
he wasn't feeling too confident when he ran into Xayah and the teleport. Big Eyes, though, on Godquai, this hasn't been the snowballed Ezreal jungle game that you really need to be effective on this champion.
Okay, High Wing gets pushed back, and he might have sealed his own death warrant there as he goes on in, gets the knockups, Cats coming out, Monsoon to keep everyone on the Fnatic side healthy, and Riris is going to tag back out as he gets the taunt off onto Soaz. No one from Hong Kong Attitude going down, but this will open up the chance to push with Rift Herald.
Yeah, I said that as soon as Fnatic felt comfortable about their side lanes, they were just going to funnel all their resources into that mid lane, use the Rift Herald, and take the free structure. And here they go. They're now within touching distance of this gold difference between them and HKA.
Yeah, Shelly wants to go into round 2, but Godquai Mission trying to push that one back. So Fnatic haven't opened up the map here. Let's see what they end up doing next. Still the gold in favor of Hong Kong Attitude, but that's pretty slim.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it kind of feels like the clock strikes midnight on HKA's gold advantages. 2-15 minutes, they're feeling comfortable, but as soon as it ticks over to 16 to 18 minutes, suddenly they start to slip backwards.
Yeah. Fortunately for them right now, Fnatic starting to look like they're the ones in the driver's seat. Reckless wants on a side lane. We have seen this many times, as you referred to.
He does need to be careful, though. His team's not pressuring anything underneath him, and he doesn't have a lot of offensive vision pushed into the enemy jungle to extend much farther. So I like the respect that Reckless is showing, though. Just hoovering up some farm, stacking his pockets a little bit, picks himself up a Zeal, but not pushing his luck.
Yeah, not going to go too far and too deep without a whole lot of backup. We have seen Fnatic sometimes use them to bait things out there, but not this time around. Riris is actually going to be the one rushing on that side. Of course, on that Shen, pretty much right in his comfort zone. A lot of wards deep here for Hong Kong Attitude, so if anybody from Fnatic decides to go through their bot side jungle, they're going to know all about it.
And this is what HKA were unable to execute on in kind of the last big team fight. They weren't able to pull Fnatic apart into these side lanes. Fnatic just saw that Castan and Shen were in a side lane and decided to commit heavily towards the mid lane. So a lot of respect to Alistar and Tristana. They need to be careful because it feels like as soon as Fnatic see Mission and Riris off to the side, they're just going to steamroll over mid.
Yeah, quick decision making. Of course, they turn their way towards the Cloud Drake. An easy peasy pickup for this Fnatic team, so they'll be a little bit more quick to try and move around the map now. Back to mid they go to try and control that and not let Hong Kong Attitude have the inside tack. Still a lot of vision deep in those jungles, down in that bottom lane, but there's nothing they can really do with it at the moment.
It also makes sense that HKA would just give away the Cloud Dragon. They didn't have vision control of that area anyway. It's just a Cloud, and they're not feeling comfortable in terms of their item break points and feeling strong right now. So it's about the next Dragon.
It's a waiting game for Hong Kong Attitude. And, we talked about how for them it does seem to be all about building up the big lane leads. That kind of evaporated for this team, but there's still so much more that they can actually do. I'm just curious if they're going to be able to pull off these fights that Fnatic have just been so much better at in this playing stage.
I mean, they have a ton of mobility that they don't necessarily need to take the full 5v5, that they can try to split up when all 10 members are grouped up into kind of like a 2v2 or 3v2 type of scenario. But the guy to watch is really unified. The amount of damage and his damage share for this team is just absolutely ridiculous. And on a pick like Tristana, he's certainly armed to do so. It's just that he's now looking down the barrel of someone like Reckless.
Normally, we talk about that high damage share that Unified has as a result of the fact that that Godquai doesn't actually do nearly as much of it as his jungle counterparts. But now he's on an Ezreal. Now he's on this type of champion that's going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. So I'd be curious to see his numbers after this game, because if they match up, that's a problem.
I mean, he's certainly going to be putting out more damage than usual simply because it's a poke champion versus kind of an all-in engaged tank. That said, he's still not feeling super confident. He's starting to create a little bit of space between him and Gragas, but he's been sitting on a Sheen for what feels like forever.
Yeah, he really needs that eye edge to try and get things going here. Still a little while before
Force?
Trinity Force. Yeah, sorry. That other item. The other item that does a lot of damage.
I trusted you. I was just going to take that. I was like, yeah, the Infinity Edge on Ezreal. No, it should
I mean, that would do a lot of damage, admittedly.
the Trinity Force into Duskblade.
I mix those up all the time, apparently.
They're very expensive swords.
They are definitely. Well, one is 3 swords. That's where I really messed up, because I didn't think about that. But the Baron is going to be up in about 10 seconds. Now, I don't think that's going to be taken right away, but you can see that Fnatic are setting up vision for it already. Going to be a big important objective for both teams to try and take out Riris and Soaz, finding each other down on the bottom side. Soaz is decidedly more difficult to take down. He's got a Bramble Vest sitting on that, top of a little bit more MR for himself in the Spirit Visage.
Yeah, he's got the Bramble Vest as well as the Ninja Tabi, so he feels completely fine in terms of the armor front, and then he also has his MR with the Spirit Visage completed. So Soaz feels super confident looking across from Rearus right now. Rearus is just trying to control the minion wave, doesn't really want anything to do with the Giant, traps the vision control for him, so has to pay a ton of respect to Fnatic right now and can't get the deep push that he really wants.
Yeah, all those wards that were set up earlier on when HK had a lot more control of this map has kind of gone out the window, and there's not a whole lot of inside tactics they can really get. Fnatic do see this Cassin upriver nearby the Baron pit, pinging on it right now, but there's really not going to be a whole lot of response. So it seems like the Baron control wards all being taken out and replaced in favor of Hong Kong Attitudes, and this is the early stages of that dance.
Oh!
Hello! Looks like they found Unified, and he's going to get the hop up in a way right into the Raptors, and just going to get a little bit more clear off on him so they're not dishing out too much damage as he goes away.
And huge credit to Unified, didn't have to burn his heal, retained his flash right there. It did look very close, so good attempt by Broxa to find a very important pick, but Unified keeps his cool and walks away.
This is why you see those Tristana so frequently. Not only does she do so much damage, but you got a lot of self-peel getting everybody out of your face, and we'll see as Reckless and Jessens get on the side push here. Still being pinged out by Hong Kong Attitudes. Just a waiting game, trying to play the waves back and forth to make sure that there isn't a big advantage on either side of the map. Mid lane, kind of all but forgotten at the moment.
This is the most important part of the game, though, because this will be the big decider. You know, we've been kind of in this very intense tug of war, and someone's about to lose.
Oh boy, Caps trying to go all the way back under tower. Does make it out nice and safe. A little bit of help from Jessens on the backside, but now you see Hong Kong Attitude looking to try and push in, or maybe they decide now is the time. We're going to attempt that Baron. Unified getting a little far forward to try and get a few chip shots off on that tower, but nothing doing. Shen moving down towards the bottom, but he has got his teleport. No Stand United.
Yep, still needs to be incredibly respectful, though, as we're back to the the Baron dance. I'm used to calling the Baron dance the Harlem Shake.
Yeah,
the
it's the Barrelin Shake now.
The Barrelin Shake. I feel like this is more of a tango, though. It feels a bit more graceful.
This is a bit more of the European style of Baron dance that we're definitely a little more used to seeing. A little back and forth, and then eventually someone just throws the Baron.
I feel like
Not always. I'm not being entirely.
I was gonna say, I feel like Fnatic have been really consistent.
No,
around the
they're
Baron.
good at it. I was saying Pan EU. That's a whole other story.
Their ability to sculpt fights around the Barons have pretty much saved them a lot of games in the Playins. Again, their setting of tempo and their ability to say, we're getting the first tower, we're going to trade 2 towers up on you. They've pretty much fallen flat on their face throughout the Playins group stage, but it just comes to that one Baron fight where, Fnatic have the perfect vision set up, where Jessica gets the perfect flank, and then Broxa follows up, and they don't disengage, they keep going forward. Fnatic suddenly close the bear trap on you and rotate into a Baron or rotating into an Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and of course it's kind of better equipped for their comp to do that as opposed to what Hong Kong Attitude are bringing. They have those side lane pushers. They have a bit more of a catch if you look at the Kassadin, you look at the Shen, and even the Ezreal. It's a lot of damage, but in the team fights, may not necessarily shine as much as some of that AoE that the likes of Caps and Reckless can do.
I mean, there's certainly a ton of damage on both the compositions. They're well balanced. They've got multiple damage threats, great tanks.
Solid scaling, too.
You've pointed out, though, that HK do have the added benefit that they can try to manipulate more of these side lanes. Cassiopeia, she's not going to be in the same safety net when she's playing the side lane. That's why Reckless has really been picking up a lot of that side lane farm and a lot of that side lane responsibility.
But this is where they're comfortable fighting, right? The 2-item spike you were talking about on the Xayah, that's of course completed. We're still waiting to see the Tristana get to 3. And Fnatic, they're now deciding to grab a little bit of extra easier objectives. The Ocean Drake on the board should be a pretty simple take for them because there's not a whole lot of response where Hong Kong Attitude are on the map right now. Still focusing on those side lanes. The Kassadin pushing up top, the Shen pushing down on bottom.
And it's focusing on the farm again. It's HK recognizing that, hey, we're not strong enough. We don't feel 100% confident right now that we could just dominate these 5v5s. We're still waiting on one more item from Tristana, so let them have the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, let them have it for now. Of course, we haven't seen the more explosive Infernal Drakes that have pretty much been in just about every game.
I think there was like twice as many Infernal takes as any other dragon so far in this tournament. Something like 30.
Made them really, really explosive fights happening, but now at 25 minutes, it's not one to be found, and even the next dragon's going to be the Mountain.
But the fact that this mid lane tower is still standing at 24 minutes is a big problem for HK. It means that they're having a harder time kind of blitzing in their deep vision on either the blue or red side jungle.
Looking to change their fortunes right here. The Caps is still there to defense. Unified gets the turnaround. Doesn't look into the Petrifying Gaze. With the Janus Shield, they're able to save the tower mid for now. Fnatic instantly mobilizing for the defense. Hong Kong Attitude, they want that tower real bad, but they're going to have to earn it. Looking for Broxa. Kaiwin goes in with the knockup. Static ship, AoE damage. Mission wanted to find an in, and True Shot Barrage is going to peg Caps, but not enough to take him out.
And looking down bottom, you could see that Riris actually disengaged from Maokai. He's now recently stepped back forward to try to keep him locked down, so HK maybe feeling confident enough that they don't need to pull their Shin, that they can actually just win in the 4v4 right now or get what they want, but everyone is going to disengage.
Yeah, pressure still on for Fnatic, trying to save this mid tower. Hong Kong Attitude still hanging around the Baron pit, controlling all that vision. Fnatic would have to, of course, go in there to try and stop him out. Mission, he's still on a mission up towards the top side to keep the waves a pushing, but the dance continues back and forth.
The fact that Mission's got to bounce between both mid and top lane, though, and Caps is able to keep CS with him, pretty impressive.
Been able to do it pretty consistently. Well, we talked about the CSD of 15. Throughout the rest of the game, it's pretty good, too. Caps is definitely not slouched on most champions.
And he is getting more support now that the lanes have broken. You know, it is Broxa and Jezza standing behind him, making sure that they can't break that mid lane tower. But just to re-emphasize, it is so important that Fnatic still have that standing, and it's what's denied HK a lot of their ability to exploit their 1-3-1, because they can't get deeper vision in the jungle because mid lane still stands.
Yeah, that's the difficult part right now. So for Hong Kong Attitude, still frustrating them to try and break into that mid side. And now we start to see them gathering a little bit more of their vision, once again poking into the jungle of Fnatic on both the bottom and the top sides. And there's that 3-item power spike for the Tristana. Is this where they start forcing out the Baron?
So I would expect that they're going to feel more comfortable. They also have the completed Trinity Force on Ezreal jungle. You still are looking for kind of the 3 items for easy. Probably going to be the Dustblade coming in next. That said, we're also very close for the Infinity Edge for Reckless.
Yeah, that's going to start turning things around pretty well, too. And 2-item power spike on the Xayah, he's still been dishing damage.
But otherwise, I feel like both teams have been, pretty respectful, just kind of gentleman's agreement. We're going to farm, we're going to get our items. We'll see it in the 5v5. And now it's coming on to that time of the game.
Yeah, you can see both teams getting a little bit more trigger happy, trying to go in on each other and see if they can get a quick pick to try and turn a fight in their favor. Still no one's going to find it just about now. I mean, this is one of those games we have more towers than kills, and it kind of teeters on a knife edge for a little while.
But it just takes one team fight, Pyra, and it will be a massive swing of who will win this game.
Oh yeah, now the minions moving in towards the bottom side as Riris goes to join the team back up towards top. Fnatic are the ones that have controlled vision around the Baron pit, and see if HKA can try to find a collapse here. Kai Wing moving around the mid once more, finds Caps out, gets grounded. Rest of Fnatic on the chase looking for the cow. They want themselves a burger today. Not gonna find it.
And frankly, it should be HKA that are looking for the plays at that moment. It's them who have priority over the mid lane. They've got the Shin rotating first. He's going to get to fights faster because he has the Stand United, but constantly it's Fnatic. Oh!
And they found a catch right on top of the Ezreal Shen Shield coming in, but Godquai is going to get deleted before he can do it, and Fnatic instantly pinging onto the Baron. Let's see if they're going to be able to secure that one down. Without the smite, HKA will have to distract.
Which means that HKA have to fight and try to force them off the Baron. There is no option to look for a smite steal here.
Yep, no vision for them thanks to the control ward denying the red that they've already got inside, but a teleport is coming down right now. Let's see if Fnatic can secure this one up right quick. No Mountain Drake for them, but still plenty of damage. Reaver's coming in. It looks like that's going to get secured as they got the zone out onto Mission. Fnatic clean take on the Baron and looking for more as they go for Mission, who tries to jump over the wall, gets the Blaststone Express, but he is on the wrong side of that mid tower. Really regretting the fact that they haven't been able to pick it up. He rift walks over into the pit.
He should be out home and to safety, but it is a clean Baron pickup from Fnatic. And like I said, it just comes down to one team fight that's massively going to swing this game in the other direction.
Yes, indeed. So, for Fnatic, with the Baron-empowered minions, making it even harder for HK to push into this mid. They're the ones who are finding, even if you don't get the kills, you can still find exactly what you need, just getting one pick.
But I want to hit back to my previous point. Look where Shin was. He was starting to rotate so much earlier for this fight, but it's not HKA that are ever putting themselves in a position to try to start a fight, to try to use the fact that they did have priority in those side lanes. It's always Fnatic that are looking for the plays, and in that instance, making them happen.
Yeah, surprised a little bit of Hong Kong Attitude's passivity and maybe just getting this game a little inside their heads and not necessarily trying to play it off to win, but just playing it to not lose any harder. And the gold lead, of course, slim, but still been in Fnatic's favor. We're approaching that 30-minute mark, and they've got a lot of damage. Still, we need to see them put it to the use.
And how much damage can Fnatic do with this Baron?
Looking for tower on the bottom side. Even Reckless hops over now, joined by Brox. So that's 4 members. They get the 4-1 on. That's a pretty quick clear out of those waves. Static Shield will do that for you, and Mission says, I don't want any part of this.
And as I said, now this is where the composition from HK can be punished. They don't have 2 forms of wave clear. They're entirely reliant on Unified being in position with this Tristana, and if he's ever not, it's just going to drop just like that Inner did.
Yep, pretty easy to cut through those. And now Soaz is keeping Revis locked up. Remember, he could always cancel a teleport out of the Shen, but he doesn't even have Stand United up and available. So Fnatic, they're still going to have a bit more of a global advantage. Taking down the inner on the bottom, looking to push for the mid. And Mission, he's moving up to try and take out Soaz. He's going to be locked up for now. Let's see if they can hold him on. Redemption coming through, going to keep him even healthier. And a 2v1, he's just keeping pushing them back, and Fnatic looking to join him up towards the top side. Soaz doesn't even care about tanking on the tower damage, and looks like that's going to be all she wrote for this tower. Up in the top, 5-4 in favor of Fnatic.
They've got inside track. They can now just rotate back towards the mid lane. Soaz does have teleport, so he's fine to make his back right here. And if the enemy team engages, he'll just TP in.
And there we go, looking for Mission, even gets knocked up. The CC chain is real, and Caps is going to be able to finish off the Kassadin. And these towers are falling like dominoes right now, 30 minutes into the game.
And Soaz, teleport comes in. He's got a giant wave. He says, guys, just come here. We're just going to try to break the base.
Yep, just keep it going on 1, 2, 3 lanes. Not a whole lot the Hong Kong Attitude can do. They are running out of options right now, and we expect to see that desperate fight to try and turn things in their favor. They do have their items, they do have the spikes they've needed, but they are running out of base right now. One tower falls in the mid, the bottom. Minions are being marched forward, and they just keep on giving ground here, respecting damage that Fnatic can do, but it looks like it might be too little, it might be too late. Revis is going to get knocked up, locked up, and rooted underneath this tower, and once more they just keep firing on. Another tower falls after the inhibitor. It's going to be another easy inhib. Fnatic, it's just like they decide to keep on pushing, and nothing can stop this team. Slow march to victory.
And the interesting thing about HK versus Fnatic were the massive stylistic differences. Statistically, when you look at these teams, you have HK, the early game team. You know, pre-15 minutes, they build up these leads. Can they sprint fast enough off the finish line to beat Fnatic before they come online in the mid game, before they come online in the late game 5v5s? And the answer right now for game 1 is no. And that's the thing.
Take a breather.
People can criticize Fnatic's lackluster early game all you want. And I'm not going to, stand behind and say they made 100% the right macro decisions. There are obvious holes and flaws here. But it doesn't matter because they're confident enough that come that 5v5, they're going to execute, they're going to do the right thing, they're going to find the critical pick, and they're going to win the game anyway.
And they're going to be able to pull Hong Kong Attitude into those 5v5s that they know they can win. So far, the 1-3-1 strategy that we kept seeing out of Hong Kong Attitude, it was so difficult for them to go deep when they didn't have control in the mid. And lo and behold, the mid tower still stands for Fnatic. So Hong Kong Attitude, they just couldn't quite do enough early.
And a lot of that did fall on Godquai because he didn't take off on that jungle Ezreal, but he really needed to, and frankly just got outscaled of the usefulness that Gragas is going to bring to his team.
Yeah. Godquai obviously a little bit more at home on some of those tanky junglers, but with all of them banned away, he goes on to the Ezreal. Maybe he would be at home on an AD carry like Ezreal, but at the same time, it seemed like he just didn't quite have the amount of pressure that Broxah did. And even though Broxah didn't make any trips to the mid lane, he was still pretty effective early game.
That said, you can see that there's still some fight left in HKA. They are looking for the cheeky flank play. They still have a lot of power in their Kassadin as well as their Tristana. Yes, the Ezreal has fallen behind, but Fnatic, they're not out of the woods just yet.
Oh, they've got to put it away with the Nexus, grab that 50 gold, and move on to game number 2. Now Soaz still trying to duke it out with Mission. Not getting the better of him, though. This Kassadin, not quite at the level he'd like to be 33 minutes into this game. And back inside the base is HKA Unified looking to take down the Gragas, but Broxah tanks it all up, shrugs off the damage. Waves crashing into the top side. Soaz on the flank. There's a hop away, but everyone's going to get rooted up, and Kai Wing is healthy enough to tank through things, but that redemption means Fnatic are as well. As they break open the base up towards the top, it looks like they decide to try and take the fight to end the game. The Shen Shield's on as Kai Wing staying alive. Mission trying to cut them off on the flank, but it looks like Fnatic know when to not push their luck, backing out. Moving right back on in once they're in safe range.
They are sticking around for this one. Here comes Broxah.
Okay, gets the knockup, and they look for the Tristana, deleting it. It's Reckless, taking out his opposite number. Now Revis will be the next to fall. That shield is not quite enough in Mission. Never got a chance to go in for the flank. Soaz following the flash all the way through onto Godquai, and Caps on a killing spree means that this game is going to get closed out. Number 1 over to Fnatic, 34 minutes into this game. And once they hit the go button, there was no stopping this team. 1-0 up.
No early game, no problem for Fnatic. They just meet you in the mid game, they meet you in the late game, and they just have cleaner team fights, cleaner picks, and know when to turn it on.
Fortunately for Hong Kong Attitude, they had the first 15 minutes on lock as is usual, but they just didn't have the trajectory to keep on moving in that mid game, and you can see frustration on the faces of their players. Unfortunately, unfortunately for them, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board for game 2.
And I really do have to put a magnifying glass over HK's mid-game. You know, when they went out to the 1-3-1, initially they did have the superior lane assignments. They could threaten with the Kassadin, but it just took them so long to execute on it. Frankly, they never really executed on it correctly that suddenly they couldn't deal with Soaz. They couldn't execute on the 1-3-1, and Fnatic just ran them over. Yeah,
I mean, it was so nice to see in the early game that they were getting the better trades down. Fnatic were kind of, hustling up to the top lane, trading a little bit late, but then everything kind of evened out. And it did seem like HK just kind of pumped the brakes a little bit too much.
Yeah, and a lot of that was credit to Riras. I think he did a great job slowing down a lot of Fnatic's, tower pressuring. The fact that he was able to stall so long allowed his team to trade up, but that gold lead wasn't enough.
Unfortunately, no. Now, to hear how Fnatic took the first game of the series, let's send it over to Dracos and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Before we get into the meat of the game, I think it's best for us to start back in the pick and ban phase, because we did have some question marks on the side of Fnatic. I'll be the first to say it. The second casting gets locked in and I don't see a Lucian, I get scared. Not that it's the only option. I just get worried, man.
I was sitting there being like, come on, Caps, this is like an easy matchup for you. But HK, they're throwing out the challenge. They're basically saying, you know what? I don't think you can play Lucian. I'm pretty confident that you're not going to bring it out. And they called his bluff and it worked out.
Yeah, that's what was surprising to me is you take a first pick cast and only banning out a Rise. There's so many things that can potentially be taken into it. They take the Cassio, and surprisingly, he actually loses that matchup pretty hard. He was down 10, 15 CS around the 10, 15 minute mark, so really not a great look at the start for Caps, though he is going to end up bouncing back.
And when we look at this game, of course, it did feel very much like a macro game for the vast majority of it. Teams rotating around, looking to trade towers back and forth. Exactly. And it felt like HKA were pretty comfortably in the lead, then passed it back to Fnatic. It was sort of all over the place.
I felt like what we saw was an initial lane dominance coming out from the side of HKA. You could see CS advantages all across the board from them, and it was what we were talking about earlier, where a lot of their leads have come from their laning prowess. Unified stepped up massively against Reckless and Jezz down in the bottom lane. It was in part thanks to the matchup, of course, but the fact that they were able to push them out, even force Fnatic into this swap, just goes to show the strength of their individual laners. The problem was, Fnatic, they have a little bit more experience of moving around the map, and often they did have that tempo advantage, and they slowly called that gold.
And to be fair, their experience, I think they over-trusted it once or twice.
Sure, yeah,
they made a
100%.
misjudgment there, when we take a look at our first replay here, you can see that ultimately that experience sort of counted against them because they did not respect the potential collapse.
And there's a lot of global tools here on the side of HKA. They were just pushing bot lane. Fnatic was, rotated mid, tried to get there first, but a Shen cast in, did a good job cutting off the escape, forced Jezz into the mid lane where the top side of HKA was collapsing. They get a couple of kills. They were not actually able to break that mid turret there, which ends up being a huge for them because it took them forever to try and get any pressure down around there. And then their 1-3-1 basically fell apart because they never could push in deep enough into Fnatic's side.
All right, we talked about this a lot, but I think we have to hit it again. HKA, why are they struggling to close this out? Because after that play, it felt like they should be in absolute control. But you're right, nothing happened for so long in the game.
The reason why I think this exists is because Godquai needs to be their facilitator. I think that he's one of the big engagers. I think that when we saw the most success out of him was he was on picks like Jarvan specifically. And what we're seeing now is he's on a jungle Ezreal. The only real good way you can start off a team fight or any kind of proactive play is maybe you get a flanking Shen or a flanking Alistar, and then you use the Shen as a follow-up. But you've got an Ezreal jungle, you've got a cast in mid, and you've got a Tristana AD. These aren't engaged champions. They can't start things for you. And because there was no proactivity from the support or the top, it ended up just being this standstill where Fnatic just slowly crept up with their vision and pressure and playmaking that HKA didn't really have any answers.
I think that's the big thing for me too, is just that there was a time where you saw the Castan go bot lane, tries to hop onto Reckless, he gets chunked out, and it felt like after that, Castan just got really, really passive and would just resort to going to the top lane, pushing that wave out, and then kind of roaming mid, but not committing to it. When you have double teleport, Castan, Shen, you have a lot of tools to make plays on the solo lane down the bot side. Go attack the enemy top laner, that Maokai. If you get a kill, after already taking the two outer turrets, you can potentially get a mid inhib, or a bot inhib, excuse me, if you actually turn that play, but they almost never looked for it after that point.
And while it relatively was not a high-pace, high-action game, when Fnatic finally found an opportunity, they were the ones who took control back. And as we take a look at this next replay brought to you by Acer Predator, we can see that, hey, Caps may have suffered early game, but you give this man a shot, he is going to take it.
And it's just them wandering through the jungle. They find an Ezreal who's not respecting the fact that Fnatic are pushing at mid. Even through the Shen ultimate, it's not enough. And the Miasma really just locking down the mobility that you do have on Ez, which allows Fnatic to very quickly translate over to the Baron.
the one play that they needed to break this game back in their favor, but you have to say that Fnatic was doing a great job dealing with the 1-3-1 already. They hadn't lost an objective after that 15-minute mark, basically, and they are able to cleanly convert onto the Baron, something that HKA really struggles with as well. If they do get a pick off, it doesn't feel like they quickly turn that around, and you see just how fast that gold graph exploded into Fnatic's favor.
And it's just the thing that we saw from the group stages now translating into these elimination matches, because Fnatic, we know that it's not uncommon for them to fall behind in the early. It happened a lot against Young Generation, even against Chaos Latin Gamers. They should have fallen behind early, but they just were able to outplay their opposition. And now HKA, talented individuals, are finding avenues to get that lead, but then they're not translating it later on into the game. And Fnatic are just finding these opportunities in the mid to late.
And I think that's the frustrating thing, is because as good as Fnatic played in the late game, ultimately we have to wonder, you know, like, what can HKA do if this is such a big issue? Because if it was picks and bans, we could talk about different champions. But when you're not able to reliably snowball those leads, that feels like something much bigger.
Well, I think what I like is that they're choosing to go back to red side. They're identifying that, like, we probably need to win in laning phase, and you get more counter picks, hypothetically, with that red side selection. So if they want to do this early Kassadin pick, they could potentially go for that again. If Fnatic adapts and bans out the Kassadin, now you can wait for later in the draft before taking your solo lanes and hopefully finding some areas to pressure.
For me, I'm just after more engage on the side of HKA. I think they, like, as you rightly said, they had a lot of tools in their kits, but just simplify it, make the things easier. Maybe just group up 5 and force a fight. Like, these guys are strong individual players. They just need easier ways to sort of make stuff happen. And I think champions like Jarvan, Maokai, Sejuani, Gragas, all these are great picks that can better facilitate the action go button.
All right, well, Fnatic are going to start the series 1-0. We're going to see if Hong Kong Attitude can pick up a win of their own in Game 2 of the match. Meet us back here after the break.
This is where we do stuff.
So it's actually going to get them back and push them, and that is going to be first blood over to Soaz. On the dive, looks like it's instigated by Hong Kong Attitude. Exhaust already burned the flash and the feathers.
Jessie 这里已经没有蓝了，
很明显没有闪现的，那找了一套伤害，Unify 这边打点人头。Cups 这边交了一个闪现，拉开一下安全的距离，但是被这个人5个人啊
But constantly it's Fnatic.
And they found a catch right on top of the Ezreal Shen Shield coming in, but got quiet.
He's fine to make his back right here. And if the enemy team engages, he'll just TP in.
And there we go, looking for mission, even gets knocked up. The CC chain is real, so as following the flash all the way through onto Godquai, and Caps on a killing spree means that this game is going to get closed out. Number 1 over to Fnatic, 34 minutes into this game.
So even though we have made a lot of errors so far in the playing tournament, I really think that for the best of 5 we'll be the best version of ourselves. And even though HKA is a really, really strong team, I think we will end their world's dreams right here, right now.
Well, okay, 1 out of 3, dreams dead. All right, for Caps, I feel like he definitely can be pretty confident the way his team was playing that last game.
Yeah, and it was Caps that flash forward on the Cassiopeia that caught out the Ezreal and really catapulted his team into that Baron play. So definitely deserves to speak pretty big there because he backed it up with his play.
Yeah, and for Hong Kong Attitude, I feel like the expectations, they haven't backed it up at all right now. The first 15 minutes, the signature that we've been seeing out of them is there. But after that, everything seems very uncertain. This team felt indecisive in Game 1.
And that's the key word I like, indecisive, because again, I think Vetty has said it best on the desk. They had so many different tools to really try to exploit, to utilize the 1-3-1, to get priority over the side lanes, then, you know, maybe even blitz in, try to make a play happen into the mid lane, but they never quite got there. You know, maybe they didn't quite like the chances that they had, because you look at the composition and it makes perfect sense. They've got the Kassadin, they're a very comfortable Kassadin team. It's one of Mission's best champions, so no excuses there. They had the Shin, you Shin ult on the Kassadin, he blitzes into the back line, and then you start the fight, and that never happened.
Yeah, they were on the sidelines. They had really solid trades early on against Fnatic, who were kind of scrambling to respond most of the time. And then they kept keeping on the side lanes, and they're like, oh, wait, we can't push anything because all the towers are dead. And then they never ended up actually getting the mid tower, and that was so critical. They didn't feel comfortable going in for the Baron. Fnatic, they just kind of beat down the door because they just slowly kept building that lead. Saw the gold graph after the game, and it just kind of like dipped, and that was the moment Fnatic decided to turn it on.
The explosive lift off of Fnatic.
Pretty much.
The thing is that Caps in that interview said that he feels like this is the best version of Fnatic, and yes, it is getting them the victories that they need when it counts. Again, that young generation loss, it didn't, you know,
It didn't feel that bad.
It didn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say whether that was the best iteration of Fnatic. There are definitely flaws here. But I go back to their domestic performance. And again, what impressed me so much about Fnatic was their ability to carry through SOAS, to carry through Caps, to carry through Reckless. And now this kind of feels like a much more one-dimensional, patient team. You know, it's all about Reckless. They pick the Cassiopeia instead of going for the Lucian so they can offer protection towards that Xayah standing in the back line. It is so difficult to dive in on Janna Cassiopeia to blow up Reckless. They're constantly putting SOAS on these tanks instead of giving him his big Gnar or Jarvan picks, which he can pick freely into a lot of these tank matchups. So, you know, I don't know if I really like this this version of Fnatic, if I think it's their best, but it is winning them games, and I can't complain with that.
That's the thing you got to think about, right? Fnatic, they're a team that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They just kind of consistently do this until somebody actually shows up and blasts them, and then they're like, okay, well, now we got to go back to the drawing board. We can't just rely on Reckless side pushing and things like that. But right now, Hong Kong Attitude aren't able to punish it. I want to see if that changes over the course of this series, because if it does, then we might start seeing some of those compositions you're talking about where Fnatic does something completely different out of left field. I've watched this team enough. I know they have the tools in their kit to do it, but they are very stubborn. They like to stick with what works for them.
I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I 100% agree with you. The question now is can HK change up? The big thing about Best of 5 is the adaptability factor that it really brings. And they got some of their big comfort champions. They denied SOAS a lot of his power picks, like the Galio, like the Shen. Rarest, that champion makes sense for him, and it didn't mean anything. So do they go back to the exact same thing on the red side, looking for that counter picks, looking to try to blast Fnatic in the lane phase? Or do they change gears, try to build a composition that is easier to execute, that Vedius was talking about, and try to match Fnatic in the mid and late game?
Yeah, I think we're about to find out, but I think it's pretty key that you pointed out that they kind of went on something that was a little bit different when the jungle picture was pretty much completely obliterated. We had Godquai on this Ezreal that, honestly, if anyone on that team was going to play it, I would have thought it would have been Gemini.
But that's the thing, you know, Godquai feels really comfortable with the pick. Yeah, we haven't seen it competitively from them, especially not at Worlds, but they have been practicing with it. He's played it a ton in solo queue. They felt very good about taking the pick. And, you know, what is that morale like now? You come into game number 1, it is your opportunity to try to, you know, change things up, whereas Fnatic the more standard route, and if we don't have to show anything to win this best of 5, let's not show anything. But at the same time, will that shake HKA? They are a younger team. They are new to the big international stage. A lot of these spotlights, they don't have the same veteran experience. And will this start to shake them? That was, a few days ago, their first loss on their Blitzcrank. This is now their first loss on the confident jungle Ezreal pick. Will the start to crumble?
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to come down to if they can kind of keep that mental fortitude going. Remember, this is a team that had to, you know, claw and scratch their way into Worlds off of the qualifier since they had not even placed in the playoffs in their home region. We'll see if things change, though. Once again, as you pointed out, the red side, this was Hong Kong Attitude's choice. They might have a plan up their sleeves as we get into picks and bans. Rakan, Syndra banned away. Of course, the Kalista also going to follow through. And then the Ryze, I don't think we can really expect anything too different there.
Like I said, Ryze is probably going to be a permaban. Mission just simply doesn't play it, and I like to think that Ryze is really climbing up the ladder of priority picks for that mid lane. So, unfortunately, whether they're on red side, they're blue side, I expect this to be a staple ban for HKA.
Makes a lot of sense, and now the ball's back in their court the last time around. We, of course, saw them removing the Syndra, but that was removed on Fnatic's side, so we'll see what Hong Kong Attitude do here.
Sejuani is the big champion that's kind of left open. You know, do they ban it here, and is it going to be another Gragas first rotation, or did they leave it open, try to bait Fnatic into picking or prioritizing an ADC, and then get the Sejuani for themselves?
It looks like they decided to go a different route and ban out the LeBlanc, so we might see the Sejuani coming in here for Broxa. Of course, a lot of junglers other than Jarvan left up.
Xayah, Tristana, Sejuani, all the big champions left up. I expected it would be Sej, and there it is.
Yeah, and I think Hong Kong Attitude, no-brainer to go ahead and take the Trist now. What are they going to answer with? I think they definitely should pick up their jungler earlier on. Godquai did not look nearly as comfortable when he wasn't on an engaging tank.
But they don't technically need to pick it up in this rotation. I'd like to see them grab an aggressive support. I did like the Alistar, especially because with taking the Tristana, it's probably going to be the Xayah. So pick up the Alistar again. Unified and Kaiwing looked very confident in the 2v2 across from Reckless and Jesus.
All right,
that's a left turn.
It's going to be Yordle Combat. Lulu down on the bottom side, so let's see how that one goes. Very pokey lane.
I don't know how I feel about this. I prefer Kaiwing on much more playmaking-oriented supports. Obviously, it makes sense, an Ardent Sensor user, the ability to augment a lot of Tristana's attack speed. These champions certainly synergize really well together, but it's about the responsibility in HKA. Who is their big playmaker? Who's going to start the fights for them? And Kaiwing is one of those guys.
I'll see where that falls to with the change up here in the composition now for Fnatic's side. They're locking that Xayah as expected. And we are looking at a Karma bottom lane, which you mentioned the last time around in picks and bans. Another Jez's special. It likes that poke damage she can provide, and the shields.
Yeah, and it's really about that pushing potential. When you have the Lulu, Tristana, it's already going to be a very heavy pushing lane. Now with Xayah Karma, it gets a bit easier for Fnatic to create space or even a pressure point that Broxa can play around. You know, if they get the push advantage bottom, he can suddenly start invading on that. Or if he doesn't want to invade, he has safety to farm his own jungle because his bot lane will be pushed up protecting him.
Yeah, a lot of CC when he comes and brings it now. For Hong Kong Attitude, they lock in the Gragas before the next phase of bans come in. They don't want to expose Godquai to a couple more jungle bans being thrown his way. And now we enter that second phase of bans.
And already it's pretty standard compositions. They really haven't shown, too much. I talk about kind of the core of a composition a lot. These are just surrounding, cherry on top, some sprinkles, but it's not really like a siege composition or a monster objective burn composition or a big 5v5 composition just yet. It's just kind of the stock standard basics.
All right, so what kind of Sunday do you fancy for HongOng Attitude? How should they fill this one out?
I actually wanted them to take the Maokai, but they banned it away. I want them to have the hard engaged champion. I'd like to see a traditional 5v5, especially because they picked up, the Lulu Tristana combo.
Yeah. Well,
but I won't get my way.
He also won't have Casta in this game since that's banned away from him. Let's see what Hong Kong Attitude ban out. If there's another top laner up against Soaz. No, instead, it's the Orianna.
Trying to deny a lot of wave clear options, or more wave clear options from Caps. Trim down that pool a little bit. Still think Caps has more than viable options left to him.
Oh yeah, he's got a pretty solid champion pool. We've seen him pull out some really interesting stuff when he doesn't get a lot of the champions he wants.
His Aurelian Soul hasn't been touched.
It's always a possibility. You want to talk about being able to roam down. He doesn't have to be worried about being isolated in lane when he never has to be in lane.
If you won't come to me, I will come to you.
Well, that is sometimes what Caps likes to do. Now for Hong Kong Attitude, ball's back in their court to try and pick up. We're still looking for the top lane, looking for the mid. And hallelujah, as you nailed it, it's going to be Jace.
Okay, so mission, he goes from one comfort pick and then he lands onto the next one. It is going to be his Jace. These are kind of like his two big signature picks. It's also going to put pressure on Caps. What will you match across from that? Could also be a Karma mid lane.
Yeah, that's very possible. That's where the Ardent Sensor can be, and maybe we'll see that. And it's going to give him a fair amount of safety in the lane, but Fnatic, they lock in. Speaking of safety, locking in the Shen. And now it's back to see what the final pickup will be. Does Caps go towards, or if they do decide to flex that Karma. 15 seconds remaining. Eyeballing the Cassio.
Would make sense with their composition. Again, it offers a lot of safety. It's really hard to dive onto the backline. It's hard to catch Xayah anyway with their ultimate. And then when she's standing next to Cassiopeia, it becomes even more impossible. Great beefy front line with the Shen and the Sejuani. So many different options to start fights and create distance. So I really like what Fnatic have put together. They've got great bridging points, champions that can peak really early in the mid game and then handing off that baton into the late game.
Yeah, and for Hong Kong Attitude, it looks like they're going to try for a little bit more damage all across the board. Last lock-in is going to be that Rumble for Riris.
And it was really Mission's Jace that kind of gave away that it was going to be Riris' Rumble. Again, another signature pick for him. Because you have the big 80 threat in the mid lane, it means that Riris can be freed up to look for the magic damage up into the top lane. So one of the reasons why Mission is such a proficient Jace player is that it opens up the ability for Riris to play his Rumble.
So we get ourselves a very comfortable Hong Kong Attitude composition, and only one true tank, but that artificial tanking is coming out of the Lulu's Wild Growth means that any one of those carries could definitely get beefed up right on the front line. I think I like this fighting ability from Hong Kong Attitude as well, but they've once again got side lane pressure.
And it's, again, another great bridging composition. The fact that Jace can be that big power in the early game as well as spiking in the mid lane. Rumble then takes over as soon as he is like level 6, level 11, and then 3 points at his ultimate and then handing it off to Tristana. So there's points at every single portion of these games' compositions, or these teams' compositions, where they can be powerful, where they can look to make plays, and we shouldn't have another slow farming game as Fnatic. We're just waiting to ramp up.
Yeah, expect it to be a little bit more explosive in the early game, and the mid, and the late, why not? And for Hong Kong Attitude, they've got a few more tools to work with, not so much one-dimensional. We'll see if Fnatic can take it to them twice in a row, put themselves up 2-0. The old Kings of Europe gunning for the group stage of Worlds.
Do they get to be the Kings of Europe anymore?
They're the old kings.
I feel like G2 just like ripped that from them.
Just because you're not sitting on the throne anymore doesn't mean you didn't used to.
I'll accept princes of Europe.
Does that mean they're going to be Ascendant next year? I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Hong Kong Attitude, of course, another third seed from their region, trying to prove that the LMS is not a two-dimensional place. We'll find out if they're able to take it and even things up against Fnatic. We load up onto the Rift. Same sides once again.
And a lot of my attention is going to go to Riris and his Rumble. Again, it is a comfort pick for him. He's certainly showed big things on this champion, but it's a very different style. You know, this is HK recognizing, okay, the side lane pressure, that didn't really go as we planned. Let's focus more on kind of the big 5v5. Let's play around this team fighting ultimate. Whereas Soaz now gets to control the tempo in the side lanes. Like, buddy, you are staying here with me or I'm going to beat you there anyway.
Pretty much. Well, he's got a pretty quick out if he decides that he wants to get on top of one of his carries. You mentioned that beefy front line that the Shen, the Sejuani can provide. He can get there right quick with Stand United. We'll see how it all unfolds. Line of scrimmage, no shenanigans this game.
I am really feeling the crowd passion behind both these teams. There were a couple of Fnatic jerseys and signs popping up in the crowd, so it's not just the one-dimensional hometown favorites for Team WE in Wuhan. Now the crowd is chanting Jaya. It means refuel or fan the flames. It's kind of like saying good luck. So if you want to cheer for your team in Chinese, it'd be Fnatic Jaya.
Entering lessons with Frosker, and I love it.
HK, you were supposed to say HK Jaya.
Yeah.
You
HK Jaya.
messed up. I set it up for you.
I mean, I let you down quite a lot, don't I?
Yeah.
We'll see if HK doesn't let you down here. Still, not deciding to go too deep to kick things off. Everyone from Fnatic waiting in the wings, try to dissuade any early aggression.
And it's
like
kind
we'll
of it's kind of about where these junglers will strike first. Now, we've mentioned this in game number 1. We'll mention it again in game number 2. Godquai is much more the proactive early game jungler when matched up across from Broxa. That said, you know, he doesn't have the same sort of hard CC to work around in his lanes as he did in game number 1. He's going to have to be the guy that provides that. In his jungle proximity, he tends to pay more attention to mission than either of his side lanes, and he certainly has the burst damage to follow up with Jace, you know, having those two forms. He can be quite explosive in the early game, so I would almost expect Godquai as one of his options to really look at Caps here and try to punish this Cassiopeia.
Yeah. Caps didn't have too much trouble last time around, and even without Brox once again spending a whole lot of attention anywhere near him. See how this one all unfolds. But the bottom lane was what got really more explosive in the last game. And with the Tristana and Xayah once again, gotta expect that there might be, maybe not so many all-ins, but a lot of poke damage coming back and forth with that Lulu.
Yeah, I don't expect that there's going to be all-ins. You know, there's not the Alistar available, but it's probably just going to be the ebb and flow of pushing away forward. And then it's about what do the junglers do with this different pressure point to pivot around.
Yeah, the bottom lane is definitely going to be a little place to look for the junglers, not just because of the way the lanes are going, but we also have yet another Infernal, blessed with the Dragon RNG this time around. Was nowhere to be found in Game 1, but Game 2 is going to be another story.
I was almost really excited that Broxa was pathing towards the extended Jace, but then he took a right turn and took the Scuttle Crab. I was like, wait, Broxa's going to gank mid?
It's like there's a magnet mid lane, and he's on the same polarity. Every time he gets close, he gets turned away.
Doesn't need to. He just wants to hard farm, get that ultimate on Sejuani. He's just having a good time in his own jungle.
And Caps isn't, you know, doing too terribly either. Every time he takes a little bit of damage, you can see he backs off just a skosh, hides behind that minion wave, and makes sure that Mission can't really follow through on him. Now Godquai, he's on a mission himself, straight up into this jungle. Not going to find that red, but he might find Broxa. See if we're in for a jungle fight. He doesn't want it. Barrel pops, last cone, and he's out.
And he's going to feel safe to do this simply because Jace does have a rotation priority right now because he is pushed forward, so he'll get there before Cassiopeia. But it was a fight over the Krug camp. In the end, though, Broxa gets his full clear, and he's got the Krugs to himself. And as I say that, is he going to gank bottom?
He just might. Unified Kaiwing a little bit pushed up. There's no ward in that Tri-Brush, so he might go unseen.
Yeah, he definitely has the line in, or he might just assume that the Tri-Brush is warded and might not think it's worth his time and wants to finish Krugs.
Well, looks like we got a bit of a battle in the mid, though. Mission, early pressure you were talking about. A little uncertain if he wants to keep on pushing. Caps gave as good as he got.
Caps also has the minion wave exactly where he wants it right now. He's super comfortable. Mission gonna make his early back, but if Caps holds it there, then he will have to call his jungler over to assist him.
Just see it happen. Meanwhile, down back in the bot.
Both junglers bottom.
They've arrived. Everybody knows about this party, though. Let's see, Kaiwing and Unified a little bit low, and they look to jump onto Reckless, looking for that first blood. Nearly have it, and they do. It goes over to Unified, and right now for Fnatic, not too happy with how that's all going to unfold, and Unified hopping right behind Godquai on the front line. Jez is leading up the rear as Broxa was able to back away. Hong Kong Attitude come up with one kill.
So the other option that was available to the junglers is ganking the overextended bottom lane. You know, both these bottom lanes have the potential to push, but that means that they're going to expose, you know, the fleshy underside to the river. And it was Gragas that got there first.
Yep. Superior vision, superior positioning, and they're able to do it. And even in a 2v3, Broxa and Jez is trying to make sure that Unified Kaiwing and Godquai can't all push it off for free.
And I will note that both their trinkets are down. That said, Fnatic's bot lane have fallen prey to this already multiple times throughout the playing stage. If you go back to their KLG game, they also fell for the very similar gank. Now mid.
Level 5, okay, Caps, he's not quite got nearly enough damage to turn it back around, and Mission does not push his luck on that one. Still, we're starting to see this lane dominance that Hong Kong Attitude are noted for. We saw it in the bottom lane with a little help from the jungler, and we'll see it again.
And again, it's Reckless stepping forward, doesn't have the vision. He knows his jungler's there, so that's why he feels confident to posture like that in the lane. But it's Godquai that comes out of the brush, finds the big damage. The Ignite comes down, denies a lot of the heal, and suddenly it's first blood on Reckless.
I love the way the Unified just starts by jumping in. He knows his team is going to be able to back up. He knows he's going to get rooted regardless, but he wants to position himself so he can still dish out those auto attacks. Very aggressive Tristana play, and he gets a well-earned VF sword. Back up towards the top side now. Soaz is giving Reavers a run for his money, and there's a level 6 advantage, so if he wants to get involved, he's going to have a little bit of an easier time for it, but it's pretty much equalized right off the bat.
Yeah, it's not even just the fact that he has a faster route towards the bottom side of the map, which makes those plays that much riskier for HKA, knowing that they'll have to deal with Shin, but it's also a CS advantage that Soaz has accrued over this Rumble.
Yeah, so even though the bottom lane, the mid lane might be going well for Hong Kong Attitude, the top's a little bit of a different story right now, and they're going to want that Rumble to be in a good position when he starts ramping up for the fights, but Shen might be just a little more valuable.
I mean, the nicest thing about Rumble is that he's still a fairly low econ champion. It's adjusted a little bit as we've kind of changed him over the course of time, but ultimately you get points in your levels and you still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the equalizer is pretty useful all the same, especially when people start bunching up in tight corridors.
You're not super reliant on finding a massive snowball in your lane to then transfer into your team fighting presence.
Naturally. Now, Mission, having a hard time getting back to the tower. Misses on that shock blast. Twin Fang is being sunk into him. Fnatic's still controlling a little bit of this river. You saw them place the ward down inside of that infernal pit, and the junglers once again are going to meet each other. Godquai not there in time to get the smite fight off. Rox is running away though.
It's not just a little bit control over the river. Caps has pretty much entire control of that river. He has Mission locked down, and Godquai can really only feel confident as long as his bot lane starts to rotate up to him.
Still the Hong Kong Attitude dual laners not feeling too bad about pushing up as they know where the jungler is going to be.
Playing bottom is still very dangerous. Now, they would like to punish Reckless for not having a flash. That said, he will be close to level 6 and offer him a lot of safety there with his big, what is it, Feather Dance?
Featherstorm?
Featherstorm, that's the one.
Close enough.
But it's so dangerous to play bottom if you don't know exactly where Soaz is.
Yeah, that's definitely the problem, and they're going to be relying on information from Reavers for sure, and even so, not nearly as easy to interrupt that Shen. Now Caps and Mission still dancing it out in the mid lane.
Normally you would see a lot of teams actually rotate their bot lane top here, so this is a lot of confidence in Unified and Kaiwing to really try to punish Jezus and Reckless, but it's not transferring into anything other than a slight CS lead.
Yeah, that's not a huge thing right now if you're Fnatic, because you know you're going to have that bridging composition you talked about. Let's see if they can turn this into some more kills, though. Mission goes in on to Cap, spending out the ultimate from Soaz. Now it's a 2v2 in the mid. Godquai tagging his way forward. Mission a little low on the mana and on the health. Can't do a whole lot, and Godquai's isolated. Equalizer comes in, and this fight just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's 2 kills in favor of Fnatic. Fnatic can make that 3, a double going Soaz's way.
And it's just not recognizing where you actually have play potential in your lanes. It's so dangerous to try to gank anything other than the Shin at this point, which is why I said most of the time when teams see the Shin take over to level 6, they'll take their backs, they'll rotate their duo lane up there and try to prevent that ultimate from impacting outside factors.
And now Fnatic, they can turn those kills into something even more with 4 members on the mid lane, inside track. Nothing that Hong Kong Attitude can really do as they come back up off the fountain, so it's first tower in the mid to top off the couple of kills they just picked up.
And normally Fnatic don't get first tower. I believe before this series, HK had 100% first tower rate through the play-in stage, so suddenly on the back foot as we take another look at that. And it's a beautiful flash, I believe, from Caps to deny the cast. Yeah, flashes forward, there's no cast there. Soaz comes in, and now it's Gragas just in no man's land.
Not a whole lot they could do with Caps Twin Fang in for the last mission. He's completely zoned out of that fight. Hong Kong Attitude thought they maybe had a little more backup than they did.
Yep, from bad to worse, the creep wave comes in, there's 4 members there, and suddenly a mid lane tower is down pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, so not looking great for Hong Kong Attitude, but there is a consolation prize as everyone from Fnatic backed away to spend their hard-earned gold. The Infernal Dragon was up and available, and they pick it up without breaking a sweat.
Yeah, really table scraps at that point, however. Now, the next place that HK can try to punish again is Cassiopeia. She doesn't have her flash, she doesn't have her heal. You still have to respect Soaz, because he will have Stand United very quickly.
And he's got the TP.
But you're pretty much waiting on the cast, which is just about to come up. So I expect it should be the play from HKA, just to try to, quick drive-by on this Cass, especially if it's going to be that far forward.
Yeah, Mission under the non-existent turret.
But Caps understands that he's got a target drawn on him.
Oh yeah, able to play safe enough as it were. He did get a lot of attention that time around, not just from the jungle, but from everybody. Caps is deciding to move up towards the top side and gank the Rumble though.
Yeah.
Long way away.
Oh no.
Oh boy, I think Rarus knows what's up.
He has a family.
Grounded, tries to flash over, see if he can walk it out, but he's stunned and taunted. Rarus just trying to zoom away, but Soaz getting kill number 3 for himself.
Whew, doesn't even drop the equalizer. Unfortunately, there's no vision to catch that. Mission lost control over the mid lane, and Caps makes a very easy rotation. And suddenly, when Fnatic's do put pressure into their mid lane, look at what Caps is able to unlock for them.
Oh yeah, looking so great right now. Means free push on the tower for Soaz, denying more farm from Rarus as he's coming up in 5 seconds. Caps all the way back to mid, and they know exactly where Mission is too. They can ping him out. He's going to be able to dodge away nice and safe. Fnatic pretty much holding everywhere they need to be right now, and Hong Kong Attitude's solid early game. Honestly, nowhere to be found.
Look at how confident Caps is. There's nothing Mission can do. He thought about trying to trim that wave, and he's pretty much locked out of his lane.
Oh, this is so unfortunate. He's having a bad time. Hammer form, knock him back. Now in goes Godquai. Maybe this is where Caps pushes his luck, but I think he's perfectly fine right now. They double down, the teleport in. Mission gonna get stopped up by Broxa, who should be able to kill him even through the cleanse. That was a swag ultimate if I've ever seen one.
Ooh, and HKA are starting to crumble here underneath the pressure. They play a lot of their games from ahead, and you can tell that when they start losing their towers this early, they're suddenly confused. Where do I need to be? How can I get into the lane? Am I safe enough to push this? And Fnatic are just ripping them apart right now.
Yeah, looking to just dive under towers. No response possible. Big minion wave coming in for Reckless and Jezus to take out this last standing outer. Forgive me, there's still one up top, but it's not looking too healthy.
It's a stiff breeze from going down.
Yeah, well, this one's about to be the same way, and nobody's coming to defend down on the bottom side. 5-1 in kills, a 3,000 plus gold lead at 12 minutes for Fnatic. Oh, this has all the makings of a 2-0 if it keeps going this way.
That said, it's not over yet. There's still a lot of late game scaling options available in the hands of Unified. Again, if anyone's going to carry HK across the finish line, it would be him. But right now, yes, a very strong start that we don't normally see from Fnatic. And this is what I was talking about. Cap said in the interview that you're going to see the best version of Fnatic. The best version of Fnatic to me is their ability to carry from every single lane. And now it is Cap's turn. Yes, he's pretty much support Cassiopeia, but 100% kill participation right now.
Yeah, not looking too shabby. Of course, a lot of those fights have happened in the mid lane, so it's kind of no wonder he's got sitting at the high KP, but all the same, look at this, 1v2, almost 1v3, and Soaz is actually dishing a lot of damage back out onto Unified. That's a big Shen.
And he's got reinforcements on the way as here comes Jezus and Reckless and Broxa.
And Mantra Q, Unified, maybe not as safe as he looks. The shield is going on, and Unified gets the hop over, but instantly Broxa is right there, gets knocked away the barrel, the heal, staying alive, but Broxa's bringing Shen to the party, hopping behind that tower, teleports come a-flying, but Fnatic pay no mind. They try to get a taunt off, it's not going to happen, and maybe this is the time to back out. Equalizer's on, but Caps is slithering his way through. That Tristan is backing away, and Caps goes forward, flashing, petrifying gaze, looking for Godquai. Rivers stopped up and stunned, thrown into prison, and down he goes. Kaiwing soon to fall as there's no tower left for backup. The Fnatic gang squad coming through with more kills.
And we talk about the strength of Fnatic's team fight, and we don't normally see it this early, at least not so far in their Worlds run, but they're still showing it here. They're so far ahead of the clock. They've got their initial big itemization out, Rod of Ages on Caps, and they feel super confident to step forward, not back.
3-0-5 on this Cassiopeia. Talk about being in the driver's seat. They're going about 100 miles per hour as they start moving forward. Rift Herald on the menu, pretty easy for just Brox and Reckless to take away, and all the vision inside the top of Hong Kong Attitude's jungle, pushing in on the mid. This team just keep on pushing.
And looking back at this, Broxa, okay, let's say Soaz. Soaz is taking his back right now. Pretty much saying, I have the ultimate, we can continue to go forward. Normally teams like this, like, okay, we got what we came for. We chunked out the health bars, we're here for the tower. Nah, we're here for their lives. They push forward, Soaz comes back into the fight with the Stand United. Cap shows up, locks multiple members onto their tower, and then it's just a, fish in a barrel?
I was going to say they took the mop and that was cleanup crew, but, your metaphor mileage may vary, Frosco.
3 kills in a tower?
Pretty good.
Pretty big swing.
Oh yeah, so now about 15 minutes we're approaching on the clock. That gold lead, 5.6k up ahead. Caps, Jezus in the mid, clearing things away. They've got control all over the map.
But here's the good news for HKA fans. So the next dragon spawning in 50 seconds, it's a Cloud. There's no need to throw yourselves on the sword for that one. You can let it go. The Baron's not going to spawn for another 5 minutes. You just need to make sure that you guard the Rift Herald and don't, lose 2 towers for it. But you do have a lot of time before the next big objective that you have to fight for is to kind of farm up and find those key items.
In the meantime, they might be able to find a pick off as Swaz. Look at how much damage he dishes onto Riris in a 1v2! Finally, they get the shutdown, but that was so close from ending the Rumble.
But that is very important that they got the shutdown bonus on the Rumble of all things. Now, this is what they needed to guard against, however. They may have used too many resources.
Yeah. Rift Herald coming in hot, takes down one inner tower, still moving in the mid, and the rest of Hong Kong Attitude a little preoccupied up towards the top side. So they might have given up a lot more than they needed to just to try and defend and shut down Soaz. Ganking the teleport's always a good idea, but at what cost?
It's still going to be pretty hard for Fnatic to break the base at this point, just because it still is so early on in the game. I mean, HK would have to make a colossal error where they just died multiple members outside of the base and allowed Fnatic to push in. So again, there's still about 4 minutes of breathing room before they need to exit their base and start looking towards the Baron.
They need to be able to do so with the items as well. You can see Jace just picking up his first completed item, and having a Youmu's at this point, still going to be pretty good, but I feel like he might have needed some of that a little earlier. I mean, look across the board. Caps is sitting on Umbrella Nomicon, the tier, and the Rod of Ages already completed. So they're definitely falling behind their counterparts with all the gold that Fnatic have been lining their pockets with.
They are about an item and a half behind every single member in pretty much every single position. Rumble has one of the cheapest builds, and he's like the guy that's kind of on par.
Yeah, this Shen's a monster split pusher. Like, normally you see him sitting on the Tiamat, right, and utilizing the gold he's got. But no. Okay, I got the Hydra. These guys are going to have to come to me.
And we already saw how successful he was in the 1v3 at drawing a lot of attention.
Yeah, allowing Fnatic to just keep on opening up. So 17 minutes still on the clock. Reckless going to be sent up to the top to push away the mini wave. Rest of Fnatic gathering inside the mid, going for the jungle, seeing if they can get a pick out onto anybody from Hong Kong Attitude. Have to be careful to even push into their own jungle at this point.
They're just trying to deny any of the leftover gold for HKA, taking everything and the kitchen sink away from them. They don't need to start creeping their vision into that red side jungle or top red side jungle just quite yet, because again, the Baron hasn't spawned, and the Cloud Drake is just free pickings. I mean, Zyrene likes to talk about how, nothing in League of Legends is free, which I 100% agree, but that Cloud Dragon, I think, was traded for 3 creeps.
I mean, that's a pretty discount Drake. It gives them a little bit of extra movement. Does give them some serious move speed out of combat to rotate around even faster. Of course, Fnatic always having the edge in this game, and Hong Kong Attitude still trying to hang on. There's still definitely a chance for this team. The Ardent Sensor's been picked up, so that Tristana's damage will be enhanced. Need to see Infinity Edge completed, of course, just sitting on a BF, Pickaxe, and the Zeal at this time. And it's not going to get any worse. Reckless takes a Shock Blast, but Fnatic might be taking it inside the Hong Kong Attitude base if this keeps up for too long. Minions here, and the rest of Fnatic are following. See if they can take this one down. Cutting through it, the Cassiopeia ult comes through, and so does Brox's. Looks like they might be able to turn him around for now. They've run out of minions.
And Godquai, that is now 3 casts that have just completely missed the mark there. So either Caps has him downloaded and is just beautifully sidestepping that, or Godquai is just having a really rough showing on this Gragas.
Yeah, well, we didn't see as much out of the Ezreal from him last game either, so questions abound, and now Fnatic running forward. They don't even need as many creeps as they've got here, just chasing Hong Kong Attitude away to claim that tower 6-0 in this game.
Yeah, and knowing that they have the confidence to do so, as soon as that cast was gone, they knew that the big engage tool wasn't going to be there, and they were just going to mow through it. Baron now 1 minute out. So I said that they had a 4-minute breathing window. Well, HKA, I hope you caught your breath.
This is the time. Got to start running that marathon if they want to put this one away in their own favor. 19 minutes on that clock. The gold lead still just spiraling out of control, with Fnatic claiming all of the inner and outer towers.
And the scary thing is because it was an Ardent Sensor rush, they don't have a Sight Stone, which is fairly common. They don't usually come in around 17 minutes to 20 minutes, especially when you are this far behind. But when you've lost all of your towers, Baron is spawning in 40 minutes, and you don't have the ability to place anything other than your trinkets or your control wards, that's going to make it that much more difficult to try to, steal away this objective or buy themselves the miracle back into this game.
Well, maybe this is the chance for Godquai to shine. He hasn't been able to hit the barrels, but if you can hit the smite at the right time, that can start to turn things in your favor. Maybe that's the game plan. You ever want to bring it down to 50-50, but we have seen Fnatic sometimes stumble at those objective setups.
But there's definitely no reason for Fnatic to have this. This should be like the freest objective, and it could be that they feel like they don't even need the Baron to end this game.
Maybe that's the thing, right? Like if you don't, you can't give it up. You can't let a bad engage happen if you never actually go for it.
My only concern is that still extending, it allows the Gragas that much more opportunity to look for a flank play. The wave clear between Jace and Tristana, I feel like it should put emphasis on them taking the Baron, but sometimes teams don't even want to take the gamble and just feel that their gold lead, and it's close to 7k now, is enough.
Yep. Jace is starting to sting a little bit with those shock blasts. Need to see him hit a couple more. He wants to try and take down any of the Fnatic members. As you mentioned, though, still a very tanky front line to try and wear through in the 5v5. Not easy to do unless they can find those flanks. Mission definitely having a little bit of a rough go of things. There's the shock blast missing onto Caps. Clearing out the vision game continually. Got the sight stone, not as much as they can do.
This is the smothering of vision. Like I said, it shouldn't be a 50-50 Baron. Fnatic understand, push top, push mid, clear all the vision, sit in a brush and wait for a pick. Deny the jungler, deny the 50-50, take the free objective.
Completely dark in that jungle for Hong Kong Attitude, but Fnatic have got eyes everywhere in that top side. They would know if H2K were coming a mile away. HK, excuse me. Casting the LCS again.
And HK are doing the right thing. They're flanked together. They're making sure that as soon as Gragas has his sweeper up, that's when they move into the jungle. That's when they start to put the vision forward. So they're not wandering out on their own, leaving themselves open to pick potential. They understand that they need to stay grouped up. Problem is that they've run out of time.
Yeah, here we go. The Baron started. Eyes on it. Doesn't really matter at this point because it's already down to 3,000 health. Proxy's just going to hop over. The token smite down. Doesn't even need to do it. Jez is able to secure that one up at the end of it all. And as you said, that was a very easy Baron take.
And it just doesn't get more clinical than that. Take notes for solo queue. Push top, push mid, set your triangle vision down, force them back, take the Baron.
And then rinse and repeat onto the towers now. Is this going to be enough for them to start breaking into the Hong Kong Attitude base? Varus pushing down with the wave on the bottom, and it seems like the name of the game for them is just going to be try and deny mini waves continuing to push, but with how strong Fnatic are, that's not going to be easy. Varus is not going to risk this one.
Keep going!
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I've seen this horror movie before.
Oh,
he's even gonna flash. Oh dear. There's the flail. Gets the slow. Oh, and it looks like this could be trouble. Reckless makes it look easy with the feathers.
Just storms through him. He's got the 2 items on Xayah. He's got the crit cloak just for added measure, and they've now just got to pick up the wave. Reckless is going to grab this one, and they're going to storm bot lane.
They might be going to mid pretty soon as well, and with Soaz up on the top, it's starting to close that bear trap all on top of HK. The desperate fight looking for Caps. A few more shots as Unify goes in for the jump, petrifying gaze, and he just sticks around a little too late. The barrel comes in after, but the kill's already secured. Now can Hong Kong Attitude turn this one around to the 4v4? No, I don't think so, as Godquai falls. Unified hopping forward, the Featherstorm already landed on him. Still though, losing 2 just for 1. Let's see if the Shen taunt can land, and there goes Unified as Reckless picking up the kill, and let's see if this is going to be enough to break the base.
The very edge of the hitbox. It's only Jace that's left, but not feeling comfortable enough to approach the tower and has to deal with multiple fires.
Not a whole lot they can do. Those fires are starting to go way too heavy as the Equalizer's thrown down. Varus stopped him under tower right as he was off the fountain. Down he goes once more, and now it's up to Kaiwing and Mission to try and save the day, but their base is already in shambles. Fnatic looking to put this one away quick.
And we've now seen 2 different versions of Fnatic. Hold on, though. Mission.
One last chance to try and get the kills. They're a little low on the health bars, but he can't chase him back before the inhibitor falls. Godquai Kaiwing looking for the chase, not going to find it.
Whenever you hear that Ghost Blade pop, you're like, how brave are you really?
Clearly not enough right now. Mission, he did not accept that one.
Definitely understood the circumstance he's in, but as I was saying, we've now seen 2 very different versions of Fnatic. We've seen the classic, Playins Fnatic, where they fall behind in the early game, they rely on their late game team fighting to come back, and now we see this hyper dominant Fnatic where they just come flying out of the lane phase. Now, they did still leave themselves open to holes. Unify did a great job finding Caps, who was just a little bit too far forward, but the gold difference speaks for itself as the rest of Fnatic collapsed on this fight and just absolutely shredded through HKA.
I mean, it was a good start for Hong Kong Attitude for sure, but just too little, just on the edge, and the fact that there's a massive golden item differential means that, of course, Fnatic were going to be able to put that one out. I mean, we're 12-3 in kills right now, and one of them was just taking out the Cassiopeia in that same fight.
And we've crested over the 11k gold difference.
This is going to be a little bit of a rough comeback if Hong Kong Attitude want any chance of it.
The the greatest cask in the world would have to be placed, and I don't know if it would be enough at that point. They'd have to find both Xayah and Cassiopeia and then instantaneously kill them.
Yeah, they need a miracle to fight for sure, but Fnatic marching up towards the base. Looks like that desperate fight is going to be what we're going to get. Mission landing a two-man shock blast, starting to sting a bit, but Reckless and Jezz are able to back out away with the Baron-empowered minions falling. Going to look for other opportunities. Inhibitor's already down in the top side.
Yeah, but trying to, again, put out multiple fires right now. Jace and Tristana are hunkered together. It makes sense because HK, they need to fight as 5. They'll just get, split and torn apart if they separate and go into individual matchups. But that means that they're losing their top, losing their mid, and getting chipped away at their bottom.
Yeah, they'd need to be hopping in to get that perfect fight, as you said, just to try and save the day and get Fnatic off their back. But meanwhile, they're already losing out on the inhibitor. Vision goes forward looking for Soaz, but they just don't have enough damage to take down the tank, and they lose their inhibitor as a result of it. That's 2 now for Fnatic, and they position right back to the bottom, finish the work they started.
And Soaz is going to go ahead and just make sure that that top wave comes in a little bit faster. But like you said, they can just 5-man stack bottom if they want. They have the Stand United. They can run the 1-4. Looks to be what they're going to do. And HKA, you have run out of time.
Glacial Prison. Godquai is going to stay alive for a few seconds longer, thanks to the shields they put on top of him. But that Baron power play is huge for Fnatic. And with the super minions marching up towards the top, Soaz keeping him in tow, means that the rest of Fnatic are going to have free reign down towards this bottom side while desperate measures are taken by Hong Kong Attitude to try and force everything back, sending Rumble up to the top to deal with it.
And will they decide to take the last stand, or will they allow Fnatic to suffocate them?
Well, that's the run in here. Let's see if they wanted to go all the way. Hong Kong Attitude looking to go around the side. Mission trying for that flank, was spotted out instantly. Now Soaz is isolated. He's going to get away.
And a lot of respect for Fnatic right now. They didn't have the Sejuani ultimate, so they didn't feel comfortable looking for the all-in engage, not having that big CC available to them. So instead, they got what they came for, broke 2 inhibitors, disengage, steal away the blue buff, and look towards the next Baron.
Keep on building that lead. It's so massive right now for Fnatic. Only a big fight would really start to turn things around, so they opt not to give it to HK. Hey.
And I say that they look for the next Baron, so as it did use Blast Cone and then placed his control ward onto the buff, but again, they can just choose to 5-stack bot lane and let the super creeps mid and top do the work for them. They don't need to open themselves up into a possible steal.
I mean, they've got so much damage to work with, too. This Xayah, you see shredding through the blue buff, or the red buff right there on 3.5 items, and you've got caps on this Cassio that you said, this is where they started to give him some attention. He started to do some serious damage. Well, at this point, he's sitting pretty on 4 items, and with the Seraph's Embrace finished, he's not going to run out of mana anytime soon either.
I mean, how often do you see caps with higher kill participation than Reckless and Jezz for Fnatic?
That's a good point. It's definitely been a different type of Fnatic game. First, Cap's definitely showing off his mechanical ability. Even if he gave up the Ghost on that one, Solo pushing down towards the bottom side, the rest of Fnatic can come and meet him pretty easily, tagging their way in to clear out the waves. It's going to be very difficult for Hong Kong Attitude to try and stop this tide from overwhelming their base.
Now they decided to pull back because they didn't have Brox's ultimate. They do this time.
All right, one more shot on the tower is all it's going to take as Broxa was leaping into the front, looking for a stun off or just to deter Hong Kong Attitude from trying to push back. And this would be the last inhibitor to try and take out. The Ice Bullet doesn't land. Mission still flanking around the side. Fnatic realizing that maybe on the cooldowns they don't want to take this fight. Shock Blast landing. Caps goes forward, flashing for the Petrifying Gaze. Not going to get the stuns off, just the slows. Equalizer comes down. Fnatic huddle into the corner, and they still are able to drag away HKA.
Godquai still has Flash and Cask.
Pops away to avoid the taunt. Broxa looking for the slowdown, for the chase, but the rest of Fnatic, they've got the inhibitor in mind right now. A little bit low on the health bar, so it's getting knocked back into Mission. Do they have the damage to finish off the Shen? He gets the taunt off onto Godquai. Looks like Caps is the target. However, he gets the heal and the shield. Can Unify take him out? Looking for the big buster shot, but it's not going to be enough. The cast knocks Reckless away to the side. Featherstorm coming back up at Fnatic. They're looking to close this one out with no more tools left in the tank for Hong Kong Attitude. That's a double kill over for Reckless, cutting through the Nexus turrets, and they will close this one out. 2-0 in this series. 1 game away from moving forward at Worlds 2017.
And what more do HKA have left in the tank? They got their Cassidy, they got their Jason, their Rumble, and Fnatic didn't care either way. They beat them in the mid-late game, they beat them in the early game. Do they have anything left for Game 3, or are they about to go into the night?
For Hong Kong Attitude, it's a nightmare scenario. This is the team that stood up and said, we want to be in the top 16 teams in the world. We deserve it. We can prove that the LMS is a very powerful region and not just top-heavy. But Fnatic right now are shutting them down.
Yeah, and fun fact going into this, LMS and EU were 9-9 over the course of every single Worlds and MSI, so this was the best of 5 to definitively say, EU better than LMS.
Doesn't quite have the same ring to it as NA, but we may find that one out a little bit later. Fnatic have to be really happy about this right now. We saw, as you said, multiple sides. The if it ain't broke, don't fix it Fnatic early on when they had to come back in game number 1, but for game 2, honestly, really impressive when they put those resources into caps.
And they really didn't change anything about their draft. It was kind of the same cut or dry, but kind of different ways that they exploited the map.
Right. Well, now for Fnatic, they're 2 games up in the series, and to hear how they pulled that one off, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Fnatic, if we're honest, smashed that game. Fnatic were in absolute control. And what changed between game 1 and game 2 for this team that set this up?
I don't know how much changed on the Fnatic side. A lot definitely changed on the HKA side with that draft.
Yeah.
They definitely went for the more early game approach, which I think we are fine with, but they sold the farm while doing it and ended up with a team comp that does not do anything if it falls behind at all.
Yeah, the problem they have is, I saw them lock in the Jace. We heard Frost talking about how this is a big comfort pick for Mission, how he feels very confident. We already saw his casting earlier on the day. I'm like, all right, I'll give it a chance. Jace mid, it can work out fine. Then they pair it up with the Rumble, and I was turning to Mike C, and I was like, now look, I might not be an expert, but when I look at this comp, I'm not really seeing the goals here. It seems a little mixed match because they kind of want to run the 1-3-1, but they also kind of want a team fight. And then we were like, yeah, I don't really see the late game value of this comp, so the only real way they're going to win is if they get some kind of early lead.
And they didn't make it this time. I think with the Lulu Trist, they were probably hoping to get a little bit more return, but I like that Fnatic kind of attacked that potential weakness right away, and rather than going for Janna again and potentially lose the bot lane phase, they take the Karma to combat it right away because they're saying, listen, if they don't beat us in the first 15 minutes of the game, we're going to win.
And I have to say, a pretty accurate way for them to attack it. The thing on HKA side is I feel like if they had won that early game, they had an out, and from their end, all they did in the previous game was win the early game, so maybe it could have been the right decision. But the issue for me is when it came to execution, if we take this look at this first replay brought to you by Ace or Predator, you can see what happens when you try to go toe-to-toe with Caps when there's a Shen there to back them up.
This is the first attempt that they've made at the mid lane, really. They could have looked a little bit earlier because Mission was doing all right in the laning phase, but now the Shen has ult, he's able to join in this play and instantly turn them around, and the rest of Fnatic is ready to back them up as well.
And it doesn't matter if Broxah doesn't really gank mid very much because you have the Shen. The Shen's there to save him. The rest of the team then gets the follow-up, collapse, and it's just a really good demonstration of Fnatic being very good at reacting to the play and the setup trying to be made from the side of HKA.
And I think the big concern when we look at this is that Fnatic, at least for HKA, Fnatic have not shown the same weaknesses when it comes to closing out. If we look at this game particularly, and if we look at our next replay, you can see that once they have a lead, they're not afraid to make these very aggressive plays to punish the enemy.
Yeah, so the big thing here from Fnatic was that they had just taken the bot tower, so HK swapped top to try and put some pressure on, but Fnatic read the play in advance, and they said, you know what, we have the Shen, we have the stronger jungler at this point in the game, let's try and force the dive. And at this point you're thinking, this is looking a little overzealous, this is looking risky, but now we go back to no TP on the Jace. This guy still hasn't moved out of the mid lane, and Fnatic are just much faster to get the collapse. They send 5 members top, they get the outer tower, and at this point, it is just too difficult for HK's composition to really come back in the game.
And I think Fnatic really set themselves up for success there. So as once again, playing a quote-unquote dog champion, to reference how he says it, calls it a dog champion, drops it for a week, picks it back up. But the Shen honestly looks like a good pick for him, and I'm starting to wonder what HKA actually has to ban or take away from Fnatic to stop this, or is this just purely a fumble on their end from the drafting perspective?
It does feel a little bit like they don't have a great answer. They play, standard kind of lane bully stuff as well. They can take a Renekton, they can take a Gnar, these kinds of things that will give them pressure versus it. Or Rumble was an attempt at that as well, but at the end of the day, it doesn't feel like Rearus is able to get any sort of advantage for himself, and it basically comes down to Mission, Godquai, and Unified to create such a lead that they're going to be able to snowball through this game. Late into this game, Unified still looked like he was playing fairly well, but he just had no front line with this comp to back him up. So maybe you do just stick Rearus on full tank duty.
Yeah, and to me, I feel like that I haven't really seen a huge amount from Mission. I kind of expected a little bit more coming into this series, but also Unified, he seems to be making up for that in many ways. He is playing out of his mind. In that final fight, we were all saying, there's a potential he might actually win this fight for the side of HK, but the deficit was just too much. But it is great to see that there is a lot of individual talent on this roster. The problem is the team isn't properly actively playing around their AD carry. It makes me wonder if maybe we're going to bring in the sub-jungler of Gemini maybe later in this series.
The other thing as well is that Caps is stepping up a ton in this series. I think he was one of the potential weaknesses that we were all kind of hyping up after seeing him lose some lanes to Null.
Hype up a weakness?
I guess we were super excited to watch this. I can't wait to see Caps lose. No, but I think it is true that we were saying Mission could potentially abuse him, and it's going completely the other way. He had a small CS lead in the Cast-In matchup before Caps kind of made the biggest play of the game, and this time around just held out even had a CS lead versus the Jace, and then continues to make big plays when he's attacked.
And we've seen now the Cassio be kind of a power pick for Caps. We didn't like it as much until we saw it kind of start to counter some of those Cassidy and Shen engages in the previous match until he landed that pick. But this game he was dominant completely throughout. So now I wonder, is this a pick you have to take away? Do you have to be that worried about the Cassio? And if you do take it away, you're starting to leave open maybe a few other things. Are you leaving yourself vulnerable?
I don't know. I think it's a difficult one to call because what we're seeing is that he has a lot of comfort on this champion, and it makes me wonder where else does his comfort lie? Because when I think about Caps as a player, historically, some of his best performing champions have been on some of the roaming champions, things like Talia, Aurelion Sol. He's even had a few good Galio performances here and there. And Ryze recently has become one of his more popular picks, but it just makes me wonder where does he now pivot if the Cassio is taken off him, and can he have that same level of performance?
Especially if, Fnatic now with side selection again choose to go back to blue side, it does feel like they're fine blinding, Cassio or something like that for him.
Syndra and all that stuff.
Yeah, the counter picks are not working out.
But I have some updates for you. Fnatic have chosen blue side, but maybe more importantly, Gemini, it has been announced that Gemini is going to be subbing in, and I'm curious how this is actually going to change the way that HKA are going to be playing, because that's pretty big, and I wonder if Fnatic are as prepared for Gemini as they are for Godquad.
So from what I've heard about Gemini is he is just straight up the better jungler. He has better synergy with the team. He's more active in the early game. He seems to have a deeper champion pool. He seems to have a better understanding of how to control vision. I've heard a lot of hype around this jungler, and they've primarily still been using Godquai. So it seems like that now their backs are against the wall. I don't know how much confidence I have in Gemini to suddenly be able to turn around this series, but there is certainly a lot of expectations on this player.
It does feel like a lot of the teams at the play-in stage have been starting out with their weaker player and then swapping in the strong one and being like, haha, we were kidding this whole time. One did it with Marth over Bruiser, then you had Nocti in the top lane. Now potentially Gemini is joining that list. WE did it with Zero, so who really knows what's going on?
And swaps have looked pretty good across the tournament. A more aggressive jungler does feel like a potential way that they can attack Fnatic, because while Broxah has been pretty solid this time around, I still don't feel like we've seen him be hyper active in the early game.
I mean, the big thing about Broxah in this game too specifically was that he was just good at reacting to the plays. But even early on, we saw the deficit down in the bottom where he was just a little bit too slow to the play and couldn't quite read Godquai. It just heavily went in their favor around the mid and naturally in the top as well. So I think you're right in that Fnatic choose to right now play a fairly passive laning phase. And if Gemini is that more active, more snowball-y style player, I want to see him invest resources either into Mission, let's see how much of a superstar he can be, or put more resources into Unified and be like, this guy's been performing extremely well, let's make him the main carry of our team.
Well, it's a difficult road, but I just want to round this out and get predictions for this final game, because while I think this series was slated to be much closer, it looks like it's been very Fnatic dominated. Do you think the Gemini will be enough if they can get this early lead? Can they snowball it out? Because it feels like a hard road for HKA right now.
I do not think so. I think it will be the 3-0 for Fnatic.
Yep, I think HK is going to eat a bagel here and be able to not pick up any wins.
All right, rough road. Well, it's do or die for Hong Kong Attitude. We'll see if they can step it up and stop the sweep from Fnatic. That game is coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
Get your baguettes ready, boys.
Wing and Unified a little bit low, and they look to jump onto Reckless, looking for that first blood. Nearly have it, and they do. Can't do a whole lot, and Godquai's isolated. Equalizer comes in, and this fight just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's 2 kills in favor of Fnatic. Fnatic can make that 3, a double going Soaz's way. Tries to flash over, see if he can walk it out, but he's stunned and taunted. Riris just trying to zoom away.
Caps 闪现过来，打着定住了赶退，赶退之后回缩到塔下，问题是塔下已经是10面埋伏啦。
Unified goes in for the jump, petrifying gaze, and he just sticks around a little too late. The barrel comes in after, but the kill is already secured. Now can Hong Kong Attitude turn this one around to the 4v4? No, I don't think so. The cast knocks Reckless away to the side. Featherstorm coming back up at Fnatic. They're looking to close this one out with no more tools left in the tank. And welcome back to match point of Fnatic versus Hong Kong Attitude. Seeing some beautiful shots of the skies, Wuhan, of course, as we get ready for this game number 3. Now, Fnatic, they've chosen blue side, and what could end up being a big sweep all the way into group stages for them.
Yeah, so have the option of the priority pick. That said HKA. They can also try to double down on their lane phase dominant, look for some of those counter picks the red side can offer, but so far, it hasn't been the story of this series.
No, it is not. And I think it's a wise move to honestly make the substitution they're doing, bringing Gemini in here, because we haven't really seen that much out of Godquai in this series so far.
Yeah, so domestically, Gemini is actually their primary jungler. He's played 30 games, whereas domestically, Godquai had only played 10 games in the jungle. Godquai used to be the AD carry, so still has a ton of experience with the team. That said, personally, in reviewing a lot of the LMS and watching a lot of the LMS, I thought that Gemini was the better jungler. They started putting in Godquai on the J-Team series as they were making their run towards Worlds, thought that he felt really good, that he was fitting really well with communication with the team, and I've decided to run with him all the way through till this point. So I'm glad to see Gemini back, but I understand the strength and the reliability of Godquai in the jungle.
Yeah, talking about communication, of course, it seemed like that was the reason that they wanted to keep Godquai on the roster, because he was a little bit more familiar with the team, the way they wanted to make these calls, but for pure mechanical ability, it does seem that Gemini is the one that tends to be more reliable.
I mean, the big thing is that people always look about, how does a player change stylistically? Like, if you're going to run a 6 or 7 man roster, are the two players that you're swapping stylistically different? And if they're not, what is the purpose of swapping them? But we don't see the intangibles that a lot of those players are offering. Just changing someone out, even if they play the exact same champions, the exact same style, fundamentally change how the team is communicating, change a lot of the morale factors. So, without being in the seats, in the headsets with HK, it's really hard to judge the intangibles between Gemini and Godquai, but stylistically, they are fairly different.
Yeah, go a little in detail about that one, because for someone who's not ever seen Gemini play before, especially for a little while back in the LMS, what is this guy going to bring that Godquai cannot?
I do have to set the expectations and be fairly frank. HK as a team in the LMS, they're a lane-dominant team. Their laners are considered very strong, and both of their junglers, Godquai and Gemini, are seen as kind of the weak links on their roster. So even though I am building up Gemini, don't expect this to be, a peanut type of situation or a blank type of situation. He is, I think, a more consistent jungler. I think he's shown more versatility, but simply he also has more tape to prove that to me than Godquai was given.
That's true, although we haven't seen him on some of the more recent meta picks as well. The Sejuani has only really made one appearance for him in the LMS summer, and they actually lost on that. So I think they might try to trend towards a different style. I'm not sure if they want to pick up a quick carry jungler, save it for later, but clearly there's going to be a different set of bans hitting the Hong Kong attitude side of things.
Yeah, and we can engage in that conversation because I actually think it's really important. I said at the very beginning of the day that I feel that a good way to exploit some of Fnatic is to get into Brox's face. This guy isn't a very proactive jungler in the early game. Even when they had their early game go off, it was really Caps that was stepping up and working in tandem with the other solo laner. And Soaz, it wasn't Broxa deciding, yes, here and now, I am going to camp the mid lane and we are going to snowball through this guy. It was Soaz showing up. It was them reacting to a gank that was collapsing onto Caps, which is still good, but that means that there's still room to fight there, to push back stylistically. So I want to see Gemini get a great 2v2 mid-jungle matchup, and I want to see him get into Brox's grill and really push Fnatic to continue to try reacting to the tempo they set.
Yeah, and if they can get Mission some kills early on, I mean, the guy's been playing some snowballing carries. We've had the Jace, we've had the Kassadin. It's his birthday. He just wants a win from his team, so we'll see if we're going to end up getting it.
Yeah, but the big concern is that he got his 2 comfort picks. He got the Kassadin, he got the Jace, and it didn't mean anything. And we talked about how Caps, even when he doesn't get the resources, even when he doesn't get the Shin Stan United on top of him, that he has the second highest CS difference at 15 of any mid laner in the tournament, second behind Jensen. So even without any of the resources, and that's very different. Jensen gets a lot of resources from Smoothie, from contracts, from Impact.
And they play around him constantly.
Exactly. Caps isn't getting that, and he's still able to do so well in lane phase. So unfortunately, you have to put the magnifying glass on Mission, and you have to say, we expect better of you than this.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, a little bit of time to be setting up because with the substitution, there's a slight delay as Gemini's getting all ready, but you got to think the team has to be feeling a little bit rough right now. Making this change up, that can always disrupt things even more than it can help, but something has got to give when you're in this situation, down 0-2 if you want to stay alive.
Yeah, and it's not just the jungle changeup. I also think it's giving more respect and more attention to Unified. They have been faring very well in the 2v2. Reckless getting chunked out or forced to burn some of his summoners. He's not having the same dominant performance now. That said,
in laning phase,
Jesus has also played Janna and Karma, so these aren't champions like Braum or Alistar where you can really look for a lot of those 2v2 skirmishing. So I'm not saying that Reckless and Jesus have suddenly fallen out of form. They can't 2v2 Unified and Kaiwing. They certainly haven't been given the champions to execute on that. But why not double down? Why Recon have a super aggressive, heavy ganking jungler and just either start throwing everything at mid lane or start throwing everything at bot lane.
Well, we'll see if we end up getting it now. So for the bans, pretty similar to what we've seen all other games this series. Kalista, Ryze banned away by Hong Kong Attitude, the J4, the Cast, Syndra all gone on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, so a lot of those comfort picks, Cassidy in particular, there's the Ryze. I've been talking about it all series. Caps is never going to get his hands on it.
No. Might see some other stuff. We talked about the Aurelion Sol last time, and maybe we'll see some fun stuff, but they don't necessarily need to go on to any of those. The Cassiopeia was just fine. And with Hong Kong Attitude, last second pick, ban the LeBlanc, and ooh.
Rakan is left.
Oh boy. Oh, that's a no-brainer. Locked in by Jezzy. You talked about playmaking champions. He can make do.
When I was doing my my research for Fnatic and preparing for this cast, I had in multiple big bullet points, and Pyra, you can attest to this.
I've seen them, yes.
Put Jesus on a playmaking champion, and Rakan certainly fits that bill. Now, Xayah is also left. I feel that puts so much emphasis for Hong Kong Attitude. They have to take the Xayah away. They cannot give Rakan and Xayah because it's a free pushing lane.
Yeah, for Fnatic, back on their side, not going to be able to get the Xayah up for Reckless, so instead, they take the Galio and the Gragas. That is a massive front line, and of course, Soaz has been having a field day on this Galio.
How much poison are you willing to give away, though? Soaz, like you said, field day on the Galio. His team fighting has looked so well. His control of the side lanes, impeccable, and Galio just gives him so much freedom and mobility to play the side lanes, to play the team fighting. And so far, the playmaking champions that Fnatic have, they have their primary playmaker armed to the teeth with Rakan, and they have their secondary guy in Soaz with the Galio.
And they're confident no matter how many bans get thrown the way, and Reckless is going to be completely fine. In fact, he won't even have to deal with any bans his way. Hong Kong Attitude deciding they want to keep focusing on the mid. Cassiopeia is off the table.
Yeah, so denying that one away from Caps. The analyst has said, what does Caps look like if you put him on a different champion in the series? But we are going to have that answered. Oh, the Aurelion Sol, not banned. We've seen it banned throughout the Playins, you know, kind of second rotation. Kind of
don't want to deal with it, maybe?
The little voice in the back of everyone's head, guys, he plays Aurelion Sol. What does this champion do?
He definitely plays a lot of things. Maybe he'll get his chance on it. Day in the sunlight, or in the starlight, as it were. Shen's banned away, of course, by Fnatic now. Don't want to allow the matching of pressure up there.
But I do want to quickly redirect attention back to the Janna. So I talked about all of the engage tools that Fnatic have. That means that Kaiwing's job is so much more important. He needs to be on point with this disengage if his team are going to survive the initial playmaking potential from Fnatic.
But talking about playmaking as well, they got themselves the Cho'Gath. That's one of those champions we've seen do really incredible things the later the game goes. And now, ball's back in Fnatic's court to round out their composition. They still need an AD carry. They still need a mid laner. Those questions that are burning will be answered. And Reckless locks in Sivir.
Okay, so the Sivir special there, it's just a Sivir composition. It's got super hard engage, the ability to run full steam ahead, and he did have the option of going towards the Tristana, which is normally the play that AD carries will make here into Xayah.
For Fnatic, they still want to look for a mid lane. Now, what's going to synergize with this one to move real fast, straight at the enemy's face? Or maybe just have a little bit more pressure in all side lanes. We talked about the Aurelion Sol, but this is another one that can get in every lane, everywhere. It's the Talia coming out for Caps.
And now look at all of this roaming potential. If Fnatic ever catch you out of position, as soon as these towers start falling down, Hong Kong Attitude cannot slip up anywhere. They will instantly be collapsed upon, either a wall coming through and on the hunt of the entire team rushing through, or a massive cannonball entrance from Galio.
Well, Hong Kong Attitude certainly have their work cut out for them if they want to try to snowball those lanes. Last couple of seconds ticking down, and it looks like the carry in the mid of choice is going to be the Vladimir for Mission.
So no one can stop Mission this time around. He has the ability to hyperscale into late game, and he has free access into the bottom line, or excuse me, into the back line. There's pretty much nothing you can do to stop a Vladimir with Proto Belt from getting back there and just causing havoc for your carries.
If they can kill him first, Fnatic won't have too much trouble wrecking right on through it. And very mobile composition, as you pointed out. We'll see what they can do in the laning phase. We'll see what they can do beyond. But for Fnatic, sitting pretty at 2-0, looking forward to sweeping their way into the group stages here at Worlds. Hong Kong Attitude on the back foot, making changes, putting in Gemini, and he's on the Sejuani, a champion he's not won on in the summer.
Yeah, and I do want to kind of talk about some sort of gimmick principles of HK's composition. I actually see this composition quite frequently in the LPL, and what they like to do is when they get control around the Baron pit, they use the Cho'Gath to secure, obviously the Feast just as competent as the Smite in securing it, but they use the Janna in particular as a disengage option. So they use Janna to create space and just afford that the Cho'Gath is uncontested in the Feast Smite battle off.
Well, if they're able to get to the point where they can start pulling those off, we'll see. So far, HK have had some real trouble just maintaining up against the likes of Fnatic the last time around, falling behind very early But in game number 1, pulling off their signature early 15 minutes and pre-15 minutes domination. We'll see if that continues this time around or if Fnatic are going to put this one away nice and quick, crescendoing their run into the group stages there at Worlds. For Fnatic, very important to try and prove that as a 3rd seed in Europe, they too can be dominating and deserve their spot at the group stages. For Hong Kong Attitude, they just need to hang on and force a game number 4. We'll find out as it all goes down right here on Summoner's Rift.
And at the beginning of the day, we brought up this idea of expectations. Coming into this series, both Fnatic and Hong Kong Attitude stumbled. It wasn't the dominant performance that a lot of the community, a lot of the fans expected from the 3rd seeds from these power regions. And it's, expectations for Fnatic. They lost out to Misfits. They didn't get that 2nd seed. They didn't take 1st seed from Europe. LMS, HKA, they come in, they scrape in just before the finish line and say that they're the 2nd strongest seed. And now Mission caught out and Burning Flash.
Yep, just trying to get the ward down, but the Fnatic gang squad was strong. This is one of those things you can afford to do when you find yourselves up a couple of wins. Just go for a little bit of a cheeky early play. Burning that Flash might mean maybe this is the time we see the early gank out of Broxa.
It is still fairly difficult to lock down the Vladimir, however, has a ton of safety in that lane, and he's probably going to be pushed forward. Taliyah likes to get as much ground for worked ground as possible, so pushing forward in the lane really helps her. Can cheat off some pretty early backs or can cheat off some pretty early roams. The Fofo special in the LMS is actually the level 2 Taliyah gank roam, so we'll see if Caps has been paying attention.
Does it on Aurelion Sol, why not on Taliyah? Definitely
Same
a champ he's pretty
concept.
comfortable around. Not quite the same amount of damage, but just fine. Starting things off in the laning phase with that flash already blown. A couple pings flying for Fnatic down bot.
And that is something that I really love. I loved watching the Aurelion Sol series from Fnatic because, again, the fact that Caps is able to absorb so much and get so little in return from his team, when he is on a heavy roam champion like that Aurelion Sol, like the Taliyah in this case, just the impact that he can make around the map with very early roam rotations. And he's going to have the room to make that type of impact because Vladimir's not going to contest him in these early levels to keep him locked in lane.
So they've got themselves a lot of breathing room to try and work with. Now, Sona's a little bit low up in the top side up against Riris here. He should be perfectly fine once the mini wave starts going his way. Riris trying to guard it away and deny him any farm he possibly can.
See how this bottom lane's going to turn out now that Jesus has the playmaking potential. It's about how he's going to play around that shield cooldown. Although I always say that about Janna, and it feels like she always has shield 100% up 100% of the time.
Yeah, no cooldown whatsoever. Keep Unified nice and healthy. Now, Unified has definitely been able to do quite a lot this series. Here's that level 2 gank. Broxa looking to go in, gets the bop off straight into the rocks. Mission gonna get the ghost on. It's only level 2. He's not at pool. I don't think so. Getting shoved back on, and it's a flash forward for first blood to Broxa.
Ooh, frank disrespect for Mission. He should have known better. He had a target on his back as soon as he had his flash burn. He should have been fully aware that it was possible that a gank would happen, and he made a couple of key errors. A, didn't have the pool or didn't pool, wasn't able to walk away, and B, wasn't playing towards the top side. Is now Caps caught.
Yeah, he might be in trouble, but he does have that cleanse. Uses it, turning around on Gemini as Broxa and Caps chucks a rock at the back of his head. Clears down yet another kill. This is already starting off great for Fnatic.
Yeah, and they're rushing up top lane. They're just going to take the 2 free kills, and now they're looking at Cho'Gath.
Oh, Riris has to know something's going down.
Oh, no.
Moving into the river. Oh, no, he doesn't. They're hanging out in the tri-brush and might get baited in. False sense of security for the little Cho'Gath. Just as punchy and shield of Durand is going to get the taunt off. And in comes Caps and Broxa. Hello and goodbye. Barrel's coming out, and that's going to be Caps picking up his 2nd kill of the game.
And suddenly, Fnatic, 3 minutes in the game, are 3-0, 100% kill participation on Caps. I feel like I've seen this exact game before.
This time we get the gank. Level 2, Broxa coming in onto Mission. No pool available. He does get the ghost, but then shoved right back in. Come on in here. Flashing for the auto.
And then it just gets worse because Sejuani's going to peek her head and feels like she's found Caps alone and on his own, but Broxa to the rescue is making the back into the lane, decides to walk over, and suddenly Taliyah is running around with double buff.
Oh boy. Oh dear indeed. And to add insult to injury, the fail flash. That's a long replay.
It just keeps going. HK just have to relive all 3 of their lanes pretty much collapsing.
A little unfortunate right now for Hong Kong Attitude. That's definitely not how you want to start the turnaround.
The one nice thing here is that Riris understood that he was 100% dead and didn't bother to burn his flash, so he at least still has that to his name.
Yeah, that is definitely different. So, and this Cho'Gath is still going to have a great time once it hits the late game, but the way Fnatic are rolling forward right now with 1,000 gold in the lead, Broxa is unleashed, going up towards the top. He might find out this Sejuani in the brush.
But he's also bringing Taliyah.
Yep, Caps is already there. This is that hypermobility, forcing the Arctic Assault out. Gemini has almost no mana left. Now Riris is isolated. Shield of Durand flashing forward. shove is going to force him to flash back away, and so has Tank's tower shots.
And there's the flash that saved his life. So because Virus didn't panic use it when he was ganked initially, he's able to save his life there and eat up some attention from Fnatic as they collapse top lane. And all that really buys is some CS for Mission.
Kaiwing just sits down and tries to hold on to the CS for his AD carry to come back in. It's been a very quiet bottom lane relative to the rest of the map. 5 CS advantage in favor of Reckless, and of course Unified on that cold start. Trying to get a little bit extra gold out for himself. Mission heading back towards the mid, but Caps has got a level advantage. Of course, 2 kills to nil. He's very mobile. Boots early. Well, it was a lost chapter.
And he totally understands, you know, this is Rearus without teleport, without flash. If he ever gets an opportunity, it's a very easy choice to make to quickly gank that Cho'Gath because you double down on punishing him. If you kill him as the wave is crashing onto his tower, he's going to lose all of that golden experience because he can't TP back to it.
And you want to keep the Cho'Gath down, right? He's a late game monster, and you want to be able to make sure that he can't do nearly enough. So I was looking to cut him off with the Justice Punch. Rupture's going to land. Shielded Duran does as well, though. Level 5 versus level 5. Caps is looking to make a play up towards the top, but we'll see if he's able to make it in time, pinging down Control Ward in that brush.
And Fnatic have done a good job laying the groundwork to clear out this runway for Caps to just run straight at Cho'Gath. And Rearus, this is about to be a bad time.
Yeah, he's got the wall. Not going to use it, though. Just trying to force back. Rearus can't even get farm now. He'll be able to get it at the end. They don't want to decide to overpush their luck as they had pinged on Gemini. A little closer towards the bottom side. Mission still free pushing in the middle. Making up for some of that lost CS.
And now it's a question of what does Gemini do in return? Is top lane suffering? At least his mid lane has the flashback, but he's still waiting on a couple of key levels before Vladimir really becomes a factor. And he can't gank his bottom lane because it's Janna lane. There's no hard CC. So at this point, Gemini is kind of relegated to hard farming his jungle and just trying to get to that level 6 so he can start providing the necessary CC to his lanes to have kill pressure.
Keep it on going. So, Jesus there to start pushing back some of that farm as Reckless returns to lane with his BF sword intact. And of course, very much a gold build for Unified right now, trying to get Kaiwing to very, very fast Ardent Sensor.
And the Siphon build?
Yep, I guess that's the best way to call it.
And the nice thing is because of the pushing power, because normally you run this with something like a Twitch Janna, at least that's what we saw in the LCK, but then you lose all control of lane phase, and so you just lose your tower at about 7 minutes. It would be dropping right now. But since he's running it with Xayah, he's able to keep it pressured forward. So you're just getting the added benefit of a rushed Ardent Sensor without the con of losing your tower at 7 minutes.
Oh boy, Caps, he's chased on forward. Mission, he wants to dive right under that tower, but the Hemoplague is not going to be virulent enough to take down Caps.
Flash for flash, however, and at this point, Mission for certain has points into his W, so it means so much more that Caps on the Taliyah doesn't have the flash versus Vladimir.
Well, that might be all Gemini needs to start making a play once again in the mid, but he's been having a little bit of trouble trying to keep pace once again with Broxah this game. Speaking of, well, Broxah's already in the bottom side of the jungle, going to find it empty, though.
Does need to be careful. Denied the Blasco.
Yep, not too much here. All right, we'll take a look down back in the bottom side. Unified, back on the farm game, looking to push back Jesus.
He does have an open pathway down bottom, as well as the Sivir ultimate coming soon.
All right, Broxah looking to make his way up back towards the mid, and as you said, no summoners up and available, but he decides better of it since he's already back under tower.
Needs to watch for the Rakan engage. Does have ultimate, so we'll have the quickness available to them, but ganking a purple side Janna is really hard. When she's up in this narrow pathway, if you don't bring your mid laner, it's so much easier for him to find correct angles to disengage the tornado.
Oh, there we go, the charm, and here comes the wall. Teleport now coming off the backside of it. They've already got the heal down, but Unified is going to fall. Reckless picking up one. Rearus going for the rupture, does not land onto Caps, and now Gemini's joined the fray, but it's 3v4 all the same. They keep chucking rocks back and forth. Mission trying to come in for the flank. That's some low Fnatic members. He does not have Hemoplague. Caps, he gets stopped up, and he's able to cleanse outside of the Ice Bowl. Rearus, they turn on him, and Broxah throws down the barrel to take him out. Fnatic still trying to hang tough, but it looks like Jesus is going to get taken out. And the pull down for Mission here. Justice punching forward, looking for the Vladimir Caps. It's going to fall. No! It's Gemini who does. 3-4-1, and Fnatic holding firm. Look to secure tower number 1.
They've got 4 members down at the creep wave behind them, and that was the team fight that HK really needed to survive. Either disengage from the tower, let it go, or win the team fight. And now suddenly it is 7-1 in a massive gold favor in Fnatic's favor at 9 minutes in this game.
And it just keeps on going forward. Reckless is going to nearly be able to take this tower out. Should be able to do it with 1 more or 2 more auto attacks. Unified left to clean up the farm. And now Fnatic, they've opened up this bot side of the map, can take dragons if they want it, can just keep pushing further and denying Hong Kong attitude.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that it's a Cloud Drake. The Rift Herald is going to be spawning soon, so it's much more important to play around the top side of the map in terms of objective priority, but let's take another look at that. The key thing is the fact that Janna is not level 6 yet, so doesn't have the Monsoon. I talked about how it's still very difficult to gank red side Janna because her Tornado and her Monsoon cover so much more surface area when she's trapped on this tiny little narrow runway, but if you don't have Monsoon, it doesn't matter. They pop Unified, mission comes down, but Jesus gets a sick turnaround play.
Yeah, that Battle Dance pretty much doing exactly what he needed it to, and at the end of the day, only one Fnatic member falling. This is what you were talking about a lot earlier in the series about how Fnatic, even when they fall behind, are able to fight it out a little bit better. Well, when they're ahead, you better believe they can do it.
Super easy, and Caps is just on fire right now. 4-0-3, again, still 100% kill participation for this game. I believe he was close to 100% in the last game.
Oh, yeah.
And when you put resources into this guy...
When you give him a champion you can do something with. On this Taliyah, he rocks.
I'm not even going to give you a laugh.
I saw the smile, though. That's good enough for me.
I'll give you solid 6 out of 10.
All right. Maybe I can do a little bit better.
It's not even a passing grade, Pyre.
I mean, I think I can do a little bit extra credit. What's Taliyah's favorite restaurant?
I don't know.
The Hard Rock Cafe.
I hate you so much.
I could do better than that. But I'll leave it for a little bit later. Fnatic still on a massive gold lead. 3,500 here at 11 minutes into this game. And it looks like they just keep the pressure on in the mid. Mission's going to have to run back, and we've seen what Jesus can do on this playmaker.
Oh boy, Hard Rock Cafe.
Oh, it's not going to get any better. What's your favorite movie?
No.
Rocky.
They're looking for a pick here.
Yes, they are. Rocks at Jesus, Caps all moving forward on the hunt.
Ultimate.
Popped. They've got the wall up. See if they can get Kaiwing and Unified pulling back the blades, and Caps wants to go forward, does get the knockoff onto the Janna, and they combo on in. Hello, goodbye. Kaiwing's taken out in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, the CC lock doesn't even get a chance to respond with the Monsoon. The flick up into the quickness, brilliantly played between Caps, and they're not done.
Going bowling onto Unified, and they just keep on diving in the back, and down he goes. It's Caps who's responsible for the final hit onto Unified. Gemini realizes there is no way in hell he's going to save this tower, and Fnatic just keep on shoving this wave, looking to take down the inner. 12 minutes.
And Jez is just coming up huge on this Rakan. I know it's really been the Cap story, but back-to-back perfect engages right there, setting up his team brilliantly. They make the picks, they take down an inner tower, and like I said, eventually we're going to rotate to the top lane. Eventually we're going to go for this Rift Herald, and it gets that much easier when your creeps have that much control over the bottom side of the map.
And it's all about having these key members of Fnatic involved in just about everything. 100% KP, not just for Caps, but also for Broxa. He has been all over this map this game, and it is so nice to see him being a much more active early game presence.
I mean, Caps said they were going to show the best version of Fnatic, and I feel like we are getting it because they are just absolutely running over HKA.
Yeah, and for Fnatic, this whole turn of events at Worlds so far in the play-in stages has been a story of redemption for this team, showing that maybe they weren't able to do it in the European LCS, stumbling at the finish line and getting knocked out of seed 1 or 2 contention by the likes of Misfits, but having seed number 3, proving that they can still make it all the way to the group stage of Worlds. One more game is all they need to do, and they are well on their way to making it happen.
But they still need to look down at HK on this late game, because Caps, that's going to hurt.
Well, if he gets that shutdown, Hemo Plague's out, throwing rocks once again, but Caps is able to flash the wall, prevent the finishing blow. Mission's already on that Ghost because Brox attacks his way in once more.
But Mission's starting to feel more confidence. He's now level 9, has multiple points into Vladimir, so he is going to start to become a threat. Has the Proto Belt. When this starts grouping up into a 5v5, there are still viable options for HK to come back into this game. It's not over yet, so Fnatic, keep it tight, keep it clean if you want to make the EU fans hype.
And for Hong Kong Attitude, they just need to make sure they can perform in the clutch to get themselves those fights, get themselves some pimps, get themselves back in the gold game. But we need to see this Xayah come online. They're still going for the Siphon build.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that while the Ardent Sensor is there, and that's certainly going to help, Unified has like the KFC variety bucket of I don't even know. He's got 2 long swords and a Cole. It's not a good time.
Especially not. You don't want Xayah eating chicken. That's like cannibalism.
I got dark.
Really fast. Rift Herald's going down. Fnatic, they have everything they want right now.
And they can use the Rift Herald to break an inner tower. Now, they don't need to use it on this outer. They do have the option, but with a big creep wave and 4 members, and with HK not in position, they should get it for free.
Yeah, nothing HK can really do to try and push this one back, so another tower is going to fall in favor of Fnatic. Still looking to take down the one in the mid, but you got to think, grouping up like this, pretty easy for them to just march right in and take it as well.
See, Vlad's giant head on the mini-map blocked the mid lane tower for me. So the cool thing is the Rift Herald can be used to break that, which I love Rift Herald as a mechanic to deny a lot of these infinite wave-clearing mid laners that we've had roaming around League of Legends for so long. It's like, you got your Orianna, you got your Vladimirs, I don't care. This mid lane tower is going down now because I'm going to 5-man mid with Rift Herald.
Yep. And HK, they're just going to have to hold on to the seats for a while, try and get a little bit more gold in their pockets to be able to make plays. I think it really will be all on this Vladimir, and I want to see what HK can really do to try and enable him further.
I mean, it has to be all on Vladimir right now because Unified's not online right now. Rearus is still feeling very susceptible to Cho'Gath. He's only got his MR, and Reckless is pretty strong right now.
Yeah, and he could just afford to side push, and not only is this something he likes to do, generally speaking, even on less safe carries on the Sivir, he can get out a little bit easier. He's got a spell shield on the hunt, can be used defensively as well, and he has a lot of damage to try and 1v1.
Now in this game in particular, because he did get so much attention bot lane, you can see that he's already built up a pretty hefty side lane, but something that is cool about Fnatic and Reckless in particular is that a lot of his CS lead is actually grown post 15 minutes, so this is something that they commonly do, and he does get a lot of gold off of it.
And meanwhile, Fnatic are able to pressure on the mid and pretty much lock down the rest of Hong Kong Attitude. Rearus is on the bottom side, leading a slow wave of minions down there without a whole lot of defense, but it doesn't really matter, especially because, as you said, trying to push against that infinite wave cleave. In comes Shelly, and that's just enough damage to knock down the mid turret, even with the Janus shield. Doesn't matter. Puts the wall off as well, so no chance Mission can come in and get anything done.
And they still have the creep wave as well as a lot of health on Rift Herald, and with Vladimir blocked out, here comes the TP. HK are looking for a fight.
And it looks like they do it. Galio coming in, they don't have the damage to finish off on a Kai Wing, but Soaz surely wanted it. All the same, it was all just trying to clear them away from the tower. Mission indecisive to come into the backline, trying to find himself a Hemo Plague, but now Rearus has turned on to Soaz, who gets the Justice Punch away. Fnatic might have gone a little too far forward, and they might lose. Jez is for it! He gets eaten up, and then Mission delivers the finishing blow.
And that's one of those instances where Fnatic will always look forward, they'll always look for the re-engage instead of just disengaging. Soaz did the right thing, he got the hell out of dodge, he was safe, and Fnatic were like, bro, you okay? Turned around, got picked off.
Sometimes you can't stop for breath when you're trying to run right out of there. So Hong Kong Attitude get a much-needed kill for themselves, even if it was just on the support. It gives them a little bit of a breather to try and put some more pressure on the mid and clear the vision in the river.
Yeah, it's about the tempo trade. The fact that they then have inside track on pushing into mid. That said, Soaz doesn't take his back, just walks all the way to the mid tower and just waits for them to push in. Taking a look at this, though, you can see that the teleport is coming in right now for Cho'Gath, so HK are saying we want to fight because they are so deep, but Fnatic just beat them to the punch. Soaz comes flying in, he zones off multiple members, Vladimir's been locked out because of the Talia wall, and the damage has been done. The tower goes down. This is where things kind of go sideways. Soaz, totally fine. He's able to get out of the rupture, he uses the Falcon Punch, but Broxa and Jez turned around just slightly to maybe look for the re-engage instead of just walking away scot-free.
And as it was, Fnatic just losing out on one member. 18 minutes in, though, they're still very much in the driver's seat with a 6,000 gold advantage. Baron not even up and available yet, of course, and still some serious control in this mid up towards the top side. With Reckless on wave clear duty, the Cho'Gath down in the bottom. No teleport available, so Soaz has that advantage.
And the beautiful thing is that it's the last standing outer top side, and that's exactly where Fnatic want to put all of their attention and vision. They want to set up for the Baron when it spawns, so you need to set your triangle vision down where exactly what Broxa is doing right now.
And they got the wall off, so they make sure that Gemini or just about anybody else can't really get in position to help out Unified and Kai Wing. So Fnatic trying to close this net. However, the rest of Hong Kong Attitude are here. And without a whole lot of minions left to work with, Fnatic might give on this one.
But Fnatic can just be patient, because again, this is kind of the last easiest objective for them to take on the map.
Just take the time about it, make sure they can clear wards out as they go. Keeping it nice and dark, so Hong Kong Attitude would have to face check into danger. Of course, Gemini Rearus on the front side, looking to try and push them back out. That red buff should reset in just a few more moments. There it goes.
And with the wall gone, all eyes are on Jez right now. He's the big trigger or go button on this comp.
Oh, and Gemini's the one who got on top of the charm is there, but Rearus is still zoning 3 out on the front. Soaz right in the middle, getting the shielded Durand out. Even the red buff is in the mix. Looking for Gemini, flashing the wall, and in comes Mission around the side. Can they turn the fight? That's a shutdown onto Capt. Looking for more. Even gets the smite down onto the red, and now Soaz is caught up. That's a double kill for Cho'Gath.
And finally, HKA welcome themselves into a mid-game and finally win a team fight. Vladimir is doing so much work to compensate for the gold difference and the item differences between the rest of his team. Gets into the backline, gets his ultimate across multiple members, and suddenly Unified is hitting so much harder.
It's going to be a bit of an eye-opener for Fnatic right now that they can't just waltz in and take whatever fight they damn well please. So, with the pressure advantage. Unified Kaiwing trying to knock down this tower in the mid, but Reckless is still there with Jez's to defend it.
But the thing is that Fnatic don't necessarily need to take the fight. They have all of the tools on this composition that they can sculpt or engineer the perfect opportunity. If they want, just turn onto the Baron, use the wall, and lock them up. It's a bit too early in the game to try that maneuver. They need to wait a little bit more so they can burn it faster, but it will be an option for them if they feel dissuaded by that last 5v5.
Yeah, if I'm Fnatic, I definitely want to avoid Riris at all costs. And here's why. We'll see this one again.
And again, all eyes really need to be on Mission, who's going to run all the way from base and get around into the back line. Now, the Talia ultimate is down at this point, so like I said, it's really about how Jezis is going to start this fight. Riris does a good job making sure that they can't immediately follow up on the Recon engagement. Mission finally joins the fight, gets into the back line, gets a very nice ultimate immediately into a W, and then suddenly his team just starts plowing through.
Yeah, Mission even trying to chase down Soaz following all of that. And unfortunately for him, the Recon just a little too slippery. Now it's back to business as usual for Fnatic, though, as Reckless once again on the side lane, being joined by his good buddy Jez's as they keep on pushing him. But Baron has hit the rift now.
Things did get a lot better, though, for HK. They started to reach some of these big key itemizations. You got the Ardent Sensor, you have the ability to ward for Kaiwing and Janna's pocket. Finally, an item is actually completed for Xayah at this point. And you now have 2 items in the back pocket for Vladimir.
Not getting any weaker. Mission starting to have a little bit better of a time. And I'm still looking at Riris, though. That adaptive helm means the AP damage Talia can dish. It's not going to be nearly as effective. All the same, Fnatic still leading the charge here. They should be able to pick up a Dragon if they so want it pretty easily. And a lot of vision surrounding that Baron pit. HK have their work cut out for them if they want to deny.
But Fnatic do need to respect HKA. They did the smart thing. They grouped up. They've now moved into the Baron pit area and are clearing vision out together. But they do need to turn their attention towards that mid lane tower. That should be the next big focal point for them. But you know, how do you break that? You're dealing with so much wave clear from Fnatic. You have to make a pick.
What they're trying to do? Ooh, just whiffs on the Ice Bullet from Gemini.
I mean, the other option that they can try to do is send Mission into one of those side lanes, send Riris into the side lanes, but they're running Ghost, and they don't have a double teleport. So, you know, Vladimir is pretty much restricted towards the top lane.
All that standing gold in those towers, so hard for Hong Kong Attitude to try and take. But you got to think, if they do start getting those fights, those are going to fall like dominoes. 22 minutes into this game, looks like the pressure and attention's sending towards the top side.
Yeah, look at the indecision from Mission. He keeps cutting back towards his team, cutting back towards the top lane. Am I pushing? Am I trying to go for this tower? Or are we going to start a 5v5 that I need to be available for? Because, yes, that last 5v5 looked better for HKA. They did win it, but a lot of it was because Vladimir was there. If he's not, they do not win.
Definitely need him to be able to do it. Of course, he proved that he could definitely take a sprint into those fights, even getting the wraparound earlier on, right about there on the map.
But the indecision is costing him a lot of valuable time. Look at the bottom side of the map. Soaz has started to set up the big bot wave. You know, Riris is going to have to disengage, walk down there, does have his teleport, but that's inside track for Soaz to push forward and start cutting mid so he doesn't have to burn the teleport.
Limit some of the choices of Hong Kong Attitude to try and defend, and now Riris is going to just get out in time before Broxo were to spot him. All the vision that Hong Kong Attitude put down around this Baron pit going to be cleared out as they don't have control of it any longer. Pings flying, Fnatic still eyeballing all the HKA members in the mid. And as soon as the defense gets mounted on the bottom side, they move back up to the top, keep pushing the waves.
And this is the thing, HK are still being really responsive to what Fnatic are doing, and they're not driving tempo. Again, they have, you know, the strong Vladimir in a 1v1 scenario. We've seen him multiple times. He feels super confident to look across from Caps. Soaz is busy on the bot side, and now there's a pick.
Yep, Gemini checking right on in. However, as soon as everyone responds, he is able to just sneak out. The teleport comes in for Riris. Let's see if he's going to be able to turn the fight in favor of Fnatic. They're split off between the two. Cut off. Reckless, Soaz. Reckless is going to have to flash away, but Riris is turning right for him anyways. And they decide, even though the front line's chasing Jez's, is going to try to keep the defense going, and they're going to be able to take him down. Those spikes looking for even more as Unified finds a kill. Mission falls to Caps right in the middle of it all. Just outside of the main part of the fight, it's still a 1-4-2 in favor of Hong Kong Attitude, and Caps is on the wrong side of this fight.
3v4 on the bottom side, a 2v1 onto the top side. Fnatic won the 2v1 top side, but they lost the 3v4 on the bottom side of that fight, and now Caps in no man's land, just trying to get home.
HKA playing catch the caps instead of rushing for the Baron, looking to see if they can get one more pick. Should be able to do it, but gotta be careful. He's still pretty potent on that damage, and this is the cutoff, just looking for him as he flashes away, buying a little bit more time for the team, but the kill is gonna be given over to Unified all the same. That's his second on the game.
Now that said, they still have Broxa available. He technically doesn't have Smite, but it doesn't look like HKA are confident enough to immediately turn on the Baron, despite the fact that their jungler's alive and they have Cho.
Well, here's the start of the fight once again. Gemini looked like he was caught, but he was able to make his escape with the flash.
And again, it's just how this gets so separated. Rearus completes the teleport, so this is, a decisive maneuver from HK to say we are 100% going to fight this, and then it's going to be Mission versus Gragas and Taliyah on the top side, and the rest of HKA that are going to run down Jesus and Reckless. And in fact, even though Soaz is there, it technically turns into kind of a 4v2 because he gets split off from his bottom lane.
And Soaz really can't do much off the back of it either, so at the very least, Fnatic are able to make a catch play, or rather a pick-off onto Mission, and he goes down, but they get a lot more damage onto the rest of the members of Fnatic. You can see the damage being dished out by Reckless in that hectic fight.
And I believe we just saw core items like the Warmogs coming in for Sejuani. Yep, there it is.
There we are. Gonna be a lot harder to kill Gemini now.
Yeah, and suddenly if you don't all-in engage and kill the Sejuani, then that damage doesn't stick, and then you have the potential that these fights get elongated and things get really scary. It's, Warmogs and Sejuani and a Vladimir, so it's almost like all or nothing have to end the fight there, because if it goes to multiple engagements, HKA's composition will just outlast.
And that's the confidence that we're going to be looking for from HKA right now, because we have seen them be indecisive over the course of this series, but also with Godquiet in the jungle. So now that Gemini is in, maybe we'll see a bit more of that go button, now that they have not so much of a deficit compared to where they were before. This might be the comfort zone.
We've been talking so much about, Caps and Brox's high kill participation. Well, you look across at Gemini, 1 in 6 out of 7 kills. He's got 100% kill participation, so certainly leaving his mark on this game so far from the jungle swap.
Now the game is all about the mid. Looks like they have found Soaz, however. Caps wants to build the wall and go right in top. They've isolated the Cho'Gath. Mission can't quite get in, but he flashes forward with one-man Hemoplague onto Caps. And it looks like the grand entrance, Hero's entrance, I should say, coming on in, looking for more as he helps defend and push back Hong Kong Attitude, but Broxa wants to take another fight, gets knocked sidewave onto Rearus, shoved back into the team. Two-man taunt goes in, Justice, punch! Does not find any further damage, though, in Hong Kong Attitude. They time to turn on in, looking for Soaz. Not enough damage to finish him off. No one gunned down.
Exactly. None of this damage is sticking. Yes, Rearus doesn't have the Warmogs, but Sejuani does. Now, she is blinking red, but eventually she's going to start healing back up. You're dealing with Janna, you're dealing with Morlox, you're dealing with Vladimir. If you don't initially win that fight, you will just lose to this itemization and this composition from HKA.
Push Fnatic back, at least forcing Caps. He had not a whole lot of health and definitely no mana. Gives Hong Kong Attitude some time to reset, pushing waves. Might give them a chance to start controlling this Baron pit for a change.
Definitely need a mortal reminder coming out of Reckless pretty soon.
Well, got his Infinity Edge at the very least, but we have to look to see if that's going to be his next item. Redemption does come in for Jesus, so there's definitely going to be some heals on both sides. Will it be enough?
It's just such an obnoxious, anytime you play against Vladimir and he gets to that late game stage, he just really reminds everyone why you just hate when he comes into the meta.
I need to remind him why he's mortal as well. Mission only gone down twice this game. Once was in that laning phase, of course. Second being that isolated kill.
Yeah, Birthday Boy here in Mission doing a much better job in Game 3. And HKA, they have really planted their feet and decided that they will not go quietly into the night.
Caught the Cho'Gath on Fnatic's side. However, turnabout is fair play as they look for Brox. Not a whole lot of damage dealt to those front lines. And HKA looking to try and turn the fight once again. Rearus tagging his way back out. It looks like they don't want to take this fight, though. Fnatic had the better of him.
And Cho doesn't have his Warmogs right now, so that damage will certainly stick to him, but it's not the key target like the jungler, like the mid laner. So Fnatic still not feeling super confident to immediately turn towards the objective that we've been fighting over, which is the Baron.
Yeah, when the fights go that close, you gotta think they don't want to take it unless it's absolutely guaranteed for them. Keep it clinical, keep it clean. However, they do manage to grab a Minor Dragon with the Ocean, so it gives them a little bit of extra regen as well.
And more options will start to open up for Fnatic. The teleport's coming back up for Soaz. You can see it's just about ready for him, so he's going to feel confident now to reach out towards those side lanes and start creating different pressure points to pivot around.
For a game that has Fnatic up 5 towers right now, it definitely feels awfully close, Frostgurren.
Those late game carries and team comp from HKA certainly can match a 5v5.
Yeah. Well, and we started this series talking about how important it was for HK to be lane dominant. That's how they like to play things out. But as much as we talked about Fnatic showing some different styles of play, multifacets, we're seeing that from HKA as well. A little indecisive sometimes in those fights, but when they do all pull the trigger at the same time, we've seen some magic happen.
The thing is that HKA over the course of this series have been given opportunities where they have leads, where they can, continue to snowball. And just like you said, indecisive, hesitant, maybe a bit gun-shy in terms of being in front of a large crowd. They have a lot of rookies on their team. When they do pull the trigger, like you said, it works out. And now they're starting to be within touching distance of this gold difference between them and Fnatic. But it hasn't been consistent enough to put them in a winning position for the series.
Ferris getting caught there, charmed up, Battle Dance knocking him back, and they even throw the barrel out once more. Fnatic really wanted to leave this Cho'Gath off the map, but it's bought just enough time for the rest of Hong Kong Attitude to come through. Down he goes, shutdown mission, looking for the Hemo Plague. He finds it on multiple members, but the Redemption's coming down, and so is the Galio right on top of Jez's mission. Gets the kill, but he's gonna fall for Reckless, turning it back around, but HK, they've decided they want to fully commit to this one, as Unified takes down the Galio. Smoke is not clear just yet. That's a shutdown for Caps. And now Gemini being chased back away from his own base. It ends up being a 3-for-2 in Fnatic's favor, but we're not done yet. Gemini trying to bait out Caps. Kaiwing attack his way in, work ground and everything.
They're running into Broxa.
Oh no, the body slam forces the flash out. Insta-tornado. Reckless still on the chase. Let's see if they're able to find him under tower. He's gonna have to throw one barrel and not say goodbye just yet, as they've brought Caps as well, getting the bop up. Gemini taking all that damage, and even under the tower, Caps says, that's fine, I can throw a few more stones and get the ace.
And Caps is just a beast on this Taliyah right now. He's doing so much work, and it might not be done yet, because here comes Rurus.
All right, that fight was so long, the teleport came all the way back in, but instead of trying to turn for the fight, immediately just stops, clears away the control ward. Fnatic saw him coming.
No, he actually just teleported for that control ward, Pyra.
That is a value teleport.
I gotta clear it right now. We take another look at this fight. I really want to highlight Mission right now. So what he's trying to do is kind of lure and make sure that he gets a really nice Hemo Plague, but his tank is tanking so much damage, and he's not doing anything while that's happening. Now, he does get a good ultimate eventually. He does get into the backline, but his tank is dead. Now he's suddenly in no man's land, and Fnatic just turned and kind of burned him. So felt a little bit awkward coming out of Vladimir for that team fight. And like I said, Caps is a beast. He still has his ultimate. He turns, he blows up Unified, and then chases down, 2 more kills.
Yeah, so instead of closing that gap, it actually widens it just a little bit more for Fnatic. And now Caps, he is left isolated, has to flash over that wall, as Jezz had already gone back home. Now this will open up an opportunity for HK to start clearing out some vision. Instead, still eyeballing that mid turret. Remember, they don't have a single tower on the game.
I believe it's also an elixir of iron for Jezz.
Yeah, that'll keep you alive a little longer.
No, he's real big.
It's Big Bird. 1, 4, and 8 now. Jezz is in this game, and he's definitely had some serious value engages, so he wants to make sure that if he goes in, he's not going to go down quite so easily. Fnatic, though, pinging at the Baron. You might want to use this one to try and force a fight. However, the 5v5s has definitely been less decisive of late.
I mean, this has been the same play repeatedly. We've had, 4 back-to-back fights in the same area over the same objective, and neither team has really felt confident enough that once they take the fight, that they can get what they came for. And I have a feeling we're going to keep clashing heads here.
Well, the Baron dance has many steps. Sometimes gets a little bit repetitive here now. There's a big wave in that bottom lane in Fnatic's favor, though. I feel like they can bait this one out.
Yeah, and it's Mission that's heading down for it, so he's deciding if I show here, Fnatic are already on the Baron, this would 100% be the go-ahead to try to burn it.
Pretty easy to clear that one off, so there he goes. Now it's going to be 5v4 attempt to try and push them off. Now Fnatic pulling back just a little bit, still keeping the Baron aggroed up. Rurus, he could try to flash over for the Chomp Steal. Let's see if he gets it, getting a little bit low. There's the Rupture thrown in. Does he dare? The Sejuani trying to wait around the side, but Unified Kaiwing already a little low as well, and they're chasing them back. Gemini, he's trying to hang tough right now. The Baron's already reset because Fnatic decide they want to just completely turn this fight. Rurus knocked between a wall and a hard place, and Mission going around the side with the Ghost on. Doesn't find the Hemo Plague he's looking for. Still keeps that one, and now Fnatic still trying to chase for them. And they run straight into a healed up Unified. Rurus not so lucky as he tries to go back in, but only to be turned away immediately. Fnatic don't find what they're looking for.
And unfortunately, they can't just immediately go back towards the Baron because, again, none of this damage will really stick. Yeah, they forced out the Cho'Gath, but the rest of the members from HK are totally fine.
And the Cho'Gath backed away, doesn't have that teleport, but he's still going to be able to walk it out pretty quickly.
And you can understand the mentality from Fnatic. They don't want to take the 50-50. They know that there's a possibility that Cho comes over the wall, that he finds the feast onto the Baron, that, Gemini uses the smite. And so they say, it's 4v5, Vladimir's bottom, let's look for the team fight instead.
And now the team fight is going to start once more. Gemini going forward, does not manage to land a stun off, and now the Baron is being done by 2 while the rest of Fnatic push HKA back. They've clearly committed to the objective they want to be able to secure, but Riris running forward. Let's see if he can get the flash over the wall just in time. He doesn't know what's happening. It's gone down. Smited by Broxa. And now Hong Kong Attitude have to deal with Fnatic's 5-man Baron.
And that was well executed from Fnatic. They don't even take the 5v5, they take the Baron for free, and now looking for the fight.
Oh, the flash forward, the taunt, and down goes the Vladimir. No pool for you, and Caps is even going to get some relief in the form of Soaz and Broxa. Jez is jumping in, getting a 3-man charm on, and Hong Kong Attitude, it looks like things are not looking so good for this team, flashing back away from the tower with the Baron empowerment. Fnatic are charging for the win right now. They want to prove they can get into the group stages, and they are so close to doing it.
And Caps is already in the base. He's led with the wall. His team has a massive creep wave up into the top lane.
Gemini flashing forward, the shove, and Gemini's gone down even through the stun. Doesn't mean a damn thing. 2 members of Hong Kong Attitude are all that remain to try and push Caps back, but up in the top, they're losing pressure.
Yeah, Soaz has teleported up into the top lane. They still have a massive creep wave. There's 2 cannon waves. They're going to end.
And it's 15 seconds before anyone's even going to come right back up. So Fnatic, they realize they have the superior fight with only 2 members remaining. Make that one! Kaiwing's all the way back to base, and Fnatic are looking to put this one away. Caps goes golden, and he has got a big smile on his face, no doubt, as Fnatic looking for the final fight. Desperate finish here for Hong Kong Attitude, but it is 1, 2, 3, the coup de grace, and Fnatic are moving on to the groups here at Worlds 2017.
And Fnatic look over at Cloud9. Anything you can do.
You can do better.
They finish the games faster and just have a dominant performance in the best of 5 that a lot of people were looking at, that this had the highest chance for upset. And Fnatic carried from multiple lanes, multiple members, and from early and late game.
Fnatic absolutely earned some massive respect for themselves in this series. Game 1, we saw some of the same type of team play, but it was still clean and clinical to come back into it. Games 2 and 3, we saw that multifaceted Fnatic that we know could shine, putting resources on Caps. And when he's got gold, that boy's a monster.
It's not just him. Again, also props to Jezus. I love watching this guy get a hold of the Rakan, and then all of the advantages that he can buy from Fnatic in these team fights. Engage after engage, how he teamed up with Broxa, how he teamed up with Caps, was a lot of the reason why Fnatic snowballed so heavily.
And decisive play from Fnatic, so they can definitely go forward into the group stages of Worlds with their heads held high.
Now, unfortunately, on the other side, that does mean that the 3rd seed from LMS will not be moving on. So Hong Kong Attitude, they made a valiant attempt, losing out in that tiebreaker against 1907 Fenerbahce, earning themselves to look across from Fnatic. Tried, had a couple of good team fights, but just didn't have the versatility, the experience, and the individual performances to keep up.
No, and it was a good attempt from them, even if they weren't able to pick up a win. And I think their coach Tabe definitely said it correctly, is that this is a team that can do a lot of what we do, but also better, and just kind of proved it on the day.
Yeah, and it was also about, different goal setting. Coming into 2017, Hong Kong Attitude did not expect to be at Worlds. They were just going to rebuild the roster, completely change. 16 different members came through their doors.
It was a miracle run for sure.
Exactly, and they were just trying to create the structure for not today, but tomorrow. They got the miracle run, they made it to Worlds, and they did leave their stamp, but unfortunately it ends here.
Yep. Now, to hear more about how Fnatic clinched their spot in the groups, let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Mark Z had pancakes. Vedius has
something no one wants to see. I don't know what to call it.
It's the smile, the face of joy, Mark Z. Faster average game time than North America. How does that feel?
Pretty good. I wouldn't want to almost lose a game with a 4K goal lead at 10 minutes.
That is...
Let's not just jump right to 10 minutes.
He brought it up.
He brought it up.
You swing at me, I swing at me, I defend.
Let's remember the good times as we bring up our first replay. Let's remember the time before we weren't quite winning a game with a 4K gold lead, because Fnatic, they brought it home in the early game.
Yeah, they did. Look at Broxa. He's ganking the mid lane. We had to wait a whole season for this. But this is what can happen when Fnatic invest resources into their other carries. Caps, he went off in this game, and it was great to see that sort of investment into the superstar mid lane.
Yeah, just so much early playmaking out of Fnatic here. Caps starts getting caught out of position as he probably just goes to try and get some vision down. Broxa's still around, able to collapse, punishes the substitute jungler as soon as he steps in, and it doesn't end there.
No, it does not. They immediately move up to the top. They go for another punish up onto Riris as well. And already, Fnatic, they start the game off with 3 kills under their belt. A double buff onto Caps. You couldn't really ask for anything better.
No, I mean...
All I'm saying is, It may look a little grim there in the mid game, but Fnatic still bring it home. I don't see any red. Okay, there's a little bit of red at the start. I mostly don't see any red on that graph. I think Fnatic fans can be proud of that performance.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at Caps' damage. 43,000 this game. He had like a 12, 2, and 8 scoreline at the end of it, something like that. He absolutely popped off. Was a hard carry even from basically minute 3 and onwards. It was a great showing out of him.
Yep.
Did feel, though, like a little bit of struggles there that might concern some as we head into the group stage for Fnatic, but I also feel like Hong Kong Attitude were so close so many times to bringing us to a Game 4 across this entire Game 3.
Yeah, you have to admit the Fnatic, they took a lot of risky plays in the mid-game. They thought that they were very strong, right? The mentality that they had was, we're definitely stronger than our opposition, was not a false one, but I think they were just too over-eager. They saw plays that they really weren't in a position to take, and I felt like they didn't need to, but they did it anyway. And you have to praise HK for effectively punishing them for all of those greedy moves.
Right, a lot of times the front line went too far forward, back line's left exposed to Mission, who in a couple team fights found good flanks, and that's when it started getting a little scary there for a second, but I don't think the gold lead got closer than, 4, 3,000, something like that. And after that, it felt like Fnatic kind of settled themselves. They went to that Baron buff, started forcing more around there, and then once you were making the enemy come to you as opposed to you just diving crazily far forward, felt like Fnatic closed that pretty cleanly.
Definitely the case. Of course, when you look across the series, though, one man stood out. Someone who definitely deserved a player of the series, none other than Caps in the mid lane. Of course, coming up huge. We already mentioned it. And Game 1, we were questioning. By the end of Game 1, he looked pretty good. Game 2 was the Caps show. And Game 3, it's just the same old story.
And it's great to see this guy step up, or rather the team invest to allow this guy to carry, because one of the things that we heard from Reckless during the regular season after Rift Rivals especially was that I can trust my teammates more. I know that if I allow them to carry, they can be the carries, and it's not on me to try and be that superstar all the time. And this is an example of what happens when Broxah invests time into the mid, when we see the Galio roam down to the bot, because Caps doesn't just sit mid with his lead, he transitions it over to the other side lanes to bring the lead to the rest of the team.
That's something I really like to see, is just the different styles, because like you said, first couple games, not a ton of jungle attention from Broxah to his mid lane, and that third game, is when they started bringing resources to him, and in all 3 situations, all 3 games, he really excelled throughout the entire game.
I also like the contrast between the two teams that have qualified in terms of Jensen, the guy who they play around mid for, and Caps, the guy who leaves mid to play around other people. Really interesting to see how those teams are going to function on the world stage. But to hear more about that Fnatic win, let's send it over to Fish, who's standing by for an interview with the victorious support.
Hey guys, I'm standing here with Fnatic support Jesus after their 3-0 victory over Hong Kong Attitude. I mean, the group stages for you guys was a little bit rough, but this was a one-sided affair. Did you expect that? And what did you expect coming in against HKA today?
I think group stage, personally, I felt like I played pretty solid. I think the only reason why it was a bit rough for the team was, we have a few rookies that, haven't played on an international stage other than Rift Rivals, I guess. So they were a bit shaky, like, mentally. But I felt like here against HKA, both of them picked it up like crazy. They carried me and Reckless really hard, especially me. I felt like at least the third game, that was like my worst performance of my life. And I don't know, I had to like start doing deep breathing, because like in the middle of the game, I was like, oh man, I'm playing so bad. I have to mentally reset. But yeah, overall, I'm really happy that we made it. Really happy that our rookies stepped up for this series and carried us, yeah.
Well, I know you had a great group stage, but I was surprised to hear that you thought that was one of your worst performances in your life, because I wish I could play that well if that was your worst performance. The next question I have for you is basically, you're back at Worlds now. Last time here was in 2014. What's different this time around? And, what do you expect coming into Worlds this year?
I think last time I was 18 years old, and I was basically what Caps and Broxah were, but I didn't maybe have, the staff and the veterans to help me out as much back then. So I think I was much more fragile, like mentally, and there was a whole my jungler getting banned thing. So the entire event was very unfortunate. So I think the difference now is that I just have so much more experience. I know how to handle more stressful situations. I know how to maybe lead my team a little bit more, both in game and especially out of the game. And I also just feel more comfortable as a player. Just overall, everything's just better, yeah.
And it shows night and day performance between groups as well as the playoff stage here to move into the group stage. Speaking of which, there are 2 different groups you can be seeded into. It's either going to be SKT, EDG, as well as can't remember the last time, ASQ, and the final one is going to be Immortals, Longzhu, or Gigabyte Marines. Which group do you want to go into and why? And if not, as well as which group do you not want to go into? And tell me a bit more why about that.
I think the one with SKT and EDG, I feel like both groups are in a way equal. You never really know because EDG, obviously they're supposed to be super strong. But with China, I mean, they tend to be a little inconsistent at Worlds. So you never really know if they're maybe better than Immortals. So if it's up to me, I don't really mind either group. And I'm just really super excited to face both SKT or Longzhu. Their bot lanes are super strong, super renowned players. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really mind either group yet.
That's great to hear. Congratulations on the victory. Best of luck throughout the group stage as well as the rest of Worlds. We're going to send it back to you guys now.
I'm a little surprised that Jez doesn't have a stronger opinion on which group he wants to end up in.
To be fair, I understand the point he was making about how sometimes there's a Chinese team who shows up and they flop a little bit, and he's saying that, if that's EDG, it's not that bad of a group to end up in. But who knows, because anytime you hear those names in Group A, it's a little scary.
It's also a matter of going into Group B, like, sure, you might sit there and think, like, oh, maybe Longzhu is the only real threat, but I feel like Models has a really good chance of topping that group too. Like, Gigabyte Marines, you never really know what team is going to show up on the day, so, like, both have the potential to be very scary groups.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly what it will be like. But, of course, good to hear Justice as well. Hey, it was a rough day for me, giving praise to the rookies, acknowledging that there are some weaknesses to work on. But regardless, we have our first 2 play-ins team going to groups in Fnatic and Cloud9. Now you can tune in tomorrow to see who will join them. We kick off the day with 1907 Fenerbahce from the TCL versus CB Law's Team 1, followed by Team WE facing off against Young Generation from the GPL, with the group draw happening shortly after. And of course, if you're looking to show off your World's caliber play, make sure you're looking the part with the newest addition to the championship line. When you pick up your World swag, 25% of those proceeds from the championship Ash and Ward skin are going to be added to the World's prize pool, and an additional 25% will also be donated to charity. You can unlock the championship Chroma through the World's missions as well, which is going to be available through all of Worlds. Now, for myself, the casters, EU and NA lovers alike, the broadcast crew, and everyone else, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Worlds 2017.
Can't wait.
Can't wait.
Punching your opponent's ticket home quickly is Cloud9's goal here tonight, but they will have to get through a team that, like the analyst said, looks like the most impressive rank 2 team. Impact flash into the hook shot. They may just be able to find this kill. Audi with the flash. Impact goes down. Now the counterattack from Cloud9 is live. The cast on to 5.
Ele não conseguiu prestar o ultimate. Situação complicada. First blood nas mãos do Giro.
He's alive to find his way with a twisted advance. And Sneaky gets the Elder. Cloud9 still looking to make this fight happen. The root out on a Geralt White Lotus. They got him. Goes down to Jensen's burst.
而且维鲁斯被闪现的大虫子配合的杀留住了，哇！这一波
3杀 Cloud9 have found 2. Looking for number 3. Seiya's got no way out. He's gonna fall to Impact. White Lotus the next man to fall. The double kill for Sneaky. Game 3 was just them putting the final nails in the coffin. They will find their 3-0 victory and punch their ticket to the main group event at Worlds 2017.
A little celebration dinner. It's a traditional American meal of meat and carbs.
Combo pra cima do AD Carry, evaporado, reiniciando a sequência, aí o double chegando.
Tristan is backing away and Caps goes forward, flashing, petrifying gaze, looking for Godfly. Rivers stopped up and stunned, thrown into prison, and down he goes, and in comes Caps and Broxa. Hello and goodbye.
出魅的闪现，这时候吸血鬼能够成功的进到后排，并且大虫子一口是把 Caps 给咬掉了，有机会冰柱的嫂子这一波打出了 double kill。
They brought Caps as well, getting the buff up. Gemini taking all that damage, and even under the tower, Caps says that's fine. I can throw a few more stones and get the ace. As Fnatic looking for the final fight, desperate finish here for Hong Kong Attitude, but it is 1, 2, 3, the coup de grace, and Fnatic are moving on to the groups here at Worlds 2017.
S14.
早点打比赛会把我们的状态以及气氛给调回来，所以这个入围赛对我们其实是有利的。
谢拉开了一个位置，谢这个风筝放得非常的好，但是正面的康帝想要去的一个留人，不敌大队的一个伤害，先被打倒，在大队这边的输出，漫天飞雨，一个倒钩 shut down， 终于是杀掉了这个7个人。
Eğer Frozen ve beni oyunun erken dakikalarında hani öldürüp geri düşürmezlerse hani ileriki dakikalarda kazanma şansları yok.
一个人已经收获3杀了，在我这边上一个墙倒钩拉住了前面的加里奥，直接把大叔给解决，就剩下一个墙，就从一个弱弹出去撞到他，想要跳过墙，这一波小炮收获了4个人头。
We always have confidence in our teammates. We just go step by step, game per game. We're trying to do this again.
牛头被炸了回来，但是顺带 Q 起了3个人，小炮在上方上出，小炮已经重置了自己的火箭跳跃飞机，位置很危险。Team One 在今天完成了他们不可能的逆袭救赎之战，来自于。
Nếu như bọn em thua WWE thì sẽ không có chuyện xảy ra cả. Còn nếu mà WWE thua thì sẽ là một tấm họa, tại đây là sân nhà của họ.
这次比赛在我们中国自己的主场举办，我们一定会竭尽全力把 WWE 最好的一面展现给大家。
Welcome back to our final day of the World's Play-In stage. 2 best-of-5 series separate us from kicking off the group stage here in Wuhan, China. And I think it'll be no surprise to many that the WE crowd is out in force, ready to root for their hometown heroes. But first, and take a look at how Team 1 is getting ready alongside 1907 Fenerbahce Esports.
It's going to be a tough match for both these guys. Already had to play 1 extra game over everyone else with the extra tiebreaker that they had. So you see they're tired, lounging, trying to catch up on their energy.
Yeah.
2 emerging regions will compete, but 1 will make it to the group stage, which is very exciting.
All right, well, knock, knock, open the door. It's real. Dracos, Mark Zebras, do you feel? I'm so glad you guys followed me on that. Thank you. DMX. You got to get pumped on the desk, and DMX definitely a solid
it's
way
what
to
you
start.
hearing.
Listen. All right, well, yesterday, we welcomed 2 teams into the group stage, Cloud9 and Fnatic. We're going to see who joins them in our matches today. Things are going to kick off with 1907 Fenerbahce versus Team 1, followed by Team WE from the LPL, taking on Young Generation from the GPL. Now, before we get into those matches, let's pull up our Worlds groups to see what Cloud9 and Fnatic may be placed.
And the thing I'm really hoping for, as much as an NA fan, it would probably pain me to see them put in that group. I would love to see C9 end up in Group C, just so that we have a European team, a Chinese team, a Korean team, and a North American team all fighting out in a single group.
Yeah, Cloud9 could be in Group A or Group C. As an LPL fan, you know, I'm kind of happy to see them in Group C either way. Not too fussed, but if you're an NA fan, you absolutely want to see them in Group A.
And I feel it feels kind of rough for Cloud9 because it's not like one option is super easy and the other option is like really hard. There's like clearly either way you go is going to be incredibly challenging.
No matter which way you go, then just put them in the hardest one, make it the most fun, have a crazy group. I would love if Group C just became the ultimate group of death.
Okay, now normally when I talk to you, you're like, God, please let's get NA out of groups. Are you just feeling confident this year that you're like not worried about it?
CSM's got it, especially if WE doesn't end up there. So throw C9 to the wolves for fun. You know,
good with sacrificing C9 for the good of NA.
Yeah, for the fun of it, you know, and that for the whole world, honestly, you know, that's what we're about.
I don't know. There's a lot of Fnatic fans. I don't know if I can feel as comfortable sacrificing a Fnatic for the good of EU. And honestly, there's just so many. There's not a ton of variance in what can happen, but there is still, now that not all the Pool 1 seeds, we do have a slight variety of scenarios that can come through. And now I really wonder is like which group is actually going to be the best option for a lot of these teams going in.
It's tough to say because it feels like a lot of options for Group A and B. For most of these teams, they can slot into one of 2 or even both of those. And those 2 groups feel relatively similar right now with 2 top-heavy teams in SKT and EDG in one versus Longzhu and probably Immortals in the other. Gigabyte Marines and HQ are going to be playing the upsets in those. So if you slot into that, you hope you can take out the 2nd seed most likely.
Well, the name of the game is just become like top 2 in your group, right? Maybe you can't beat the Koreans, but if I was C9 or Fnatic, I want Group A because you just have to get through AHQ and maybe upset EDG.
Well, of course, we'll get to see that group draw tonight, but first we're going to focus in on our first matchup of the day. It's going to be pitting 1907 Fenerbahce versus Team 1 Esports. And for anyone that's followed the qualifiers leading to Worlds, Turkey and Brazil, no stranger to facing one another on a big stage.
Yeah, they've played against each other since 2014, I believe. These guys have had a history ripe with matches against one another. Now, it was a 3-1 in matches we thought, but it's actually 6-7 as far as games go against one another. It's very close, very back and forth. As of late, you would have said the Brazilian side has took over. All of 2016, they were beating the Turkish teams, but 2017 belonged to Supermassive, and we'll have to see if that continues here.
Right, and both teams had to take tiebreakers to get here, like we were saying at the beginning, so they've had a little bit more time to watch each other's games. They both have played more games, so that hopefully they'll get another look at some people, as well as, you have one using subs and things like that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how they stack up too, because they are some of the teams that have looked, they've had the hardest road, right? And in the past, when you look at IWC events, these teams were usually at the top of the standings fighting for their way in. So to see them kind of have these turbulent starts is really interesting. And now to find out how they stack up against each other as well, guaranteeing an emergent region on the group stage is pretty hype.
Yeah, and the turbulence is an interesting point because, of course, Fenerbahce still finished #1 in their groups beating HKA. And, I mean, it wasn't an easy group, but they've got roster problems. It was all still culminating in this really awkward conglomerate of, I don't know what's happening on the Rift. Communication, I'm sure, is impossible for them. But they've managed to work it out. They got first, and extra time, as you mentioned.
Yeah, the only team to upset a Pool 1 seed coming into it, and then at the same time, Team 1, 2 losses on the first day, really grueling games on the second day, but somehow still pull it out in that final tiebreaker match over Dire Wolves.
It was good to see, and now coming into this match, we learned Brewster is going to be the starting mid laner for Team 1. Rusty, that does not look like a happy expression. Talk to me, man. What's the deal with Brewster versus Marf?
We were sitting here on the first day of play-ins. You were watching Team 1 play League of Legends, and everyone was beating them. You're like, okay, what do we do, Team 1? How do we fix this problem? How do we make ourselves a better team? And we realized there was a sub on the bench who, in every single metric, is just statistically better. And that was Marf. We were like, fantastic, let's sub Marf in. They did, and they reverse swept and got the tiebreaker win to get here. And suddenly Bruce's back, who is statistically worse in every possible metric. And I honestly don't know why they've done it.
Okay, but even if Marf was the tipper, this team has come out and said that they, in the past, they like to swap back and forth in mid laners. Do you think this is just the wrong choice at this point when you're going into a best of 5 with this pressure?
Yep. I would say it's something where, like, if you want to have 2 different styles, I'm down with it, but you should probably go with your best style first and use the other guy as a mix-up versus starting with the guy who's going to play Lucian mid and get destroyed by Jensen or, in this case, probably Frozen. So I'm with Rusty a little bit. I'm surprised to see Brewster coming out first.
Now, the other side of their strategy and what we've seen from this team is, of course, comfort picks have been big for them. They have a lot of unique kind of pocket picks that you may not expect coming onto this stage. How crucial are those options going to be against Fenerbahce?
Yeah, so for me, comfort picks is a very big deal for any team because it gives that comfort. Now, you've got the Olaf that's been permanently banned. The one time we saw it for Fall, and it was a victory. You've got Trundle, you've got Mundo. He's a very good Shen player as well that I'm sure we've seen a lot of in the top lane. You've got a Tristana, and then you've got the Aurelion Sol Cassiopeia player in the middle lane that isn't playing because Bruce is a little bit more standard. But these comfort picks, they're also pocket picks. They give a style to the team, and that style is something that lets them prosper.
Yeah, that style, a lot of split pushing as well. You have up in the top lane Vert playing, Gnar, Fiora, Shen, Galio, Camille, a lot of things that have either 1v1 pressure or extra globals to make plays on the map. So they definitely have this kind of divide and conquer play style.
All right, so if we're looking to divide and conquer playstyle, what is the best way to set that up? What is the best way to kind of find an avenue to make this effective against Fenerbahce?
Well, generally speaking, whenever you have that kind of approach, you want to get a lead somewhere early in the game. Those are usually not like late game outscale and then team fight. So if they need to get a lead, the one place to look at is potentially bot lane. Padden statistically gets destroyed in the early game before turning into a totally different player and dropping tons of CSD. You see it right there, negative 21.8. But somehow his DPM is still very high. So he's a guy who, once he gets out of the laning phase, is when he starts to shine.
Yeah, Padden in team fighting, all of Fenerbahce in team fighting is immaculate, honestly, and it's a surprise that they could do it so well when their laning phase is usually so poor. And that's the one place that you look at, the silver lining for Team 1. If they want to get that split pushing that you mentioned into effect, then winning early game is the easiest way to do it against 1907 Fenerbahce. You'd have to say this is the easiest matchup for them to win the early game, but they've never been able to do it themselves.
Oh, and it's a rough road too, right? Because we talk about those options taking lead, and you look at Fenerbahce, you say, hey, as bad as, or as unfortunate as some of Padden's early games have been, as far back as he has fallen down, when they come into the mid game, He is excellent on picks like the Kog'Maw, and we see the rest of the team more than happy to peel for him, to play around him, to set him up, even if he was kind of a hindrance earlier in the game.
And it's something where the whole team kind of plays around him in that regard, where they have a lot of backup, a lot of utility, making sure that he gets into a great place. A lot of that comes down to Frozen, Crash, Thaldron, all teaming up together. Frozen in particular, someone who does feel like in the late game he can be a big carry. We saw that in the Echo game in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, honestly, he was incredible, but it's at moments, and that's the coolest thing about it, because when it mattered the most, Frozen was able to make those big plays. The rest of the team also have big plays of their own when it matters for them, and Patton's the other person that we were obviously looking at for that. He got a 3v5 pentakill, man. Even if it was gifted to him, it was still 3v5.
I feel like the Quadra was legit, let's be honest. The first 4 kills were legit. The Penta was, hey guys, we're going to run this guy down just to give you the Penta.
That was gifted, and then Thaldron, we were just saying, is kind of the rock for this team, and if, Vert is going to try and take all these split-pushing champions against him, it does feel like a really difficult matchup just because no one has been able to get a lead on Thaldron yet, and if you're going to be taking these kind of 1v1 champions, he's probably going to have a really tough time getting any sort of advantage.
Yeah, well, it is an interesting match to see, so much to talk about, but that is enough from us. So let's send it to Medic and Vedius to kick off that match.
Thank you, Dracos, and cheerio, what ho, toodle pip, and a smashing good day to you out there in China and across the world. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and joining me today is the Welsh wizard himself, Andrew Vedius Day.
How are you doing, my fine friend?
I'm doing superbly, my good
Wonderful,
man.
wonderful. We have some fantastic League of Legends today, so why don't we get straight into it?
Yeah, let's begin this series by looking at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's 1907 Fenerbahce. Thaldron is their top laner, their jungler is Crash, mid Frozen, bot lane Padden, support Japone, and their coach Pardes.
And looking to take them down on the red side, it's Team 1 Esports. In the top lane is Vert, their jungler Forlan. In the mid laner will be Bruiser, their AD carry Absolute, support Redbird, and their coach Neki.
And I think when you come to these two teams, you can't forget the regional clashes that we've seen in the past. 6-7 in favor of Brazil in terms of game win, but I'm sure Fenerbahce will want to equalize that scoreline.
Well, I mean, after the group stages, you have to argue that right now the Turkish representatives are looking like the favorites. They had a bit of a close group going to that tiebreaker to determine who would be that first seed, and they were able to overcome HKA. But now we have to see if they can translate that into this series versus Team 1. How will they perform in a best of 5? And really, how will the young squad of Team 1 do now that the pressure is on them? Because they did not have the easiest group, and they did not look especially strong in Group B.
But they were able to come from being 3-0 down in that group to actually making it through to these elimination matches, beating Direwolves twice in a row, and showing that they have some of that mental strength, that mental fortitude that you need when you come to the world stage.
And for me, one of the big things for them is about that comfort pick. Because I think that when we see them play the style that they had so much success on within their own region, that's where we see the true strength of a team like Team 1. Things like the Olaf, things like the split pushes up in the top lane on Vert, where he brings out the Mundo and the Trundle. These are the special champions that really allow this team to succeed, and I'm hoping that we get to see that. Maybe not so much the Jungle Jacks. I like just very much to move away from those kind of picks, but I think that given the time that they've had to prepare and ready themselves for 1907 Fenerbahce, I think that there's a good opportunity for them to show a better showing today.
And especially for someone like Forlan in that jungle. He's known almost as the entry fragger for this team. He's the guy that goes in, aggressive early on, gets his team ahead, gets his team kills. And we didn't see that much of that in the playing groups. He had a high jungle proximity, but wasn't converting that into kills. We're on to pick and ban Fenerbahce on the blue side, Team 1 on the red. And already that Olaf, that power pick, being removed by Fenerbahce alongside the Kog'Maw and the Alistar.
During the regular season, Forlan was 8-1 on that Olaf pick. And in the tiebreaker versus the Direwolves, it was a big part of why they were able to get that win. So 1907 Fenerbahce is saying, you know what, we're just going to take it off the board. Meanwhile, Team 1, they're actually attacking one of the weakest early game performers on the side of 1907 Fenerbahce in Padden, already taking 2 AD carries away from the Turkish squad. And it looks like that Cive could very well be left. That those are the only 3 AD carries that he's actually played. But you may expect something like a Kalista, given that they are on the red side.
I have to see what Team 1 decides to do finally. It is the Galio from Fenerbahce, but Padden has been a performer who struggles in lane, but when it gets to the late game, absolutely shreds through his opposite numbers. He has been the standout performer for Fenerbahce when it comes to team fights later on. Kalista left open here because of the Rakan ban from Team 1.
Ooh, and it looks like 1907 Fenerbahce are going to say, you know what, we will just pick that one up, and we're more than happy to take it. But remember, Kalista is very much about dominating the laning phase. She is an early to mid-game style of AD carry. Thanks to her ultimate, she's great at setting up these engages, and you have so many options to kind of force things in the mid-game. But that's not what we've been seeing recently from this Fenerbahce squad. They've been more about the mid to late game team fight. So I feel like Team 1 are challenging Fenerbahce here, and they're going to see, let's see how well you can hold up in our 2v2.
And it's something Team 1 do so well. They capitalize on their enemies' mistakes. So they're saying, here, we'll put you in a lane perhaps you're not as comfortable with and make you make those mistakes. They'll get the Sejuani for Forlan, a jungler that can work out early alongside the Lulu for Redbird.
But bear in mind that the Jarvan has also been left available. I know that Thordran is more than happy to play this champion. He's always a big part of allowing the team to succeed. He really is a core strength or structure that allows the team or supports the team, allowing them to succeed in a lot of these later game fights. So I think Fenerbahce right now, they're going to look to get themselves the comfort jungle pick for Crash. He's had a lot of great jungle steals, or Baron steals rather, on that Gragas. And I wouldn't be surprised now if they rounded things out with something like a Gragas, or maybe even a Thresh, which is a very good pick into the Lulu.
Very good at catching the Lulu out. Fenerbahce will go for the Morgana instead, though, trying to get rid of some of that CC chain we have seen a few teams bringing out. Fnatic, especially yesterday, were very good at catching people out with that crowd control. Team 1 now have the choice to go towards an AD carry, or perhaps lock in a mid laner and then look for bans in that second phase.
I wonder, because I'm very surprised right now that Jarvan has been left up for so long during the draft. But Team 1 are saying, you know what, we want to try and get a comfort pick for our mid laner. Bruiser, he did not have the best performance in this tournament so far. He felt pretty far behind when going up against Jensen especially. And now that he will be able to get that Syndra, very big power pick for him in the mid. A lot of setup as well in terms of the early game.
But he is playing against a mid laner that has had a lot of focus on him, both through the regular split and through this play-in tournament. Frozen has been one of the key catalysts for Fenerbahce, especially with Crash being his old teammate, trying to synergize alongside him.
So now it looks like that Team 1 are just trying to take away some of the possible answers for Bruiser. And 1907 Fenerbahce are going to do the opposite, saying like, oh, okay, we know what's pretty good into Kalista. We're going to ban away some of these AD carries. And a part of me feels like Team 1 have something special planned. I don't know what it is, Medic, but I just, based on the way the draft is going, I feel like they need to bring something special out, because Kalista is not the kind of champion you can let through. We saw what happens when you give it to a team like Cloud9 yesterday, and they very swiftly run away with the game. So given the strength of the champion in the current meta, you have to have something prepared.
Might save it for the last pick. We might see it here. No top laners picked for either side. Xayah snuck all the way through as well, so she will be locked in for Team 1, has been one of the priority AD carries across the course of the split.
But in terms of the 2v2, I don't think it's going to do a lot to be able to shut down this Kalista. When you look at things right now, 1907 Fenerbahce definitely should have the advantage in terms of the matchup. But, as we know, Padden is not known for his laning phase. He is not about dominating that 2 versus 2. So it's certainly going to be an exciting lane matchup to watch as Fenerbahce round out with their final 2 picks.
Getting the Maokai for Thordran is just a great pick for Fenerbahce in general. He's played incredibly well on it, ganks that mid lane incredibly effectively, and now they've got their mid lane pick to finalize into the Syndra. Already LeBlanc and Orianna have been removed. We have seen Echoes picked into it before, but it's going to be the Talia for Fenerbahce.
So he's going more for the roaming style. Talia, very good at pretty much holding her own in any matchup, really. She doesn't really lose matchups, but at the same vein, she doesn't win them either. But what you do really want on Talia is pressure, because once you have pressure, it gives you the freedom to roam. Once you get that level 6, you have the ultimate, which makes it very easy to go from one lane to the other, cut off the escape routes of your opposition as well. And I think that's what Fenerbahce is going to be looking for right now with the Kalista and the Talia. Early game playmaking on these side lanes, especially towards the bottom side of the map, seems very optimal. But with Team 1 Esports rounding things out with the Shen, it's going to make it harder for Fenerbahce to try and force plays down in the bottom lane, because once he hits level 6, that Shen is primed and ready to turn those ganks in their favor.
Both these teams have had pretty dominant performances in their own regions. Fenerbahce winning the last split in Turkey with outstanding fashion, in all honesty. Team One doing the same in Brazil, upsetting a lot of fans who are supporting INTZ or Pain or even Red Canids, and they are the new upstart team from Brazil that are now challenging on the world stage. But neither of these teams have really shone too greatly in the playing stage. Fenerbahce struggled at times against HKA, Team One struggled against Cloud9, and now is their opportunity to prove that they deserve to be amongst the last 16 at Worlds.
I think both teams are happy with who they drew. From Team One Esports side, they're like, oh, we didn't get one from the big three regions. And from Fenerbahce's aspect, they're looking at it from like, oh, okay, we actually got an opponent from one of the weakest performing groups. I think it's going to result in a really exciting matchup because both teams are confident. Both teams have drafted very strong compositions. And it's all going to be about this early game from the side of Fenerbahce. How well can they utilize this Kalista? Can they finally build themselves an advantage in the 2v2? Or will Forlan be the catalyst that allows Team One to get the early lead and win out against Fenerbahce?
Single best of 5 remains between one of these teams and a spot in the group stage at Worlds. And I'm interested to hear you say that Fenerbahce are going to look for this early game, because that has not been a characteristic of their play-ins thus far. They've been much more about having a minor deficit coming later on into the game and then being able to out-teamfight their opponents.
That's typically what we've seen, especially when you look at the tiebreaker between Fenerbahce and HKA. In the early game, HKA were dominant. They were destroying the 2 versus 2 down in the bottom lane. They had pressure in the mid. Everything was looking wonderful, but then they were not making the correct decisions in the mid game, and Fenerbahce were very quick to immediately punish them. Multiple times we saw them getting picks here and there, pushing their vision line even deeper, and then starting to group up as a 5-man unit where this team truly shines. Pan's positioning and teamfight execution is fantastic, and that's largely because of the amount of input that Tholdren puts in for his team. He really is a pillar that allows players like Pad and like Frozen to shine at the top and allow them to really stand out. But it's thanks to that backbone that he provides on these big tanks. So I'm excited to see this slight pivot from the side of Fenerbahce and how Team One will be able to respond, because they do feel like they're pretty confident. They're saying, we don't think you can get an early game 2v2 lead, so we're going to pick something that scales better, especially with the Lulu, and we're going to bring it in team fights a little bit later on.
And that hasn't always been characteristic of Team One. Tholdren and Frozen are going to step forward here. They'll spot that these Razor Beaks are not being done and steal away a few of them for their own. Puts Forlan a little bit behind in this jungle, so he needs to be cautious with his pathing and react to the aggression put on by Fenerbahce early on.
I don't think he's going to be too upset about this, because by starting on the red, you typically want to go to Wolves and then down towards the blue. You can see from Team One Esports, they did put that ward in the river to anticipate a potential invade from the side of Fenerbahce. But no invade coming out. Instead, it happened on the top side, and that will allow Crash to get his early level 2, along with getting his own Raptors and red. Now he's going to path towards the top. But already in this 2v2 lane, you can see Padden and Japone being forced back, and this does a little bit what we were talking about. This is why I had a few question marks around this Morgana, because champions like the Thresh often have a lot more power when it comes to utilizing the strength of Kalista in the early game.
Alongside that, Japone has the Ignite in the lane, so they're expecting to be able to win out this laning phase. Padden pushes forward a little bit as Redbert trades back onto him with the Glitter Lance, and this is something that Team One do well in that bottom lane. Absolute and Redbert, a great synergy between the two, but meanwhile Crash is coming up towards top. Vert will get himself away from Tholdren, and Crash, as a jungler, obviously only substituted in to Fenerbahce just before Worlds started. He used to play with Frozen on Longzhu, so there's a little bit of synergy there. But when he plays this Gragas, we tend to see him just slowly farm up and sometimes look towards mid for those early ganks.
Yeah, the thing about Crash is, what we heard a lot about from many analysts and experts was that this guy loves to get in your face early. He's all about trying to snowball the lanes. But coming onto a new team in a different environment, you've got to kind of adapt. You've got to shift and pivot your playstyle. And I think that he's done a fine job for now. But while his early gank failed, Forlan's looking to find some success in the top lane.
Entry Fragger looking for his first kill as Vert there as well. The flash away, but Tholdren's going to get stunned, and this will be first blood for Team One in the top lane.
Forlan with a good movement up to the top side. He had the Raptor stolen away from him, but remember, he went from red into Wolves, into blue, then up to Raptor, which means he was on the top side. Top was already pushing in the favor of Tholdren, and now Vert is off to a great start.
Forlan's staying around here. Vert backs off a little bit. Thordran will spot him out. There's the taunt, and once again, Forlan's just looking for the setup. Crashes on the top side. He'll be looking to try and get towards his top laner to save him, but the stun comes out once again. Crash with the belly bop knocks him back. Thordran down to half as Vert puts down the Spirit's Refuge. Fenerbahce able to fight this one out as Crash came to the rescue for his top laner. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a root lands onto Absolute, and he has to use the heal and the barrier. The Ignite ticking. Padden with the final shot gets the spear in the back, and now Redbird's trying to turn it around. He does get the help picks and will trade 1-for-1 in the bottom lane.
Wow, action happening all across the board, but this time 1907 Fenerbahce are able to answer the pressure being put out from Team 1. Forlan trying to get those early kills for his team. He knows how important it is for them to have that early advantage, especially against the Kalista, and he's investing it into the split pusher in Vert. This is the first kill that happened down onto Thordran. Successful gank. They get that early first blood onto the top lane split pusher that has given them a lot of success in the past. And while all this was happening, an engage happens down bot. Absolute getting a little bit too aggressive there, sitting in the minion wave for a very long time and really soaking up way too much damage than he should have. Unfortunately for Padden, this early game Lulu damage is surprisingly high. So he ends up giving away his life as well, but the fact that they're able to get a kill just goes to show that Padden, he's not messing around this game. He is very much about trying to answer the, or try to utilize the early pressure that he has on this Kalista.
Having the Ignite in lane definitely helped them out, as well as Redbird's heal was not as effective as it could be. We see Padden go back and secure himself a recurve bow. Will definitely help him out in the lane a little bit. Lots of focus towards mid here, though, from Team 1 as they bring Redbird and Forlan across. Crash is towards the bottom side of the map, perhaps eyeing up a gank on Absolute.
We talked a lot about the AD carry and how Padden, during the laning phase, he really is rather weak, minus 21.8 CSD. And this is the thing about Padden, he is very much a double-edged sword where during the laning phase, he's kind of like a wooden stick. He kind of hits you and it doesn't do much damage, but when it comes into team fights, he's kind of like Excalibur. There is no sword that matches its team fight prowess, and this is where he's really allowed to shine. We've talked a lot about how he has shifted this style and already he's doing great, but Padden, he's so far during the laning phase off to a fantastic start.
It is a lane we expected them to win as well, so I have to see how they're able to translate that first kill into more in this bottom lane, because that's something Fenerbahce haven't always been the best at, actually accelerating when they have that early gold lead. And in fact here, Team 1 with that extra kill are still sitting about 400 gold ahead.
And while this is a great shift for the side of Fenerbahce in terms of their playstyle, have a look at Bruiser trying to make a play up towards the top side. A lot of investment from Team 1 Esports to trying to snowball Vert. He is playing Shen. And one of the most successful champions I saw from Team 1 during their regular season, especially during their playoffs, was when Vert got his hands on Shen. This is a team that knows extremely well how to utilize side lane pressure. They know how to play the 1-3-1, the 4-1 style of play, and looks like Fenerbahce are trying to shut that down.
Thordran's going to go in, the knockback onto Vert as well. No flash for him and no way of escaping Crash and Thordran, who will be able to secure the kill. 2-2. Fenerbahce and 1 are even in the early game.
So many ganks happening onto both these tanks. Not typically where you expect all the early jungle pressure to go, but so far it is keeping the game very even. Identical scorelines for both these top laners, and this could hurt Vert later on as he will try to set up the 1-4 style of play that 1 are looking to take advantage of. But Fenerbahce, as we said, great team fighting team. It's going to be fascinating to see how both these teams force the style that they are so comfortable at using.
And alongside that, you have to think of the pressure on the players themselves. Momentum in a best of 5 is incredibly important, Edius, and being able to get the first win on the board, being able to say, yep, we're able to actually shut this team down when playing a composition we're comfortable with, sets you up for success so well as you come later on into the series.
I'm just looking at the state of the map right now, because while Team 1 do have a slight lead, things like the Infernal Drake are on the board, and right now, neither team putting a huge amount of emphasis on trying to get it super early. You can see a bit of vision coming out from Bruiser in the bottom half of the river. And there are pings now coming down, so we were just talking about low focus, and Fenerbahce see this as an opportunity to make something happen.
Frozen on a ward, does know that Bruiser's around there because of the ward that Bruiser has just stepped across, and Bruiser is actually relatively even in this lane. There hasn't been too much focus from the junglers mid, but Bruiser really struggled playing up against Jensen when they had to play them in groups, and this is a much stronger showing from him early on.
It does help when the jungler doesn't come mid like 3 to 4 times in the space of 5 minutes, but that is what comes with playing against a player like Jensen. And Frozen, he's pretty much just been holding his own alongside Bruiser on this Syndra. We haven't seen a huge amount of early game plays being centered around the mids, but I'm sure Bruiser has no issue with that. A lot of vision now being invested from 1907 Fenerbahce in the bottom side of one's jungle. Team 1, they have no idea where he is. It looks like he's trying to steal away this blue buff.
Misses the body slam, the knockback will come out. There is the unleashed power straight onto the base of Crash, and he will get removed from the map by Team 1.
Good utilization of the Shen ultimate there. Just as Crash tries to get a punish onto Bruiser, they're able to instantly turn it around, demonstrating some familiarity with this Shen pick, instantly coming in, ready to save his mid laner and turn the fight in their favor.
And it's the strength that we said Team 1 have. They capitalize on their enemies' mistakes. When they see someone out of position, they make the play, and now they're making the play for the Inferno. They secure it, but Padden is not done. The TPs are going to join this fight as they look for the root. Thorgren goes in onto Red, but he's used the wild growth, but he will be the first to fall. Team 1 just looking to run away. They're accepting a kill and a blue buff in exchange for the Inferno.
So this time round, Vert didn't have the Shen ultimate to save his teammate's life. So Thorgren, he wanted to take advantage of the TP. Now they couldn't get the Infernal Drake, but they are able to get one kill. It did cost them a teleport, but Vert also used his teleport to try and match it. This is where the play all kicked off. And really you have to criticize Crash for trying to make this play. He's not showing full respect towards the Shen ultimate. He thinks that he has enough damage with the element of surprise aspect that he and Frozen were ready, trying to get the collapse down, and they end up losing their life instead. So arguably a bit of a misplay, a bit of over-eagerness on the side of Crash.
Coming back down to that bottom lane where we saw Padden have the advantage early on. He's got the kill in that last fight. He's now 20 CS up as well, and we want to start to see this translate into tower damage, into pressure on the rest of the map, because you have to use this Kalista while she spikes. Otherwise, as you get later on in the game, you will get outmatched by something like Isaiah.
But I think that just for Padden as a whole, this is great in terms of confidence and also just for the team, because we know the 1907 Fenerbahce are a great team fighting team. We know that they've been able to come from a deficit thanks to their ability to work as a 5-man unit. And Team 1 Esports threw out the challenge to Padden and said, we don't think you can build an early game lead through your bottom lane. And they were the ones that ended up giving that early lead over thanks to a failed 2 versus 2. So Padden, off to a great start. Likely going to transition this well, but it now matters about how well they can deal with the split-pushing Shen being played by Vert, because this is the style that Vert likes to use, as it looks like Fenerbahce trying to set up a bit of a dive in the middle lane.
And this is what Thorgren likes to do. He is the pillar of the team, and he likes to get these ganks off. Flash straight into Crash. Bruiser knocked back. The seismic shove will spell his end. Fenerbahce get the kill. Now Forlan's going to try and protect his tower a little bit as he forces Thorgren back. It's that magic healing up, and Fenerbahce will be able to get the kill in the dive.
And this is why we call this man a pillar. He is the foundation of this team that sets up his carries for success. We saw this in the group stages against teams like HK and Rampage, where he would roam from the top lane and try and get his mid laner killed, using the Maokai, using the ultimate, and he's found success in the mid lane once again.
And it's the timing with which he does it as well. He is the captain of the team, and he knows when those Stand Uniteds are up and when those teleports are up and when people can actually join that fight. It was superbly done by Fenerbahce. They also secure first tower for the first time in the tournament, and they get a gold lead of about 2,000 here over Team 1.
So what we're basically saying is the Turkish representatives looking rather strong in their first game of this best-of-5 series. Team 1 tried to challenge them, and Fenerbahce are certainly answering the challenge. But now it's very much about how they transition it. Let's have a look back at how this play came about. Thorgren, he just walked down. There was no vision on the side of Team 1. You can see on your minimap, no wards on the top half of the map. It gave him the freedom to just walk straight through the jungle, set up the flank. The ultimate was used to force the flash out of Bruiser, but then Crash was there to cut off his escape. Beautiful mid lane dive that will also set them up nicely to work towards that mid lane tower after they've gotten their hands on that juicy tier 1 up top.
Padden and Japone being rotated up towards the top side to try and shut down Vert in this split push. In fact, they're going in with the Fate's Call into the Soul Shackles. Vert flashes away, respect, but gets caught in the binding, puts down the Spirit's Refuge. Padden will still get the stacks from this, though, as he looks to dive. The Shen underneath the tower. And 13 minutes in, Padden is already 3-1.
You have to question the decision-making there from Vert. The top laner goes missing for a long time. You've already lost your bottom tier 1. This swap should be expected. But instead, he overstays in the top lane. He also eats the binding from Japone. And now they're looking to lose this tier 1. Fortunately, Team 1 will get there just in time to defend it. But this bottom lane of 1907 Fenerbahce are really stepping up in this first game.
That's exactly what we wanted to see from them, and Frozen is looking up towards the top side for a little bit more. Stand United is available for Vert as he comes up, not even going to channel it yet, as one are going to get dived underneath this tower. There we go. Absolute pops the barrier. Wildcard used as well. The dive continues. Fenerbahce trying to get what they can out of this fight. They take the tower first. The stun is going to land onto Absolute. Forlan dead. It's a double for Frozen, and one are just getting scattered to the winds. A great binding from Japone. 3 kills down. Redbutt running away, but I'm not sure he's going to escape today as Fenerbahce collapse from all 4 sides. And they play the early game well. They don't even need to get to the late game. They don't even need to get to team fights because Fenerbahce are routing Team 1.
Beautiful dive once again. Thordrin looking to round out the fight with another kill onto Redbird. Everything going fantastically for the Turkish representatives. This is fantastic in terms of their early game. We wondered how they would use the early advantages built both up in the bottom lane and in the mid lane thanks to the roams from Thordrin, and you can see the difference that Padden has made compared to his average throughout the tournament.
And when you give an AD carrier that's immense in teamfights that sort of early lead, you can only suspect that he will be devastating as this game goes later on.
So, the thing about this play you have to realize is that Fenerbahce is so much faster on the play. We needed to see that Shen ultimate now. Keep your eyes on the minimap too, where the Syndra is. She is one of the big pieces of damage that is not in this fight yet. So by the time she finally joins, yes, she lands a stun onto the Kalista, but Padden's damage has already been done. Thordrin, he's dishing out his fair amount of damage as well. And Team 1, they're just too divided, they're too spread out, they're not ready for this kind of collapse. And this was one of the biggest weaknesses we identified about them from their playoff run, was that, yes, they're really good at using side lane pressure, they're really good when the enemy team is split up. But when their opposition just group up as a 5 and come at them, especially only 15 minutes into the game, they kind of crumble. They don't know what to do, they don't know how to react. And 1907 Fenerbahce are saying, well, okay, we'll just group up as often as possible and we'll force you into this situation and we'll get the win every time.
As you say, Betty, 16 minutes in, they now have a 5,000 gold lead. It's the sort of lead we saw from C9 and from Fnatic and from Team WE in their dominant games, and they don't look like they are stopping at all. They've had so many great rotations. Frozen using that Weaver's Wall incredibly effectively to join fights when he needed to, and once again he's going towards mid. It's Thordrin and Frozen. It's the dynamic duo trying to catch out Brucer. Thordrin will be able to lock him up with the cat, and he will get the kill. The pillar on which Fenerbahce stands once again helps Frozen in the mid lane.
Setting up for his team for success. Thordrin finding so many fantastic picks for Fenerbahce, working with Frozen to shut down an overextended Brucer once more. I was about to bring up the topic of how do we find ways of Team 1 coming back into this game, and one of them was they need to be the ones to find picks. They need to be the ones to punish the slight overstep from Fenerbahce, but they can't afford to make those kind of mistakes themselves. They cannot afford to be the ones overstepping. And unfortunately for them, Fenerbahce is now in an extremely dominant position. They're going to utilize this Rift Herald to better break into the set of tier 2 towers. And now what I want to see from them is the movement of their vision line up towards the top half, or maybe even the bottom half of Team 1 Esports jungle. The world is their oyster at this point in the game.
Forlan looking to make that pick you wanted. Vert there as well, but there's not much more damage. Explosive cast comes out. Forlan still trying to sweep away Frozen, but the Sejuani can't freeze the Talia in place. Brucer eventually joins the fight, but won't be able to get any Scatter the Weaks down. And Fenerbahce are just starting to push forward into the jungle of Team 1.
You have to question the decision-making here from Team 1, though. Why is the AD carry and support in the bottom lane when you have a Shen? They try to interrupt Crash and his spawning, but the Black Shield prevents the interrupt. They're able to get the Rift Herald out. He's still going to be at full health, too. Fenerbahce, they are not taking their foot off the gas pedal.
And one of the major worries we had for Fenerbahce coming into this series was the synergy they had with Crash, because he is a new player, but you can see just from that play there that Japone and Crash and the rest of Fenerbahce are on the same page.
Oh, he's fine, he's fine.
He's not going to go for it.
He's okay.
They're going to go for the mid lane tower instead.
flank from Thaldrin.
This is something we see him do so often. Get that Nature's Grasp off, look for the catch, perhaps onto Brutzer or onto Absolute, but good play from Team 1 to block the cats that were coming in to try and secure a lockdown.
Also, a bit too early from Thaldrin. He saw Minion Wave already there, but then instantly gets cleared out from Brewster, so the ultimate was used to zone away Team 1 from the tower, but unfortunately, Fenerbahce didn't have the Minion Wave to then commit to that objective once they were zoned off. Now they have a Siege Minion and plenty of damage down onto this tower. This should be an easy pickup for them. 5-0 in their favor right now. 1907, Fenerbahce looking fantastic in this first game.
Have to remember that Team 1 are a very young team as well. No player on this team above 20 years of age, and sometimes it just takes you a little bit of time to acclimatize to the stage you're on, especially when you're playing a lane that you need to try and go even, or that you're calling your opponent out and saying, we don't think you can play as well as you proposition to do in draft. When that goes against you, it can definitely play on your mind. So I want to see just a bit of patience here from Team 1. They do have scaling on their side with the Xayah, with the Lulu. They can play late game. The question is whether they can hold back the hordes of 1907 Fenerbahce for long enough.
Exactly that. And Team 1, you have to remember this is still a best-of-5 series. There's still plenty of opportunities to turn things around later on. But with the game not over just yet, after we did see a 60-minute slugfest between Lion and C9 yesterday, you never know if teams are able to hold the line. It's very much about how Fenerbahce find ways to break into the base. And now, this is very early into the game, but Fenerbahce, they're going to start thinking about this Baron objective, not necessarily to take it, but to try and find picks onto their opposition. Push vision deep into the enemy half of the jungle to look for flanks like this one.
Thaldrin with the TP. I don't think Absolute has realized this has happened yet as the shield comes out. Redbird there as well. Forlan looking for the flank. They'll knock Thaldrin back, but already Absolute's taking the chunk. Redbird there as well. Here come the rest of Fenerbahce. Brewster off towards the side, trying to knock them back. The seismic shove does not connect, and Fenerbahce are just going to continue to roll this forward. However, they are flanked. They get some damage onto Bert, who flashes away. The explosive cast helps them secure the kill, and now the Featherstorm has to come out from Absolute. He flashes. Brewster still off towards the side. Great Glacial Prism onto Frozen, but he will cleanse that away. He is at 1 with the ice. And now Fenerbahce are looking to go towards that Baron.
Now the jungler's still alive for Team 1. Fenerbahce could only find a single kill onto Vert, and he still has teleport available. Fenerbahce, they don't want to commit to the Baron though. They're still eyeing up those picks.
Not quite a Weaver's Wall that locks in Team 1. Forlan's going to jump across the wall and bring Thaldrin with him, and now he's caught in the wrong place as Redbird comes across to try and help his jungler. If they can take down Forlan, Fenerbahce can look for that Baron, but they're going for Redbird instead. Absolute pulled off towards the side as Thaldrin is that tank, is that shield that Fenerbahce need when the going gets tough and when they're looking to close out games.
This is much more of what they wanted, Frozen. The ultimate initially does not look good, but then Team 1 stick around too long. They do not want to give up all this pressure around the Baron, but because they overstay, 19 Fenerbahce go for the punish, and now they've got their eyes on this Baron. With the Kalista, with the Gragas, they have everything they could need to shut down that objective.
22 minutes in, they have an 11,000 gold lead. It's just ticked over. It's 10,000 gold still at 22 minutes. 5 towers to none. 13 kills to 4. A Baron in their back pocket and a 5-1 pattern coming out from laning phase.
Yeah,
that's what I want to see.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good if you are a Turkish fan. If you're a Brazilian fan, on the other hand, I'm sure you'll be thinking about how you adapt. You always have Marth on that substitute bench. If you need to bring him in, he has been perhaps slightly more consistent than Prusa across the course of this tournament.
But it also comes back to one of the... oh, yeah, we're going to have a quick look at that Weaver's War from Frozen. We have... they wanted to let the Baron go, but they just couldn't quite do it. You can see Thaldrin, he's able to land the W down onto Forlan. The rest of the team goes to the collapse. Redbird, unfortunately, you can't really provide big enough shields to shut down 4 members, which means that multiple members end up dropping, and Forlan looking for a pick.
Gonna jump straight onto Frozen. The shield comes out, but it might be too little too late. Does manage to flash to safety. Brucer had to flash for that as well, though, so it ends up being a summoner for summoner exchange.
But Fenerbahce, they still have the Baron. They've got their eyes on the bottom lane, but he's going to struggle to hold Thaldrin up in the top lane. Now they take the objective down, and Fenerbahce, this is great from them. You know, their individual lane is stepping up, Thaldrin continuing to be that that true core of the team, really once again setting up a lot of the map for success, either being it in terms of engages or setting up Frozen for success in the middle lane, along with Pattern just stepping up individually. That 2v2 really holding its own, getting their own advantages. And because all of this came together, the already good strengths from Fenerbahce combined with the new strengths we're now seeing from Fenerbahce and Chabon, this team is looking very convincing in this first game.
Do still have to close it out. Fenerbahce have the longest game time of any team in Playins, and sometimes it's because they can't quite close out when they do have a lead. You see Pattern forced back there. They're trying to play up towards the top side as Thordran continues to push in, but Vert does have the teleport advantage and the Stand United if a fight was to erupt.
You've also got to respect the Team 1 composition as well. While they are certainly behind, there is a lot of instant burst and pick potential from the side of things like Syndra, from the Sejuani, from the taunt of the Shen. A lot of things that you just have to show care towards, because when you have such a convincing lead, you don't want to make one of those silly mistakes and potentially throw it away. As now Thordran, you'd think he'd be in danger, but he's in his natural habitat. He is a tree of the jungle, of course.
King of the jungle at the moment as well. No one really can step up to him. Fenerbahce secure themselves their second Mountain Drake, and with it they've got some pretty strong items as well. Triple item finished on towards Padam. You've got triple item as well on your mid laner as he puts down the Weaver's Wall to try and shut Team 1 away, and this is exactly what you want to see when you're trying to take an inhibitor. Put the wall down and it opens up so much ground for you.
Love the ultimate there from Frozen Zones. The entire lineup of Team 1 away from the objective. That will be the first inhibitor of the game going in favor of Fenerbahce. They also have the double mountain to add insult to injury. Now they've got their eyes on the rest of the map, but the Baron's going to be wearing off, so likelihood is they will back away. Then they start grouping at mid lane, they send Thordran up to the top, and they may even wait for the next Baron, depending on how safe they want to take it.
They will have the Weaver's Wall up as well pretty soon. This is League of Legends by numbers for Fenerbahce. It's much more patient, much more controlled. It's exactly what we wanted to see. They've been able to maintain a gold lead, a sizable one in 11,000 at this 26-minute mark, and it's never really looked like they were going to release their grasp on this game.
And it's just unfortunate for Team 1, because when you look at how their early game went as well, you'd think their game plan kind of went the way it wanted. Brewster holding his own up against Frozen in the mid lane. Vert was getting early advantages against Thordran. They set 2 ganks up into the top half of the map. Fallout was even able to give him first blood. And now you're saying, oh, okay, we have a pretty strong Shen, who once he hits level 6 has the ultimate, and we can look to make a bot play, but Absolute and Redbird, they made that fumble early on. They fell behind and they couldn't really do much as a result. And then Crash just kept ganking the top side, so Vert couldn't really use his pressure anywhere else on the map. And I felt like Team 1 came in with a strategy in mind, but when it came to the execution, they just fell short. So coming into Game 2, I still have high hopes, given that right now, things are looking very bleak for them as Fenerbahce look to take their second inhibitor of the game.
Once again, 1907, Fenerbahce just closing in on the win. Pattern takes a Scatter the Weak to the base. Here comes the Explosive Cask as well to Stand United onto Team 1. But Fenerbahce, 1907, are able to survive for the time being. The inhibitor's still alive here for Team 1. If they can get the engage they want, perhaps they can start to come back into this game. It seems like a monumental task, a mammoth task for them. But Team 1 have come from behind many a time before. Vert locked out towards the side. The inhibitor is being pressured by Padden and Japone. A good binding is going to connect, and now we'll see Thordran stepping up to the front. Already, Redbird is just dead, and Fenerbahce are going to push forward further and further. This will be their second inhibitor. They can just go mid, or perhaps they'll even look to push in this next wave.
Keep your eyes on the bottom lane too. There's a big minion wave stacking up. There's a flash from Thordran.
And the seismic shove just deleted and demolished Team 1 lose a man, and now Fenerbahce are going to look for the push. Vert jumps in, but there's just no damage at all from Team 1. 1907 Fenerbahce are looking to clean this up. It will be a clean ace for them as they take down Absolute. They're going for the Nexus Towers, and they're going to be 1-0 up against Team 1.
Very convincing game from 1907 Fenerbahce Esports. 18-4 is the kill score with a 15,000 gold lead to round things out.
And if you're a Turkish fan, this is exactly what you want to see. Fenerbahce clean in the early game, clean in the mid game, and clean as they take down the Nexus to go 1-0 ahead.
So clean, I can see my reflection in the medic. very good execution all throughout. Have to bring my eyes once again back to Thaldren. This guy, he just seems to be such a big catalyst for the team, whether it be engages, whether it be roams, whether it be just providing utility and protection for his team. He is one of the standout players for me, alongside Patton, who really just did step up during the laning phase, getting those 2v2 kills, bringing that early pressure to the rest of the map, and demonstrating that, you know what, we can win laning phase. Yes, we didn't have a great performance during group stages, but we had a tough group. We often pick losing matchups, and now, once you give us the ability to win those matchups with a champion like Kalista, things get a little bit rough for you.
And the question is for Team One, how do they change? How do they adapt coming into that next game? Because they do have strengths. We've seen their pick potential can work, their ability to capitalize on enemies' mistakes. Well, to hear how 1907 Fenerbahce picked up the first win of the series, let's hand it over to Dracos and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Medic. A strong initial showing from 1907 Fenerbahce coming in. It was pretty close, it felt like, early on, but they honestly just smashed it from the mid-game.
And I think I understand what One Esports is looking for here with the draft. They banned the Cog Trist. They're saying Patton is only good late game. Let's force him to put the priority on this early game champion, and if he plays it, he shouldn't do well on it. And if he doesn't play it, we'll take it in the second rotation, then we'll have something to beat him even harder in lane.
Turns out he's good at playing lane as well when you give him someone like Kalista, 100% pick ban champion for a reason. And unfortunately for Team One, whilst you can see merit in the idea, the execution is still something that is going to be a far throw away from what they're capable of doing against Kalista.
Yeah, so I want to call you guys out a little bit, because we started with, we're going to have a rock in the top lane in Thaldren, and bot lane is going to be a potential weakness. But when we look at this first role, that's not really what happened, guys. I'm going to need you to run me through this. Explain what went wrong here.
Well, first off, this is just a good game by Forlan, able to get onto Thaldren. You saw Vert kicking that one off, looking like a basic trade. Thaldren flashes a little early, mistake there, but it's tough to say exactly how we should play it. He dies, and at the same time, Patton starts taking this all-in down the bot side. They're able to convert on this kill from a point-blank binding by Japon. Really good job stepping up and making sure absolutely had nowhere to go.
And that's where the Lulu does come into play when you look at the 2v2 fight in particular. It's a good trade from Redbird, good awareness, but ultimately Lulu's getting the kill where Kalista's getting the kill on the flip side. So whilst we saw a lot of resilience from Team One, still a lot of early aggression, and again trying to utilize their team composition and their strategies against 1907 Fenerbahce, it didn't really happen in the end because it was still matched.
And that's really scary, because I feel like if you're on the side of Team One Esports and you're like, hey, we can attack the bottom lane, after this game, you're significantly less confident in that strategy.
Yeah, because Patton ends up at 10 minutes, plus 12 CSD, at 15 minutes, plus 25, ends up using that Kalista pick to smash. The one thing that did work out decently well against FB was the fact that they attack the top lane. They kill Thaldren, which is something we haven't seen a ton of, so maybe if they go for their more aggressive top lane picks, things like that Trundle, Mundo, Camille, Gnar, who knows what, if you start converting these kills topside, it actually gets a much bigger lead than just a Shen kill.
Yeah, and that's ultimately the biggest problem that you're looking at, is that they have a Shen and they were ganking for the top lane, when realistically you bring that champion Sejuani down to the bottom lane to gank for Team One. Maybe the kills are more successful, maybe you do shut the Kalista down, and that looks a little bit better for your win conditions as a team, not getting the Shen going against a Maokai.
Now, the other thing I want to look at is the mid lane before we go any further in the game, because we talked about Bruiser, we talked about Marth, but it didn't feel like a bad game, right? It just felt like, but I also didn't feel a ton of impact. It is not like Syndra hard carried. Would we have expected Marth to smash lane? What is the actual difference here?
For me, it kind of felt like, if you look at his play, there were some minor mistakes, missing his Ws, missing his stuns, some combos not going out quite right, but it still feels like Bruiser's not as high on the tier list as Marth is, so I'd rather see him a little bit more, but I have a hard time pinning this game specifically on Bruiser.
Yeah, Bruiser played adequately, but that's not the kind of adequate that wins you games. You want to see what Marth's doing more, which is leaving lane. And quite simply, that's what Frozen was doing literally everywhere. That guy was all over Summoner's Rift, quick to react, quick to the jump, always there before Bruiser.
And it's good that you bring that up, because when we take a look at our next replay brought to you by Acer Predator, you can see what happens when this team is freed up to move around the map.
Both teams transitioning up to the top side. Good wall off there by Frozen, pinning them under the turrets at very low. It's going to make this dive easy because you focus down members when they're low, or if you can't get a good target on somebody, just finish that turret off.
Yeah, and the fundamentals, knowing the shot calling from the whole team is you want to kill the turret, make sure that it's not doing damage on top of this, and they're still getting the team fight going at the same time. All of the Morgana blindings were connecting. And far as execution goes, it was still done very cleanly from the side of 1907 Fenerbahce. Ultimately, that's what was necessary. The game could have gone the other way if that dive went poorly, and it was a risky choice, but they made the choice and it worked.
Yeah, beautiful goal graph there out of 1907 Fenerbahce. Able to just grow that lead slowly over time, close the game out very quickly, sub 30 minutes, and a great start to the series for them.
Yeah, now the interesting thing is we just have confirmed that Team 1 have chosen blue. There are going to be no roster changes, so when we're not looking at the mid lane about individual players, that turns us instead to talk about draft, to talk about strategy, and we talked a little bit about playing around the bottom lane as an option, but what is the actual best avenue right now for Team 1 to come back into the series and take a win?
For me, I just don't think going bot lane the way they did is quite right. I mean, I understand what they're trying to do leaving up the Kalista, but your bot lane is not like a huge pressure point either. You saw that Absolute had a negative 14 CSD, so it wasn't like, oh, well, he's doing good, and then Padden's doing bad. So you went for this weird strategy trying to play around the bot lane, and it didn't work out. I would rather see more resources invested up in the top side.
Yeah, drafting specifically, I wouldn't say the AD carry ban should be the exact same. Things should change there. The big one that I have to look at, though, is towards the middle lane. I honestly just believe that Frozen was able to hard carry in this game with his performance as an individual. And when you look at the comparison between the mid laners, Bruiser needs to stop him from roaming around, stop him from being able to get around and make plays. Well, you can get rid of Talia instead of doing all of that in the first place. So perhaps instead of the Tristana ban, just get rid of Talia.
Yeah, they got rid of Ori and LeBlanc. I mean, Frozen has a really deep champion pool. It does feel a little weird to throw so many bans at him, but it does feel like, just generally speaking, 1907 Fenerbahce have a lot of different things that they can play across the board. Yeah. Feels difficult for one to find a way to ban them out.
When it comes to strategy in a best of 5, when you're the winning team, when you're Fenerbahce, is there really any pressure on you to change anything? Of course, you're now going to be side swap, but outside of that, are you pretty comfortable just taking a similar strategy and playing this game out the same way you did this one?
You can use the same strategy, but the risk is that Team 1 have worked out that strategy. And so there's always going to be the opportunity to bring out something different, continue to surprise them, and just best them through the entire best of 5 by showing the depth of your strategies. Yet, if you're comfortable enough, you're good enough with that one move, you don't think Team 1 can counter it, and you are 1907 Fenerbahce, maybe just staying consistent is the way you play this out.
There's not too many things that I would expect them to change. Mid lane champ pool is the biggest one that I feel like changes game to game for the most part. It's otherwise a, tank in the top lane, tank in the jungle, padding on some kind of late game carry. It does feel like a very consistent game plan for them so far at the Playins stage of Worlds, and I don't think there's a good reason to turn away from it given the fact that you just won.
Yeah, how crucial is Frozen in the center of all this, on the Talia, on the roaming champions? Because we saw non-roaming champions banned away from Orianna and LeBlanc LeBlanc maybe more so, but Orianna feels very locked into that lane. Do we want to continue seeing him on champions that can roam like the Talia? How valuable is that to Fenerbahce as a team?
Yeah, now the reason that I feel like Frozen getting Talia is super valuable is because he's a shot caller and a communicator for the team, not just for the whole roster, but for Crash specifically. The fact that you can unlock him, get him to roam around the Rift, feels to me like the optimal strategy for 1907 Fenerbahce. You can put him on the Orianna, he'll be able to call the team fights and get the shots going around those fights, but if you get him early and then the whole game starts to snowball with early leads, which is in this matchup what I'd imagine you want to do, well then I feel like Talia's the most important type of style for him to have for Frozen.
I mean, even this game, you saw that like Crash came to the mid lane early on. They tried to contest a blue buff. He even died for it, and they still did fine. So it does feel like a bit of a mismatch there in the mid lane, that something can go wrong. You can give Brewster a kill early on, and it's still something that Frozen can play from a deficit in.
Well, we're going to have to see what they want to do. That was only the first game of the series. Meet us back here for Game 2 of 1907 Fenerbahce versus Team 1 right after the break.
First kill as Bert there as well, the flash away, but Thornton's going to get stunned, and this will be first blood for Team 1 in the top lane.
Sai dali, barril explosivo, acaba trazendo o vértigo, olha pra próxima, ele ainda vai ser eliminado. Muita pressão pra cima dele, a eliminação é quase certa. Ele vai tentar ganhar tempo, mas acaba caindo para o Talbin.
Flash straight into Crash. Bruiser knocked back, the seismic shove will spell his end. Fenerbahce get the kill. Absolute pops the barrier, Wild Gun used as well. The dive continues. Fenerbahce trying to get what they can out of this fight. They take the tower first, the stun is going to land onto Absolute. Fallout dead, it's a double for Frozen, and 1 are just getting scattered to the winds. A great binding from Japone. 3 kills down. 1907 Fenerbahce are looking to clean this up. It will be a clean ace for them as they take down Absolute. They're going for the Nexus towers, and they're going to be 1-0 up against Team 1. Welcome back to Team 1 versus 1907 Fenerbahce. Team 1 have chosen the blue side coming into this game, Vedius, and we are going to get into Champion Select ever so shortly. Yes. What I want to do before we get into Champion Select is talk a little bit more about how Team 1 are able to come back into this series.
Okay. What would you like to talk about?
Well, I wonder... We know they're still playing Vusa. We know that Marth hasn't subbed in.
It's very true.
What do you change in the draft that actually allows you to win out?
So, I think the first thing you change is don't give them Kalista. They will be on the blue side, so they can look to get it for themselves if they so choose to. But I think that we have seen now that Patton is not the kind of player you can try and punish by just putting him on a champion that's supposed to win and hoping that it doesn't. The proper way to punish him is by watching how he does in terms of, putting him on champions like Tristana that were actually banned away, and then punish that matchup, and then you look to try and put a lot of focus down into the bottom lane. And I think that they can do it when they have players like Thordrin. We've already seen him rotate a lot from top down into the middle lane, and I think that he would be perfectly capable of using those TP plays to set up advantages down in the bottom lane as well. So that top lane superstar will be where my eyes fall coming into Game 2, and how well Team 1 will be able to hold up against him.
Fenerbahce, on the other hand, can just do more of the same. They had a strong top laner in Thordrin's Maokai. Their mid lane played well, their bot lane played well. Didn't really seem like there were too many upsets for them across the board. As we get into picks and bans, Team 1, as we said, on the blue side, have gone once again for the Kog'Maw and the Tristana bans to start us off.
So it looks like that 1907 Fenerbahce are going to stick with what they did before. Before, they did ban away the Galio. Now they have to debate. Okay, debate is over. They're going to ban away the Kalista. Things like, having a look. Xayah could be a high priority, but Team 1 Esports is saying, no, we really value that Lulu. It is a big pick for 1907 Fenerbahce. Japon, during the group stages of the play-ins, did put a lot of focus on getting that support pick, and Team 1 are trying very hard to take it away from him.
But then I look at it and I say, you've still got Xayah and Rakan left open here for 1907 Fenerbahce, which is a strong duo. If you want it, you can pick the Jarvan that you talked so much about in the first pick and ban phase.
And you're guaranteed to get the Rakan as well, because you can see that the Lulu is already going to the other side. So you're guaranteed a Xayah Rakan, you're guaranteed a Jarvan. We talked about how you can't afford to give Patton and Japon a really strong 2v2, and then not only do you ban away Tristana, who's arguably one of the best answers to a Xayah, but you also give them one of, if not the current, strongest 2 versus 2 in the bot lane metagame. So many question marks from the side of me, anyway.
There's always a possibility they have something up their sleeve. We have seen the Varus a few times across this tournament for specifically the laning phase, and that is what they're going to lock in here. It's a possibility that they can still win out that lane.
To be fair, like, Varus into Xayah is fine, but the problem arises when it's Rakan Xayah, because that 2v2 is not conventional in the sense that, remember, when she uses her W, you get bonus damage because you're paired up with the Rakan as well. And a champion like Lulu, she was very meta, along with things like the Karma in spring, very early on in the year, really all across the world. But then she had a bit of nerfs to her base HP, and that's where champions like Thresh and Rakan really started to find their own, because she's so much squishier in the early game. So if you make her the focus in a few of these early skirmishes, it's very easy to just shut her down, or at the very least burn a few summoner spells that forces her to play more reserved, and as a result, concedes more lane pressure. So Team 1 clearly have a strategy in mind. By locking in the Galio, they have the ability to roam both bot and top in the assumption that it's in the middle lane. But we do know that that champion has often gone in the top lane for the majority of this tournament.
So there's a few bans here that I want to talk through. Because we're seeing jungle bans coming out from Fenerbahce, I think that Jarvan is probably in the jungle. Because we see a Lucian ban from Team 1, I think that Galio is probably in the mid lane, because Lucian is such a common counter pick for it. I wonder if we'll see Thordrin bringing out his Maokai once again up towards that top lane.
You would expect so. I think that they've got plenty of damage with the Xayah, the Corki, and along with the Jarvan in terms of the early game, where he'll transition into a bit more of a tank later. Just round things out now with a big beefy front line to make sure that you have some kind of follow-up from the engage of the Rakan, unless, of course, that pick gets taken away from you in advance. But it does give 1907 Fenerbahce the ability to counter-pick now. Things like the Cho'Gath is still available, Gnar is also another option that Thordrin could go for.
And Thordrin is so confident on so many different champions. Team 1 will lock the Rek'Sai as their jungler for Forlana, an aggressive early jungler. We want to see a little bit more aggression from him in this game. He wasn't really able to take those early kills as we expected from him in game 1.
Very concerned about the damage from Team 1 Esports right now, though, because yes, you've got this amazing ability to dive onto the backline. You can engage with the Rek'Sai, you then have the follow-up from the Maokai, and you have the additional CC and damage reduction from a Galio too. so much engaged power comes from this comp from Team 1, and around the mid-game, level 6 to level 11 is where this composition is really strong, especially with the Varus. But in the late game, this composition is really going to lack that damage. And when you compare that to a Corki, a Xayah, both scale incredibly well into the late game, along with the fact that Cho'Gath is one of the few tanks that, thanks to his ultimate, can really chunk out other tanks as well. I'm concerned for Team 1 and their ability to play in the late game. It's going to be very reliant on them to get early lane leads, utilizing their ultimates around the map.
And that's what we wanted to see from Team 1 coming into Game 1. That was how we expected them to play. They're much more an early-focused team than a team that focuses around having strong late-game team fights. Fenerbahce, on the other hand, are that later-game team that enjoy getting to the team fights and having those longer, drawn-out games. So we'll have to see if these teams can play towards their conventional style coming into Game 2 of this series.
Well, we shall see, because remember that Vert, very well known for his split pushing style. The most success we've seen from Team 1 is when they're allowed to play the 1-3-1 kind of composition, but they have effectively drafted a bit more of a team fight comp that is reliant on utilizing the level 6 spike of champions like the Galio. So we're going into Game 2 completely reset for both teams. Let's see if Team 1 can be the team to get that early advantage this time around.
And how do they get that early advantage if they're going to acquire it? Where are they looking? Are you going towards mid? Are you going towards bot? Because as we said in Picks and Bans, you don't really have a huge amount of damage to back up that early gank.
Well, I think in the early game you actually have quite a lot of damage. I mean, the thing about tanks is usually their base values are pretty high, but then they don't scale exceptionally well, largely because, you know, you will build tanky items, but also just naturally within their kit, the scaling is not amazing. That's why I'm putting a lot of emphasis on things like the 6 to 11 spike, because you get a lot of extra damage from simply having levels in your abilities. And around level 6, you naturally have your ultimate, and level 11, you start maxing your second ability too. So that's where you have a fair amount of damage, and it's around the 1-item spike, and that's where Team 1 will definitely be very, very strong. And what they can do is once they hit level 6, you can make TP plays down the bottom lane. But I think the best way for them to get early leads is, number 1, use the Rek'Sai and Maokai to gank a lot onto the Cho'Gath, or you invest a lot bot lane, because you're expecting both Pan and Japone to push with this 2v2 that they have, and you want to try and punish the overextension of that duo lane, especially, again, once Absolute hits the level 6 mark. You have Chain of Corruption, you have the Galio ulti as support. Like, you have so many tools to sort of punish the aggression that is trying to be made from Fenerbahce, and I think that's the best option for Team 1 to try and make. I think the worst thing they can do is just sit and farm.
Looking down towards bot lane is something that people who try and break down 1907 Fenerbahce's weaknesses say is a good way to get on top of them, because Padden and Japone in the past have not looked strong as a duo in the laning phase, but Game 1 perhaps plays against that storyline, plays against that idea, because they were the dominant force for 1907 Fenerbahce. Have to see if they're able to continue that form coming into this game.
Yep. Pan and Japone definitely stepped up. We heard the analyst desk talk about it. Their expectations were that if Team 1 were going to get a lead, it would be through the bottom lane. They tried to. They said, we don't think you can play Kalista. We think that we can just out 2v2 you. That kind of fell apart. But now we have to track Forlan, where he's looking to get the early aggression. We talked about how he could go either bot or top, and he's got his eyes set on Thaldrin right now.
We've seen him gank top early on in the past. Here he goes, burrowing in, looking for the root, as well as Vert lands it onto Thaldrin, the flash away, but the follow-up flash, and once again, Thaldrin might be the first blood target for Team 1.
Ooh, Forlan with the laugh spam as well. The thing about this jungler is, as you rightly said before, he is that early catalyst. He's the guy that likes to get those early frags, get the early kills, especially if he can to onto the top laner. And you can see here that the focus really needs to be on Thaldrin. The fact that he flashed very early on was a bit of a mistake. And right there, look at that laugh span coming out from Forlan. This guy is a big momentum individual. He loves the hype. He loves rolling off early advantages. And if he can, he loves to taunt his opposition.
And you can see Thaldrin has learned a little bit as well, because last time he teleported straight back into lane and got caught out once again. This time he is still getting forced away by Forlan. And that's quite a lot of damage onto the Cho'Gath. Forlan does need to be careful, because Crash is on his way, has the Blast Cone. As Crash continues to push up, Blast Cone into the knockup. Forlan, of course, no flash. We'll have to try and get away, but the silence comes out from the Feral Scream. Trying to get to that first burrow and then looking for the second one. Goes into one. Vert's on his way. The second burrow away. The flash in by Crash, but a great knockback! That is how you do it, Team 1!
Fantastic interruption there from Vert, but Fallout, his confidence nearly backfired. You can see him on the player cam. Very hyped, very excited that his top lane is there to back him up. But you have to criticize Fallout. That play was too aggressive. It was way too cocky. He should have died, but fortunately Vert was there to save him.
But we talked about this team in game one, Betty, and we said they're a bunch of young guys, they're a bunch of motivation, emotion-driven players. And if you can have a play like that, where you get up into the enemy's face and you step up to them and you say, show me what you got, show me what you can do, and you get away at the end, that has to be motivating as a team.
It's also got to be a bit of a tilter for 1907 Fenerbahce. They're feeling pretty good right now. They're saying, you know what? If you're going to laugh at us, we're going to kill you. We're going to get an easy kill right here. The Corki's even making his way up through the river. Maybe he can get that kill, but then Vert there with the tree smash is able to get the interrupt of the EQ combo, and that means that he walks away with his life. Now my eyes are on the bottom lane, though.
Forlan did give up his blue buff for that. We saw Crash going in, stealing it away. Bottom lane, have to see if Team 1 are aware that Japone is waiting. Cannon there as well, looking for the blade caller. Heal comes out, as 1907 Fenerbahce are forced away.
Good punish there from Absolute. He did have to use the heal, and you can see that his flash is actually already gone, thanks to an early trade that went in the favor of 1907 Fenerbahce's bottom lane. But this time around, they're able to get a lot of damage down onto Pan, showing the early power that Varus can have. But it feels like for Team 1, a lot of their focus is still going to be towards the top side. They've kind of left the 2v2 on their own. And Crash, he's not really looking at trying to send his way down there as well. But just look at the vision in the river, Medic. There's none of it. It is completely dark. If either team wanted to gank bot, the success rate, I feel, would be relatively high.
Forlan's going to get that Scry's Bloom, so they can ping him out now, and they know where he is. As you say, no wards basically on the bottom side of the map at all. Apart from one for 1907 Fenerbahce that is at those Razor Beaks. Forlan is going to walk straight into Crash, and Bravo away. Crash clearing out as much as he can. A couple more wards have been placed. The river a little bit more bright for you, Betty.
Yeah, it looks like Forlan, he realized, ooh, that bottom lane is a little dark. Allow me to provide enlightenment for my bottom lane. So they should feel a little bit more confident after they have now back to base, and we'll pick up things like the Vamp Scepter. You can also see Brucer expecting him to work towards the Abyssal Mass, and a Rod of Ages for him, like we've seen from the Cassios on the most recent patch. And now we're approaching that level 6 mark, Medic, for Team 1. We've talked a lot about them because after Game 1, their early game kind of fell apart for them. They lost the top side of the map, Thaldrin was able to roam around to the mid, and then they had control of the mid lane, and the 2v2 fell apart too. So we want to see more from Team 1. That's like, now that they're level 6, now that they're setting up for their composition to utilize some of its strengths, we want to see if they can take advantage of it.
And we want to see if 1907 Fenerbahce have set this gank up perfectly. There's no vision on Japone or on Crash as they come in. The Feral Scream comes out, the knock up into a kill. Eventually, you have to expect it, though. Vert is going to flash away. Thaldrin's looking for the chase. Does have a flash of his own, but Vert, I am sorry, my man. I predicted that you'd die and you escaped, rising from the grave like Lazarus.
Another beautiful play from Vert. Earlier on, he gets the outplay onto Crash and he keeps his jungler alive. And in a 1 versus 3, this guy is able to turn around the gank and walk away with his life. Yes, it costs him his flash, but think of the pressure that one will gain now in the bottom lane. You can already see Forlan making his way there. That's going to be so much turret damage that both Absolute and Redbird will be able to get down. Pan's going to lose so much pressure, and even though he's still ahead in farm, it's going to give a bit more freedom for the bottom lane of Team 1 as that gank went awry for 1907 Fenerbahce.
And it was that second rotation of ganks where we started to see Team 1 fall behind in Game 1. They started to trade kills rather than just get kills for their own. And I was sure that Vert was going to go down, had no vision at all of 1907 Fenerbahce advancing. But instead, he escapes and he opens up the map for his team. Forlan's going to start up the Mountain Drake. He has been the superior jungler thus far in this game.
So far, he has indeed been. But Crash is making his way towards the Mountain Drake. His spidey senses are indeed tingling, but then he's like, aha, I see a giant stone golem making his way towards me. So I will back away and just hand over the early match rate in favor of Team 1. So what we can say is that the early game definitely going better in favor of Team 1 Esports this time around. You have to give a lot of the credit to Vert. Early on, at the beginning of this series, we said how Forlan was kind of the early fragger, the guy that gets those early leads. But really one of the big carries of this team is Vert. Typically, we see him on split pushes. Normally, we see him playing that 1-4 style where the 4-man unit plays around the pressure that he generates. And I feel like in Game 1, we never really saw it. It was all the Thaldren show. This guy was really a big contributor to the success. But now I feel like we're seeing a little bit more of the individual skill of Vert and what he can contribute to the team when he's allowed to do so. And while he is on Maokai, I'm pretty excited to see what he can do for the rest of this game.
I'm seeing how strong Vert and Maokai can be. Thaldren in Game 1, absolutely dominant, as you said. That kill participation setting up so much for his team. That's what we want to see from Vert in this game. At the moment, just trading in to Thaldren, smacking the face of the Cho'Gath.
And it's really important that we highlight Thaldren as well, because we do describe him as the pillar of the team that allows some of the stars like Frozen and Padden to really shine at the top of it. And it's because of his ability to roam around the map, it's because of his impact in these fights, and it's because he's just the catalyst for so many things that 1907 Fenerbahce set up for themselves. So two really talented top laners going head to head. Game 1, it was going in favor of Thaldren. But Game 2, things looking good for Vert in the early game.
Frozen going in onto Brusa. Crash with the knockup will connect as Brusa puts down the Winds of War. Good knockup onto the Jarvan as well. The Cataclysm flashed away from. And once again, we see a Team 1 member escape again.
It's starting to get frustrating for 1907 Fenerbahce. They failed to kill Vert. They failed to kill Brusa. These early tanks walking away with their lives, yet to use their ultimates to try and make a side lane play. But while all this has been happening, Forlan has been just sneakily jungling the entire map away. He gets the early Matin Drake. He's going to get himself this early Rift Herald. And this will allow Team 1 to open up the map in this early game. And things going much more even this time round compared to what we saw in Game 1.
However, there's still that clock. There's still a timer for Team 1. They do have to make these plays between the sort of level 6 to level 11 to perhaps level 15 before Fenerbahce are able to really scale up, because they have double AD carries. They've got the Cho'Gath tank as well. If you're Team 1, you'll be worried if the game is this even in 10 minutes' time.
Oh, you certainly will be. And just look at the 280 carries as well. Pan off to another fantastic laning phase. 20 CS advantage, same going for Frozen in the middle lane. The only deficit on the side of 1907 Fenerbahce is up in the top lane. Thaldren suffering to that of Vert. But in terms of the carries, they're off to a pretty good start. But things relatively slow in this early game. No more early action, and this is part of the problem with Forlan. He comes to a lane, maybe he does one gank, he then does another one, and then he just kind of goes into hibernation and permanent farm mode. We don't really see him again until the team starts to fight a little bit more later on. And Crash, on the other hand, he's all about trying to find more ganks. He's all about trying to find that pressure, and right now he wants to use Japone and his very quick engage to maybe get a kill onto one of these bottom lane members. Turns out he's not.
He's not.
He's in fact,
he's not. I was giving him the space in case he wanted to do it before I made my next point, which was deep vision here, Vedius. Look at the wards being placed by 1907 Fenerbahce deep into the jungle of Team 1. They have a track on Forlan a lot of the time. They have actually both just expired, so this point doesn't sound as good because the wards have just disappeared, but I promise you, they were there.
Now, teleport's available for both top laners. I feel like we're going to see a fight right now.
Forlan gets the red.
But he will steal that one away, so he's pretty happy.
If you could stop predicting fights, Vedius, that'd be great, because every time you do, no fight happens.
Got it.
So tell me that there's not going to be a fight, and then we'll have fun.
I don't think... All right, got it. I'll bear that in mind coming into the next few set of exchanges. But now, speaking of skirmishes, Team 1, they're like, aha, so after our skirmish in the bot lane, we know you're going to back away. We know your blue buff is up as well, because we can see the timer. So Forlan's like, I'm just going to go steal away your red. And there's not much you can do about it. No vision from the side of 1907 Fenerbahce in the top half of their own jungle. You can see Thaldren making his way through the tri-brush, but Vert very quick on his heels. So nothing really going to come about.
They do still have the Rift Herald in their back pocket, Team 1, so I'd like to see them perhaps looking for a play. Forlan dancing around the top lane, scuttling in onto Thaldren. Here comes the Nature's Grasp as well. Will Of course, Aldrin to flash away, and here comes the Rift Herald. Harriet is going to join us on the Summoner's Rift for the time being, as Aldrin tries to defend in a 2v1 scenario.
Ultra very quickly clears out that minion wave. That's going to be a fair chunk of damage onto the tower, but it will not drop. Both Frozen and Crashed, you can see on your minimap, making their way up to the top side as well. And Bruiser, we're just hanging around, basically saying, ooh, I have my ultimate ready in case of an emergency. But instead, nothing comes about it. You know, I had this great conversation with Rusty earlier on, where I find it impossible to say Bruiser without an Australian accent. Whereas when you speak to an American, it sounds like an American name. It's a fascinating, fascinating discovery I found. Just wanted to share that with you.
It's informative, at least, Vedius. It allows me an insight into your mind.
I don't know if you want to go in there.
That's not somewhere we want to be. Let's bring it back to the game. Having a look at the items that have started to be picked up. Bert has a Spirit Visage up towards the top side. You've got a Blade of the Ruin King, first item on Absolute. The Trinity Force on Frozen is a strong power surge for 1907 Fenerbahce.
It's also quite interesting that Absolute would choose to go for the Blade of the Ruin King build rather than the Infinity Edge or Essence Reaver options. We may even see the Rage Blade come out from him this game. We'll have to see, keep track of it as the game progresses. But Fallout, he has caught out Japone.
Chain of Corruption comes out as well. They're trying to lock him down before he can jump away with the quickness, and they will take him out. Team 1 coming in. Here's the hero's entrance onto Fallout. Brulsa has joined the fight. The teleport's joining as well. Thordrin is in that front line as the rest of Team 1 push forward through the 1907 Fenerbahce team. That's going to be a dead choke at that Blade of the Ruin King is doing work. Bruiser gets taken off towards the side, but here come the kittens. They're on a chase. They want a taste of Frozen. He's going to use the cleanse, but immediately caught up. And Team 1 continue to advance, continue to push, and continue to get kills against 1907 Fenerbahce.
This is the best scenario for Team 1. They want to be fighting at this point in the game. Vert, he comes in with the teleport. We talked about how he can be one of the big carries for his team, and his impact in that fight was phenomenal when you combine the confidence that Forlan showed in that exchange. He was not afraid to go for that 1 versus 3. He was not afraid to go straight into the thick of the opposition because he knew he had Bruiser on his back. He knew that Vert would be ready and waiting, but now Vert has been caught out.
And he's dead.
He is indeed dead. That is a 1 squished up Yordle. So Fenerbahce, 1907 Fenerbahce rather, will be able to get themselves a kill back.
And although Team 1 are the team that are getting these kills and getting the Mountain Drakes, the gold is still perfectly even between these two teams. We're only 4 minutes away from that 20-minute mark, only 4 minutes away from the point where I said Fenerbahce would be very happy to be even because they scale up a little bit better. And Team 1 need to take a couple more of those fights to be able to actually accelerate this game.
Exciting, okay? It's certainly very exciting. So let's see
how you didn't predict a fight here.
Yeah, exactly that. So what you're going to see here, the big thing you need to track is the teleports from both teams, because this is a bad setup for 1907 Fenerbahce because they've already lost their engaged tool right at the start. But now Absolute and Redbird zoned away from 2 members. So it's effectively a 3 versus 2 on the top end, while it's a 3v1 in the bottom end. And so it's just a matter of who can kill that front line first. And Patton, he hasn't even completed his first item yet. So he doesn't do the same sort of damage that Absolute does. After that early Blade of the Ruin King that we were talking about, it gives you that extra bit of damage. So they very quickly make their way through Thordrin. And Forlan, he's just sitting on the front line. He's soaking up damage. He's baiting the enemy team towards it. I'm surprised he didn't spam his laugh again because he was just drawing the attention of Kras and saying, chase me, chase me, chase me. Oh, look, I now have a team behind me. You're going to lose your life. So Team 1, they found a fantastic fight, but it's yet to translate into a significant gold lead as of right now.
However, getting those items can help it translate. We've got an Ardent Sensor on Redbird. That is a big power spike for Team 1. Still looking for that first turret. They've moved up towards top lane. Absolute and Redbird trying to chunk down that tower that's already taking a chunk, of course, from Rift Herald.
Decided to swap to the top side. They knew that the bottom lane had already taken significant damage after the fight that had happened between the two teams. With it already guaranteed to go down, they instead decided to go top. They will be very short, or rather a little short on getting that first tower blood, but still pretty happy with it overall. So Vision going to be traded either side as well. You can see Team 1 on your minimap investing a lot of Vision into the top side of the map, and now 1907 Fenerbahce are worried about that top tier 2 tower, so they're trying to answer.
Forlan engaging onto Japone here, trying to get the quickness out as well. Knock up into the double knock up. He does escape, but here comes the Void Rush for the kill, and they'll get the second knock up. They're just diving Vedius, and Team 1 secure 2. Tholdrin will finally nom down on a bit of Zersai as the Queen falls for Forlan.
But what confidence coming out from Forlan. He immediately sees the opportunity and goes for it. Japone and Padden trying to make their way up to the top lane to defend that tier 2, but they take a risky path. They end up getting collapsed upon. Bruiser is there with the damage reduction, and now we might see another fight in the jungle.
Crash looking for that blue buff. We are going to see Bruiser and Frozen fight up towards the top side. There is a Valkyrie. Crash gets locked up, taunted down by the Shield of Durand. He's going to get to a blast cone. Will use it, but Vert's already flashed the wall, and now actually Vert is on the wrong side of this. He will take down Crash and escape. The tree is too tanky for the Corki to remove from the map.
And the Brazilian representatives using momentum so effectively. These guys, they've gotten this lead, and even though the goal doesn't feel like in their favor, they're getting kills, they're getting towers, they seem to be getting control over the whole map. And that just is not stopping them from forcing these plays. But now, Absolute, he's in some trouble.
Has to flash away from the second knockup. Tholdrin doesn't have Beast, but has a huge amount of damage on that Cho'Gath. And Redbert, without mana, wasn't able to protect his AD carry.
Surprised Absolute didn't just throw out the ulti preemptively there, but it looks like maybe they want to try and defend this top tier 1. We're going to have a look back at how this fight came about. And again, this is the confidence that I was talking about. Forlan immediately onto Japone. They know they can win this 2 versus 2. Good interrupt there from Bruiser, and then the immediate follow-up from Redbird. Then they go, you know what, we can dive. It doesn't matter. Padden, he doesn't have his ultimate left up. I'm a Rek'Sai. I've gone for an early Tiamat and an early Phage. I have plenty of damage. And they're able to get themselves a double kill down onto the bottom lane of 1907 Fenerbahce. So really great stuff from T1 Esports this time around. Great to see that even though they fell at a pretty significant deficit in Game 1, they are not letting that affect their mentality in Game 2.
Forlan engaging onto Padden, looking for the chase with Absolute. The charm comes out from the quickness. Teleport join the fight as well, because here comes Vert. The root is going to land. Does keep Padden safe as Japone takes it up for his team. The chain of corruption there from Absolute was a mile wide. Vert's continuing to chase in. Feather Storm, here's the hero's entrance, looking for the knockup onto Tholdrin, lands it at the right edge of it, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Boza continues to push, and Team 1 have invested a lot up towards the top side of the map. Crash is not done yet. The taunt comes out, the double knockup, and now it's up to Absolute to actually join this fight. The polymorph comes down as Fenerbahce Crash will just about escape with the heal. The mid-second tier tower is being pushed in by Frozen.
Beautiful team fight from 1907 Fenerbahce. These guys stalled out all 5 members of Team 1 Esports long enough for Frozen to take 2 towers in the mid lane. That tower gap has now gone from 1-1 to 4-1 in favor of 1907 Fenerbahce. And it just shows their ability to play the map. They know they can't win this fight. They know they don't want to try and force anything right now. So instead, they're just going to punish the poor positioning and take advantage of the overcommitted style that Team 1 is trying to force with the lead that they feel they have right now.
And it's something we've seen from Fenerbahce so often, Vedius, losing in the early game, falling behind, elongating the game, and then playing to their power in teamfights and to their strength in teamfights. Whoa, indeed. That's a Baron. There's no vision. Mounted Drake down towards the bottom side. Fenerbahce were looking to stop that from happening. Now the pings come out on the Baron. They might just lose it. It's going low. Down to about 4,000 HP. It's already gone. Just taken away there by Team 1. Decisive decision-making from the Brazilians.
We just praised 1907 Fenerbahce for a great fight. You gotta praise Team 1 Esports for a great decision there. They don't even have vision on the bottom side, but they do have vision top. They're like, that entire area of the map is dark. We're pretty confident that Frozen's either just gone back to base or he's going to be clearing out the mid-wave. We can rush this. We can actually do this very quickly, and they just clean it up without any kind of answer from 1907 Fenerbahce. The gold instantly evens up. Team 1 Esports get a tier 2 tower up in the top lane. And Medic, this is the kind of game we wanted. Much closer between the two teams. No early dominant start. But I'm still concerned for the late game team fights for Team 1. Where will their damage come from? They do still have a fair amount of damage on the Rek'Sai at this point. But in the late game, a Corki, the Xayah, the Cho'Gath ultimate. Will one really be able to compete with them in these team fights? That's the big question I have for Team 1 right now.
And you wonder how comfortable Team 1 are playing a composition that doesn't always fall into their regular strengths. Vert can't really split push too effectively on this Maokai. He can't be the solo carry for the team. He has to be there as part of the team fighting squad to help them face up into the battle lines that 1907 Fenerbahce will draw.
Indeed.
Indeed, a wise choice. Tholdrin, perhaps wisely sitting in the bush, because Absolute steps too far forward here. We've seen Team 1 be confident before. That was great from Redbird. The immediate polymorph, the knockup will come out, but they force Tholdrin back. And Vert is actually still split pushing on this Maokai. They know he's got teleport up in just a short while, and they're just looking to pressure and pull 1907 Fenerbahce across the map.
They're utilizing this Baron pretty well. Finally, Team 1 Esports actually have the gold lead. The CS advantages that 1907 Fenerbahce had been able to build do not mean that much anymore. Thanks to the Baron and thanks to the towers that Team 1 have been able to pick themselves up. Very back and forth game. Still undecided as to who will be able to take this one. I feel like one big fight is going to be the determining factor at the end of the day, Medic.
Now you've predicted a fight again, Medius.
Oh no!
Have side lane
it's
pushing.
literally now the rest of the game is just macro. I can hear Deficio squealing with excitement at home. Now Team 1 Esports, they've made their way towards the mid. They're going for the engage.
Engage with the charm. Here's the hero's entrance as Absolute jumps out of the back, but Frozen dives all the way in with that Valkyrie. Crash has already crashed and burned in this fight as Forlan looks to go aggressive. They need to be cautious because Frozen is on the backside of this, and he's got a lot of damage on that Corki. The lockdown onto Vert. Japone knocked up another kill. A great double taunt with the shield. Tholdrin in that front line. He's already got one. Bruiser killed. Vert jumps in. Still Frozen up towards the side. Tholdrin will fall. It's a double for Absolute. Team 1 keep going. They keep pushing forward. They cannot quite get the final two members, but Team 1 take the fight, and they're looking. Forlan dives in, says goodbye, and Team 1 are not done. Fenerbahce scattered to the winds as Absolute chases down Bannon, but Bannon can't do it. Team 1 get the ace.
Team 1 get the fantastic team fight finally going in their favor. We've criticized this team so much for their inability to fight, but right there, they demonstrate that they can bring it to 1907 Fenerbahce. They're able to win out the fight. They're able to get two massive towers, and they are the ones controlling the pace of this game.
And how the tables turn from game 1 to this game.
Let's have a look at how this engage happens once again. So Japone, he tries to get a collapse onto the main damage dealer. Everything looking good, but then the Galio arrives. The team is split up. Look at the work that Bert is doing on the back line, zoning 3 members away. And Frozen, he doesn't feel confident to actually engage on the fight. Bruiser then comes to the forward line, and he's like zoning. And it's all allowing Absolute the freedom to deal the damage. Yes, Medic. I gave a lot of criticism to this composition because I said, where will the damage come from later? But what I didn't accredit was the fact that there is no reliable backline threat onto Absolute. Every time Crash goes in, there is so much support from the Lulu, from the Galio, that it's really difficult to just instantly nuke him down. And right now, 1907 Fenerbahce are realizing, oh no, we don't actually have enough to kill the Varus, and he's just going to keep picking up kills.
Yeah, Tholdrin caught out polymorphed, and he's not going to be able to escape from Team 1. 13 kills to 5. Now a 4,000 gold lead has been extended. A 6,000 gold Baron power play of a Baron they did not deserve to get. They should never have been able to secure that Baron, but great vision control and decisive shot calling from Team 1 have set themselves up for success in Game 2 of this best of 5.
Oof. We're well on our way to having a series on our hands, Medic.
And it's so indicative of the way these two regions play against each other as well. Across 13 games, it's 6-7 in favor of Brazil. So even between these two regions, so close when it comes down to these big series.
And you just have to keep your eyes on the player count in these fights as well, because this is a very young team, not a single member over the age of 20. A lot of the Brazilian fans were not expecting this team to be the representative. They wanted the more stable rosters, the more experienced rosters. INTZ, Pain, Red Canids, one of these teams to be that representative. And when you looked at their performance in Group B, there were a lot of concerns. People were like, oh, will they really be able to match up? Will they really be able to perform? Well, here in Game 2, they are saying we can. They are saying, yes, we can compete with many of the other emerging regions. And This is an impressive game too. There's still a lot of the series left. They still actually have to close the game out. The scaling is still very good on the side of 1907 Fenerbahce. But it's nice to see that for a team that relies very much on momentum, energy, excitement, that after a crushing defeat in Game 1, Team 1 Esports were able to reset and come back swinging in Game 2.
And you can see how much Team 1 are funneling into Absolute, giving him both the buffs, not keeping the blue for Brusa in that mid lane. Now setting up vision control around this Baron. There are some wards for 1907 Fenerbahce and that Scryer's Bloom that will spot out Forlan as they push forward. Once again, Vert is in that side lane. He's doing what he does for this team. He's drawing attention across the map and opening up areas and avenues of Summoner's Rift for Team 1.
Now the Baron will respawn. This is definitely going to be a big objective. 907 Fenerbahce not going to want to give this one away for free. And you've got to remember, Padden in these fights will be the player to watch out for, because he's had a lot of hype surrounding him when you get to this point in the game. I still remember his Cogmore in the 3 versus 5 against HKA. Him and Thaldrin did an excellent job of being able to turn that fight in their favor. And I can't shake off that feeling that this team fighting prowess of 907 Fenerbahce could still be a big factor in turning this game in their favor. So, Team 1, though, they still have the gold lead. They still have this very strong AD carry in Absolute, who can't afford to be underestimated either.
And this is where patience and experience play such a factor, Vedius. When you get to this sort of position, when you're setting up vision, when you're drawing the enemy into the traps that you set, the bushes that you clear, Team 1 need to be respectful of what Fenerbahce can do, but they don't care at the moment as they jump onto Frozen. They get the flank, but Japone now caught out. Here's the hero's entrance. Absolute still alive. That's a dead Rakan. He gets melted, and now Team 1 will turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Beautiful pick from Team 1. Forlan using that confidence once again, gaining control over the top side of 1907 Fenerbahce's jungle, waiting for the pick, using the Tremor Sense to catch that carry out of position. And now 1907 Fenerbahce, they want to try and steal the Baron. I don't know if Crash can get there in time.
Flashes in, he does not get it. Forlan secures and he can spam laugh all he wants because he is laughing all the way to the bank. The root lands onto Thaldrin as 1907 and Fenerbahce are running for the hills. Redbird will get the root. There's the double for Forlan. 17 to kills to 5. Team 1 are looking dominant.
They have the Baron. They have all 5 members. They still have a TP on Brusa as well. This looks like a game win for Team 1. It is going to require a miracle fight for 1907 Fenerbahce to be able to turn this one around. I was skeptical of the comp, but they have made it work fantastically as they lay their eyes on the first inhibitor of the game.
And what a comeback from them from Game 1, where they got just demolished, deconstructed almost by 1907 Fenerbahce. Team 1 now stepping up and saying, look, we can give as good as we get. Taking their first inhibitor of the game. The lanes aren't quite in their favor, so they will back, spend that gold. But look at this catch from Team 1.
And again, it's that Tremor Sense from Forlan. He identified who was over the wall. He comes over looking for that pick. The rest of the team immediately following up. You can just see how difficult it is to kill Absolute. He has so much protection behind him. Because of how far ahead he is, he does so much more damage than Pan does. Beautiful execution once again. Team 1, everything looking great.
And we were talking as that Baron got set up about patience and the willingness to wait out the game. Well, sometimes you have to be willing to pull the trigger as well, especially with a composition like this that only really has that one damage threat. If you're playing slower fights, it can play against you quite devastatingly. The Ocean Drake picked up for Team 1. They've got double mountain to facilitate that. And it is actually the first Ocean Drake that they have picked up this tournament. Perhaps a good omen for them as they look to close out the game.
You had to get the quick stat in there, didn't you?
The real quick stat is neither of these teams had picked up an Ocean Drake before this game. That's the true quick stat.
And now they have one. So, along with that Ocean Drake, they have Baron and Pad minions. They're just stacking up the wave, priming it, getting it ready to siege onto this tower. But they're also waiting for that top lane wave to hit the tower, along with Brusa in the mid. So they're going for a 3-pronged attack right now. Wave clear, pretty good from the side of 1907 Fenerbahce for the time being.
Half the health on the tower gone though with one wave push. They've still got a cannon minion here. Mid lane is pushing in. Top lane, the wave is building. Siege minions up there. Of course, the super minions ready to continue to push down that lane. And Team 1 are playing this patiently. They're puzzled out the map. They are painting by numbers, and they will get their second inhibitor tower. Looking for the inhibitors. Bert jumps in. He just wants to be the front line. The Barrel Scream into Redemption to heal him back up. Chain of Corruption doesn't quite connect. Team 1 happy just to slowly eke out the base of 1907 Fenerbahce.
Now making their way towards the middle lane. 5 members versus 5 members. The deficit is so big, 1907, they're going for the engage.
Japone tries to get the charm in, but knocked back. There's the Mercurial Scimitar as well, used from Absolute, and he is able to open up the big guns on the back of this fight. Absolute is legendary, as I'm sure our Team 1 in this game. They get the 1 kill, and now they can look for a little bit more. Absolute pushing forward, knocked up, but what can Fenerbahce do in the face of so much hate coming out from Absolute? He is demolishing them, and he is looking for those Nexus towers.
Team 1 looking so convincing in game 2 off the back of Absolute and the whole team working together. They're going to get the game back, and they're going for another fight.
A final engage from 1907 Fenerbahce, but Brucer does not care. He steps forward, the Valkyrie comes out, that's the package use. We are going to see Forlan fall, but he's got the GA to come back. Absolute actually called out towards the back. He has the flash. Frozen still doing a lot of work, but the Nexus Tower's a dive. But still, Absolute is just pounding away on this backline. He will kill Thordred. He will kill Japone. Padden jumps in and will perhaps be able to hold this one for the time being. Brucer comes up with a mighty triple at the end. Padden with a triple of his own, but Padden has to turn back and stop these minions from winning the game for Team 1.
So Padden actually keeps the game alive for the time being. This guy, we talked about his team fight prowess and how he is the player you need to keep your eyes on right when the Nexus defense has to come out from the side of 1907 Fenerbahce. He's the one that steps up. His positioning was so crucial in that final fight. And we just got to follow him throughout this entire engagement because things did not look good initially. Absolute free to deal all this damage on the backline. Keep your eyes on Padden and how he plays this fight out. He's going to get locked up initially. Oh no, Thordren soaks up the damage. He's still just chipping away through the front line, still not taking any damage. He gets torned up, and now he's just keeping his eyes on whoever is in front of him. Forlan decides to commit alone, and he's just relying on the fact that he has not become the target focus. Absolute gets chunked out extremely low off the back of Thordren in that fight. And it was just good positioning, good awareness from Padden to basically just hit whoever he could and not overcommit to try and go for some kind of hero play. And as a result, it ends up buying a little bit more time for 1907 Fenerbahce.
Although it's bought a little bit of time for them, you still have to think that Team 1 should be able to close this out. 3 inhibitors down, 2 Nexus towers down, only the Nexus stands between them and the win. They can just group up as 5 and look for that final push, or they can even wait a minute and a half, go for that Baron, and then try and close out the game with the buff.
That was 11,000 damage from the Xayah in that last fight.
That's pretty impressive.
That's not bad. You still have to show respect to this AD carry, man. He has the GA now completed. Inhibitors are starting to respawn, and as you rightly identified, Baron on its way along with the Elder Dragon. So it's going to be difficult for 1907 Fenerbahce to really leave their base. But this is what we talked about. Like, there's just that essence. Team 1, they definitely still have that control. They're definitely the heavy favorites to win out on this game. There's literally an exposed Nexus waiting for them to just run through the base, and they're going to try and do it right now.
Vert looking for the engage, will jump onto Crash but get knocked up at the end of it. Team 1 now just go up towards that top inhibitor. Brucer is not with them but does have the hero's entrance to join up if needed. Thordred's now the one to try and re-engage. Onto Vert, gets the Bell Scream off. The knockup does not connect, the secondary one does. There's the wild growth, but already Vert is low. Here's the hero's entrance as well, trying to keep him alive. Japone down now, it's a 4v5 in favor of Team 1. Look at Absolute, it's a double. He's looking for even more, gets the triple onto Thordred as they continue to push forward. And now Frozen and Padden have to do something incredibly good. Padden manages to take out Redbert down towards the bottom side, but I think Team 1 just want to go for the Nexus. Frozen's still there, Absolute will go low. Frozen just needs to land an empowered Sheen Proc. Padden comes off towards the back of it. Absolute gets some damage down on towards the Nexus. There gets the kill on towards Frozen, and now Padden forced off towards the bottom of the fight. This will be the win, this will be the Nexus for Team 1, and they equalize the series 1-1.
This time round, Absolute, he doesn't give away his life. He keeps the momentum going. You can see the excitement on Forlan's face as well, as sighs of relief come out from the members of Team 1 Esports. It's going to equalize the series, Medic.
And a lot of people were saying 1907 Fenerbahce were firm favourites coming into this after Team 1's poor performance in groups, only being able to beat Direwolves. We thought that 1907 Fenerbahce had had a tougher test and had shown that they were stronger, but Team 1 played their composition well, played really well around those spikes in power, those spikes in damage, and were able to close out the game.
And I feel like a lot of the credit has to go on to Vert. This guy, he survived a lot of the early ganks up in the top lane. His impact in a lot of these fights was very impressive. Many times he would soak a huge amount of damage, get very low, and then just barely escape with his life as well. And that provided Absolute with enough time to just pew, 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 pew all the way through the opposition. And it was just a matter of 1907 Fenerbahce never having enough backline threat to all of a sudden swing the fight in their favor. So credit to Team 1 bouncing back and looking good in Game 2. Guaranteed to give us a 4-game set.
I love 4-game sets, and I'm sure Team 1 do as well, as they've evened up the series. And to hear how they tied it up, let's send it over to our analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Medic. Just got to say, Team 1 turning it around, coming back. I looked at the draft, I was skeptical, but these guys brought it home in Game 2.
I think you got a good reason to be skeptical. I can't really justify giving up Xayah, J4, Rakan in the first phase of the draft just so you can take Lulu first. That, to me, is just completely baffling.
Yeah, and ultimately they picked the Varus with the Lulu. We've seen this lane before. We know what it's capable of doing, but they still lost their lane a little bit. However, we get outside of the laning phase, we get some early kills under that Varus, and the team composition starts to make sense when you've got all these tanks that can stand in front of him.
Yeah, and they're supposed to win bot lane with this. You probably want the Galio to go bottom where there's pressure, the Rek'Sai dives, and hopefully you blow the game up through the bot lane. And in that sense, it does make a little bit of sense. It's just what you gave up to get to this game plan is way too much.
And to be fair, we were looking for another damage threat, and we were surprised to see that it was, in fact, the Rek'Sai. It was 4 lane, it was going to be the second damage threat. This man went for a super aggressive Rek'Sai build.
It was weirdly aggressive because he built the Cinder Hulk, and then got the Tiamat, and then you're like, okay, he's going to go for some kind of Titanic Hydra Black Cleaver build, but then he goes...
got a dagger mark.
Yeah, then he gets a dagger for Berserker Greaves, and then he goes GA. It was once again a little all over the place.
We weren't sure where he was going when he had the dagger, but we're looking at it.
But at this point, we have a fed Rek'Sai, and things are looking good. But when we take it our first replay, we can see why maybe there was some uncertainty for Team 1, because they start things off, things are looking great, but the longer this play goes, you're going to start to realize that they may have stayed a little too long.
And here you see a little bit some of the struggles of that Rek'Sai build. Just starts getting melted by the Xayah. Ninja Tabby probably would have been the right boots to go. And this whole time, while Fenerbahce, 1907 Fenerbahce are doing a great job kiting out in the top lane, the Corkis is just staying mid and pushing this entire time.
It's that first real big moment, you'd have to say, in this game where Fenerbahce have a crazy good strategy compared to what One were doing, which was just throwing their faces at 1907 Fenerbahce's composition. Again, what the comps are designed to do, however, with how close they were skirting around their health bars, with how they were able to weave in and out in this situation, 1907 Fenerbahce get 2 turrets for their troubles, and that was the beginning of what you thought was going to be the macro play that may well get them a victory. Wasn't the case, because straight after things changed, but very clever in that instance anyway from the Turkish side.
And it was also, we were kind of making fun of 4Lane's build a little bit there, but he did have a great early game. He attacked Thaldrun again, set him super, super far behind, which is something coming into the series we were saying, this seems like it's going to be difficult for them to be able to do. We haven't seen Thaldrun really lose laning phase, and when that happens, it feels like FB kind of start falling apart.
And additionally, we talked about the power of comfort picks coming in for Team 1, and we look at this next replay brought to you by Acer Predator. You can see how well this team functions when they've got a lead, when they've got an advantage, and when they've got picks they're comfortable with.
Yeah, in the corner of your eye, even, you have to keep your eyes on Frozen as he just disappears. You'll very rarely see him again for the rest of this fight, because ultimately it was all about the Varus, and Absolute versus Pattern is basically the 1v1 of AD carries that you'll see when this fight emerges. And try as they might to do the damage here, FB, they don't do as much as what Absolute's able to.
Yeah, Ver was really, really tanky for this point in the game. This is also with the Baron buff, because One was able to grab double Mountain. They went for a very quick 22-minute Baron, and FB was totally unprepared for it. Surprisingly, they didn't have any vision down, so despite that good turret trade, they instantly fall back behind from this Baron, and then after they win this fight, they're actually able to snowball into a massive gold lead.
And this is that 1v1 where he thought he had it, he just didn't.
Vert coming up, supporting his AD carry, who had a rough game 1, but kind of bounced back this time around.
And that was interesting, too, because we talked a little bit about 4Lane, but Absolute also felt like a pretty major factor in making things happen in this game. But just across the board, Team 1, this looked so much better to me. But what was generally your impression? Is this mistakes on the side of Fenerbahce? What is actually happening here that led to this Team 1 victory?
Combination of both, honestly. I feel like 1907 Fenerbahce could have made a wealth of decisions that might have been more patient. Again, I don't think Team 1 were aggressively going at them unless they met in the middle, and then Team 1 would over-aggress and they'd overextend themselves and make sure they got the team fight they were after. So could have been cleaner on both sides, honestly, but my take is that Team 1 look at least a lot more comfortable right now in this second game.
It's one of the things where I would want to see a little bit more out of one before I'm very confident on this team, just because the draft phase was very strange. You had this strategy around your bot lane winning, and they were actually down 40 CS at like 15, 20 minutes or something like that, so they were getting smashed down there. And the only reason this game plan worked out so well was because Thaldrin fell behind the top side, and then the double Mountain Dragon that they were able to get was converted very cleanly into a Baron, but if you don't get those kinds of things, this comp and the game plan seem to be falling apart.
That's the crazy thing about this game as well, right? Like, Forlan gets Thaldrin behind, suddenly Team 1 are able to win the game pretty successfully, but at the same time he's building Berserker Greaves, so you're like, really, I guess it's a wish-wash of consistencies from them. You want to see so much more, and even getting the wins with what they currently have, it's impressive, but they could do so much more.
Yeah, exactly.
But I also feel like we have to praise Team 1 for closing it out with confidence. If we take a look at our final replay, we can see that when you look at this team, when they have a lead and an advantage, they do play pretty well around Baron, exposing kind of some of these weaknesses from Fenerbahce.
This is just really intelligent pathing overall. Looks like they're ward clearing through that typical ramp, but they're actually wrapping around with their engaged tools on the top side, able to catch out multiple members of FB, get 2 quick clean kills, grab their second Baron of the game, and they are able to close it out. There's that one little dip where they all got aced with triple inhibs down, but from that point in the game, it's one of the hardest things to recover from in the entirety of League of Legends.
Yeah, nothing you can do to come back from that. But now looking forward, Fenerbahce back on the blue side, 1907 Fenerbahce rather. But now, Team 1, even more interesting. Now they're taking Brewster out. Brewster just won a game. Now Marth is coming in. This is, I think, the hottest debate on the desk that we've had in a long time. But explain to me, what's the logic here?
Character switches can come at weird times, usually when you're looking for counter picks, so it makes sense a little bit that they're going to be moving back to red side, and they want to take this Marth choice, and they might be able to use his champion pool a little differently. He has some more specific picks that he plays, and they're hoping to find some way to equalize that mid matchup because Brewster did fall behind once again around 30 CS.
Yeah, he does have some crazy picks. He does have some really cool champions that he's able to bring out, and he's a very different style of player to that of Brewster. If Brewster's meant to survive his lane, maybe shut down his opponent, and he's losing his lane, not shutting down his opponent, then there's a fairly obvious choice with where you would want to go, and that is picking Marth up and trying to match Frozen's roaming and his ability to get around the rift.
And of course, on the opposite side, Fenerbahce don't have the option to bring out subs. We did see how much more crucial. I feel like we saw for the first time this tournament, Thaldrin exposed and kind of shut down very early on, and that feels like a sign of concern for Fenerbahce because the whole team, as you mentioned earlier, didn't feel on the same page once he was no longer able to be that consistent frontliner.
Yeah, right. When you're meant to be the rock of the team, to fall behind and no longer be able to provide that suddenly puts you on the back foot as a whole team because he can't tank.
And the one thing I'd want to see is it was a very intelligent path by Forlan. He took the XP Quince, did the 2 camp plus Scuttle Crab on the top side, got up there around 250. Hard for Thaldrin to be ready for that. And then he continued to harass him on his way back to lane. So I think they're doing a good job identifying Thaldrin as the key person to set behind. And it's about if FB can figure out that we need to figure out ways to get him ahead.
See if they'll be able to do that. We'll see Bilalov struck back against the TCL. We're going to see if they can keep the momentum going. Game 3 of 1907 Fenerbahce versus Team 1 is coming up after the break.
Following in, looking for the route as well as Bert lands it onto Thaldrin, the flash away, but the follow-up flash, and once again, Thaldrin might be the first blood target.
追杀这里的挖掘机，但挖掘机逃得非常快，回头反顶一下，撞起来之后，1下、2下、3下，他最后一点点输出，哎，没有收掉，但飞机这里已经被大师配合维鲁斯给收掉。
Knock up into the double knock up, he does escape, but here comes the Void Rush for the kill, and they'll get the second knock up, they're just diving Vedius. Team 1 take the fight, and they're looking, Forlan dives in, says goodbye, and Team 1 are not done.
Acaba sendo neutralizado.
Sobra somente o Pepe, ele tenta fazer um milagre e salvar o time turco, Super Minions vão dando GG,
Triple kill.
There's the wild growth, but already hurt his luck. Here's the hero's entrance as well, trying to keep him alive. Japone down now. It's a 4v5 in favour of Team 1. Look at Absolute. It's a double. He's looking for even more. Gets the triple onto Thaldrin as they continue to push forward. This will be the Nexus for Team 1, and they equalise the series 1-1. Welcome back to Game 3 of 1907 Fenerbahce versus Team 1. And Vedius, Lightning has struck. Marth has substituted in for Brusa in that middle lane after Team 1 won the last game.
Yes, it appears that way, but I'm not entirely sure why Lightning struck.
It's because you're here.
Ah, I see. I see. Anyway, Marth is going to be going into the mid lane to overtake Bruiser. I felt like Bruiser in game 2 did a fine job. We didn't see a huge amount of roaming from him, though, in the early game. And I think that one of the key factors about Marth is he is a little bit more about getting involved in those side lanes. You know, he doesn't like to sit in the mid lane alone. He's about bringing the party everywhere else on the map. So I think that could be, in part, why they made this decision. I think the composition, as we talked about, was a little risky. But, in fairness, they played it extremely well. We recognize that for 1907 Fenerbahce, it was very difficult for them to get onto the backline. I feel like they should have been a little bit more active in the early game. And one of the players that we will look at and talk about a little bit more once we get into game will be Crash, and evaluating how he really did have a little bit of a shift in his performance in game 2 compared to the pretty dominant performance we saw from him in game 1.
Just wasn't quite able to synergize with Frozen and with Thorjin as much as he managed to do in game 1, and we didn't see the Fenerbahce that really dominated Team 1 in game 1. So I want to see how the draft changes for that, whether they put pattern on something that's perhaps a little bit stronger in lane, whether we have that priority towards the Xayah Rakan again, because it didn't quite work out for Fenerbahce in that last game.
But we did see some real dominance coming out from Team 1. The fact that they held their own in terms of the laning phase, Forlan demonstrating a lot of confidence once again, this guy even spamming the Laugh emote after his first gank and then nearly dying. Hopefully he doesn't make those kind of over-eager plays coming into game 2. But Vert was also another really big star player for the team. Both him and Forlan were such big contributors in a lot of these fights, but also like the fact that Vert was able to survive so many of these early ganks that a 1907 Fenerbahce were trying to throw down onto him was a big part as to why they were able to get through the early game unfazed.
So much of it comes down to which team is able to get ahead in the early game, which team is able to push away their enemy. And I want to see exactly how the two junglers play around each other as well. We've talked about it. It's Crash into Forlan. Alongside that, bringing a new factor into the mix with Marth coming in, the question is then, does Forlan put more effort to going towards mid and trying to shut down Frozen, or are we going to see a lot of ganks up towards that top side, which is what Forlan has been doing in the past?
Well, I think the introduction of Marth actually increases the likelihood of more action happening down in the bottom lane. A big part of this whole series has been, will Padden step up? How will he perform? And both he and Japone have been building lanes in the 2 versus 2 pretty consistently so far throughout this series. And with the introduction of Marth, I think that could be a way to shut that down. This guy does like to roam around the map. His Talia was relatively impressive when he played up in the play-ins group stages. And I think that that'll be one of the game plans. Maybe invest a few more resources down into this bottom lane. Because I feel like that's just the one aspect we've seen from 1907 Fenerbahce that hasn't been properly punished. That 2v2 lane is a big window that you can exploit. Yet teams have struggled to properly do it. And that's what I'm going to be evaluating for Team 1. Will they adapt that style, or are they going to stick to just leaving that 2v2 on an island and then playing more towards on the top side, which is what we've seen a lot of so far in this series?
We were just waiting for Marth to go through his pre-game checklist, make sure that everything was in order. Of course, we don't want him to be playing on a setup he's not comfortable with, and I think we are pretty much done with that, so we should be getting into Champion Select relatively soon. Vedius, you were standing off camera there.
I was writing in my notebook.
Blending into the background in your blue jacket.
Yes, you're looking great today, by the way.
Thank you, so are you.
You're welcome. Anyway, let's jump into Champion Select. It looks like we're going to see some slight shifts from 1907 Fenerbahce, but they will bring back the Galio ban, which they were not able to do. And Team 1, there it is. There is the Kalista ban straight away. They do not want to have to deal with that once more. They've said, nope. We know you're pretty good at it, so they're also going to ban away the Talia, which I think is quite interesting, especially seeing as so far this tournament... of course, earlier in the day we saw it coming out from Frozen. He did have a great game 1 with it, so still showing respect towards it there, but also it was one of the comfort picks for Marths that he brought out during the group stages.
There's the Jarvan removed, and now Team 1 have a decision to make. Can look towards something like the Tristana, something like the Sejuani. Those are some power picks. We've seen Japone in the past play good supports as well, and it will be the Lulu removed by Team 1. So lots of options available here for 1907 Fenerbahce.
Interesting. So Xayah Rakan still up and available, but if 1907 Fenerbahce go for something like the Xayah, then Team 1 can go for the Rakan. They can break up the combo. But even then, we've seen they found answers to this combo anyway, so maybe Team 1 esports are not that afraid of dealing with it. Interesting that we're seeing a range support being early prioritized by Japón. Typically, you would expect either a Rakan or a Thresh to come out as an answer to it, because during the early laning phase, Janna doesn't really do that much other than facilitate the trading power of your AD carry.
And both these AD carries have been prioritizing the Tristana early on, so with Vert locking that in for Absolute here, you do have the option to pick up your support. You have a bunch of different options as well, and something we haven't seen throughout this tournament, because it's been banned a lot of the time, is that Forlan Olaf pick.
You are very correct. It is a big comfort for him. He does the hover, but instead he chooses to play more for the team rather than for comfort. He will lock in the engage, the utility, the arguably S-tier jungler in the current meta in the form of Sejuani, and Team 1 already starting to build themselves a pretty solid team fight composition. You would expect their support to come out on the next rotation, or they go for a similar trend to what they did in Game 1, and they lock in something like the Syndra.
Crash will get his Gragas once again, seen him play that a few times across the course of this tournament, very comfortable on it, and it will be the Syndra for Fenerbahce here, so they lock that in for Frozen in the mid lane, a very strong mid laner, and makes Team 1 have to make a choice. Do you go mid pick here, or do you look towards that Rakan in the supporting role?
Ooh, interesting, interesting. I feel like they'd be fine giving away the Rakan, because we know Team 1, they'd probably just pick another range support in the form of something like a Karma. Perhaps just locking in your mid laner now could be good. And then you have that potential for a counter pick with more mid laners available, and that's what they decide to go for. They're going for a bit of an aggressive roaming style mid, which is kind of what we expected from Marp.
Yeah, 100% what we want to see from Marp. He is the player that's brought in when they want to be a bit more aggressive, when they want to play the map a little bit more, and Team 1 are starting to show their fangs, show us their claws through this first phase. Now we're getting into the second phase of bans, the Kog'Maw being removed by Team 1. Can take the Xayah away as well if they want to really
That's
hamper
what I would expect,
Paddon's pool.
That is the expectation, whereas 9-7 Fenerbahce, we talked about how the Thresh is considered a pretty good answer into the Janna. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like a Rakan banned away too, with the Alistar already gone. There aren't a huge amount of engaged supports left. The fact that the Cho'Gath has been banned away, to me, suggests that Team 1 are actually thinking about going for the Maokai here. We've seen how pivotal that pick seems to be in this series. And then they can just first rotate it, take away the Cho'Gath, and it forces Thorndrin to perhaps play a non-tank in the top lane, something like the Gnar, maybe even the Trundle, which we haven't really seen from him in this tournament so far.
Vert is more the Mundo and the Trundle player up towards that top side, so he will know those matchups incredibly well. Is the Maokai banned from Fenerbahce, so the Rakan is still on the cards for Team 1 if they want it. They can leave it for last if they so desire and look towards top lane here, or they could try and counter out that top lane final pick.
Interesting that they would go for the Braum now. You have to remember this champion still can give you that all-in potential. It's just a little harder to execute. You got to go for like the flash, ulti, Q, set up for the passive, but then you've obviously got the Janna who can be like, no, I'm gonna blow you away. And then that engage from Braum just kind of whiffs. So you don't have as much all-in potential. You rely on additional support or additional CC to get the setup, and then the Braum can maybe follow up. But what you definitely have is disengage with this support locked in for the side of Team 1.
And the Twitch locked in for Paddon in that bottom lane alongside the Janna. That is not a lane-winning lane. Finally, Thorndrin will get the Gnar, and we have a counterpick available for Team 1 in that top lane.
Now the question is, does Vert play things like the Jace and the Kennen? So far in this tournament, we are yet to see him bring it out, but they're gonna bring out the Olaf.
Sejuani top, Vedius.
No, I think it's Olaf top, my
I
friend.
think it's Olaf jungle Sej top.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Surely not.
We'll see. We will wait and see. Before that
right.
happens, you've got the synergy, of course, of the Braum and the Sej. Great stun combo there. Forlan is known for his Olaf jungle. And Sejuani top is not something we commonly see, but it looks like it is what's going to be Team 1's strategy here.
Okay, so they have until 20 seconds normally to lock in their swaps and confirm that everything that they want to do. With a few seconds left on the board, it does seem like that it will be the Sejuani top.
And this is what I love to see from teams that are from emerging regions that are trying to stamp their mark on international competition. They are confident in their ability to play things that aren't always seen as part of the meta. You've got Sejuani top, you've got Olaf in the jungle, and you have these comfort picks for Team 1 that they are very willing to fight up against Fenerbahce with.
Now, he has brought this pick out during the summer regular season. And it's going to be interesting to see how it works, because personally, I'm not that accustomed to seeing a Sejuani up in the top lane. Sejuani versus Gnar, definitely a unique matchup. We get to experience it together for the first time, Medic, which is going to be a lot of fun. And we'll talk through how it works out, but in terms of the team comps, you're definitely seeing a kind of 1-3-1 setup from the side of Team 1. They have the double teleport with the LeBlanc. They're going to be looking to try and get an early snowball off onto Marth so that he can roam around the map, start impacting off on these side lanes. Very much what we expected from the player. Whereas 1907 Fenerbahce, they have this cross between big team fighting power with both the Twitch and the Gnar in his mega form, while also being able to play on the side lanes, the sneaky pick potential that a Twitch does have. A lot of interesting stuff going to be happening in this game, and already we're off to a bit of a level 1 shenanigans coming out from Team 1.
Pushing forward as a 5-man here, trying to catch out a member of Fenerbahce, but the axe will miss. Ghost comes out from Forlan as well. This is very aggressive. Perhaps thought that Redbird would hit the Winter's Bite there. He did not connect, and so Team 1 will give up vision at their own red buff and won't get anything for that summoner spell.
So the cooldown on his Ghost is 153 seconds, 2.5 minutes. I don't think he's that concerned about it right now. Popping it early is not going to be the end of the world for him. He should have it back, well, roughly by the time that he looks for his first gank. So he's not too concerned about that. They do get a bit of deep vision from both sides. 1907 doing the same. 1907 Fenerbahce, rather, getting that ward down onto the red buff of Team 1. But I feel like, I don't know, Team 1 definitely going to be looking to start on their Raptors rather than go for some kind of sneaky invade.
Places to watch this game for us. Vedi is definitely up towards that top side as we see the Sejuani into Gnar matchup for the first time at the world stage, and the first time, I'm sure, on many stages throughout the world. Surprised you hadn't picked this one in your picks to watch. Would have been a great prediction from you if you had expected it to come out.
I mean, the thing about Sejuani is that she's very commonly known as a jungler, and when she first was released, I actually spoke a lot with Zyrene about how she can be an effective top lane champion too. The thing about her passive is it's super obnoxious to break, especially against other tanks. And the 4-hit passive that she has with her E can chunk out very effectively in the early game and do a surprising amount of damage. But against a Gnar, I imagine that's going to be much harder to execute because he's going to have that range advantage. He can proc your passive literally by walking up to you, getting you to catch his boomerang and then walking away again. So I think that the matchup should still be in favor of the Gnar. Early levels, it's pretty slow. You don't really push that much, but once he gets things like the Phage, that's where I imagine the Sejuani to really start struggling. But as I said, haven't really seen this matchup before. We're going to be learning together how it all plays out.
We'll all learn as we go. We saw some aggressive trading from both the mid laners. Is a corrupting potion on Marth. He's only got 1 stack left of that, and has been jumping into Frozen. You have to wonder how warmed up he is as well. Of course, he can practice backstage, but there's a vast difference between that and playing up against someone who was known as the best mid laner in Turkey, the MVP of the split, the MVP of the playoffs, and the best mid laner of the TCL.
Quite some accolades to achieve as coming into Worlds. We saw that a lot of the play during the play-in stage was actually focused around Frozen. We already saw in this series how Thaldred came round to the mid a fair number of times, acting as that pillar that we talk so much about, really facilitating Frozen to be that superstar carry. And I think in this game, there's the possibility for it again. He is playing the Syndra. You can set up a lot of early ganks. But we have to talk a little bit about Crash because he didn't really have the best of Game 2.
Struggled a lot, didn't have the synergy that we've seen him have before with the team, who was getting caught out by Forlan, who maybe it all just comes back to that early play where Forlan was incredibly aggressive and 1907 Fenerbahce were not able to capitalize. Here he's gone a little bit aggressively, And Forlan will get the chase off, but Crash can barrel away. Burt in. There is the flash. Burt's going to follow this up. Forlan has ghosted, looking for the chase. There's the stun. Crash might be caught out for first blood. And once again, Team 1 secure first blood in the top lane.
And just as we were talking about him, Crash, you saw on your screen the differences between Game 1 and Game 2. His early game impact stagnated, his jungle proximity dramatically dropped, his overall performance just seemed to be lacking. And he goes for a bit of an invade. He wants to try and utilize the early pressure of Gnar, and instead he gets counter-ganked upon. This should not be a surprise now, as every single game, Forlan has come to the top lane to look to try and get a gank onto his top laner. And once again, he succeeds, he refreshes his blue buff, and now he's looking for an invade.
Forlan does have the smite. Crash has one of his own as well, so it's just going to be a smite bash. Crash secures it there. Forlan continuing to chase in with that reckless swing and with the undertow. And he owns the jungle at the moment, although Crash was able to secure the Razor Beaks.
So Crash, he thinks he's fine. Just stealing away some of the Krogs. He's like, oh, okay, I get hit by the Q, that's fine. I'm just going to barrel on out. And then I have to flash, and I'm like, oh no. Oh no, they're actually committing to this collapse. You can see the ghosts also come back up from Forlan. And this was just a big overextension from Crash. He thought that with the pressure top, he would be safe to make this play, but because Sejuani got to the play in advance, it allowed them to get a successful first blood, even though 1907 Fenerbahce are still in the early goal lead, thanks to the CS advantages that they built up in top and mid.
Seems to be an age-old story for 1907 Fenerbahce being able to take the advantage over Team 1 in terms of CS, but the lane that we have to look at is bot lane, because Absolute and Redbird have a more aggressive lane in this Braum and this Tristana. Forlan's on his way down as well. There comes the jump in from Absolute as they look for Padden, trying to get concussive blows off. He has gone invis. They're going to Japone instead. There's the stun as he flashes under the tower, and the heal is used as well.
A lot of summoner spells, but here comes the LeBlanc. He's on the back end.
Marth is right off towards the side of this fight and will take down Japone. It's just so deceptive, so deceiving that we didn't even catch it on the camera.
And this is very much the roaming mid laner that we expected. The moment he hits level 6, he moves down towards the bottom lane. He was able to get back to mid first because of his TP advantage. So he pushes in mid, he moves down bot with his jungler. He's now off to that early kill that you want to be getting on that LeBlanc. Team 1 off to another good start.
And winning this bottom lane as well. Let's have another look at how Japone and Padden get caught out.
So remember, the thing about Janna Twitch, not really the strongest 2v2 lane. You have the ability to force all in, or at the very least fights with a Braum. But I don't think Marth needed to flash that. I think he could have just walked up. But he gets the kill. That's what's important. He still gets the kill. Maybe that flash, lack of flash rather, can be punished from Crash. But given that he's already been put behind early, I wonder if he's going to still have the confidence to look to make those same kind of plays.
It's always difficult to gank LeBlanc, of course, because she has got the distortion to help her jump away. Padden decided to go for the Relic Shield start here in the bottom lane, so even a weak 2v2 matchup is made even worse by not being able to have those aggressive stats. Marth once again jumps in. Frozen tries to knock him back, but just trading mana in the mid lane.
And I'm glad you highlighted that as well, Medic, because when you're sitting in lane with a Relic Shield and Berserker's Greaves, and then you look across the board and you see, that is a Yordle with a big friendly sword. You're a bit like, this kind of sucks. It really sucks. And that means that they're going to lose so much pressure in terms of the 2v2 that now Team 1 will have so much more control over the Drake. They have the ability to set up for dives as well. And the only the only bright side, rather, for the side of 1907 Fenerbahce is that Thaldrun is dominating this 1v1. I did wonder why you'd actively pick something like a tank into the Gnar. And I think what we've come to identify is the matchup pretty much plays like every other tank matchup. The moment he gets Phage, the lane gets very, very difficult.
That's okay for the time being. He is behind in terms of CS, and once again, we see a collapse here from Team 1 down towards the bottom side. The teleport is going to come in from Burt as Redbird goes in onto Padden. He's gone invis, but they're still looking for this kill. Glacial Prism will connect, and Japone is going to be the sacrifice as Padden escapes. Team 1 once again collapse.
And this makes me really happy, Medic. And the reason why is one of the big narratives that we as a broadcast team have had for 1907 Fenerbahce is this bottom lane is a place that you can abuse. It is a place of weakness for the side of 1907 Fenerbahce, simply because usually in the 2v2, they pick these weaker matchups, they concede a lot of pressure, and if you just send multiple members down, you can get early towers, you can snowball the game quickly. And what Team 1 have adapted with what we were talking about earlier on, they pick the roaming mid laner. They choose a player who is much more about making plays on the side lane, and they are successfully shutting down this 2v2 in the bottom lane. They'd already set up a ward, as you can see in the Krugs. Marth had roamed down again because he knows the back timing of the Syndra. The moment that Frozen is back in base, that is a big window of opportunity that Marth uses to make his way down, and they get a successful kill and first blood tower once again.
And that allows them to get Vert out of this lane as well. He's losing this lane pretty devastatingly, but you can now bring Absolute and Redbird up towards the top side. You continue to open up the map, and Team 1 take the early aggression, take that early step forward once again. They're doing even more this game, bringing Marth in, saying we want a playmaker, we want someone who will roam around the map, and we need just a little bit more aggression, because we think 1907 Fenerbahce can react to our protect the AD carry composition.
Now, 1907 Fenerbahce, they still have a strong Syndra, Frozen.
Marth's okay. Marth's okay.
But this is what we were just about to talk about, right? This guy, he has been farming away in the middle lane. He's got a healthy 30 CS advantage over his lane counterpart, and whenever Marth tries to be aggressive, Frozen very quickly punishes him, which means that thanks to the pressure they still have in mid, and thanks to the swap that's happened up top, 1907 Fenerbahce at the very least can still get something back, and considering they have a tower advantage and a 3-kill advantage, this gold is surprisingly close.
But this is what we've seen over the course of these games. 1907 Fenerbahce farm better in the lanes. They're the ones getting these CS advantages, and because of the roaming from Marth and because of Vert being in a losing matchup, that's where the extra gold is coming from for Fenerbahce.
Hang on, I know where the extra gold is coming from. It's the support. Of course, it's the support, the gold runes that we've been seeing more and more, the heavy investment in terms of the relic shield. Perhaps that gold difference is a little more deceptive than we initially thought. But you can see now Marth feeling a little bit more confident after being forced back from the trade earlier with Frozen. But look, power spike. Ooh.
It's such a play-by-play thing to say. It's like, ooh, look at this item, it's shiny. It's an Ardent Sensor being picked up on Japone. The problem with Ardent Sensor, though, Redius, is if you have no damage on your AD carry,
true.
It doesn't really facilitate you that much.
Gives you lifesteal, attack speed, but it doesn't quite give you AD, which right now the Twitch is indeed lacking. Oh, gone for a very early Zeal as well. He's literally only got all of that. Sucks, man. That really feels bad as a Twitch.
At least he'll attack them really quickly.
But we've seen this from Pan multiple times, right? He has been in huge deficits. He was at a 50 CS deficit after the laning phase against HK, and then team fights roll around, and this guy, again, double-edged sword man. One side's a wooden stick, the other side is equivalent to Excalibur, and he will just cut through the enemy team. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on him as the game progresses. It's all about how well Team 1 can now snowball this lead that they've been able to build up for themselves.
They've got their power spikes of their own as well, with the Static Shiv having been finished on towards Absolute. Starting to get some tanky items on towards Vert as well, so we'll have to see how much they open up the map. There is an Ocean Drake for them if they want it, but we know they're quite averse to taking the Ocean. Could look towards mid and maybe set some pressure up there as well, but for the time being, Absolute's going to go down towards that bottom lane. I'm going to see Redbird come towards mid to force Frozen away. And just try and equalize this lane a little bit, because Marth is struggling into Frozen, who has been consistently a carry for 1907 Fenerbahce.
Now, this is a little bit of a unique map movement coming out from Team 1, because what you would expect is to send someone like the LeBlanc off onto a side lane, because she is the roamer, she is the side lane threat, and typically she will have the teleport available as well. But the reason why they're keeping her mid is because we're still very early into the game. Mid lane is the best resource of just getting immediate gold, because it is the shortest lane. And that means that by funneling experience and farm onto her, she gets to those item spikes quicker. Once she gets the Gunblade, a LeBlanc is way more likely to move off into a side lane, because that's where the LeBlanc will feel a lot more confident. Then what Team 1 will do is move the AD carry and support mid and start pressuring this tier 1 tower. I believe, yes, they do in fact have the Rift Herald, and they'll likely utilize that to take down that tower after they've concluded with the Ocean Drake.
Ocean Drake and a Rift Scuttler. They'll get all of the river control that you can. They secure it for themselves. Still only a 300 gold lead, but we're expecting to see that slowly work its way away from 1907 Fenerbahce. There is a Runans now onto Padden, so he's got even more attack speed for us to watch him in fights. But although Fenerbahce might be on the back foot, they are not out of this game at all. They still have a big Syndra, they still have a Twitch that can scale up into the late game, and they still have Crash on that Gragas, one of his best playmaking champions throughout the course of this tournament.
Aldrin also has been having a pretty decent laning phase, very much what you'd expect from him, given his consistency. Trying to join the team now in the middle lane as Team 1 get about 50% of the HP of that tower thanks to the Rift Herald.
And one decided to move Marth into the side lane as they put that Rift Herald mid, so they didn't have a full 5-man stack, but they will get some pressure in this side lane. That's what they're trying to do, open up the map a little bit more. We've seen them do it around this portion of the game in the last couple of matches. It has worked out for them at times. Ghost has been used here by Forlan as Vert flashes in. There's the stun. Thaldrin not near Mega yet, has to flash away. Forlan looking for the chase, and Thaldrin is dead to Team 1.
Thaldrin holding on to his flash a little bit too long there. He thought that, you know what, Vert, even if he flashes onto me, he's not going to have enough CC to get the collapse. But Vert very smartly uses the E stack first to apply the freeze, then he throws his ultimate out afterwards for that double stacking of the root from the frozen passive. So good setup there from Team 1. They get a punish down onto Thaldrin, and that early laning phase now starting to mean less and less as Team 1 have this big solid front line now in the form of Braum, Sejuani, and Olaf. Their AD carry is farming up nice and healthily, and Marth well on his way to completing that Gunblade.
And once again, we're seeing Forlan step into this role as the guy who makes the plays for the team, the guy that goes aggressive, runs forward, gets these kills. He's been able to help Vert in a losing matchup actually secure a relatively even CS score, and it allows Team 1 just to open up this composition and get Marth in a side lane, get Vert in a side lane, bring the map, spread out 1907 Fenerbahce, and we haven't seen the reaction we would have liked yet out of Fenerbahce.
Now remember, the win conditions for Fenerbahce, 1907 Fenerbahce rather, are still very much about those team fights later on into the game. Twitch, very impactful team fighter. Nah, in the mega form, can make that game-changing ultimate that can swing the fight very dramatically in your favor. And Syndra, she can do a huge amount of damage to that front target, but the question is then, who is the target that you go for? Because champions like Sejuani, if you haven't procced a passive and you use your ult into that, well, you're going to do very little damage. Olaf, he's just going to be running in your face. He's not going to be afraid of anything. He's going to try and dive onto the back line of Frozen, who is this low mobility mage who you can't CC because of his ultimate. And then you've got Braum with his shield who can mitigate a lot of this damage. So I'm a little bit concerned for 1907 Fenerbahce. I think that right now they're at a relatively decent deficit that would make fighting the opposition very difficult. But I feel like that's the best win condition they can hope for right now, given that they do have pretty good scaling in the form of Twitch.
Marth is looking for a catch in this side lane. He knows that Padden's doing the Krugs. And Padden steps forward a little bit too much. Marth jumps in there. The chains, double chain gonna land. The barrier will be enough to root him up. Marth underneath the tower looking for the kill, but can't quite get it. Padden flashes away and Crash reacts. Fenerbahce able to get the kill. The knockback onto Forlan. Redbird's on his way to try and help out his jungler, but meanwhile Frozen's coming down as well. 1907 Fenerbahce reacting well. Forlan pops the Ragnarok and the Ghost to get away.
The biggest misplay there was Marth missing the initial chain. If he had been able to land it, he would have had enough burst damage to get the kill onto Padden, but he doesn't quite have enough damage. Padden delays his flash for as long as possible. Crash is able to come out of nowhere, and they end up punishing this side lane Marth, who tries to build up an advantage.
Perhaps a little bit greedy from Redbird there, using the Glacial Fissure across the wall to try and catch out Frozen. We talked about the emotions of Team 1, the fact that they play off winning matchups, they play off the fact that they're ahead, and sometimes when you don't get the kill you want, you can try and force the next player a little bit too hard. They're now trying to force the mid lane tower, but cannot get it as Padden rat-a-tat-tats down the minion wave.
And though, he now gets himself a kill. The CS differential is still pretty significant, but he's slowly making his way back into this game, and hit that initial chain. Doesn't quite hit the mark, allows the follow-up chain to land onto Padden. Then the flash comes out from Crash, getting the shutdown onto him, and the key thing here is that Padden gets the kill. They also force the Ghost out from Forlan, and they just relieve some of that side lane pressure. Very small win, really, for the side of 927 Fenerbahce, because Team 1 still get that mid-tier 1. But the fact that the gold is still so close, even though there's such a big tower advantage in favor of Team 1, means that 927 Fenerbahce, I can't count them out just yet. I feel like that they're still in a very healthy position for the most part in this game.
I love that. I love watching people chase the shadow. Just, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. And then just runs into the wall. Thor didn't realize that that was a shadow a long time before. Vert doing okay in this lane now as well. And Fenerbahce are a team that are so used to playing from this sort of position. Ever so slightly behind in gold. Still with a strong team fight. You've seen how powerful Padden can be. How good Crash can be on this Gragas as well. You cannot ever count them out as a unified lineup. You can't count out Frozen as an individual star as well. He is one of the superstars of this team. Won't quite get the damage down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, One trying to take a little bit of a Barney. Vert getting forced back by Thorjun, who has the Mega coming up. Doesn't want to jump in.
Frozen did move towards the bottom side of the map, trying to get a pick down onto Marth, but now he's already regrouped with his team. There's no TP on top of Frozen, and they're all heading towards that Baron. Medica has just spawned. We know how Team 1 was so quick to make the decision to go for it in Game 2. Their eyes are set, and 927 Fenerbahce, they're still slow to react.
They have to react because at the moment Team 1 with a 1-3-1 comp with those double teleports will utilize this Baron to great effect. Crash in the wings waiting for his opportunity to jump in, but he's knocked back. 1,000 HP, the Baron goes down to Team 1. They jump out the back, they'll sacrifice Forlan, but 4 members will get away with that Baron.
And once again, Team 1 sneak away the Baron. 20 minutes into the game, no hesitation. They see Frozen in the bottom lane, and they punish it. The teamwork coming out from these guys, and the calls from Forlan to go for the Baron, take the risk, and make the gamble work is what allows this team to catch 927 Fenerbahce by surprise once again.
Fenerbahce trying to take what they can from that loss. They will get 2 towers in the mid lane. They even out that gold score. But
it's so even, man.
But Team 1 now have the opportunity to really spread into these side lanes, really utilize this double TP composition.
So again, look at the minimap. You can see the Syndra still in the river. It's difficult for 927 Fenerbahce to get the fight, but also the fact that the Braum shield just soaks up so much of the damage coming out from the spray and pray. It means that 927 can't get into the pit, they cannot commit to the objective, and Team 1 walk away with the Baron, and as you rightly said, on their split pushes, which is so important when utilizing this objective.
You've got an Infinity Edge and a Static Shift finished on your Tristana as well. She will melt towers down. That's the first turret that's fallen alongside this Baron buff, and there's a Dragon on the cards as well if they want it. It looks like it's going to be an Ocean. Forlan going to secure that one for the team, and Team 1 are showing us why they can put up a fight against these higher level teams. They struggled in their group. They weren't really able to overcome Cloud9, but here against Fenerbahce, they are showing us just how strong they really are. Fenerbahce probably showing us some of their weaknesses as well. Padden forced behind in lane, slowly catching up a little bit here.
This all the time though, man, every time. That's the thing about Team 1. They have done a pretty good job, but when you have to go for a gambled Baron, that's not the most reliable way to take advantage of your lead, but you have to praise them for recognizing an opportunity and taking it. This team, they did it in Game 2, they're doing it again in Game 3, and now they're grouping up bot, and they're looking for a fight.
Knocked back onto Redbird. Crash will get stunned up with concussive blows. He's down to half. Japone trying to keep him alive. He will survive for the time being. As now Padden just opens up that spray and pray. Marth jumps in to get the kill on Crash. And that is exactly what you want from your aggressive mid lane.
Bit of a questionable decision there from Crash to try and engage onto 2 of the tankiest members of Team 1. Teleport's still up for Vert, and now you can see he's back at full health. They're waiting in the base to see if they can go for a re-engage.
Some of that synergy lacking between Crash and perhaps the rest of his team. He was looking to bring Redbird, to bring Vert into the squad and perhaps be able to burst one of them down, but they just don't quite have the damage yet. Frozen is still sitting on that unleashed power though, and with a finished Liandry's and Morellonomicon, he will be able to melt through a target if it's one of the squishier members of Team 1.
Double adaptive helm completed as well for Team 1, gonna help against the Syndra damage. along with the on-hit damage, funnily enough, from the Arn sensor. Very minor, but it's there. Also, you'll see that the Banshee spell has been completed by Marth. He's in a pretty significant CS deficit, but it's going to be really valuable, especially when he looks to try and make picks like this. Now, you can see that engaging onto, again, a Braum and a Sejuani when there's a Tristana just sitting at the back, dealing free damage is probably not optimal, and Crash melts so much faster than Vert does that Pan is not really able to get a kill. Then Marth just comes over the wall, gets a very quick pick. But unfortunately, it doesn't really result in any objective, it's just a single kill. And you could argue that Crash's life is what allows 907 Fenerbahce to keep the tower alive, which is great, but at the same time, he did just kind of give away his life, so.
But it is a weakness we've seen from Team 1, which is the capitalization on having this sort of minor lead. When they're miles ahead, they can win the game, but when it's only about 1,000 gold or so,
they gotta take risks.
Yeah. They are a team that likes to take risks. We've seen 2 20-minute Barons from them. We've seen some very aggressive plays from Forlan. That's the sort of thing you want to see. Marth and Forlan duoing, combining, getting some aggressive plays off into the enemy.
This Sejuani top so far has been working out pretty well. I love the way that they sent all 5 members to the bottom lane. They were like, let's get him out of the top. Let's just send him bot. We'll get an early first tower. And Team 1 have maintained control over the majority of the map. But again, 1907 Fenerbahce, they're still scaling up. Frozen has been doing very well in the mid. 25.5 minutes into the game, 256 farm. This guy is, in fact, ahead in gold over Marth, who has 3 kills. And that just goes to show everyone at home, even if the enemy mid laner is snowballing, you can still have value as Frozen now getting collapsed upon.
Marth trying to get the damage down. Here comes Forlan running in with the Ragnarok as he tries to roll over Frozen, and that will be a dead Syndra. The Unleashed power not enough to take down the Olaf in return.
Classic caster curse. The moment you praise a player, he gets caught out. And now with him dead, Team 1 could look to try and take the top tier 1, but very quick response from 1907 Fenerbahce, and then Team 1 respond themselves.
Absolute and Redbird just sitting in the mid lane. We said we wanted to see Marth and Forlan be aggressive, and because they are aggressive, Absolute and Redbird able to get a trade off. But it's just trading straight into Tholdren here. Tholdren's meant to be the rock of this team, and he's getting collapsed upon. He's getting taken out by Team 1, and Tholdren, when your foundations collapse, your team collapses. Fenerbahce needed him to be solid. At the moment, he's looking anything but.
Tholdren has not had the same sort of impact in Game 2 or Game 3 that he was able to have in Game 1. We looked at him as being one of the players that really sets up his team for success, truly being that catalyst. And we're seeing the struggles that 1907 Fenerbahce do have when he's not in a position to do that. They don't have that same synergy with their jungler like they normally did with Move. Japone and Padden normally play this more reserved style in the bottom lane. So many expectations are put on Tholdren to be that key player, and now he's 1 and 2. He's playing the Gnar. He's not a big split push threat right now. He's on a potentially big game-changing teamfight champion, but I don't know if 1907 Fenerbahce are really in a position to teamfight, especially now that Team 1 have built up a pretty significant gold lead.
3,000 gold ahead with Baron up in only 9 seconds. They can set up vision around it. Want to see these control wards. They've got 6 of them in their inventories. Want to see those used. And they've got great deep wards in the base of Fenerbahce, or just outside the base of 1907 Fenerbahce as well.
Love the play coming out from Team 1 so far. These guys, again, were not expected to be the favorites in this series. Many people touted that the Turkish representatives would be the ones to overcome Brazil. But Team 1, they learned from their Game 1. They're riding off the momentum of Game 2. And they pick comfort picks again with the Olaf and the Sejuani. They bring in Marth for more of a roaming mid laner. And they're just looking confident. They're looking strong. And now the pressure's on 1907 Fenerbahce to truly find a way back into this game. And maybe they can get one big fight. That Twitch is on 3 items. He does have an on sensor. He could be exactly what the team needs. He could be the hero to make up for the lack of foundations.
It's what Padden has been throughout this tournament. His fighting in teamfights is so exemplary. He actually has a KDA in teamfights of 11.5, a devastating number, but Crash now once again is at that front line. He's getting collapsed on by Team 1. There's the Glacier Fisher. Absolute is going to jump forward as well. Bert looking for the flank, the knockback onto Frozen. Crash down to half, but he's surviving for the time being. Bert runs in with a Righteous Glory. That's a quick pig, and Crash goes down so low, but manages to survive. And now Bert is knocked back. Forlan from the side, but Bert will be the first to fall. Marth is in the bottom lane here. He teleported down to that lane. He's looking for an in here.
Now, normally what you'd expect from Team 1 is their good ability to utilize side lane pressure. They commit a little bit too hard to that fight. They see blood in their eyes. They think we can punish Crash once again. He has been one of the big weaknesses for the team so far in this series, but he baits them to overstay. They're able to get a kill down onto Vert, the big tanky frontline in the form of this Sejuani, and they're able to get themselves a kill back. So keep your eyes, look, you can see Crash. They want to try and shut him down, but the positioning of Pan is key. You'll notice him just sitting on the back line, no real threat right now. He has the support from the Janna as well. Yet he doesn't quite unload the spray and pray just yet. But once Vert flashes over the wall, that's when he knows he can start to unload. That's when he knows they can get the collapse down. But again, unsurprisingly, Team 1 are rushing for this Baron.
They know Thorgren's down towards that bottom side, but they do need to be cautious because, of course, Marth does not have his teleport. We'll see. 1907 Fenerbahce force them off the Baron. Marth is still down towards that bottom lane. We've seen Fenerbahce come back from deficits before. So many times against Hong Kong attitude. Through their play-in matches, they were behind. They were 2,000-3,000 behind, and catches like this is what could win them the game. Vert caught out by Crash and by Frozen, but Forlan is looking for the chase in here. Marth is on his way up. Here comes the TP, and Forlan's overextended and knocked back onto Vert as he jumps across the wall. But Japone's going to flash forward. Absolute's still alive. Japone as well, but here comes Marth from the backside. Can't quite kill the Janna. Doldrin's looking for the chase onto Bert. Team 1 still running away. They have to escape. Crash has a flank, but instead they're just going to go for the Baron.
The jungler is dead. There is no smite on Team 1. They go for this risky play, and they're not prepared to answer the aggression from 1907 Fenerbahce. Let's see if Marth can stop this.
Marth jumps in onto Frozen. The root lands, but there's the cleanse. Absolute dodging around the side. There's the Baron. Goes down to Fenerbahce as they look to engage onto Marth, and Absolute the flash away. The Buster is great. And Absolute and Marth will be able to survive the knockback, the scatter the weak. Marth jumps across the wall with that flash. Team 1, they're just not willing to give anything up, but Fenerbahce do secure that Baron.
Team 1 have had such great control over the majority of this game, but they go for a Baron, and Vert makes one bad decision. He goes over the wall without vision. Forlan then commits. He thinks that we can fight 2 versus 4, and he gets obliterated. Frozen is still strong, level 16 on this Syndra, and he just rips through that front line. Absolute isn't there, Marth isn't there either, and because they go for this bad fight, it allows 1907 Fenerbahce to be the ones to punish the mistake. They're the ones that now get the Baron, and now you have to move your eyes back to Pan. This guy is now working towards his 4th item. This Twitch is getting to that late game stage where you start to shake in your boots. He has the unsensor on the Jan. He's going to be extremely difficult to kill. And the team fights are starting to look.
Absolute on a 4-item Tristana. You do have strength. You've got 2 Knight's Vows there as well. You've got a big LeBlanc 50 CS behind, but the further you get into the game, the less that CS matters. As the gold is pretty much even between these 2 teams. Fenerbahce get themselves a Cloud Drake and are looking to secure a tower as well. They are 2 turrets behind, and Team 1 are just going to have to try and hold on to their base for the time being.
Team 1, they're still at a healthy gold point. As you rightly identified, they're still very strong. This game is by no means over, still very, very close. It is just 1907 Fenerbahce that have the pressure, thanks to the Baron that they've been able to pick up. Let's see how well Team 1 can hold as the siege begins.
We have to see how well the big players can step up for both teams. Look at Thordrin, look at Padden for 1907 Fenerbahce, look at Forlan and Marth. They're the ones that make the plays. Thordrin's going to jump in, looking for that Mega. Can't quite get it yet. The Inhibitor Tower, the new target for 1907 Fenerbahce, 2,000 gold lead. And they are unrelenting, unwilling to give up the pressure that they have exerted on Team 1.
Look at how difficult it is for Marth to get onto a flank. There's so much vision off onto the side as well from the side of 1907 Fenerbahce, because they know that Marth doesn't want to engage head-on. That allows Frozen to just nuke him out of the fight, especially with his Banshees now gone. The team regroups. They're going for a siege.
Straight onto Frozen, the Unleashed Power comes out, Marth down to half, but Frozen's low as well. Here comes the Glacial Fissure, they've caught it onto Crash, and once again, he's a bit overextended, but a Great Monsoon will knock him back. Team 1 unwilling to stop this pressure, Forlan knocked back. He will survive for the time being, as will Bert, but now Fenerbahce trying to turn this one back on its head. Marth with a flank, can't quite connect. And the inhibitor tower remains standing.
But so close. Such clutch fights. I thought Crash had overextended. I thought he was going to die, but then Japone was there to save the day. Team 1, they couldn't quite get onto Padden either. They tried their very best to shut him down. Forlan soaking up the brunt of the damage. But neither team ends up dropping. Team 1 with a great base defense. They hold on to their tower, and now the game resets. The Baron is gone. 2 hyper carries on both sides. Big tanks on either side. But the biggest difference is this Unsensor on the side of 1907 Fenerbahce. But also this mid lane assassin in LeBlanc. She becomes so much harder to use as the game goes on. Because if you can't find that opportune flank, if you can't get onto that key target, your value in fights is significantly less than that of the Syndra.
And this is the moment a substitute proves their worth. This is the moment where you say, Marth, we brought you in for this game. We brought you in to play this LeBlanc, to play this assassin. We brought you in to do a job, and that job is to kill the enemy backline. And if you can't do that, you are not worth bringing in for the next game.
Wow, that's a little extreme, Medic.
If he can't do his job, get out of the kitchen. Gonna mix all of my metaphors there.
All right, okay.
Perhaps it was slightly extreme, but in my opinion, if you're brought in to do a job, you don't do that job, don't deserve the
I think you got to bear in mind that he did have a great early game too.
True. That is true. That's part of his job. He did part of his job very well.
Yeah, I think his job gets a lot harder. And you're right, they did bring him in. He is put on the responsibility of playing this LeBlanc, and eyes will be on him in these later game fights. But I think it's important to remember that it's hard. It is very hard to play the LeBlanc in these late game fights. So we'll see how he does. Right now he's off on the top lane. He's aware of 1907 Fenerbahce grouping up in Team 1's jungle.
Knight's Vow used onto Padden as well. Here comes the teleport in by Bert. They're looking for the flank. Forlan going in with the Righteous Glory. Marth down to half. The Unleashed Power does not take him out. Here comes the counter TP from Tholdren, and now Team 1 have to decide, do we dive? Do we go in? Do we risk our lives in this final fight? They say yes, they go for Padden, but Forlan is already dead, as is Bert. 2 members of Team 1 down, and 1907 Fenerbahce are able to get the kills.
Team 1 a little uncoordinated there. They weren't sure if they wanted to commit or disengage. 5 members of 1907 Fenerbahce, and now onto this tier 2 tower, and they could very well break into the base of Team 1.
4,000 gold ahead. Now they have a 2-man advantage for 30 seconds. Marth still looking for that flank, but look at the damage that comes out from Padden. 303, basically completed build as well, only sitting half an item away. Fenerbahce will break the base, and that inhibitor as well. Will they go for more is the big question. It looks like they are resolved to back away for the time being. Padden.
Here we go.
On to Absolute. He's the team fighting god, but Redbird puts up the wall and says, you shall not pass. He flashes away. The Glacial Fissure will knock out Padden, and Absolute and Redbird will not quite survive as he gets taken out at the end.
They might want to try and end the game right now, Medic.
They're not going to,
They're not going to.
They retreat. They say, now that Vert and Forlan are back alive, we cannot finish it off.
They see the Baron spawning in 30 seconds. They realize that if their base siege fails, then that allows Team 1 to just rush that objective down and get back into this game. We have to backtrack, because remember that it was Team 1 in control for the majority of this game. It was Team 1 that were finding these great picks. But Marth, he is not the same LeBlanc that he was 20 minutes ago. This guy tries to go for a pick onto Padden. Things looked great. But then look at the heal from the Warlords. Look at the barrier coming out from the Twitch too. And this is where things fall apart for Team 1. Because Absolute can't really get involved in the fight. He gets knocked back by a great ultimate from Crash. Forlan is committed to the backline by himself, and he is a tank. He's not that full damage Rek'Sai anymore. And he ends up dropping. So 1907 Fenerbahce have been finding these consistent fights. But now Team 1, they're going aggressive once again.
Going for the flank once again onto Crash, looking for that stun, can't get it. Knocked back, Padden with the flank. Look at him, he's the team fight god. He's the carry for this team. Forlan is shredded down. He dodges the Glacial Prisoner. Padden is a god. Goes unstoppable, kills the Olaf, and is now looking for that mid lane in him.
Excalibur has been drawn, and he is cutting his way through Team 1. Padden comes out huge in these final fights. 5-0 and 3, and they've got their eyes on the base of Team 1.
Marth trying to keep the wave around, but Crash is more than willing to tank this one up. That will be the second inhibitor tower down. 1907 Fenerbahce with a 8,000 gold lead as well. And Team 1 just not quite able to capitalize when they needed to. Now Padden is online. He's drawn that sword and he says, "Come at me, my man. I will shred you and I will cut you down."
And it all comes back to that play that Marth made down in the bottom lane, trying to get that kill onto Padden. When he got that kill, think of the experience that he got thanks to the kill onto the LeBlanc. He closed the gap, he got a bit of extra gold, he started making his way back into the game, and then Team 1 did not choose to continue to put down the pressure. 1907 Fenerbahce will get their second Baron of the game, while Team 1 will answer with an Elder Dragon. They do have the double Ocean, this will still be a strong advantage to get. The question is, can they get out?
Absolute has jumped up, but Redbird is the one that will be targeted down. Marth then jumps around. He will realize that Padden is waiting in the wings. Redbird caught up by Thaldrin. Support is definitely going to die. Marth is trying to escape down towards the bottom side. There's the Glacial Prism. Padden dominating. 6-0-3 on this Twitch. 1907 Fenerbahce are looking for that final inhibitor alongside the tower that guards it.
So look at Marth. He is getting in the way of those minions, trying to slow down 1907 Fenerbahce. They say they don't care. They will take down this final inhibitor. Now they have their eyes on the nexus of Team 1.
2 towers remain between 1907 Fenerbahce and their second win in this series, between them and being 1 game away from the last 16 of Worlds. Both these regions, both Turkey and Brazil, have been so close to Worlds, have been there a couple of times, and both these teams will want to prove that they deserve to be amongst those names. You know, Besiktas, Supermassive, INTZ. Some big names in the history of emerging regions. Kaboom.
How could we as Europeans forget them?
I wish we... Oh, well, we'll say Pain as well, because they beat CLG and
did.
Flash Wolves. So
yes, they did. Albus Nox Luna beat us both. CIS region, of course, but the emerging regions demonstrating their ability on the international stage, and I feel like that both these teams have shown a lot. And we are guaranteed to have one of them in the group stages of the World Championship. They're guaranteed to go up against some of the powerhouse regions. And it's going to be exciting, especially with these performances. Team 1 have demonstrated that their early game is pretty strong when they work together. But just like HKA, they couldn't quite keep that lead going. They went for a few risky plays around the Baron area. And 1907 Fenerbahce have been that team that have successfully punished those mistakes. And now there are only 2 Nexus towers, along with a Team 1 team standing in the way of that Nexus as they go for another fight.
Once again, onto Crash. They will slow him down, but Thaldrin's there. The Nah, that's what you want from your foundation of your team. Padden opens up, he's spraying and he's praying for more kills. It's a double for him. 1907 Fenerbahce will flash in for these kills. Marth forced back to the fountain, Bert forced back to death. And now 1907 Fenerbahce can close out this game. The quadra kill for Padden. Give him his second penta of Worlds. He doesn't get it. Japone steals it away. There's a kill secure for you, Vedius, as Fenerbahce secure the Nexus and secure a 2-1 lead.
The smiles on the faces of 1907 Fenerbahce. They wanted to give him the penta, but Japone, he did do a lot of work this game, and he said, you know what? I deserve some of the credit too.
That's what supports do, you know? You do all the work, you don't get any of the credit. Sometimes you just have to take away a penta on the fountain to close out a game. But such credit to 1907 Fenerbahce. They fought a long, hard slog to be able to come out on top of that game after Team 1 looked pretty dominant early on.
Very back and forth series. Things were looking great for Team 1. I felt like that it was going to be difficult for 1907 Fenerbahce to be able to come back. But the moment they saw that first Baron go down again, they were like, we're not going to let this happen anymore. They were able to answer the second setup of the Baron from Team 1. And then Virtus, he went over the wall. He wasn't expecting an entire team there. If Forlan had just left, they would have still had that jungle threat. Maybe they could still go for the seal. Maybe they could still even challenge the Baron. But because he commits as well, because you send 2 members into 4, 1907 Fenerbahce have just said, well, okay, we'll take the free kills, we'll take the Baron. And you have to give credit too to players like Frozen, who even though Marth was roaming around the map, getting a lot of kills. He was always staying up on his farm. He was making sure that the gold was close, thanks to his ability to just keep up in the CS game.
And just across the board, Fenerbahce as a team just unified so well as they came later on into the game, played their composition very well as well. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to hear about how 1907 Fenerbahce brought this series to match point.
Medic, they came back hard. They came back swinging. I think it's safe to say that Fenerbahce were pretty impressive, honestly, coming back in a game where Team One were in control for 90% of it.
Yeah, credit where it's due for them to come back and hit those team fights. And ultimately, they put themselves in a position where they may still lose the lanes. Marth was everywhere on Summoner's Rift, but Fenerbahce still came back. They still team fought exceptionally. They got to those item break points.
But now the thing that we wanted to talk about coming into this is pick and ban, because once again, a lot of different things.
We have left reality. We have entered the world of the off-meta. It's a very scary, dark place, but we have arrived. We have the Janna first pick with Xayah Rakan up, untouched in the pick ban phase. We have Sejuani flexing up into the top lane versus Inara, so you can put an Olaf in the jungle. Sejuani ends up losing that lane, down 50 CS or so, despite getting a gank early. We're in a weird spot.
Yep, and I can't really slight 1907 Fenerbahce because they won with it, but you still look at this and it's like there's no Xayah Rakan, and they first pick Janna, and you're like, okay, no worries, Team One, they've got the duo now, they can pick them both at the same time, and it didn't happen. They went for the Sejuani and the Tristana and the Sejuani.
But one guy I feel like we have to highlight, as good as Fenerbahce played, definitely, once again, a little bit of loss in lane, but Marth did come in swinging. We were wondering how he was going to do, and it did feel like he had a lot of presence in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, he still lost by about 20, 30 CS, but the same thing was happening with Brewster, and at least Marth this time was able to get on the map and find a couple of plays. He got down to the bot side a couple times, helped blow up that laning phase of the Twitch and Janna, who were actually losing this time around. Padden, I think this was the first time in the series he lost laning phase by CS, so this was a big difference for him. On the flip side, the top and mid are winning pretty hard.
Ultimately, this does culminate in Team One's kind of sneaking a Baron away, and we can take a look at it in this first replay. Them rushing this Baron feels like for the first time where they had this super tangible lead. While they were ahead in kills so much of the game, this was the moment where I felt like they were in control.
Yeah, this is the first big point in the game where it's not even just so much a sneak as doing it Fenerbahce aware. They still will take it, and the call is to just exit the area. And everyone except for the Ghost user of the team is going to be capable of doing so. The risk is always of a steal in this situation. That's a big concern, but obviously not in this case.
And the reason for me why these are such important plays, these Baron forces and these kinds of things, is because on average they're down 1,500 gold at 15. This is for Team 1, and they have a team kill at 0.5. So it's really not close. And the reason they're so important is because the coming late game, they need to have some kind of advantages. The team fights that they pick are after they already have the Baron. They're not winning a fight and going to Baron. It feels like they can't really match 1907 Fenerbahce's team fighting. So the fact that they're able to, find a Baron for free to give them gold leads, it's why they were able to win game 2, and it's why they were almost able to win game 2.
And the scary thing is, you talk about those deficits, even in this game where they were ahead in kills in the early game, they were up 200 gold with 3 kills. So everyone else is falling behind. And yes, some of that is going to be the ancient coin from the Janna, but at the end of the day, when you are getting this many kills in the early game, you should
first turret too.
You should be in
first blood.
You have to be in control of your lanes too. It has to amount to more. And ultimately, as we got later and later, suddenly the Twitch and the Janna are a lot more of a threat. Suddenly that ancient coin and that Ardent Sensor are starting to pay off, and we can see Fenerbahce now able to find a way back in the game via this Baron.
And of course, a lot of this kicks off with not knowing where Fenerbahce were when you look at the visions. So 1907 Fenerbahce just are able to pick off the Olaf, pick off the Sejuani. Suddenly the tanks of the team don't exist, and this is that 3-item point in the game where you look at it and it's, okay, Twitch is pretty online, and from this point, if you win a team fight with the Twitch, you actually just start to snowball the entirety of this. It happens around Baron.
Yeah, there's a team fight right before this that they lost. They weren't able to use Marth's pressure in the side lanes to actually get anything. He missed quite a few of those chains, not able to convert on the chain grabs, so he was falling apart a little bit. And then once the gold lead finally went in Fenerbahce's favor, it was completely over. It didn't feel like one had much of a chance.
And if we go back to the draft, a lot of this does feel due to the picks that they put together, right? We look at a pick like Olaf. We know for Forlan, fantastic pick. We saw him super active in the early game, but when you get into late game fights, this champion's a DPS check, and let me tell you, Twitch wins DPS checks.
That and the fact that, in order to get this Olaf, they had to take the Sejuani earlier to keep it off of Crash's hands, and you're putting your top lane at such a disadvantage just to get some jungle matchup that you want or some advantage there, which I have trouble seeing because, yeah, late game versus Twitch Janna, you have no chance.
And looking back at this again, when you highlight the draft, I still feel like the Sejuani should have just stayed in the jungle. They could have picked that top lane matchup instead of giving Thaldron CS advantages, even if you can camp the lane.
But now we're towing the line, right? Because we talked about comfort picks being important, but when is it too much to tunnel on comfort picks? When are you overvaluing the Olaf in a lot of these circumstances?
If you want to just take the Olaf, I'm fine. You can save your top pick for last, and you can, just counterpick. If you take the Sejuani, then still just counterpick topside. It's better than giving yourself a disadvantageous matchup just to deny the Sejuani pick.
I draw the line at when you're sacrificing the rest of your team to empower yourself, right? And that's what this game kind of felt like. By having to put the Sejuani top lane into a Gnar, you are sacrificing top lane strength to empower your Olaf, and that to me is too much.
Yeah, and when we look at one final replay, we can see what happens when you get that late in the game, when you see that the Olaf is no longer quite as effective. And we see here on the top side, but we have to praise, I think, the patience coming in for Fenerbahce, despite falling behind, the fortitude mentally that they put up to keep it together this long in the game where they could actually find an advantage.
You see half-health Padden is jumped on by Forlan and Vert, but they actually don't kill him at all. They instantly get melted by that Twitch. He's back up to full health just off the lifesteal, the Ardent Sensor, and it's really hard for the rest of one. He's forced to join in on that backline. That's one of Olaf's problems, is that while he can always reach his target, he doesn't necessarily have that follow-up. Marf had gotten chunked out earlier at the start of the fight, and you see once they get that flip in the goal graph, it's completely the other way.
Makes you kind of wish that there was a Corki in the middle lane instead of something like the LeBlanc as well. The Talia, which is going to be banned in this case, of course, by Team 1. Something that can still be consistently dealing damage that will scale nicely into the mid and later stages of the game, where the Twitch can't just completely handle everyone and take over, because you've got the two tanks running at the Twitch. Of course he's going to kill them, but he killed them way too quickly.
But pressure is now on as we move further in this series. Team 1 in a tough spot. It's time for them to step up if they want to participate in the group stage. We're going to see if they can bring this series versus 1907 Fenerbahce to a Game 5 when we come back.
Still looking for this kill. Glacial Prism will connect, and Japone is going to be the sacrifice. Thaldred not near Mega yet, has to flash away. Forlan looking for the chase, and Thaldred is dead.
这波练不是练到了，抬一下 Q 一下 C， 哎 ，QCD 没转好，这自己失误了吧
Crash in the wings, waiting for his opportunity to jump in, but he's not back. 1,000 HP, the Baron goes down to Team 1. They jump out the back, they'll sacrifice Forlan, but 4 members will get away with that Baron. Thaldred here, Thaldred's meant to be the rock of this team, and he's getting collapsed upon. He's getting taken out by Team 1. They go for Padden, but Forlan is already dead, as is Vert. 2 members of Team 1 down. Give him his second penta of worlds. He doesn't get it, Japone steals it away. There's a kill secure for you, Venius, as Fenerbahce secure the Nexus and secure a 2-1 lead.
Yani Çin'deki fanlar gerçekten çok iyiler, çok güzel destekliyorlar. Hepsine çok teşekkür ederim. Hani onlar sayesinde böyle evimizde gibi hissettik. Onun dışında gruptan birinci çıktık. Team 1'ı da yenip son 16'ya kalmak istiyoruz, yani Worlds'teki son 16 takıma. Orada grup şeylerine bağlı, eşleşmelerine. Yani iyi bir gruba düşersek bence oradan da iyi sonuçlar çıkarabiliriz, maç kazanabiliriz.
Welcome back for match point of 1907 Fenerbahce versus Team 1. 1907 Fenerbahce only 1 game away from perhaps that top 16 spot. And Team 1 this time on the red side.
Yes, it looks like that they've decided to go for the counterpick option. Maybe we'll see more Sejuani top. Maybe we'll see Olaf top. Maybe we'll see Aurelion Sol. I don't know, man. I don't know. These off-meta stuff is difficult to follow. I don't think the Sejuani pick itself was necessarily bad. I think first picking Janna is dangerous, but it does bring into question the priority of certain drafts as well, because the fact that Zaya Rakan made it all the way through and no one picked it at all, it was kind of like, eh. The fact that we didn't see an early Thresh rotation to try and shut down the Janna was kind of like, and I just feel like a lot of other various noises are going to keep coming out of my face as we go through the next draft.
I have to say, I'm enjoying the noises very much, Venius. It was a game of kind of two halves, because Team 1 went ahead quite a lot early on. They are staying with Marth for this game as well, so we have to see how effective they are with Marth. But then later on, it was really about Padden.
Yeah, man.
Just 10-0-4 at the end of the game.
He got crushed in lane. They punished him really hard. And then this guy comes out with some really impressive stats.
48% damage percentage, I think, is the main point there. That's basically half of the damage his team did.
Yep.
He did.
Yep.
That's very impressive.
Well, this is why we describe this guy as like a double-edged sword, right? Because during the laning phase, he literally is like a wooden stick where he hits you and it's like, that's kind of annoying, but not really that much of a threat. But then once he gets a few items under his belt when it comes to team fights, positioning, and just his impact overall, he is like one of the greatest swords of all time. He just cuts through his enemies. He sees no like wall in his way. This guy just really comes into his own when his team allows him to succeed. And originally that's why we gave so much praise to Thordrum, because he was that guy that allowed the team to succeed so much. He was the big tank on the front line. He was always offering those engages. He was soaking up a lot of the damage, but he fell behind in this game. He couldn't quite perform to the level that we typically expect from him, and then Pan stepped up. Him and Japone really worked well together to just find so many good opportunities to punish the mistakes of Team 1, and they were able to get the win in the second game.
I think you have to give credit to Crash there as well, because Crash's explosive casks, actually, when we came to team fights, were very much on point. Sometimes overextending a little bit, not quite got that synergy with the team yet, being an emergency sub, but still doing quite a lot of work on that Gragas. I'll be very interested to see actually the jungle priority from both of these teams, because Forlan getting his Olaf in the last game, something he went 7-1 on in the split, just didn't really have the effect of the Rex side that he'd played previously.
Yeah, you're quite right. And I think that for Team 1, comfort was something we talked about at the start of the day, where if you give them these champions that might be slightly outside the meta, but for them, they perform really well on, then we actually see them perform exceptionally well. And I think that for the majority of Game 3, they were the ones in control. They were the ones dictating the pace of the game. They even had a 3,000 gold lead at one point, and they were the ones sneaking things like the Baron and setting it for a lot of the plays. It just came down to that one poor decision around the second Baron, where Vert ended up losing his life, Forlan as well, and it all collapsed after that.
And part of that is the experience that we see, the differential in experience between these two teams. You know, Team 1, a team made of members all under 20 years old, whereas then you have Fenerbahce, where you've got people like Thordrum who've competed in MSIs in the past. You've got Crash and Frozen who've played for Longzhu. And then you have Padden and Japone, who are kind of that rookie backbone that relies on the rest of the team. You know, in 2 picks and bans, Fenerbahce on the blue side, Team 1 on the red. And once again, Fenerbahce are going to take Alistair away from Redbird.
So nothing too unconventional coming out from them. You would imagine that the Olaf or Galio could come out from them. They did ban away the Jarvan in Game 3. And given that they've already played against Forlan's Olaf, maybe they feel confident playing against them once again. But I actually think they should ban away the Jarvan, and they should ban away the Olaf and lock in the Jarvan for themselves.
We'll have to wait and see what they do decide to do. The Kalista removed by Team 1, no surprises there. Padden showed us that he is actually a very good Kalista player, one of the few champions we've actually seen him excel on in the laning phase. 1907 Fenerbahce are taking their time with this final choice, and they removed Varus from the pool. Not something we too commonly see.
I wonder if that means that they're going for something like an early Xayah, perhaps, but when you're looking at champions like Tristana still available, Lulu banned away, I feel like that something like the something like the Tristana would be a good early pick from the side of 907 Fenerbahce. They guarantee themselves a strong 2v2. It's also a really good answer to a potential Jarvan that would come out from the other side. I think Tristana would make the most sense here, Medic.
I can understand that. Fenerbahce looking perhaps towards that top lane as they lock in the Jarvan, another power pick, another strong pick.
Sure.
Sejuani is still up here for Forlan, that Olaf available as well.
But the problem you have is that Tristana is commonly known as a good answer to Jarvan, because every time he tries to engage, he then gets blown away by the Tristana ultimate. And it's kind of obnoxious. One of the few times I've seen it work relatively well was actually with the Camille and Morgana combo in the European playoffs. And that it can be a good answer to someone like Trist. So given that we saw Team 1 play Morgana earlier, maybe 1907 Fenerbahce also have the Morgana in their back pocket.
Team 1 picking one of Marth's comfort picks in the Orianna very early on. Fenerbahce have a few options available to them. Could bring out the Twitch once again for Padden. We have seen him play this Kog'Maw throughout the course of Worlds. Actually got a pentakiller on it, and it will be locked in for him. Doesn't have the protection of the Lulu.
Here. Yeah, they're probably going to go for the Janna once again. It might be a little bit of a rough laning phase, but they have engaged, they have scaling. Once again, 907 Fenerbahce going towards that team fight. And they're making the argument that, you know what, Team 1, we don't think that you can close out the early game lead well enough. And so they're just going to go for the scaling option once again?
Well, if you can get to that late game, which we've seen Fenerbahce do in the last couple of games, it can definitely work out for you. Team 1 need to find a way to stop 1907 Fenerbahce from really getting there, because at the moment I'm looking at their composition, I'm saying, this isn't early game focus, this is scaling with the Tristana and the Orianna.
Yes, but typically you'd expect someone like a Tristana to have a little bit more laning power than the Kog'Maw, especially depending on who it's paired up with. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Thresh ban away from the side of 1907 Fenerbahce as well, just so that there's not that huge risk against the Janna. They don't want to run the possibility of just straight up losing the 2v2.
Well, they are going to remove the Blitzcrank, which is strong into the Kog'Maw and the Janna.
Yep.
The Thresh as well would make a lot of sense. Team 1 now looking for their next ban. They've taken Syndra away, so there's no Syndra into Orianna matchup for Frozen, and they'll remove Trundle from the pool as well. One of Thorgren's better matchups into that Maokai in the top lane.
Now I'm just expecting a Cho'Gath to come out from 1907 Fenerbahce, put Crash on the Jarvan, put the Cho'Gath up in the top, and then probably a Corki in the middle lane. You'd be stacking up quite a lot of magic damage with both the Kog'Maw and the Corki, but he'd be a pretty safe option into the Orianna for the most part. And with things like Talia and Syndra already banned away, you're kind of limited in terms of what's the best next mid laner that you can really send into the Orianna, unless he wants to go for something a little more aggressive. He may even choose to go for something like an Aurelion Sol, but we'll see.
You've already predicted it. You predicted it even before we got into picks and bans, so I'm looking forward to perhaps seeing that.
I have this feeling I'm confusing it. Yeah, I think Marth is the Aurelion Sol player, not him. So Cassio is another one. I completely forgot about Cassio. Cassio would be fine here as well for 1907 Fenerbahce.
I have to see if they do decide to pick it. It's going to be Gragas for Crash once again. He's proven that he really likes that champion, very comfortable on it. Team 1 are saving their jungler for that final pick, so I really want to see something from Forlan that can help facilitate Team 1 in the early game. It is going to be the Aurelions.
Called it. Definitely all predicted. That's totally what I expected.
Okay,
so the bit where you praise me. This is your analytical ability.
You truly are the thunder in the night, the one that rains down predictions before the storm comes on, the alpha of predictions, and it is the Aurelion Sol. Now, it is going to be Forlan picking up the Rek'Sai as well, so a bit more aggression, a bit stronger in that early game. Team 1 need to get ahead, need to get that ball rolling, because we've seen how good 1907 Fenerbahce are if they get into that late game team fighting portion of the matchup.
So this reminds me a lot of their game 2 composition for Team 1. They have the Maokai, they have the Rek'Sai, they have a big front line. They don't have a third tank in the form of Galio, but they still have the ability to peel a little bit more with the Orianna, still providing a healthy amount of utility, and they've decided to go for the Ardent Sensor off down in the bottom lane. 2 hyper carries, 2 Ardent Sensor supports that provide a lot of utility as well. But the big thing that we have to look at is the Aurelion Sol on the side of 1907 Fenerbahce. This guy likes to roam. This is a champion that's all about moving from mid off onto a side, and the reason why he does pretty well into Orianna typically is because you can just push that Ori in very quickly, very early. It's very hard for her to exert pressure in the 1 versus 1 because she's always fighting into a minion wave. So it's important for her to get to the lane first to start trading aggressively against the Aurelion Sol, but even in the early levels, she can't be as aggressive as she would like until she gets something like the Lost Chapter completed. So Aurelion Sol going to have a lot of control in the early game, and I want to see him move around the map to set up his other laners for success.
I have to see how much Frozen is willing to move around the map, because we have seen in the past that even on this Aurelion Sol, in the matchup they played against Supermassive, he tended to actually just to stay in the mid lane and let the team come to him more than actually roam around the map. So we'll have to see if he's willing to give up a little bit of his laning phase to get into those other lanes. We do have a pause coming out at the start of the match, which is why we're not quite jumping in just quite yet. But we will be there as soon as possible. Now, Prediction King, God amongst men. Talk to me a little bit about how these early game junglers are going to fight off against each other.
Ooh, well, with the Rek'Sai, I'm expecting pressure to likely go towards the top lane. That has been a trend every single game, so I think it's a fairly safe prediction to make.
You're the Prediction King. I trust anything you say, Vedius.
But Forlan, he has the tendency to try and get at least a small lead onto Vert. We do know that he is kind of one of the star players of the team, very much about playing split push. And while he hasn't done a huge amount of it this game, in the game that they won, and even on his Sejuani game, he was having a huge impact for a lot of the early game plays. So I think that just investing early resources top would not be a bad thing for the side of Team One. Whereas for Crash, I feel like that he's not really going to focus on trying to set up a lot of early ganks. I feel like he needs to invest early in vision, trying to track where the Rek'Sai is. Maybe he should just go top for the possible counter gank. But he should work with Thaldrin to try and make plays probably in the mid. That seems to be a tendency that 1907 Fenerbahce use. We saw it from the Talia earlier on in the day when they ran the Maokai. And what it means that is if Frozen has a lead, it's even easier to get the push mid. You have the early item spike, and then you can go bot or top. But what we've seen from 1907 Fenerbahce is they don't really go bottom very often. They just kind of leave them, and they're like, hey, at 30 minutes, you'll have items, and then we'll come hang out with you, you know?
It tends to work out for them as well, though, so not always the worst tactic in the world. We are still paused. There's an audio issue with Team 1 at the moment, so we want to get that rectified, of course, before we get back into game. Have to make sure that these players are playing at optimal capacity, especially since it is a best-of-5 series for that spot in the round of 16 in the top 16 teams in the world. And they're fighting in the group stages.
They want to be able to hear each other, you know, because I couldn't cast the game if I couldn't hear you.
I think you probably could, in all honesty. I'm not sure how much you actually gain from my...
I gain a lot. I gain energy from you, you know. You love to feel passion about the game. You tell me about things to look at, and you ask me great questions. And I think that without you, it would just be me talking a lot about predictions for the game, you know, which we don't want that all the time. You know,
if you could predict every section of the game, that would be quite impressive.
I don't think it would be.
Okay, I think I'd be impressed, maybe because I can't predict it as well as you can. But let's move on from those predictions and let's really just talk about what who the key members are for both of these teams coming in. Because you can always look at Padden and say, oh, the late game, you know, it's Cogmore, he does a lot of work. But when you're looking at Team 1, who are your key standout members that you really want to perform?
It's got to be Forlan. I feel like that so far throughout this series, he has had pretty solid performances. Maybe game 1, he was a little bit lacking on his Sejuani. But outside from that, on his Rek'Sai, he's been very impactful in the early game. His Olaf in Game 3 looked very good in terms of what he was able to do, in terms of early ganking and setting up his laners for a few early kills. But he is kind of like that early guy that does a few stuff within like the first 5-10 minutes of the game, but then doesn't really do much past the 10-minute mark. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but the fact that they leave such a big window of an inactive jungler not really doing a huge amount, I think is where you find the enemy team being able to stall out, being able to find avenues back into games, even though Team 1, it should be the ones dictating the pace of things. So what I'd like to see from him on this Rek'Sai is more of what we saw in Game 2. You get the early games, you set off your laners for success, right? But then you keep it up, you keep the pressure going, you move to lanes where you know you have a strong 1v1 or 2v2, and then you continue to snowball. You try and go for these early towers. You go for these early dragons. And the pressure just needs to mount. And he needs to be the guy to recognize when it is safe to take that Baron and when it is risky. Because I feel like that he is one of the vocal players of the team. We talked about how this is a very young roster, and it's very easy to see on camera how animated he gets when stuff happens, especially in his team's favor. So I think that he needs to calm down a little bit, think holistically about how the game's going, because you know they're only one game away from being eliminated from Worlds.
But what an experience it will have been for them as a team as well to fight off, to go 0-3 down in their group, then to beat Direwolves 2 times, to be able to take a game off Fenerbahce, who are the only team to take first when they weren't in the first seed of the group, the only team to upset the apple cart in that regard. And then Fenerbahce looking at a position in the round of 16 and looking at the teams they're going to face against, they'll be pretty confident that they can cause some upsets. I think that they probably won't be expecting to go any further. We heard Padden talking about how it's more about them getting a few wins in group stages than actually accelerating into quarters, but they'll be pretty happy with how they've done thus far and pretty confident coming into whatever group they end up in.
Yeah, the thing is, because they're not from one of the major regions, they could actually get slotted into any of the groups, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. So there are a few good groups where maybe they could have a few potential upsets. In my head, like, they could cause some issues in Group D, they could cause some issues in Group B. I think like A and C.
I think A's the easy one. SKT, who've heard of these guys?
But yeah, I think that there's possibilities. You never really know. Like, I think Gigabyte Marines are the example of that. Albus Nox Luna as well. Like, there have been so many teams coming up from the emerging regions that have just been causing upsets, especially in these best-of-one scenarios. Especially when you look at some of the individual talent that we have been seeing from 1907 Fenerbahce, because Padden, yeah, okay, this time his lane was actually exploited. They actually really hard shut him down, and he still ends up coming back into the game. And is that a mistake from Team 1, or is that credit to 1907 Fenerbahce? You can look at it from both angles.
Personally, I think you look at it from the fact he didn't die. Like,
That's
he went
very
unkilled
true.
in the entire
Exactly
game. You
that.
can get shut down, but if you're not giving the enemy team too much, you're still in an okay position. We are going through ready checks.
Nice.
Hopefully we'll be back into the game in just a second. So, Fenerbahce up against Team 1.
2-1 in favor of
2-1.
1907 Fenerbahce.
In favor of the Turkish team. That also means that the all-time track record is even between the two teams. It's 8-8. So this could be the decider. This could be Turkey going one game ahead in the all-time record between the two. We are back onto the Summoner's Rift for what could be the decisive game in this series. Some Team 1 fans in the audience, as you can hear, Vedius.
Yep. Always good to have that support when you're not in your home region.
I think the part of it that I love is the fact that you can see fans just grasp onto these stories and grasp onto these players and say, look, I might not watch you every week, I might not know. I might not know who Padden was before we came into this tournament, but now I know that he's this double-edged sword. He's this spoon in your thigh when you're in laning phase, this blunt spoon trying to chip away at your skin, but then when we get out of it, he's this steak knife that goes straight through your heart and takes you down in team fights.
Vivid, but accurate, sure.
Should be glad I didn't dive into the medical, like, straight through the dissection.
And speaking of Padden, he will be playing the Kog'Maw along with the Janet in the bottom lane. Now, typically you don't expect that to be able to win out on the 2 versus 2 against a Tristana and a Karma, simply because they have a lot more wave clear than Padden and Japone will have.
Padden's gone Relic
yeah,
Shield
exactly,
as well,
yeah, and also the Relic Shield too, so you lack on that AD, and it's all about funneling gold into Japone, making sure that he gets the uncensored as soon as possible, so that you have a bit of an item spike. Marth, cheeky mid laner, stealing away one of the Raptors.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a risk as well, because sometimes it can put your jungler behind.
It's alright though, like because he'll still get the main large one, which will give him level 2. And then he can do red and blue and flip that. So it's not the end of the world. You can see as well, Crash soloed his red buff, so he will be starting there and then making his way towards the Raptors. And this is very much what we expect from early trading. Actually, a little more damage than I was expecting, gotta be honest.
You can see that you've gone towards the AP support item on Redbird as well for the extra damage in the train.
Spell Thief.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I always get that name confused for some reason. I always think of Frostfang.
Frostfang. I think they're about to hit level 2. Off this minion, it should be there, so now they can go in.
Jump in with the explosive charge. They have Ignite as well. Heal used early by Padden to keep himself safe.
I feel like they should just play the laning phase a little bit more reserved overall. Like, you're going to lose that push, just accept it. Wait for the minion wave to hit the tower. I guess they didn't want to be completely zoned away from XP. Meanwhile, in the mid, you can see Frozen being annoying. That's what Aurelion Sol does. He just pushes you in. But you've got to be careful of those early ganks, especially from champions like the Rek'Sai.
You can see the respect that Marth's given to Frozen as well. One of the sort of highest skill ceiling players on this team, you might say. Of course, Frozen used to play for Longzhu, had a team set up to be built around him and then left to join Fenerbahce, and has always been known as a highly mechanically skilled mid laner who can exploit any advantage he sees in his opponent.
Well, he certainly had a great game 3 on that Syndra. He didn't really get a lot of kills in the early game, but he maintained a healthy farm advantage over his lane opposition. And even though Marth was sitting at 3-1, Frozen actually had the gold lead. Just goes to show that you can trade kills for farm as long as the rest of your team does not suffer as a massive result. Speaking of farm, you can see that Padden has been able to claw back some of the deficit that he was putting early on, but they are still being zoned away from a lot of that backlog.
Forlan's down towards the bottom side of this map as well. Of course, they know that Japone's heal is down. They are running the heal barrier lane, so They will now step around and spot out Forlan. Clear out that control ward that he placed. So 75 gold down the drain, and now Forlan is going to get collapsed on here by Padden and Japone. He jumps straight into Crash, knocked back with the body slam, gets the knock up himself. There's no Aurelion Sol around the corner. He was all the way back in base, and now Forlan will burrow once again and get away with the help of Marth and Redbert.
Crash going a little bit aggressive there, but you're quite right. If Frozen was still in the middle lane, that would have at the very least been a flash out from Forlan. Unfortunately, Pan and Japone didn't want to flash over the wall to commit to the objective. They already know that they're at a deficit in the bottom lane, and by sacrificing those summoner spells, it increases the likelihood of potentially getting dived. So they choose the safe option. They force Forlan out of his jungle. And we talked about how he was one of the players to watch, especially in this game 4, already using his early strength on Rek'Sai to try and get in the face of 1907 Fenerbahce, yet to look, though, for an early gank top.
Going bot instead. Japone caught out with the explosive charge, has to flash away. Padden, the new target, the Ignite comes down, but he's turned back onto Redbert, who uses the heal. And here comes Forlan looking for the knock of the barrier. Instead, they go for Japone. First blood to Forlan, and the second kill as well goes to Absolute. Eventually, Forlan will fall to Padden, using that passive effectively. Frozen's roamed down from that mid lane. Redbert looking to kill himself on the tower. Absolute exhausted, and Frozen's going to get himself a double kill. Actually, manages to secure Absolute at the end.
What looked like a great gank from the side of Team 1, especially off the back of Forlan, how we talked he needed to get these early ganks going. Things started off well in the bottom lane, but the turnaround from Frozen, now Thaldrin, looking to be that pillar once more, goes on to Vert.
Gets the knock up onto Vert, looking for the final bit of damage, but the sap magic's enough, and Vert, with the help of the minions, keeps himself alive.
So let's look back at how this happened. Japone takes a huge amount of damage on the Janna, being so squishy in the early game. Remember, minions also hitting in the face of both Pan and Japone, and Forlan, he just makes the loop-de-dupe. He goes up towards his blue, comes back down, and he knows that with the 3 members, they can get the kills. At this point, they think, oh, we're good. We get 2 for 1, our bottom lane's ahead, but Frozen, using his E to very quickly translate from mid down to bot. Absolute still has the flash, but decides not to use it because he knows that Frozen can get the follow-up, which means that now the mid laner for 1907 Fenerbahce, the superstar here in Frozen, already off to a fantastic start.
And it's pocket pick Aurelion Sol working out for them as well. Great prediction from you in picks and bans for them to bring this one out. Absolute's going to jump onto Japone. They just want to keep trading. The chain is not going to quite connect. But meanwhile, Forlan is getting chased off by the Voice of Light and the Star Surge. The stun connects, and Forlan's going to try and dodge his way away, but you cannot get away from Aurelion Sol.
Oh, things are looking rough right now as Frozen picks up his 3rd kill of the game. We talked about how, as 1907 Fenerbahce typically bring the plays to him, he is now bringing himself to the rest of the map. He is a roaming machine, and his roams are not over yet, but he will be spotted out, so he's going to disengage. Frozen coming up huge for 1907 Fenerbahce when they're only 1 win away from getting that top 16 spot at Worlds.
And it's the first time we've really seen 1907 Fenerbahce have an early gold lead in this series. They're actually 1,000 gold ahead at only 7 minutes in. They've managed to get a kill and an assist onto Padden, which gets in the Xerxes Greaves early on. Absolute has a CS advantage in this lane, but as much as Team 1 have tried to focus down towards the bottom side of the map, Fenerbahce have been able to respond.
And also note how Frozen is also staying ahead in the farm, even though he's roaming around the map so much. And that is because of his ability to so easily push in these mid-minion waves. He just pushes, leaves, and the bottom lane, they have to play reserve because they don't know where he is right now. As you can see, Marth trying to make a play up top, but Frozen doesn't care.
Gonna try and get behind them. There's the Star Surge, won't get the stun on Absolute. Redbert dodges around it as well. Frozen there, Redbert with the flash away, trying to escape, and will survive to fight another day.
They're lucky that Frozen did not have the Voice of Light, but the pressure was successfully applied. They get the flash out from Redbert, and he can now look to make another play bot, while Forlan, even though he's in the top side, cannot find a successful gank.
And 1907 Fenerbahce, especially Crash, are playing vision control down towards this bot side river as well. They know they want to come down here, so they've got 2 control wards in the river and stop Team 1 from having any idea when that Aurelion Soul is moving down to bot.
But this is where players like Forlan become super critical, because remember, this is the guy that gets a few early ganks and then he just kind of stops. He goes into farm mode. He's like, I gotta get some of my core items built, I gotta focus more on vision. But he can't afford to slow down now. He needs to continue his activity. He needs to try and find ways to help his team get back into the game. Maybe shut down Frozen, get a kill onto Marth. Because if he just goes back to farm mode and if he tries to keep playing reserve, then Frozen is going to keep roaming around the map and start snowballing both Tholdren and Pan.
It's the time you look at Absolute and Redbird and you say they have to come up big as well, because Padden and Japone are in a losing matchup in this bottom lane. The Tristana and the Karma should win into the Kog'Maw and the Janna, and even with a little bit of help, then Explosive Cast will knock back. The stun still connects onto Marth. He's exhausted. A good shockwave will catch up Frozen and Crash, but the Voice of Light just devours Marth. Meanwhile, Team 1 are going to get first tower blood towards this bottom side. Better from Forlan. A little bit of early pressure towards that bottom lane.
I like the answer here from Team 1. They recognize the bottom lane of 1907 Fenerbahce had backed. When you have a Tristana, you take down those towers very quickly. You also have a lot of wave clear in that duo, so you can just quickly shred through the minion wave. They get that first tower blood, but it will result in the loss of life of the mid laner. Crash, he comes from the fog of war. There is no vision. Unfortunately for Marth, he tries to flash the Q stun from Frozen, but he ends up getting hit anyway because of the hitbox. Then the chase from the Voice of Light means that is one dead robot lady and a 4-0 Ethereal Dragon.
Imagine what it would feel like to get hit by a Voice of Light. It's like this
like
black
being
hole
punched in the face by the sun. It hurts. I can tell from experience.
Yes, yes. I'm sure you can, Vedius. Team 1 deciding to rotate up towards the top side now with Absolute and Redbird. They have got first tower blood, but they are still 1,200 gold behind and need to work out a way that they can actually gain an advantage, get back into this game, stop 1907 Fenerbahce from just snowballing it away and choking them out of this matchup.
Well, to be fair to Team 1, they have set their bottom lane top, and they've got the jungler moving up here as well, so they want to start sieging onto this second tier 1 tower, but Tholdren and Aurelion Sol are making their way to get a collapse.
Yeah, Forlan did not realize Tholdren was in the bush, then flashes over straight into the face of Crash. And boom, slap, Crash gets the kill.
Frozen doing so much work in this early game. It is impossible for Marth to follow 1907 Fenerbahce answer with the tower in the bottom lane and extend their gold lead. And just notice the difference, Medic. Whenever we see Team 1 with his early lead, the gold always felt very close. It always felt like 1907 Fenerbahce was somehow maintaining healthy CS leads or somehow trading structures to just somehow keep the gold even. But when 1907 Fenerbahce get the lead, they're the ones that have suddenly propelled this to a 2,000 gold lead out of nowhere. The towers are even. There's a huge kill lead, and it's all off the back of this 4-0-1 Frozen, who's really running away with the game right now.
Already completed his first item in that GLP 800 and is 1,000 gold ahead of Marth at the moment. Crash looking for Absolute, who can just jump away. Gets himself back underneath the tower. Redbird was hiding in the bush as well. And Crash is like, oh, did not realize there was a Karma there.
But now they are the ones that have push on the top lane. 3 members, Frozen on his way to make it 4. The teleport is available for Tholdren too. And it's likely that Team 1 will lose tempo on the play. They're the ones that are likely going to lose out on this extra tower. And they're struggling right now because it's all off the back of the mid control that 1907 Fenerbahce have. Every time Team 1 want to make a play, Frozen is there. Every time they try to go for a 2v2 top, nope, it's 2v3. Frozen's there. Oh, we try to make a gank bot. Oh, nope, Frozen's there. He's always just getting in the way, and you have to wonder, Forlan, maybe you should go to Frozen instead, or at the very least try. It's difficult because he's 4-0-1, but you're kind of running out of options at this point.
Manta Drake started up by Forlan as well as the Rift Herald is taken by Padden and Japone on the other side of the map. Once again, Padden and Japone able to survive the laning phase, actually ahead on CS now over their laning counterparts, and Team 1 have just been unable to crack the code that you have to defeat 1907 Fenerbahce's bottom lane.
But we have to remember that for Team 1, they still have a pretty good team fight comp. Tristana, Orianna scales very nicely into the late game. Tristana 1-1-1, not that far behind in terms of farm. You have a Maokai who's going to be a very solid frontline in the late game, and the thing about Aurelion Sol is he actually doesn't do that well into tanks because he doesn't have a huge amount of burst damage, for example. Like, you just got to sit there and slowly shred through them and kind of hope for the best. But I mean, if you're 4-0-1, I mean, you'll still hurt, right? But in terms of the late game, there's still the possibility for Team 1. It's just about whether or not they have the opportunity to get there and how well 1907 Fenerbahce can utilize this lead.
Oh, we saw how well they closed out Game 1. I'm sure they'll be wanting much of the same in Game 4. The question becomes who steps up. If you're Team 1, we said it needs to be Forlan, but he hasn't been able to get the ganks off onto Frozen, so now you look at the next member and you say, okay, who is your next star? Who is the next person who can carry this team? Vert in the past has been a split-pushing god for Team 1. He's drawn attention off towards the side lane. The last time we saw him play Maokai, he did exactly that. Can he do it again in this game? Can he shut down Thaldrin and keep Fenerbahce guessing as to his position?
Not if Thaldrin goes mid lane.
That's what Thaldrin does best. Ganking with Frozen. There we go. Comment of Legend. Mark flashes away. Thaldrin looking for the engage. The Star Surge connects. The Voice of Light as well. The Shockwave does not. And Mark goes down, but Burt is able to lock Thaldrin underneath the tower, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Forlan on his way. Frozen still does a lot of work with that Celestial expansion. The explosive cast comes out. The flash away from Vert.
But now the mid lane is down for Team 1. 1907 Fenerbahce have the Rift Herald as when, and now it is a 4 versus 4 in the middle lane. Team 1 realize they have to concede the objective, and the gold lead continues to mount against the Brazilian squad.
They give up the first tower, now looking for the second. Fenerbahce with a good amount of damage onto it. The Star Surge onto Burt as well. He's getting taken lower and lower. He will survive. Frozen caught under the tower. Ignite from Redbird. Forlan jumps in, but immediately Fenerbahce collapse, and that is a very dead Rek'Sai. Fenerbahce looking for a 3-tower push off this single Rift Herald. We said, could they accelerate? Could they take the win? Well, with Thaldrin and Frozen, they can do anything they damn well please. They're looking for that mid lane inhibitor. They will take it at 16 minutes into this game.
That is absolutely insane. Forlan tries to go in and stop the siege from Fenerbahce, but they go, no, we're going to kill you. We know how strong we are. We're going to continue our push. They kept the Rift Herald alive all the way up until the inhibitor, and this team looks so good, and it is all off the back of Frozen and Thaldrin together. They make the classic 1907 Fenerbahce move of moving the tank top into the mid lane. They get the collapse down onto the opposition mid laner, and that just opens up this free alleyway for them to just run down. This is where the play all starts off. Keep your eyes on Thaldrin. He's in the fog of war. He flashes to get the flash out of Mark, and he tries to follow with the knockup on the EQ combo, but then he just tanks the tower up long enough to allow Frozen to get the kill. Now, while Team 1 come and act as a response, Padden and Japone are already on their way down. They know that with this kill, they want to siege onto, at the very least, this tier 1. They quickly take the tower, they quickly run up mid, but I don't think we have more time because I think we have another fight.
And Redbird caught out by Frozen, flashes away, the explosive cast comes out as well. There's the Voice of Light onto Forlan. Vert looking for the flank, and he might get it. Hits up 3 members of Fenerbahce. He's going to use that Nature's Grasp as well, but Fenerbahce line up, and immediately Padden just gets the damage down from the backline. Frozen dominating 6-0-2, and this is why you're scared if you are in a group that Fenerbahce could meet you in. They are a strong team, they accelerate their gold lead, and they are so good at closing out games.
Look at already how they're setting up on the map. They quickly push up mid, they're grabbing the minion wave on bot, they're forcing their wave fear to go and answer it, and we have to look back at how this fight happens. Again, you can see Vert trying to come in from the river, getting a flank onto Frozen, but Team 1 are engaging when the rest of their team are disengaging. There's this split focus that we see all the time from the lineup of Team 1. That's just an essence of poor coordination, and you have to come back to the fact that this is still a young team, considering that they were only formed in May earlier this year. They have made impressive strides domestically and now internationally, and unfortunately at the final hurdle they are struggling as a dominating and convincing 1907 Fenerbahce sit on an 8,000 gold lead as Thaldrin may be caught out.
Chasing onto him, the explosive charge won't quite do it, but here comes the Void Rush. Thordrain trying to dodge away, but Forlan will be able to take down the bedrock of Fenerbahce as Thordrain falls for the second time this game.
Good pick there from Team 1 onto an overextended Jarvan the 4th. Thordrain really should not have been in that position. It's not very helpful if you're a pillar and you're in the wrong place.
You can't build anything on a pillar in the wrong place.
Exactly.
It's like having a pillar in the car park.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that? I ain't going to put my car on top of the pillar. So you can see the pillar is clearly in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Team 1 say, well, we got to knock this down because cars have got to park. And they're able to get a very swift kill. So Forlan, he's able to get a bit of gold under his belt, deciding that he will go for the Titanic Hydra build. Hasn't even completed his Cinder Hulk yet. But it does not slow down 1907 Fenerbahce. They're now looking for their third Tier 2 tower of the game.
7,000 gold ahead, only 20 minutes into the game. Can even just wait for that mid lane to push in because the super minions are there. It will be very difficult for Team 1 to hold. The game is not over for them yet, though. They do have the possibility of a good shockwave. They have Absolute, who's now at an item and a half on that Tristana. She will only scale up more as the game continues. But facing into Frozen, facing into Padden, who have shown us so consistently that they are good team fighters, you have to worry if you're a Team 1 fan.
You are right. We have to remember in Game 3, Team 1 were in a pretty dominant position, and 1907 Fenerbahce found a way back. But now Frozen, if he makes plays like this, allows Team 1 to come back.
Nature's Grass comes out, there's the Righteous Glory as well. Flash, Shockwave onto Frozen, pull him back, root him down, knock him up, and kill him so quickly. Team 1 able to collapse.
1907 Fenerbahce can't afford to be making these mistakes because Team 1 will punish you. They see you overextended, they see you out of position, and they will very quickly collapse and take these free kills. Remember, they got so many of their free Barons because 1907 Fenerbahce were in the wrong place at the wrong time. You cannot afford to underestimate this team even though you have such a significant gold advantage. They fail even to get that tier 2 tower in the top lane. Team 1 are still not out of this game entirely. Orianna working towards her second item. She's about halfway there. You can see Absolute almost completed the Static Shiv as well. The inhibitor has now respawned. I feel like Team 1, there's still a potential for them, especially with their tendency to play around those sneaky Barons.
All it takes is a catch or two. You just had a shutdown onto Frozen. That's 450 extra gold in your back pocket, and you are pretty comfortable with. You're starting to hit these 2-3 items on, well, 2 items or so on most of your carries. And sometimes when a team is in a dominant position like this, when they are a game away from advancing through Worlds, when they're looking for groups to the top 16 for the first time in the organization's history, in the players' history, they are a little bit over-eager with some of the plays they make. And I think we just saw that from Frozen. He will need a calm head. He will need Thordrain to say, look, as the captain of the team, we just take a step back, we reset, we have our push up towards this top side, and we look just to take down a tower and extend that gold lead.
So, much more patient play now from 1907 Fenerbahce. They're going to clear out the vision in the top side of Team 1's jungle. Their eyes will be set on that mid lane inhibitor, which remember they took at just under 16 minutes in the game. While Thordrain continues to push down in the bottom.
They took it so early, Vedius, that I had our stats team ping me with the quickest game at Worlds, just in case this was going to be the case. But Team 1 have been able to hold it back, been able to keep on in this game, and now Fenerbahce are grouping for this mid lane in hit.
Where's Forlan going?
Baron vision?
Not entirely sure what his plan of action here is, because he's going to lose his inhibitor in the middle lane.
Maybe looking for a catch afterwards, if they've accepted that they're going to lose the inhibitor anyway.
Yeah, he could use this as an opportunity to just hang around the Baron, go for a sneak. This is what he's expecting from 1907 Fenerbahce right now. Let's see if his plan will work out.
Here we are. They are grouping up towards that Baron, but they don't have vision on it yet.
They're both waiting for a pick or a play, or it's literally a waiting game.
If you're 1907 Fenerbahce, this is an okay strategy because the mid's going to push in. You expect
Team 1 to react. 1, they get free farm now. But here we go. Okay, he has actually been spotted. Look at the ward just behind him.
Crash comes across the wall. They're looking for the collapse. Forlan knocked back with the explosive cask away from his team. Now he needs to work out, can he dodge around? He gets caught with the bow of the slow. Here comes the TP as Team 1 decide they need to take this fight. Forlan with the Void Rush jumps across the wall, but he's dead. And that is the jungler down for Team 1.
And now the Baron is prime pickings for the side of 1907 Fenerbahce. Forlan, we talked about how he needed to be the player that could maybe save his team. He could not quite find the early ganks. He could not quite find ways to help his team back into the game. And now he's going to be the one to die out of position and potentially give this Baron over to 1907 Fenerbahce.
You feel if 1907 Fenerbahce get to this Baron, it is the game. The Shockwave comes out, Fenerbahce get it. Now they can look for the push. Tholjin looking to jump onto Vert. There's the Cataclysm. The Kiddens come out to try and force them away. Tholjin still going to advance, still going to push forward into the base of Team 1.
Now look in the bottom lane as well. There's a minion wave stacking up. They've pushed the mid minion wave with the Baron empowered buff, but they have a lot of gold to spend. Rather than overcommit, they're just going to go back to base, buy a couple of new items, refresh some of their vision. They're going to be happy with the state that they're currently in.
Very comfortable position for them. Blade of the Ruin King and a Runans on that Cogmore. You've got the Ardent Sensor completed. You've got Knight's Vow as well. That Cog is pretty safe when it comes to fights. And Tholjin on this job and is having a moderately strong performance. He'll be comfortable on that as well. So if you are a Fenerbahce fan, you'll be pretty confident that they should be able to close out with a 10,000 gold lead at the 25-minute mark.
It would be a big... This is definitely 1907 Fenerbahce's game to lose.
Or Team 1's game to win. Because if they make enough plays to win this game, they have won this game for themselves.
That is accurate, yes. Yes, that is very true. But given the deficit that they are in, one is much easier than the other. Now we see Vert dropping the Righteous Glory, trying to catch Tholdrin out.
Can't quite get that. Tholjin just too speedy.
Look at the bottom lane as well. Many members of Team 1 grouping up in the top, while 1907 Fenerbahce now want to use the Baron buff. 2 minutes left on it. Only a few base towers stand in the way of the Turkish representatives joining the top 16 at Worlds, making it to the group stage.
And that's another inhibitor tower just gone. Team 1 unable to respond. 1907 Fenerbahce are just within arm's reach of the top 16 of the group stage of teams like SKT. Tholjin goes in. The root's going to land onto Crash, but Paddon's still alive off towards the side. There's the explosive cast. It knocks back the tree. A good shockwave, but it's just no damage from Marv. And Crash goes in. He engages onto Forlan. That's another kill as Frozen steps forward looking for the damage onto Marv and Absolute. And the Celestia expansion is enough. Absolute gets taken down and Team 1 get destroyed by Fenerbahce.
Massive team fight win. 1907 Fenerbahce with a fantastic overall final game will take them to the top 16.
Superb game by Fenerbahce to close out the series. 3-1, they'll defeat Team 1 and they'll go through to World's Groups.
Considering how close the series was overall, it was a little bit surprising to see them so quickly get a massive early game advantage and then just be unrelenting with their pressure. Frozen roaming around the map so much, Tholdrin still setting up a bunch of ganks in the middle lane, and then getting an inhibitor at 16 minutes into the game. 1907 Fenerbahce very firmly demonstrated their dominance over their Brazilian counterparts, and they will be making their way out of the play-in stage and into the group stage.
Demonstrating why they deserve to be in groups as well. Not even the #1 seed coming into their group. HKA were top of that group in terms of pure analysis, but they were able to beat HKA in the tiebreaker, get the matchup against Team 1, and then take down Team 1 after one game of a little bit of an upset for them, a little bit of shakiness. But you'll be looking at that team and saying, I think they could upset. I think they could take a surprise game here or there coming in to the last 16 at Worlds.
And it's going to be exciting, right? Because there are a lot of fun players to watch. But the big story for me is the fact that Crash subs into this lineup. He hasn't really played with the team at all. There is a language barrier as well. Yet, even though he didn't have consistent and amazing performances throughout the tournament, he was very clutch. He stole a number of Barons, he found a number of great picks. Even in this series, we saw a number of spectacular Gragas ultimates and team fights overall. And I think you have to give a lot of praise to him for joining the squad and being a part of it as they make their way through the play-in stages.
Yeah, 1907 Fenerbahce have secured their spot in the group stage. And to hear how they did it in Game 4, let's hand it over to our analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Maddie. Of course, for me, I feel like it comes down to one champion alone, and that is Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, he had a pretty big influence over this game. I don't know if you're going to follow it up with more. It was a good pick overall. There's been a lot of pressure around bot lane over the course of this series, lots of plays being forced, and this time you have Frozen making sure that he grabs the aggressor in the lane. He's able to get around the map and grab the tempo for these plays.
Yeah, funny to see, of course, that the shoe was on the other foot in this case when you had Fenerbahce roaming opposed to Team 1.
It was interesting to see, too. We can take a look at the first replay where we saw exactly what it can look like when Aurelion Sol starts to take off. In this case, when he shows up to clean up.
And this is a big play just because, like we're saying, so much aggression down around this bot lane. They're going hard on Japone. And you see Aurelion Sol is just leaving mid now. That's what's so impressive is that they have so long to kind of cover this potential weakness in the bot lane, especially given the fact that Patton also struggled in this series on and off. It was 2 good games, 2 bad games, and this time this would have been a horrible 1 for 2 and potentially getting in a lot of trouble, but Frozen shows up.
And the cleanest thing is you're watching 2 different stars hit at the same time, saves the exhaust, and honestly makes it look too easy. Frozen being able to play one of Marsh's champions against him, roam better than him, go to the bottom lane and capitalize on the over-aggression, perhaps, of Team 1.
And honestly, from there, it just feels like the Frozen show. And while other people definitely did play their part just across the board, this game, he was everywhere. He was dishing out so much damage, so consistently a threat. It just feels impossible to play against Aurelion Sol when he's this far ahead.
Yeah, he's one of those very oppressive champions because even if you're winning your lane, suddenly you have to worry about, well, in 10 seconds, anytime I go aggressive, someone could show up and make this a 2v1. And that's really hard to deal with. And once he starts getting fed, he actually starts getting like pretty good damage as well, the GLP adding a nice extra little bit of burst.
And even having the Jarvan around, of course, the dynamic duo communicating. It wasn't just Aurelion Sol that was there, it was also the Jarvan.
Yeah, and now we take a look at our next replay. We can see in the mid lane, we finally see the use of the Hextech GLP. We see the use of the Rift Herald, everything coming together to shut down the mid lane.
Yep, there's that Jarvan kicking things off. They're able to combo down onto Marth. And there's a good follow-up out of Verk trying to get this first kill, but what's going to really blow this situation up is the rest of the team collapsing all at once. You see the bot lane show up, they're going to channel this Rift Herald, and they're going to make a very aggressive push in the mid lane.
And what's normally just a standard, we got a pick, we set it up, and now we can push for a second turret type of play, then becomes 4 lands over aggression. He should not be staying to the flank too heavily, especially when the rest of his team can't defend and is losing. And then this decision cost them the entire inhibitor, and ultimately just such a big lead for 1907 Fenerbahce, and it's off the mistakes of Team 1.
Yeah, you could definitely say that decision cost them the game. You lose an inhib, I believe, at around 60 minutes by the end of this push. It's almost so early that it's good because you have someone to farm in the mid lane now, but 1907 Fenerbahce are going to keep the pressure up over the rest of that game. There were a couple mistakes where Thaldrun got caught out once or twice, but they're so far ahead, you can kind of feel it in the air that's about to come down.
Yeah, and you can see that the tunnel vision there in Forland, things are going south. He says, I have to make something happen against FB, but there's a Jaina there, there's a Gragas there. It's not just the Aurelion Sol you have to worry about. But when you look across the series, one player really did stand out, and it's going to be our player of the series. It will be Frozen, not just for the last game, but just across the board, consistently winning out in the lane phase and really bringing it home.
Huge CSD across all the games, forced Brewster to get subbed out for Marth, had good team fights, and, great roams as well once he got into that Aurelion Sol, playing all the matchups very well.
Yeah, Patton was a good team fighter, but didn't have the laning that Frozen had. Game number 1, a commanding Talia performance, deserving of a ban afterwards, and then you get the Aurelion Sol performance from him, showing that he's more than just a strong laner, more than someone who just gets a CS lead through his 1v1, but someone that can be everywhere on Summoner's Rift, and when he is, he looks his best, and so does all of 1907.
And you got to think, coming in the group stage, this man will not be allowed to play champions that roam. If any team can help it, Talia should be taken off the board. Aurelion Sol should be taken away from this man, because when he gets the freedom to leave lane, he just feels like a powerhouse.
Putting on a great performance for us so far. Have to see how the rest of 1907 Fenerbahce does when they reach that group stage.
Yeah, curious to see what they're going to stack up against, what group that they will be placed in, because at the end of the day, they showed some weakness on the bottom side of the map, but it did feel like consistently, despite being shut down early on the bottom lane, they always made up for it in another way.
Yeah, they're very impressive in the fact that they can lose lane. And I'm not going to say gracefully because they were getting dove and it was super aggressive from Team 1, but they can lose lane and they can still come back to a position where they can team fight successfully. It doesn't stop to impress.
Nope, does not the case. Well, to hear more about that series, we're sending it over to Fish, who has an interview with the victorious top laner.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with 1907 Fenerbahce's top laner Thaldrin after their impressive 3-1 victory over Team 1. How did you prepare coming out of the group stages, and is this the result you expected going into this best-of-5 series?
Yes, but all I can say is we expected to win the series, but in my opinion, our gameplay was not the best. We did a lot of mistakes, and we were expecting to close the series at 3-0, but we did a lot of mistakes in second game, and we ended up losing one. So I'm happy, but I'm kinda upset about our team play as well.
Well, hopefully you can clean that up moving into the next stage of play, next stage of Worlds, actually. Speaking of which, the last time I spoke to you, you told me you're going to finish top of groups, and then you told me you're going to make it to the main group stage. You're now a prophet, Thaldrin. What's next? What's the next prediction you have for us, and what is it going to take for 1907 Fenerbahce to make it all the way to the grand finals?
This time it's going to be hard for me to make a make a forecast about our future, but all I can say is I think if we are lucky with the draw, we can get out of the group stage as well. I mean the main group stage. But it depends all on draw, I think, because our team is not the best and we all are aware of it. And I don't think we have enough time to fix our issues. But if we go lucky with the draws, I think we have a chance and we have a shot to make to the quarterfinals.
Well, speaking of the draw, that's going to be coming up later on today. Which group would you like to be seeded into, or what teams do you really want to play against at the World Championship?
As you know, we have two Koreans, and which they played before in Longzhou. So they want to play against Longzhou, and we all want to play against Longzhou as well. I know it's not going to be an easy match, but we want to go to, I think it was B, if I'm not wrong. We want to either go to the B or D, we want to go. But I don't know, we will see.
Well, there you go, guys. Longzhou, watch out, because 1907 Fenerbahce is coming up for you guys. We're going to go to a very quick break, but we'll be back with Team WE taking on Young Generation next.
Looking for the knock up the barrier. Instead, they go for Japone. First blood to Forlan, and the second kill as well goes to Absolute. Eventually, Forlan will fall to Pattern, using that passive effectively. Bosun's roamed down from that mid lane. Redbird looking to kill himself on the tower. Absolute exhausted, and Bosun's going to get himself a double kill. Actually, manages to secure Absolute at the end with a little bit of help. Then the explosive cast will knock back. The stun still connects onto Marv. He's exhausted. A good shockwave will catch up Bosun and Crash for the voice of light. Crash goes in. He engages onto Forlan. That's another kill as Bosun steps forward looking for the damage onto Marv and Absolute. And the Celestia expansion is enough. Absolute gets taken down and Team 1 get destroyed by Fenerbahce.
Welcome back to 2017 Worlds Play-In Elimination Stage. I'm still Daniel Draco, still stuck with Mark Z, but luckily we have a breath of fresh air, an LPL analyst on our desk, none other than Indiana Frostguard Black.
Hey guys, how you going?
Pretty good. Had a fun first series, a lot of weird picks. Hopefully WE brings us back to reality.
Okay, man, you have strong opinions there on the meta. Well, let's get right into it. Playing for the final spot in the group stage is going to be Team WE versus Young Generation. Now, Team WE took first seed after a proper smashing in a different style than we're used to from #1 seeds so far.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Team WE are not your stereotypical Chinese aggressive team. They are not sprinters, they are marathon runners. It takes them a bit more time to warm up. They're more about the 35, the 40 minutes. And like I said, dominance, it's not found on a clock. Just because you don't smash someone in 20 minutes doesn't mean you're not a dominant team, and it doesn't mean you're not a good team. And that's exactly what Team WE are showing today.
And it got better with time as well. The first game was relatively shaky, didn't actually have a goal deficit during any of it. And then, by the final game, it was this crazy pick whatever you want, smash, because you already secured yourself in group stage, or the elimination stage, excuse me.
And one person who started kind of rough was Shie, but he felt like he was ramping up over the course of the series. But on the opposite side, we look at Young Generation. Null, a very similar story, talked a little bit about nerves, but just got better and better over the course of the games he played.
Yeah, I mean, there was one interview where you heard him say that, and it's something where now that they're in the elimination stage, we have to see how they respond to it. Because yes, they've already played a little bit, so hopefully the nerves are gone, but at the same time, this is now the elimination portion versus WE, a very scary team to be playing against, so there's a lot on that line.
And you heard it in the interviews, Team WE saying that they are the host team, that today they are in a best-of-5, and they are going to show the best iteration of themselves. Fnatic said something very similar yesterday, and I feel like we saw the best version of Fnatic as they just smashed through that series. I expect nothing less from Team WE.
We'll have to see how they stack up, though, because as interesting and as exciting as mid lane is, I feel like we also have to look to the top side of the map and figure out exactly what 957 is going to do versus Noct. Nocti or Ren, depending on how they want to swip and swap. Wow, their top laners out. Strong vocabulary. We're doing good. Swippy swap.
What's happening over there?
Old school Oregon alt, the swip swap.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of Nocti. I actually think that he is a phenomenal top laner, not just in his laning performance, especially because he's a tank. It's really hard for tanks to shine, for them to actually look good in this meta, but what he allows for his team in the team fighting. And if Young Generation are strong anywhere, it's in their early skirmishing, it's in their early team fights, and he's a big part of that, even though he doesn't get the credit because he's not one of the flashier players like Null.
And the problem is, though, it feels like he's up against a tough opponent in 957 because 957 can play the same style. He's played a lot more tanks right now. He did have that one Rumble game and the kind of crazy game, but he also does play the carries, so he can play both roles of the two top laners that Young Generation have in a single player, so they might have a small advantage in draft from there.
And it's curious to see where exactly they're going to go in draft, what exactly they want to go for, because I feel like this is WE favored. It's safe to say, but what is actually the best option, the best avenue for YG to pull ahead?
I mean, stylistically, Young Generation can play early games. They found early leads against Fnatic. They took a game off Fnatic. Yes, that game didn't mean anything in terms of the standings of the scoreboards for Fnatic. They already locked into their seed, but it was still impressive for Young Generation. So stylistically, they could do the same thing for Team WE. If they win, how do they do it? It's through early aggressive skirmishing, building an early gold lead, and then snowballing that through mid and late game.
I think Syndra will be a big pick for them. We saw them play that twice in their opening day with Null, with two different performances, but hopefully we see more of the latter and he can find some advantages versus Xie, who, like we said, has looked shaky at points.
Slumping.
Yeah. Slumping.
Like, let's not beat around the bush. Xie is slumping. He went down 20 to 30 CS in his lane phase. It hasn't been impressive, and Null can punish him there.
We'll have to see if he can do it. That's enough from us. As we get into the series, let's hear from Null to get his thoughts on the match today.
Em nghĩ tụi em có hai lựa chọn, một là bóc được đội mạnh nhất, hai là bóc được đội yếu nhất, thì tụi em đã bóc trúng được đội mạnh nhất. Thì em nghĩ là việc đánh với họ, nếu như tụi em thua thì tụi em cũng sẽ không có gì là to tát, vì tụi em là kèo dưới họ. Còn nếu họ thua thì đây sẽ là một cơn địa chấn tại chung kết thế giới.
I do definitely like the nothing to lose attitude. Hello and welcome to our next series. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, and don't believe everything I put on Twitter because sometimes I get my Z words wrong, and this is in fact Zach Rusty Pie. How you doing, man? Straight off the analyst desk, onto the cast.
That's it, no rest for the wicked. I'm fantastic though. I'm excited to watch Team WE play their best of 5 against Young Generation. I really like the video we just saw.
Yeah.
Basically talking about the earthquake that could happen if they cause an upset, and that's definitely true because the fans will be packed.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to lose. But let's kick things into gear by looking at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Team WE with 957 on the top side of the map. The son of Baron himself, Condi, in the jungle. Xie in the mid lane. Mystic and Ben will be rounding out the bottom lane, and Coach Ohm will be standing behind them. Ben, a bit of a surprise here for WE.
Certainly is, but of course looking to take them down on the red side, it's Young Generation in the top lane. Nocti, jungle Venus, mid lane Null, AD Big Koro support Palette, and their coach Tuan Ku.
Okay, so Rusty, the reason why I say that it's a bit interesting that we've got Ben instead of Zero is because Zero's KDA currently for this tournament is 39.
Yeah.
Which is pretty damn impressive, especially for a guy that's played almost single-digit games so far this year across both seasons. Like, it's insane. The guy was very, very impressive. But you know a lot more about Ben for WE and what he can do.
Yeah, so Zero's firstly the weird one. He's got the biggest KDA. Perhaps they just want to rest him and keep the KDA stats in WE's favor and say, we got that on lock. But really, he's just the international player. And for the most part, they'll bring Zero out when it seems to mean the most or when they have to. Ben, we don't actually know what the exact reason is for why he's getting subbed out. I would speculate that perhaps nerves are something that could affect him as a player. But he's here right now. We know that when he gets Thresh, he is unstoppable, very good with pick compositions, and lives to protect Mystic, and that is something that they will still do regardless of the support they have. We've just seen so much more of Ben doing it.
Yeah, with the pressure on, maybe it's Zero's chance, and in best of ones like we saw in the group stage here of the Playins, certainly is an opportunity. But let's have a look at Champions Select as we get into game number 1 between WE and Young Generation. Rek'Sai and Syndra to be banned away first off makes some sense. Venus has not seen his Rek'Sai so far. Is the Kalista and Sejuani pretty understandable meta bans here against WE.
And you have to wonder what the third ban will be for Young Generation to take away from Team WE, as respectively Team WE are just getting rid of the strong champions that Young Generation have got. Rek'Sai from Venus, Syndra from Null, and it looks like they want to take something from Palette as well.
Yeah, interesting, the Syndra being a 0% win rate champion for Null. All of day one was playing it, managed to get incredible numbers as far as that CSD is concerned, but still going to be taken away from him. 0% win rate, but a 5 KDA. It's pretty impressive.
Exactly where I thought it was going to go. However, Atlas on the opposite side with the last ban. The Zarya taken away from Mystic opens up the AD carry pool to be a big question mark as to where they want to look.
Well, that question is going to be answered very, very quickly here, as Big Koro is going to take away his Varus. Certainly has been something that he's found success on so far here in the play-ins. Only played it once, but did look good doing it. But the Java 957 or Condi is a big deal. Expecting the Gragas to be taken away from Condi as well as a good pickup there for Venus as well, having played it in half of his game.
Yeah, now this is a risk. You leave open Cogmore by picking Varus. Now, it could be that they want to get the Lulu for themselves as a third pick. Young Generation deny the Cog Lulu comp, but WE still get to pick 2 champions in a row, so they could just have the whole bottom lane locked in. And Varus, yes, good laning champion, but Mystic and Cogmore, 2 words that are almost synonymous for me at the moment. He is just that good of a carry on it.
Yeah, this is really scary. And things like the Galio is still up as well. One of the champions that has missed the ban list, and that's going to be locked away here for WE. And that is a huge front line now that the little Void Monster can stand behind.
Yeah.
And have no worries at all. Of course, Venus is going to have a really difficult time, if he is in fact the one playing the Gragas, getting in there and trying to use that explosive cask to maneuver the Cogmore exactly where he wants him to be. But that is going to be that bottom lane that you mentioned, the Lulu and the Varus. A lot of high pressure to start things off, and Young Generation probably want to get the ball rolling as quickly as they can here against WE.
Exactly. So we've got the Galio locked in by Sheer. We're going to go through the second ban phase here, but quickly we have to point out that Galio J4 for Team WE is just the SKT beating combo, basically, right? They're that comfortable with this team composition. Young Generation, almost as expected, will go towards the Lulu as a pick with this team composition. Young Generation, almost as expected, will go towards the Lulu as a pick with this team composition. Young Generation, almost as expected, will go towards the Lulu as a pick with this team composition. Young Generation, almost